Chapter 1. The last load. The ironwork groaned 3 seconds before it gave way, and Wei Jianchen heard it the same way he heard everything on a job site, the way a doctor hears a wrong note in a heartbeat. He was already moving when the eastern scaffold buckled. Not fast enough. The full weight of the 14th floor formwork, 240 tons of wet concrete, steel rebar, and collapsed timber, came down in a sound like the end of a sentence. Wei had one moment of professional outrage. I flagged that column connection in the March inspection. I flagged it 3 times. And then the world went white and weightless and very, very quiet. He came back to the world face down in dirt. Not the rubble of a Shanghai construction site. Dirt. Hard-packed, faintly damp, smelling of pine resin and something else, something metallic and electric, the way the air smells before lightning. Wei lay still for a moment, running internal diagnostics with the patient habit of a man who has spent 20 years identifying what is broken before attempting to fix it. His hands worked. His eyes worked. He could feel his left knee, which was encouraging. He could not feel his right leg below the hip, which was not. He turned his head. A formation array was carved into the stone floor 3 feet from his face. He could see the error immediately. The anchor channels ran in a standard radial pattern, 8 spokes converging on a central node, the same layout every formation textbook used, the same layout Wei had seen in every cultivation structure he'd studied since waking up in this body 2 weeks ago, with someone else's memories bleeding through his own like 2 architectural drawings printed on the same transparent sheet. He had the dead boy's memories, a crippled outer disciple of the stone pillar sect, 19 years old, meridians shattered in a training accident 3 months back. He had his own memories, 37 years of structural engineering, 2 degrees, 43 projects, and a very clear recollection of dying badly on the 14th floor. The error in the formation was textbook. The radial load paths concentrated all stress at the central node. Under sustained output, the center would reach critical load first, fail catastrophically, and send a shockwave back through every spoke simultaneously. This was what had shattered the boy's meridians. Not bad luck. Not insufficient talent, the way the sect elders had recorded it. Bad engineering. Wei pushed himself upright. His right leg dragged. The nerve damage extended up from the meridian ruptures along the lateral pathways. He assessed this the same way he'd assess a damaged column. Compromised, but not beyond repair if the underlying structure was addressed. He pulled out a charcoal stick from the pocket of the coarse outer disciple robe. The previous owner had used it for inscribing practice formations. Wei had been using it for site surveys. He began documenting the array's failure mode in the only notation he fully understood, engineering markup, not cultivation shorthand. Load concentration at node. No distributed load paths. No redundancy circuit. No controlled failure zone. He sketched the stress distribution under standard use, then traced the catastrophic cascade sequence with a dotted line. The array that destroyed this body had done exactly what he drew. Not because the chi was too powerful. Because the load had nowhere to go. He sat back on his heels and looked at the array for a long moment, ignoring the cold seeping through the stone into his bad leg, ignoring the distant sound of other disciples training beyond the workshop door. In Shanghai, a building with this flaw would fail a third-party inspection. You would not build it. You would not allow anyone to stand inside it. Here, apparently, you made disciples practice formations inside it until someone's meridians exploded, recorded the incident as the disciple's failure, and moved on. Wei Jianchen had very strong feelings about this. He began to understand, slowly and with a certain grim satisfaction, that he had come to a world where the entire field of structural failure analysis did not exist. He started a new page in his survey notes, headed it Priority Defects, and began a list. The morning bell rang. He had not moved to clean the formation arrays he'd been assigned to clean. He had not noticed. He kept writing. The right leg improved over the following 3 days. Not quickly. Wei had not expected quickly. Quickly was how you got surprised by secondary failures. What he had expected was methodical, and methodical was what he got. He had spent those 3 days in his small corner of the outer disciples' dormitory, cross-legged on his sleeping mat with his eyes closed, running load calculations through his meridian network the way he'd run finite element analysis on a structural model. The meridian system was, at its core, a load distribution network. 8 primary pathways, 43 secondary branches, 112 tertiary connections, most of which the cultivation text dismissed as minor channels and did not discuss further. In his previous life's terminology, load-bearing members, distribution beams, and the redundant bracing that kept the whole structure standing when a primary member failed. 3 of his primary pathways were fractured, genuinely load-bearing failures, the structural equivalent of a cracked I-beam. For secondary branches had been severed entirely, which sounded worse than it was. They were distribution paths, not structural members, and load would reroute automatically once the primaries were addressed. The 8th meridian, the one the cultivation text called the governing channel, ran at about 40% capacity, which was enough to sustain basic qi circulation without triggering a cascade collapse. The dormitory smelled of lamp oil and someone else's liniment. Wei's fingers had gone cold from the stone floor, and he kept repositioning his hands on his knees without noticing he was doing it. The repair approach was straightforward in principle and extremely tedious in execution. He could not fix a fractured meridian the way a surgeon fixed a fracture. He had no surgical tools, no anesthesia, and no assistance. What he could do was what structural engineers did with damaged members: reinforce around the damage, distribute the load away from the compromised zone, and allow the member to heal under reduced stress. He spent the first day mapping every pathway, every branch, every tertiary connection. He traced them all, noting the damage grade and the current load each was carrying. By the second day, he had a repair sequence. By the third day, he was executing it, moving qi through alternate pathways in careful pulses, like testing a suspect floor beam with increasing loads before committing full weight. The moment it worked, the moment the distributed load settled into the new pathways and the structural logic of the network clicked into coherent balance, Wei felt something he hadn't expected. It wasn't power exactly. It was clarity. The world had texture that it hadn't had before. The stone floor beneath him had weight and resistance and the faint, deep pulse of something flowing through it far below. Not water, but something analogous, something that moved in long, slow cycles and answered to pressure at the surface. The formation arrays in the adjacent practice room were legible at the edge of his awareness, their load concentrations visible the way a stress fracture shows up under ultraviolet light. He opened his eyes. He was at Qi Foundation now. He could feel the difference, not a dramatic transformation, but a calibration. Like a measuring instrument that had been off by a consistent margin, suddenly corrected. He wrote it down in his survey notes. Current structural status, Qi Foundation. Rated load capacity, improved. Recommended next step, full meridian assessment under operational conditions. Then he went to find the formation instructor and report his availability for reassignment. Chapter 2. Site Survey. The formation practice hall occupied the eastern wing of the outer disciples' quarter, a long stone building with high narrow windows and a persistent smell of ozone that Wei associated with formations that had been running too long without maintenance inspection. He had been assigned here for 3 years before the accident that killed the body he'd inherited. He had the memories of those 3 years, the slow accumulation of humiliations, the instructor's indifference, the grinding, futile effort of trying to advance with meridians that weren't quite right. The previous owner of this body had believed the problem was himself. Wei had a different theory. He spent his first morning back in the practice hall, not practicing. He walked the room, slowly, because the right leg still dragged slightly, but steadily, and did what he had done on every new job site for the last 20 years. Looked. The hall had 12 formation practice stations arranged in 2 rows. Each station had a carved stone base with 3 array anchor points and a central inscription panel where disciples placed the formation tokens they were practicing. The arrays were standard training designs, the cultivation equivalent of a loading dock, functional, replaceable, nothing sophisticated. The flooring between the stations was worn smooth by decades of feet, but the wear pattern was wrong. Wei crouched, carefully, balancing his weight on the good leg, and ran his fingers across the stone. There, a slight depression in the traffic pattern, about 40 centimeters east of where it should have been. People were unconsciously avoiding a section of floor near Station 7. He pressed his hand flat against the stone. The faint, deep pulse he'd noticed from the dormitory was stronger here. The stone vibrated at a frequency just below audible, the way a bridge deck vibrates under heavy traffic. Not dangerous, but present and directional. Something was moving beneath the floor, and it was moving toward the northeast corner of the hall. Wei moved to Station 7 and looked at the formation mounted there. The damage was subtle. The formation's outer ring anchor had been recut at some point. The inscription lines were slightly deeper on the east side, slightly shallower on the west, a correction that had introduced an asymmetric load distribution the original designer hadn't intended. Under normal training use, the asymmetry was tolerable. Under sustained high-output practice, the eastern anchor would carry progressively more load until it failed, and when it failed, he thought of the boy whose body he'd inherited. Station 7. 3 years of practicing formations at Station 7. With an anchor that was concentrating load on the eastern side of the formation where the eastern side connected directly to the primary meridian pathway on the right. He understood the accident now, completely and precisely. He straightened up and looked at the other 11 stations. He spent the next 2 hours at each one. 6 of the 12 had problems. 2 were minor, the equivalent of a worn expansion joint, functional but due for replacement. 2 were moderate, asymmetric load distribution like Station 7, but less severe. 2 were serious. One of the serious ones was Station 3. The formation at Station 3 had a central node failure that Wei estimated at perhaps 6 months from catastrophic collapse. Anyone practicing high-intensity cultivation there when it failed would receive the full backlash through their meridians. Wei had been assigned Station 3 before the accident. The body's previous occupant had requested a transfer to Station 7 6 months ago. He stood in the empty practice hall and breathed slowly through his nose and thought very carefully about what to do next. The charcoal stick came out of his pocket. He opened his survey notes to a new section, labeled it Practice Hall, Formation Assessment, and began writing. He wrote for 40 minutes. He included sketches of each defective formation with the load distribution errors marked, a severity rating for each defect, a timeline for expected failure, and 3 pages of recommendations. Then he went to find sect head Kai Mingzhu, not elder instructor Peng Juxing, who ran the practice hall and would feel implicated by everything Wei had found. Sect head Kai. The structural engineer in him had learned long ago that when you find a serious defect, you report it to the person with authority to fix it, not the person whose negligence allowed it to develop. Reporting down the chain of responsibility was how serious defects got buried. His leg hurt. He walked anyway. Chapter 3. The scar in the Foundation sect head Kai Mingzhu received him in the administrative hall because the duty officer had read Wei's written request note, which he had phrased as urgent structural findings, practice hall, immediate safety concern, and had correctly identified the phrase immediate safety concern as something that could not be ignored without institutional liability. Kai was a woman in her mid-50s with the compact, precise energy of someone who had been solving administrative crises for several decades and had developed an efficient triage system. She read Wei's report while he stood. She read it twice. "You produced this in a morning," she said. "I had prior methodology," Wei said. "The assessment framework is standard. The findings are specific to this hall. Elder Instructor Peng will need to respond to this." "I'm sure he will," Wei said neutrally. "The formation at Station 3 is the priority. Someone using that station at high output within the next 6 months will receive a meridian backlash, possibly fatal, depending on the level." Kai looked at him over the report. "You were previously assigned to Station 3. I'm aware." A pause. The administrative hall had thin paper screens along one wall, and the morning light came through them in pale rectangles. Somewhere outside, a practice dummy was taking repeated impact strikes. The sound echoed off the stone walls and patterns Wei's new structural awareness parsed involuntarily as wave propagation data. "I'll have the hall inspected before afternoon practice," Kai said. "If your assessment is confirmed, Station 3 will be suspended. Peng will be informed." She paused. "You're an outer disciple." "Yes. Outer disciples don't typically submit formation safety reports to my office." "There wasn't a better option," Wei said. "The appropriate channel was the problem." Kai looked at him for a moment longer, with the particular expression Wei had learned to recognize in his previous life. The expression of someone deciding whether to be annoyed by an inconvenient truth-teller or grateful for the information. Most senior people chose annoyed. The good ones, the ones who stayed in positions of genuine authority over decades, chose grateful. She chose grateful. "You'll need materials for this," she said, and gestured to her aide. "Temporary workshop authorization. 1 month. Do not disturb the main hall's operations without prior notice." Wei accepted the authorization chit without expression. He had already mentally redesigned Station 7's formation in his head during the walkover. He had the redesigned sketch roughed out in his survey notes. He wanted to start this afternoon. He did not start this afternoon, because on his way back through the outer disciples' quarter, he walked past the lower training ground, the flat stone courtyard used for body cultivation exercises, and felt something wrong. He stopped. The courtyard was empty at this hour, swept clean, the stone pale in the morning light. Nothing visually wrong. He looked at the surface and saw nothing. He pressed his hand to the ground. There it was, stronger than the pulse under the practice hall. Much older. A geometry encoded in the bedrock itself, burned so deep into the stone that 3,000 years of subsequent chi activity had not erased it, had only buried it, the way new construction buries old foundations without eliminating them. He pulled out the charcoal stick. The pattern was not a cultivation formation in any sense he recognized. It did not use the standard anchor node channel architecture. It was structural in a way that reminded him of something from his previous life. Not a building, but the basis of a building, the load path diagram a structural engineer draws before any actual construction begins. The fundamental logic of how force moves through space. He traced what he could feel through his palm onto the survey page, converting tactile impression into schematic notation. The pattern extended beyond the courtyard. He could feel it diminishing toward the north and east, suggesting the original structure was much larger. Much larger. He was still crouched over his notebook when a shadow fell across the page. "What are you mapping?" Elder Feng Bao stood at the courtyard entrance, a small man in his 60s with a scholar's stoop and careful eyes. Wei had seen him twice before, once observing a practice session from a distance, once in the administrative hall waiting outside Kai's office. He had the slightly indefinite quality of a person who had spent years making himself easy to overlook. Wei showed him the sketch without standing up. "Something in the bedrock. I don't know what it is yet. The geometry is unusual." Feng Bao looked at the sketch for a long moment. His expression did not change in any obvious way, but the quality of his stillness shifted, the way a wall shifts subtly when it starts absorbing a load it wasn't designed for. "You felt that?" Feng said. "Qi Foundation," Wei said. "My sensitivity is limited, but the pulse is strong." Feng looked at the sketch for another moment. "It's old," he said finally. "Older than the sect. Don't dig into it." "I'm not going to dig into it," Wei said. "I'm documenting it. There's a difference." Feng looked at him. Really looked at him, the way very few people had since Wei woke up in this body. Then he said, "Come to my study tonight. I have some text you might find relevant." He left before Wei could respond. Wei looked at the sketch in his notebook. He added 3 notations, a question mark, and the date. Then he went to look at the rest of the courtyard. The pattern extended under all of it. Chapter 4. The report that caused problems. Elder instructor Peng Juxing assigned Wei to clean the formation practice erased the day after Kai suspended Station 3. It was not a subtle retaliation. Cleaning formation arrays meant removing the mineral residue that built up on anchor channels during heavy use. Tedious, undignified work, performed with small brushes and a bucket of cleansing solution that smelled of vinegar and chalk dust. It was work assigned to disciples being disciplined. Peng delivered the assignment in front of the morning assembly of outer disciples, with the particular satisfaction of a man who has found a legitimate method for making his displeasure visible. Wei accepted without comment. He spent the first hour cleaning. He spent the second hour taking notes. By the third hour, he had been through every formation in the hall, and the notes had become something more systematic. He had Kai's temporary authorization for workshop access, which technically covered assessment and documentation of formation infrastructure. He was stretching the definition, but the definition had been broad enough to stretch. He cataloged each array. Station 1, functional. Minor channeling degradation on secondary nodes, with intolerance for continued use. Recommend replacement in approximately 18 months. Station 2, functional. Asymmetric load distribution, moderate severity. The eastern anchor was running at approximately 115% of rated capacity. Still safe for standard practice. Not safe for breakthrough intensity cultivation. Station 3, suspended. Correct call. Station 4, functional, but the central inscription had been recut at some point and the replacement inscription used a slightly different notation standard than the original. The two standards were not fully compatible under high-load conditions. Recommend review and standardization. He worked through all 12. He was methodical. He cleaned each array thoroughly and then documented it. He was faster at the cleaning than Peng had expected, not because he was efficient, but because he understood exactly what he was looking at and could distinguish mineral residue from inscription damage by feel. When he finished, he had cleaning logs for 12 stations and a 15-page technical report. He submitted the cleaning logs to the practice hall attendant, as assigned. He submitted the technical report directly to sect head Kai's office. Kai's aide received it with the expression of a person receiving a very large problem and said, "She'll review this." "There's no particular urgency," Wei said. Station 4 is the only other suspension level concern, and it's moderate. 2 or 3 weeks before review should be fine. I'll convey that. The asymmetric distribution issues at stations 2, 6, and 9 are lower priority. They're within tolerance for standard practice. But if any of those stations are used by disciples attempting foundation establishment, breakthrough cultivation, the load parameters shift significantly and the tolerance margins collapse. The aide wrote this down with the resigned expression of someone who was going to have a very complicated afternoon. Peng found out before the end of the day. He summoned Wei to the instructor's office with the speed of a man who has been waiting for exactly this. The office smelled of old paper and a cooking brazier that hadn't been cleaned recently. Peng was a large man who occupied space aggressively. He sat behind his desk as though he'd won it in a fight. He had a copy of Wei's report already, which meant Kai's aide had forwarded it faster than Wei had expected. You were assigned to clean the arrays, Peng said. Not to inspect them. I did both, Wei said. The cleaning logs are complete and accurate. The inspection was done concurrently. No additional time was required. You are an outer disciple. You have no authorization to assess formation integrity. Sect head Kai provided temporary workshop authorization covering assessment and documentation of formation infrastructure, Wei said. I have the authorization chit. He produced it. Peng looked at the chit. His jaw tightened. That authorization was not intended to cover the practice hall. It didn't specify a scope exclusion, Wei said. If there's an ambiguity, Sect head Kai is the appropriate person to resolve it. I'd be happy to request a clarification. A pause. In writing, the temperature in the room went down about 5 degrees. Peng leaned forward. You are making enemies, boy. Wei thought about Station 7. About the previous owner of this body, who had believed for 3 years that his failure to progress was his own fault. About the clean, precise notation in the failure analysis that proved it wasn't. The formations in the practice hall have injured at least 3 disciples in the past 2 years, Wei said. The records classify those injuries as cultivation accidents. They were engineering failures. Documentation exists now. That documentation will be difficult to suppress. A long silence. Get out of my office, Peng said. Wei went. He was walking back across the courtyard, the evening light slanting long and cold across the stones, when he felt it, the deep pulse under his feet, that ancient buried geometry. He had been feeling it intermittently all day, the way you sometimes feel a building's vibration in your feet before you consciously register that anything is wrong. He stopped. The pulse was different this evening. Not stronger exactly. More present. As though something that had been very far away had shifted slightly closer. He wrote this in his survey notes and kept walking. Chapter 5. Proof of concept. The scandal took 11 days to become visible. In Wei's experience, institutional scandals followed predictable load patterns. Initial compression as the organization tried to contain the information, then gradual distribution through informal networks, then a sudden peak load event when the information reached someone with authority who had not been part of the containment effort. In this case, the peak load event was a senior disciple named Huang Beisan, who had been practicing foundation establishment cultivation at Station 6, one of Wei's asymmetric distribution flags, moderate severity, and whose meridians had subsequently shown strain patterns that his personal healer was unable to explain until the healer heard, through the outer disciples' gossip network, about the practice hall report. Huang Beisan took the information directly to the inner disciples' council, bypassing Peng entirely. Wei found out about this when sect head Kai sent for him again. The meeting was different from the first one. An inner disciple council member was present, a sharp-faced woman named Elder Supervisor Liu, who oversaw inter-rank disputes. She had Wei's original report on the table in front of her and had marked 3 sections in red. 2 disciples were previously injured at Station 3, Liu said. Both incidents were recorded as cultivation accidents caused by insufficient talent. She looked at Wei. Your report states these were formation defects. Yes, Wei said. Can you prove that? The formation has been suspended. If the inspection team examined it before suspension, there should be documentation of the anchor degradation pattern I described. A pause. If the inspection was done after I submitted the report, the team would be aware of what to look for and could confirm or disconfirm my assessment. The inspection was done after, Liu said. The team confirmed your assessment. Wei said nothing. He had expected this. Elder Instructor Peng's explanation, Liu said, is that the formation degraded in the 2 days between the disciples' injuries and the inspection, and that no defect existed at the time of the injuries. That's not structurally possible, Wei said. The anchor degradation pattern I described develops over months or years under normal use. It doesn't appear in 2 days. Can you demonstrate that? Wei opened his survey notes to the sketches he had made of Station 3 before submitting the report. This is the degradation pattern as I observed it. The depth of the wear on the anchor channels, the mineral residue distribution in the failure zones. This accumulates at a calculable rate. I can estimate the time period within a reasonable margin, and I would estimate the defect has been present for at least 8 months. Liu studied the sketches. Her expression was the professional expressionlessness of someone who was making consequential decisions and not letting anyone see the process. You redesigned one of the arrays last night, she said. Station 7. Without authorization. I had workshop authorization, Wei said. To assess and document. Not to modify. Wei had anticipated this objection. I installed a new formation beside the existing one as a demonstration. I didn't remove or alter the original array. The new formation is removable. He paused. If the council would like to see the load distribution comparison, I have it documented. The new design carries the same output at 40% of the load concentration at the critical node. 40%, Liu said. The existing design concentrates all primary load at a single node. Mine distributes it across 4 secondary nodes with a load transfer structure connecting them. Basic redundancy principle. He looked at the formation sketch in his notes, and then back at Liu. If someone would like to test it under high output, I'm confident in the results. Liu looked at Kai. Kai looked at Wei with the expression she had used in their first meeting. The expression of someone deciding whether to be annoyed or grateful. Demonstrate it, Kai said. They went to the practice hall. The demonstration was simple. Wei stood back while 3 senior disciples took turns pushing the new formation to their maximum output capacity. The first disciple was skeptical and powerful. She hit the formation with everything she had, the kind of chi output that would have sent sparks flying off the original Station 7 array. The new formation held. More than held. It distributed the load so smoothly that the output felt sustained rather than peaked, the difference between a structural system that fights load and one that channels it. The second disciple, who worked with precise measured output rather than raw force, noticed it first. It's not resisting, he said, and then stopped, trying to find the right words. Most formations, you push, they push back. This one, the chi goes somewhere. Into the secondary nodes, Wei said. Then it comes back to the central point over a longer period. You can sustain output longer because you're not fighting the formation's own structural resistance. The third disciple was a young woman who had been at the practice hall during Wei's work the previous night and had watched him install the formation without commenting. She placed her hand on the formation panel and was quiet for a long moment. How did you know where to put the secondary nodes? She said. Survey of the stone substrate, Wei said. The load paths through the floor. You put the nodes where the structure can hold them. She looked at him. She was perhaps 17. With the particular focused intensity of a person who has found the question they actually want to spend their life answering. Can you teach that? Wei looked around the practice hall. The formations that had been injuring disciples for years, the careful accumulation of inadequate institutional responses, the deep buried pulse under the stone floor that no one else seemed to be able to feel. Yes, he said. Sect head Kai's voice from behind him. You'll redesign all 12 stations. Full documentation. Full load distribution analysis. Every station assessed before modification and after. A pause. Elder Instructor Pong will be informed. I'll need materials, Wei said. You'll have them. Wei took out his survey notes and opened to a new section. He wrote station redesign at the top of the page, and below it, asterisk survey first. Always survey first. Asterisk station 3 was still suspended. He would start there. Outside, through the practice hall's high narrow windows, the afternoon light had gone the color of old bronze. The pulse in the bedrock was steady and deep and patient, the way a buried foundation is patient, built for a purpose that might not be visible yet, waiting for the structure above it to catch up. Wei wrote his first redesign specification. He was going to be here for a while. Chapter 6. Emergency repair. The beast containment pens occupied the northwest corner of the sect's outer grounds, a long, low building of heavy stone with reinforced walls and a formation system that had been running continuously for 17 years. Wei knew this because the maintenance log was posted at the entrance, which was the first thing he read when Peng Juxing handed him the assignment with the particular expression of a man confident he was handing someone a problem they would fail in public. 3 formation students had declined the job. Wei had read the incident report and understood why. The containment formation's central anchor was showing active degradation. The monitoring pulses were irregular, and one of the interior walls had developed a crack indicating the formation was no longer distributing load evenly across its mounting structure. The beasts inside, a mixed collection including 2 mid-grade stoneback boars, a pair of wind foxes, and something large enough to make the walls vibrate when it moved in the back pen, were aware that the barrier between them and the outside world was weakening. The formation students who declined had assessed the situation, identified the risk, and made the professionally correct decision. This job was above their skill level and below their safety threshold. Wei's assessment was different, not because the situation wasn't dangerous, but because he could see what they couldn't. He spent 4 hours surveying before he touched a single tool. He walked the perimeter of the building twice, pressing his hands against the outer walls at regular intervals, tracing the load paths through the stone. He sat in the building's entrance for 40 minutes with his eyes closed, feeling the formation's pulse. Irregular, yes, but irregular in a patterned way, the way a damaged beam deflects in a consistent direction rather than randomly. He sketched the formation's geometry from the maintenance records and then walked the interior, comparing his sketch to the actual inscription channels in the floor. A young woman in plain gray servant clothes brought him water at the 2-hour mark, set it down without speaking, and withdrew. At the 3-hour mark, he understood the failure mode completely. The formation had been installed correctly 17 years ago. The problem was the building itself. The northwest corner's foundation had settled slightly over the intervening years, imperceptible to the eye, but enough to shift the mounting geometry by about 4 degrees. 4 degrees was within tolerance for the formation's original design parameters. But the formation had been modified 8 years ago. Someone had added a secondary beast pin, expanding the containment area, and the modification had been anchored to the already shifted corner without accounting for the drift. The result was a mounting system operating approximately 12 degrees off nominal, with the load concentrating progressively toward the southeast anchors. The southeast anchor was the one showing active degradation. In structural terms, the formation wasn't failing because of the beasts or the age or the chi load. It was failing because someone had built an addition without surveying the foundation first. Wei documented this. Then he designed the repair, not a restoration. You couldn't unshift a settled foundation without major excavation work. A redistribution. He would install 4 new secondary anchors at positions calculated to absorb the load currently concentrating on the failing southeast anchor, then install transfer beams between the new anchors and the existing formation network, then grade the load shedding so that the southeast anchor could be reinforced with reduced stress rather than replaced under full load. The servant girl reappeared while he was setting up his tools, carrying a second bucket of water and a cloth. She positioned herself at the entrance where she had clear sight lines to both the formation work area and the beast pin access corridor. "You're staying?" Wei said. "Someone should watch the corridor." She said this matter-of-factly, without particular emotion. "The wind fox has been testing the east wall for the past hour." Wei looked at the east wall. It showed faint hairline stress marks that hadn't been there in the morning. The wind fox was not stupid and apparently had very good timing. "Tell me if the pulse changes frequency," Wei said. He went to work. The repair was not elegant. Elegant would have required more time and better materials than he had. What it was correct. He installed each secondary anchor precisely where the load analysis said it needed to be, connected them with transfer channels laid in a grid that had nothing to do with the formation's aesthetic and everything to do with the structural logic of the load path. The work was ugly. The work would hold. He was on the 3rd anchor when the wind fox hit the east wall. Not testing this time. A full impact. The kind of strike that would have shattered the wall if the containment formation had been operating at half its rated capacity. But the formation was not at half capacity. It was at whatever fraction of capacity remained in the degraded southeast anchor, minus the ongoing degradation. The wall held. But Wei felt it. A deep shudder through the stone beneath his hands, a resonance that traveled up his arms and rang in his meridians like a struck bell. The transfer channels he'd already installed took some of the load. Not all of it. Pulse just spiked. The servant girl said from the doorway. Then dropped. How far did it drop? A pause while she watched. It's steadying, but lower than before. He had about 40 minutes before the southeast anchor failed. Wei stopped thinking about elegant and started thinking about fast. He had 3 anchors installed and connected. He needed 4 for the load distribution to work. He carved the 4th anchor channel in 11 minutes, faster than he'd ever worked, and he felt the imprecision in his hands, the lines not quite as deep as he wanted them. He wrote this in his survey notes that evening as a lessons learned. Asterisk imprecision under time pressure. The gap between adequate and correct. Plan buffer time. Always plan buffer time. Asterisk, but the 4th anchor went in. The transfer channels connected. He activated the redistributed load path. The shudder through the stone stopped. The pulse from the formation. He could feel it now through the floor, clearly and consistently. The way you feel a building's HVAC system once you know what you're listening for, steadied into a regular beat. Slower than nominal, running at reduced capacity while the southeast anchor began its recovery under reduced stress, but stable. The wind fox hit the east wall again. The wall held without the shudder. Wei sat back on his heels and breathed through his mouth, and let the sustained focus of the past 4 hours drain out of his shoulders. His hands were shaking slightly. He looked at them, a craftsman checking his tools, and noted that the shaking was effort-related, not structural damage. He wrote this down. Something changed. Not in the formation. Inside him, the same calibration shift he'd felt when his meridian repair settled into chi foundation, but different. More fundamental. Like a load path he'd been using at partial capacity, suddenly opening to full depth. His perception of the formation he'd just repaired expanded. He could feel every anchor, every transfer channel, the precise load percentage at each node, the direction of stress flow between them. He could feel the southeast anchor beginning to recover under the reduced load, the gradual stabilization as the transfer grid took the weight. He could feel the wall 3 feet away with a stoneback boar resting against it, the animal's weight contributing a small but measurable compressive load against the mounting structure. Mortal gate. He had hit mortal gate from inside a formation repair under emergency conditions, which was not how the cultivation text described it, but was apparently how Wei Jianchen's body discovered new thresholds. The pulse has been stable for the past 3 minutes, the servant girl said. She was still at the doorway, which meant she had been watching a formation repair for 4 hours in the service of a sect disciple. She had no obligation to assist. Thank you, Wei said. You can go. I know, she said. She didn't move. Why did you put the 4th anchor there? The south-southwest position. Wei blinked. He had been about to start packing his tools. The load path. The foundation drift is toward the southeast, so the redistribution has to compensate from south-southwest. If I'd anchored from due south, the diagonal offset would have remained in the transfer channel. She frowned at the floor where the 4th anchor was inscribed. She had not, Wei realized, been watching him casually. She had been watching him with focused attention, the way a person watches something they're trying to understand. You knew where the drift was going, she said. How? Survey, Wei said. The settlement pattern in the outer wall. The tilt of the maintenance door frame. 17 years of drift, you can see it in where the door binds. He paused. You saw it. The door binds, she confirmed. I prop it with a stone. I didn't know what it meant. Wei looked at her for a moment. She was perhaps 17 or 18, with the unspecific appearance of someone who had spent years being overlooked, but her eyes were tracking the anchor positions with the precise spatial attention of someone who understood 3-dimensional load patterns intuitively. What's your name? He said. Lin Suyin. I tend the outer disciples' hall. Do you have any formation training? No spiritual roots, she said, without particular emotion. The assessment said null. That's not what I asked. Wei looked at the anchor positions she'd been studying. Can you draw what you're seeing? She looked at him. Then she took the charcoal stick he offered and drew, freehand, in perhaps 30 seconds, a rough sketch of the containment building's floor plan with 4 dots marking the anchor positions he'd installed, connected by lines that approximated the load transfer channels. The spatial understanding was correct. Not the formal notation. She didn't have the notation, but the underlying geometry. Come to the workshop tomorrow morning, Wei said. I'll teach you how to read a site survey. She handed back the charcoal stick. I have duties in the morning. When do your duties end? Second bell. Second bell, then. She left with the water bucket and the cloth. Wei packed his tools and wrote 3 pages of notes about the repair, including 2 pages about what he should have done differently if he'd had more time. He was halfway back to the dormitory when he realized the formation in the beast pens was still running correctly behind him. He could feel it at the edge of his new mortal gate awareness, a steady structural heartbeat in the northwest corner of the sect grounds. He had built something that was working. He stopped walking and stood still for a moment in the evening air, which smelled of cook fires and pine resin, and the faint metallic electricity that seemed to permeate this entire mountain. He had built something that was working. Chapter 7. The surveyor's Lin Suyin arrived at the workshop at exactly second bell, carrying a small cloth bag that contained, Wei discovered, her own charcoal sticks, a worn piece of slate for practice inscription, and a folded piece of paper with the floor plan sketch she had made in the beast pen building, redrawn more carefully, with additional notations in a notation system she had evidently invented herself. Wei looked at the redrawn sketch for a long time. She had included load indicators, not standard cultivation notation, a self-developed symbol set, consistent and internally logical, using line weight to indicate force magnitude and direction arrows to show movement path. The 4th anchor position was marked with a small annotation. Compensates southeast drift. You kept working on this, he said. I wanted to understand it, she said. Show me the southeast drift annotation. She pointed to a spot on the floor plan sketch where she'd drawn a subtle hatching pattern. The building's settling in this direction. The load in the formation follows the settlement because, she hesitated. I don't know why. I just see that it follows. Load follows stiffness, Wei said. Structures concentrate stress in the stiffer regions. When a foundation settles, the settled portion becomes relatively more flexible, so load redistributes toward the unsettled portion. He paused. You understood this intuitively. I understood the pattern, she said. I didn't understand the reason. The reason is what I'll teach you. The pattern is what you'll teach me. She looked at him with the slight wariness of someone who has been promised things before. Teach you. I've been doing load path analysis by calculating from first principles, Wei said. You're reading the result directly from the physical environment. That's faster. I want to know how you do it. She considered this for a moment. The transaction was equitable, and he was treating it as equitable, which she had apparently not expected. I walk on it, she said finally. I can feel where it's heavy and where it's light. Like the floor wants to settle in some directions more than others. Show me. She walked across the workshop floor, a roughly rectangular room about 12 paces by 8, stone-floored, with formation tools arranged along one wall and Wei's survey materials along another. She walked in a diagonal, stopped near the northeast corner, crouched, and pressed her palm flat against the floor. Heavy here, she said. The wall above this point is running more load than the wall on the other side. See, she pointed at the wall joint where it met the floor. The join line was slightly compressed, if you knew what you were looking at. Wei pressed his own palm against the same spot. He could feel it, but he had to consciously attend to it, to push his mortal gate chi sense into the stone and read the structural data from the inside out. She had apparently done it by walking. How long have you been able to do this? He asked. Always, she said. I thought everyone could. Wei made a note. Asterisk Lin Suin, natural structural surveyor. Tactile chi sensitivity without formal cultivation. Non-standard spiritual root profile. High priority for formal training. Asterisk, he spent the next 2 hours teaching her formal notation. She absorbed it with the focused speed of someone who has been carrying an intuitive understanding that finally has a language to express itself. By the end of the session, she was translating her existing sketch into standard survey format. Slowly, with corrections, but correctly. Tomorrow, she said, if your duties allow. She left. Wei looked at the translated survey sketch she'd left on the workbench, her notation alongside his, 2 different systems describing the same structural reality, and added it to the documentation file. He had been in this world for slightly over a month. He had 1 workshop authorization, 1 disciple, and a growing list of formation defects that the sect's existing maintenance system was not equipped to address. He started a new section in his survey notes, long-term assessment priorities. It was a long list. Chapter 8. The wrong blueprints. Elder Tong Weiji came to the workshop 3 weeks later. Wei almost didn't recognize him as an elder. He looked like a very old man in worn outer disciple robes, moving with the slow, careful pace of someone whose body was several steps ahead of his mind in deciding to stop working. He navigated the workshop door with a deliberateness that suggested he had been standing outside it for some time before entering. Wei was at his workbench, reviewing formation schematics for a storage array commission from a merchant family in the town below the mountain. He didn't look up immediately. 1 moment. Take your time, Tong said. His voice was dry and thin, the voice of a man who had learned to save effort. He sat down on the stool near the door without being invited, which Wei noted with peripheral attention as either extreme fatigue or extreme familiarity with spaces he wasn't technically authorized to occupy. Wei finished the calculation he was on. He looked up. Tong Weiji was not well. This was obvious in a dozen ways that Wei cataloged without thinking about it. The labored quality of his breathing, the yellowish tinge around the eyes that indicated liver stress, the way his left hand gripped the edge of the stool for balance with more force than was casual. He was probably within weeks of a major health crisis. You've been watching the practice hall renovations, Wei said. It wasn't a question. He had noticed the old man observing from across the courtyard twice this week. Word gets around, Tong said. Formation master who surveys before he designs. First one of those I've seen in 50 years. He wheezed. Maybe 60. Wei set down his pen. Sit properly. Your weight is uneven. Tong adjusted. The wheezing eased slightly. What happened 60 years ago? Wei said. Different story, Tong said. Not mine to tell. Some of it might be yours. He reached into the breast of his robe with his right hand. The left was still occupied with balancing, and withdrew a jade slip. Cracked. The fracture ran diagonally from 1 corner to 3/4 of the way across the face, and wherever the crack ran, the inscription inside was damaged. The surviving portion of the slip was still resonant. Wei could feel the chi encoded in it from 3 feet away, dense and old, and in a notation system he didn't recognize. I've had this for 40 years, Tong said. Couldn't read most of it. Kept it because the pieces I could read didn't make sense until recently. He held it out. Can't use it anymore. The chi cost of accessing it would kill me faster than the illness. Wei didn't take it immediately. What does it say? The pieces I could read, Tong said, say that the Heaven's Gate formation was built wrong on purpose. He paused to breathe. The blueprints the guild uses, the ones they've been maintaining for 700 years, are wrong. Not degraded wrong. Wrong by design. The original builders made the final formation array look like a failure waiting to happen, and then they hid the real structure somewhere else. Wei looked at the jade slip. Why? To stop people from using it, Tong said. The real array does something the guild can't control. I couldn't figure out what. The relevant sections are in the notation I can't read. A pause. You use something similar. In your survey notes. I've been watching. Wei stood and took the slip from Tong's hand. The qi inside it buzzed against his palm, old and compressed, the way ancient stone feels when you press your hand against it, and the weight of centuries of load shows up in the crystalline structure. I'll try to read it, Wei said. Take your time, Tong said again, and this time the phrase had a different meaning. The old man stayed for another 20 minutes. He didn't say much. He asked 2 questions about the storage array commission Wei was working on, received precise technical answers, and seemed satisfied by them in a way that suggested the questions weren't really about the array. He left with the same deliberate care he'd arrived with. Wei kept the jade slip in the inner pocket of his robe, close to his body, where the ambient qi was warmest. He spent 2 evenings trying to decipher the notation before accepting that his current power level wasn't sufficient to access the intact sections. He could read fragments, load path indicators, foundation markers, structural specifications for something on a scale that made him stop and count the zeros twice. The notation was similar to his own survey system in its underlying logic, which was the strangest thing. Not identical, but based on the same understanding of how qi moved through structural members. He filed the slip in his survey notes under long-term assessment priorities and kept working. Elder Tong Weiji died 11 days later. The sect recorded it as natural causes. Wei wrote a single line in his notes. Asterisk source of jade slip, Elder Tong Weiji. Cause of death, recorded as natural. Note for review. Asterisk he had no evidence it was anything else. He kept the note anyway. Chapter 9. Load testing. The sect held monthly formation competitions on the first day of each lunar period, a ritual that predated the current sect leadership by several generations and had calcified into a combination of genuine skills demonstration and social theater. Senior disciples competed for prize points and reputation. Junior disciples competed for senior disciples' attention. The results were recorded and occasionally had practical implications for resource allocation. Wei entered the 9th-month competition under Elder Feng Bao's provisional supervision, which Feng had offered after their workshop visit, and which technically provided Wei the mentor sponsorship required for competition entry. He did not enter to win. He entered because the competition gave him access to 16 formation designs running under controlled competitive conditions, which meant he could observe failure modes in a structured setting. The prize points and reputation were irrelevant. The data was valuable. His strategy was straightforward and would have been deeply confusing to anyone who tried to analyze it without context. He ran each of his formations to precisely 80% of their theoretical maximum output, held them there for the standardized competition duration, and then documented the failure response when he deliberately triggered a controlled overload. He placed 3rd. He also produced, by the competition's end, a failure analysis report for every formation entered in the junior division, 12 designs, 347 pages of documentation, written in the waiting intervals between his own turns. The report did not name the students who had designed each formation. It analyzed the formations as engineering objects, load distribution efficiency, failure mode identification, theoretical lifespan under standard use conditions, the specific structural choice that represented each design's primary vulnerability. He presented it to Elder Feng Bao after the competition. Feng looked at it for a long time. He was wearing his neutral expression. The one Wei had learned indicated active concealment of a stronger reaction. You wrote this today, Feng said. During the competition. I had time between turns. 300 pages. 347, Wei said. The numbering system starts at 0. Feng turned a few more pages. He lingered on the entry for a formation designed by a second-year inner disciple named Xiao. A clever, elegant design that Wei had given a theoretical lifespan of 11 months under standard use, which was considerably less than the designer likely believed. This one, taper failure in the outer channel inscription, Wei said. The lines narrow toward the eastern anchor. Not intentional. The inscription tool probably needed sharpening. But under sustained high-output practice, the taper creates a load concentration that will erode the channel over time. 7 months if the disciple practices at normal intensity. For months if they attempt foundation establishment. Did you tell the disciple? Not yet. I didn't want to distribute observations before the documentation was complete. The full report is more useful than individual notifications. It establishes the pattern across all the designs, which is more instructive. He paused, registering that Feng was watching him with an expression he couldn't immediately classify. That was the wrong order. You should have told Xiao today, Feng said. Not as a correction to your methodology. As a matter of courtesy. A person's formation has a flaw that affects their safety. They should hear it from you before they read it in a report. Wei thought about this. His instinct had been documentation first, understand the full scope before delivering findings. This was the correct approach for a structural assessment. It was not necessarily the correct approach for a person. Noted, he said. Lessons learned. Findings with direct safety implications to the affected person first, documentation second. He actually wrote it down. Feng watched him write it down. You're keeping a lessons learned log. I keep it for every project. I've never seen a cultivator do that. It's standard practice for structural engineers, Wei said. Every project generates information about what worked and what didn't. If you don't capture it, you repeat the failures. Feng was quiet for a moment, turning pages in the report. The competition hall had emptied out around them, the afternoon light going long through the high windows. Outside, the results board would be posting the prize point standings. Wei's third place ranking would generate mild interest for perhaps 2 days. The other entries, Feng said. Some of these formation designs, they're not wrong. They're efficient, elegant, well executed. But your analysis makes them sound inadequate. They're efficient under normal conditions, Wei said. None of them have controlled failure modes. If they're pushed beyond normal conditions, which happens in actual use, they fail catastrophically rather than gracefully. Efficiency without resilience is a liability. Most formation masters don't design for catastrophic failure, Feng said. They design for normal use. Most buildings don't collapse, Wei said. Structural engineers design for the ones that do. If you only design for normal conditions, the abnormal conditions kill people. Feng closed the report. I'll circulate this with appropriate attribution, he said. The senior formation instructors need to see it. He hesitated, the hesitation of a man about to say something he'd been deciding about for a while. The Celestial Engineers Guild has a formal review process for formation methodology. Once they see this work, they'll want to evaluate it. Officially, Wei waited. The Guild's official evaluations are not always favorable, Feng said, especially for methodology that makes existing Guild-certified formations look inadequate. A pause. I want you to know that in advance. Wei picked up his survey notes. He had 3 pages to write before he slept. The lessons learned from today, the competition observations, and a preliminary failure mode analysis for the southeast corner of the competition hall's own mounting structure, which had shown stress patterns he wanted to document before the competition organizers moved the heavy ceremonial tables and changed the load distribution. Thank you, he said. I'll keep it in mind. Chapter 10. The theft that wasn't the confiscation notice appeared on the workshop door on a Tuesday, 6 weeks after the formation competition. Wei found it when he arrived for his morning session with Lin Suyin. A formal sect administrative notice, stamped with Peng Juxing's assistant supervisor seal, citing sect property regulations and claiming the materials stored in the workshop were classified as sect resources improperly allocated to an outer disciple. The materials in question were 40 meters of inscription-grade copper wire, 12 blocks of spirit anchor stone for crystalline formation anchors of the medium-grade variety, and a quantity of dried inscription pigment that Wei had mixed himself from purchased components. Wei read the notice twice. He read the regulation citation. He went back to his dormitory and retrieved the purchase records he kept for every material acquisition. He kept purchase records because any professional works from a documented chain of custody, and because in 3 months of operating in this sect he had developed a healthy appreciation for the importance of paperwork. He then went to sect head Kai's office. The aide recognized him by now. She accepted the folder of purchase records without comment and said sect head Kai was in a morning meeting and would be available at the 3rd bell. Wei sat in the corridor and waited. He used the time to draft a formal response to the confiscation notice, citing the specific purchase records for each item, the regulatory provisions for disciple commercial practice that Kai had cited in their second meeting, and the relevant interpretation of sect resources from the Stone Pillar sect's founding charter, which he had borrowed from Elder Fengbao's library and read twice. His reading speed had improved significantly since reaching Mortal Gate. This seemed to be one of the practical benefits of increased Qi Foundation, faster cognitive processing, better retention. He was quietly documenting this in his notes under Cultivation Advancement, Practical Applications. Kai was available at the 3rd bell. She read his response document in 4 minutes. She read the confiscation notice in 30 seconds. She read the purchase records. Then she called her aide and dictated a formal reversal order, citing the same regulatory provisions Wei had cited, with an additional notation that Elder Instructor Peng had issued the confiscation notice without proper verification of property ownership status. The materials will be returned to the workshop by this afternoon, she said. Thank you, Wei said. This is the 3rd formal complaint originating from Elder Instructor Peng's supervision in 5 weeks, Kai said. She said this in the neutral tone of a person who was making a record of facts, not an evaluation. The previous 2 were the practice hall report and the formation competition documentation. I'm aware, Wei said. Elder Instructor Peng has significant tenure and a number of senior sect relationships. Challenging his authority directly and repeatedly creates institutional friction. A pause. I'm not suggesting you stop. I'm ensuring you understand the context you're operating in. Wei thought about the two disciples who had been injured at stations that Peng's Hall had maintained for years, their injuries recorded as personal failures rather than infrastructure defects. He thought about the months of gradual, undocumented harm that had accumulated in that practice hall, while the responsible instructor protected his position. Noted, he said. I'll continue documenting carefully. Kai's expression shifted in the way he'd come to recognize. The expression of someone who was finding a problem-solving resource in an unexpected location and was deciding how to use it carefully. I have been considering the question of your workshop authorization, she said. The temporary authorization is due to expire next week. I'm aware. I'm prepared to convert it to permanent inner workshop status, she said, subject to the standard inner disciple requirements. She paused. Your formal status is still outer disciple, which creates a classification problem. Wei waited. The inner disciple trials are held in 2 weeks, Kai said. I could waive the trial and promote you directly on the basis of the formation assessment work you've already completed. It's an unusual step. It will generate criticism. Elder Instructor Peng would submit a formal protest, Wei said. Almost certainly. Wei thought about this. The inner disciple promotion would solve the workshop authorization problem and several resource access problems simultaneously. It would also escalate the conflict with Peng from a low-grade administrative friction to an overt institutional confrontation. Peng would not accept it quietly. There was a structural argument for delay. Let the situation settle. Don't accelerate the confrontation before the foundation was solid. His natural instinct was to survey more before committing to a design. But the workshop authorization was expiring, and without it, he lost access to the materials and space he needed to continue working. Immediate need versus future stability. Sometimes you built under load because the building needed to be occupied. Yes, he said. I accept. He was given a small inner disciple workshop space, a separate room, 3 times the size of the temporary space, with a built-in formation workbench and storage alcoves for materials. He moved in the same afternoon, working around the materials from the confiscation that had been returned and were stacked in the corridor. Lin Suyin showed up at the end of the day with a cleaning cloth. I heard about the promotion, she said. Sect head Kai announced it this afternoon. Elder Instructor Peng submitted a protest. Expected, Wei said. He was arranging the anchor stone supply by grade and size. Did he have grounds? He cited your lack of trial completion, Suyin said. She was cleaning the workbench with systematic thoroughness, the same quality she brought to survey work. And your commercial practice while still classified as outer disciple. And your inappropriate use of workshop resources. A pause. The last one he dropped after the confiscation reversal was posted. Wei nodded. He filed this information in the section of his survey notes labeled Stakeholder Assessment. Peng Juxing. The section was getting longer. He's going to look for another approach, Suyin said. She said it without particular emphasis. Not a warning, a structural observation, the way she reported load concentrations during site surveys. Yes, Wei said. He will. He put the last anchor stone in position. That's why we document everything. She looked at the workshop, the organized supplies, the growing documentation archive, the formation workbench already marked with layout chalk where he was planning the next design. You're building something, she said. It was not, Wei thought, entirely inaccurate. Survey notes and documentation, he said. Lessons learned. Purchase records. You're building something, she said again. But she was already moving toward the door, the cloth folded under her arm. She would have duties to return to. She always had duties to return to. Wei looked at the workshop. He had a permanent space. He had a first disciple. He had a growing collection of commission inquiries, a failure analysis archive, and a jade slip he couldn't yet read. He pulled out the survey notes and started the evening documentation. Asterisk lessons learned. Approval decisions should be made based on necessity, not preference. When immediate need and future stability are in conflict, assess the time cost of delay against the structural risk of waiting. Today, time cost of delay exceeded structural risk of confrontation. Decision, advance, asterisk he paused. Then wrote, asterisk note, Peng Juxing will escalate. Prepare for it. Asterisk he filed the page and started the next one. Chapter 11. The first commission, the merchant Huang family operated a trading house on the 3rd Street of Stone Peak Town, the settlement that had grown up around the base of the Stone Pillar Sect's mountain over several generations of commercial symbiosis. They dealt primarily in preserved medicines and dry goods, and they had a storage cellar that had recently been burglarized, not by bandits, but by a cultivator with enough chi sense to feel the location of the highest value inventory through the floor. They wanted a storage array. Standard request. Every merchant family with enough money wanted one. Arrays that concealed the contents of storage spaces from qi sensing and made the contents inaccessible to qi-based extraction. There were guild-certified formation masters who provided this service, but the guild-certified options were either expensive or on a waiting list of 6 months. Wei had come to Stone Peak Town on a materials purchase. The new inner workshop had space for a proper stockpile, and he had a commission list to fill. He had not intended to take a commercial commission today. He had a list of formation assessment jobs that needed doing and a training curriculum for Lin Suyin that was already behind schedule. He met Merchant Huang because Huang stopped him on the street. "You're the formation student from the sect," Huang said. "The one who redesigned the practice hall." "Yes." Wei looked at the trading house front. Well-maintained exterior, good structural bones, but the front entrance orientation was slightly wrong for the street's qi flow. It was positioned for foot traffic from the wrong direction. A small thing. He noted it automatically. "My storage arrays aren't sufficient," Huang said. "Guild installation, 18 months ago. It's already been accessed twice by Qi Sense." He spoke with the frustrated precision of a man who has been given something that didn't work and was owed better. "Can I look at it?" Wei said. The storage array was exactly what he expected from a guild standard installation. Correct basic function, minimal structural thought. The concealment field was a single-layer design, effective against casual Qi sensing, inadequate against a cultivator who knew the standard frequency pattern for guild storage arrays and could simply search for it, which any experienced cultivator with commercial incentives would know. "The problem isn't the formation," Wei said. "It's that it's predictable. Guild standard frequencies are documented. Anyone who's installed one knows what to look for. Can you fix it? I can design a new one. Not a variation on the standard design, a different structural approach." He walked the storage cellar for 20 minutes, pressing his hands against the walls at intervals. "Your cellar walls are 3 feet of solid granite with a natural qi dampening effect. If I layer the concealment field as a distributed network through the walls rather than a central emitter, the frequency pattern becomes irregular. Non-standard. Nothing to search for." Huang watched him walk the cellar with the expression Wei had started to recognize, the expression of a person seeing someone work and not understanding quite what they were doing, but understanding that something methodical was happening. "How long?" Huang asked. 3 days to complete the design. 2 days to install. Wei ran the materials estimate in his head. "I'll provide documentation of the load distribution analysis and the expected service life. If any element fails within 50 years, I'll repair or replace it at no additional cost." Huang was quiet for a moment. "The guild doesn't offer a 50-year guarantee." "I know." Wei pulled out his survey notebook. "The guild's formations are designed for 5 to 7 years of standard service before they're expected to require maintenance. The maintenance revenue is part of their business model." He said this without particular condemnation. It was a business structure, not a moral judgment. "My designs are engineered to last. The materials cost more upfront. The lifetime cost is lower." "What's your fee?" Wei named a figure he had calculated from material costs plus labor, with a small margin, considerably below guild rates. Huang agreed immediately, which told Wei he'd underpriced by at least 30%. He filed this in his lessons learned under commercial practice and adjusted his internal rate model upward. He completed the commission in 4 days, including 2 days of installation during which Lin Suyin assisted with the survey mapping. The finished array was invisible, literally structurally indistinguishable from the natural qi field of the granite walls, because it used the walls as load-bearing members rather than sitting on top of them as a separate installation. Huang touched the wall and looked at Wei. "I can't feel anything." "Correct. The formation is in there." "The formation is the wall," Wei said. "The qi field it generates is identical to the natural dampening of the granite. The only way to detect it is to find a section of wall that's fractionally more regular than the surrounding stone. And that takes a dedicated survey, not a casual qi sense sweep." Huang looked at the wall for a long moment. "You said 50 years. Conservatively, the load distribution is well within the granite's natural absorption capacity. The primary failure mode would be if the building's foundation shifts significantly, more than about 15 centimeters. If that happens, come back to me before the formation fails." "How would I know if the foundation is shifting?" "The street-facing door will start to bind on the left side," Wei said. He had noticed this about the entrance orientation on his first visit. "If you see that, have someone look at the foundation before it becomes a problem." He gave Huang the documentation package: formation schematic, load distribution analysis, service life estimate, failure mode notes, and left. Merchant Huang told 3 other merchant families before the end of the week. Wei found himself with 4 additional commission inquiries by the time he returned to the mountain. He took 2 of them. He had other work to finish. Chapter 12. Load-bearing the formation duel was arranged without Wei's participation in its planning. Senior disciple Luo Fenghao had been the formation division's acknowledged best student for 2 years running. First in the inter-division trials, winner of the last 3 monthly competitions, and the informal benchmark against which other disciples measured their work. He had heard about the practice hall assessments, the competition failure analysis report, and the commercial commissions through the ordinary information network of a small cultivation sect where everyone knew everyone else's business. He sent Wei a formal challenge notice by the sect's challenge registration system, which meant it was an official record and declining would be documented. The rules were standard competitive format. Each practitioner prepared one formation of their choice, installed it in the competition hall, and then subjected both formations to progressive overload tests. First formation to fail lost. The test was run by the formation division's senior examiner, Elder Su, who was gray-haired and methodical and had been running these evaluations for 20 years. Wei read the challenge notice, noted that Luo had registered 3 days preparation time and registered 4 days for himself. He spent the 4 days not preparing a new formation, but surveying the competition hall. The hall was a dedicated space, stone construction, formation workbench along one wall, audience gallery above. The floor was plain granite, regularly used for practice and competition, with chi residue from decades of formation work absorbed into the stone. Wei spent 2 days mapping the chi substrate distribution, where it was dense, where it was thin, where natural ley lines ran through the floor at angles that would either support or work against a formation depending on how you oriented the anchor points. On the 3rd day, he designed. The design he produced was not his most sophisticated work. He had done more complex formation networks for the warehouse commissions. But it was specifically calibrated to the competition hall's substrate, oriented to draw load support from the strongest ley lines, with controlled failure zones positioned precisely where the substrate was weakest and most likely to amplify failure signals. An enemy trying to overload it would push energy into those zones and find the load distributed away from them rather than accumulating. He installed it in 3 hours on the morning of the 4th day. Luo Fenghao's formation was everything the sect's formation training produced at its best: clean inscription lines, precise anchor geometry, efficient chi density, a design that was theoretically correct in every particular. Wei read it the way he'd read any structure, walking around it, pressing his hands against the anchor stones, following the load paths with his chi sense, and identified the stress points within about 10 minutes. There was one, just one, but it was at the intersection of the 3 primary anchors, which was structurally the worst place possible. He said nothing. Elder Su ran the standard overload sequence. 10% increments from rated capacity, with a holding period at each level to check for instability. Luo's formation held up to 100% without incident, which was expected. It was well designed for normal conditions. Wei's formation held at the same levels with less apparent effort, which Su noted in his assessment record. At 120%, Luo's formation began showing stress indicators. A faint harmonic resonance at the primary anchor intersection, the structural equivalent of a beam beginning to deflect under load. Su flagged it. Luo acknowledged. He could feel it. At 140%, the formation failed. It failed cleanly, the way a well-designed structure fails when it genuinely exceeds its capacity. The primary anchors released sequentially. The chi field dissipated in an outward pulse that the hall's safety buffers absorbed, and the formation inscription went dark. No backlash, no explosion. Good design with a single stress concentration. Wei's formation was still running. Su applied the same overload sequence. 120%, no stress indicators. 140%, no stress indicators. Su increased the increment size to 20%, which was outside standard protocol, but within his senior examiner discretion. 160%. The formation's controlled failure zones absorbed load from the primary anchors and distributed it through the secondary network. The formation hummed, an actual, audible low-frequency resonance as the load-shedding mechanisms engaged. "It's louder," Lin Suyin said from the gallery above, with the precise neutrality of a person reporting an observation. "Load is distributing," Wei said. "The secondary network is engaging. It'll stabilize." It stabilized at 172%. Not because it reached its limit, but because Su stopped the test. "What's the rated capacity?" Su asked. "I designed it for 300% of standard output," Wei said. "I haven't found its actual failure point yet." A silence in the competition hall. The audience in the gallery, about 30 disciples who had come to watch what they expected to be a straightforward match between the acknowledged best student and the inconvenient newcomer, was processing the information. Luo Fonghao stood on the other side of the competition floor with the expression of a person who had been operating on a set of assumptions that had just been revised significantly. He was a serious practitioner, and Wei had been watching him throughout the test. He had followed the overload sequence with focused attention, not theatrical displeasure, which was a good sign about his character. How? Luo said. He wasn't asking about the technique. He understood technique. He was asking about the underlying logic. For secondary nodes in a load transfer grid, Wei said, when the primary anchors reach capacity, the load shifts into the grid rather than concentrating at the intersection. The grid is rated for the secondary load. The formation doesn't fail because there's nowhere for the failure to start. The primary anchors don't fight the overload, Luo said slowly. They yield into it. Yes. Luo was quiet for a moment. Can I see the installation? Wei showed him. He showed him the documentation as well, the substrate survey, the ley line mapping, the load distribution calculations. Luo read through it with the focused speed of someone who knew the theory and was rapidly reconciling it with a different application than anything he'd studied. You surveyed the hall before installing, Luo said. Always survey first. I didn't. I know, Wei said. Your installation is well designed for generic granite substrate. The specific substrate in this hall runs about 12% heavier in chi density along the southeast-northwest axis. Your anchor intersection sits perpendicular to that axis, which means you were fighting the substrate instead of using it. Luo looked at his formation, now dark, the inscription channels empty. Then he looked at Wei's, still running. The secondary network's low hum barely audible in the quiet hall. I concede, he said. It was not said as a performance. It was said as a practitioner acknowledging a better result. Wei wrote in his lessons learned that evening. Luo Fonghao. Technically excellent, intellectually honest, willing to update. High value for future collaboration. It was the most favorable assessment in the stakeholder section. He updated the section label to stakeholder assessment, formation division, and filed it. Chapter 13. The warehouse man Xiao Daoming found Wei the morning after the formation duel, before Wei had left the sect gate for his scheduled market trip. He was not a discreet man. He was broad-shouldered and loud-voiced and moved through the world as though he owned slightly more of it than was technically true, with the particular energy of someone who had started with nothing and had built his way to competence through a combination of good judgment and better survival instincts. He had been in the audience gallery for the formation duel and had apparently spent the intervening 18 hours deciding what he wanted. You guaranteed Merchant Huang's cellar array for 50 years, he said, without introduction. I need that guarantee on something bigger. Wei looked at him. Show me the site first. Zhao's warehouse district was 4 blocks east of the sect's Market Street, 7 connected buildings in a row, each one 3 stories of load-bearing stone, with reinforced floors rated for heavy goods storage. The current formation protection covered the district as 7 separate systems, each independently installed by different guild-certified practitioners over a period of about 15 years, with no coordination between them and several overlapping coverage zones that created interference patterns. Wei walked the district for 2 hours, pressing his hands against walls, crouching to feel the floor substrate, pausing at each junction between the 7 buildings to map the chi field interactions. The interference patterns were worse than he'd expected. 2 of the 7 formations were actively fighting each other. Their conflicting frequency patterns created a dead zone between buildings 3 and 4, where chi concealment dropped to near zero. A cultivator who knew the layout could walk through that gap with perfect detection of everything on both sides. You've been robbed twice, Wei said. Through the gap between buildings 3 and 4. Xiao was quiet for a beat. How did you know that? The damage pattern in building 3's south wall. Someone came through there at speed, from the street side. And the interference pattern between those 2 formations is obvious once you can feel it. It would be obvious to anyone with a basic chi sense survey skill. The guild formation master said there was no gap. The guild formation master installed building 4's system, Wei said. He would have been looking at building 4. He wasn't looking at the interaction between systems. He turned to face Xiao. What do you want the district to do? Not get robbed, Xiao said. I mean in detail. Storage protection only? Area denial for uninvited cultivators? Intrusion detection? Load capacity monitoring for the floors? Xiao looked at him. You can do all of those. Not with 7 separate systems. With one integrated network that covers the whole district. Wei walked to the junction point between buildings 2 and 3. If I design the district as a single structural unit instead of 7 separate installations, I can eliminate the interference zones, reduce the total chi load by about 40% through load sharing, and add active monitoring through the same network. 1 survey, 1 installation, 1 maintenance point. 1 fee, Xiao said. Yes, Wei said. It will be higher than individual system fees. The integrated approach requires more upfront design work and a longer installation. But the service life should be in the range of 30 to 50 years without major maintenance, and the coverage gaps will be gone. Xiao didn't negotiate. This was also information. It meant either he had the resources to pay what Wei asked without concern, or he had evaluated the value proposition quickly enough to decide negotiation would be a waste of time. Wei suspected both. When can you start? Xiao asked. Survey tomorrow. Design by end of the week. Installation within 2 weeks of your approval of the design. I want to see the design before you start. Standard, Wei said. I'll bring full documentation. He started the survey that afternoon. Lin Suyin accompanied him. She was developing a professional distaste for unsurveyed sites that Wei found both appropriate and somewhat amused by, since it exactly mirrored his own instincts. She mapped the chi substrate while he assessed the structural load of the buildings. The warehouse district had good bones. Someone had built these structures to last, with proper foundation depth and wall thickness that went beyond minimum requirements. Whoever had designed them had understood that you built for the load you expected plus the load you didn't. He found himself appreciating the unknown builder, 3 generations dead, who had overbuilt these foundations. The third building is settling slightly at the northeast corner, Suyin said from the far end of the structure, her voice carrying clearly through the stone. About 2 centimeters over the past, I'd guess 15 years, judging from the wear pattern on the doorframe. Note the exact location, Wei said. We'll anchor the monitoring array at that corner to track the settlement rate. She wrote it down. He added it to his site survey. The warehouse district slowly resolved into a 3-dimensional structural map in his notes, each building's load characteristics documented alongside the chi substrate distribution. He designed the integrated network over 3 days, working late into each night. When he presented it to Xiao Daoming, it was 47 pages of documentation with 3 pages of specifications and a service guarantee at the front. Xiao read the guarantee first, then the specifications. He turned to the documentation last. You really do write everything down, he said. If I don't write it, someone else will write their version, Wei said. I prefer to write mine first. Xiao turned a page. The monitoring array, it can tell me what's stored where. It monitors load distribution in the floors. It will tell you if a floor section is exceeding its rated load capacity. Wei paused. It won't identify the specific goods, but it will tell you where the weight is concentrated. You can infer inventory distribution from that. And if someone breaks in, the monitoring array will show an anomalous chi signature in the affected zone. It won't stop a determined cultivator. No passive array will, but you'll know precisely where the intrusion occurred and in which direction it moved. Wei met Zhao's eyes. The gap between buildings 3 and 4 will be closed. Anyone who knew that route will find it gone. Xiao approved the design the same afternoon. He also, as Wei discovered 3 weeks later when the district installation was complete, mentioned it to every merchant contact he had in the region. Chapter 14. The tithe problem. The formal complaint arrived from Elder Instructor Peng Juxing on a Wednesday, addressed to the sect's Commercial Oversight Committee, citing the Stone Pillar sect's foundational regulations on disciple commercial activities. The regulations were real. Wei had read them carefully before beginning the first Stone Peak Commission. They had been written 2 centuries earlier to prevent disciples from neglecting their cultivation duties in favor of commercial pursuits, and they allowed commercial practice with explicit restrictions. The practice must be cultivation adjacent. It must not monopolize the disciples' available training time, and a portion of revenue must be tithed to the sect to support sect infrastructure. The tithe provision had not been actively enforced for about 50 years, which was perhaps why Peng believed citing it would cause Wei a problem. He had presumably calculated that the tithe would be either financially painful or administratively burdensome enough to discourage further commercial work. Peng had not met Xiao Daoming's commission fee structure. He also did not know that Wei had read the founding regulations. The Commercial Oversight Committee met on a Thursday. Wei presented his commercial records, all of them, documented in his standard purchase records format, with an addendum calculating the tithe liability on each commission he'd completed. He had already calculated the number. He presented a bank draft for the full amount. The committee received the bank draft with the particular stillness of a body that had expected to spend the morning in negotiation and found itself with nothing to negotiate. Elder Instructor Peng's complaint has been satisfied, the committee chair said, turning the bank draft over in his hands. Retroactively. I should have checked the tithe regulations before beginning commercial work, Wei said. That was an oversight on my part. I've added it to the standard checklist for new commissions. He actually showed them the updated checklist. He had written it the previous evening, adding tithe liability calculation as item 3 under PRIORITY Commission Administrative Review. The committee chair looked at the checklist. He started and stopped. Standard practice documentation, Wei said. Yes, the committee chair said. He handed back the checklist. He did not seem sure what else to say. The meeting concluded. Wei had a new item on his administrative calendar. Tithe payment on the first of each month, calculated on the previous month's commission revenue. He was on his way out of the administrative wing when Elder Feng Bao appeared at his elbow. Peng filed that complaint while I was in the valley, Feng said. He said it neutrally, but there was an undercurrent of something Wei had learned to read as mild apology. Feng monitored Peng's activities as a matter of professional attention and had missed the filing timing. It resolved cleanly, Wei said. It resolved because you'd already read the regulations and calculated the tithe. Feng fell into step beside him. How long had you known about the tithe provision? Since the first commission. I read the founding regulations before I began commercial work. Feng was quiet for a few steps. You anticipated the complaint. I anticipated the regulations being cited, Wei said. Whether the complaint came from Peng or from someone else, the documentation would be the same. I don't prepare documentation for specific adversaries. I prepare documentation for any possible review. A pause. It's less effort than trying to predict which specific challenge will come next. Feng made a sound that might have been amusement. Come to dinner tonight, he said. I have something to show you. Not the texts I mentioned before, a different matter. He had not mentioned additional texts before. He had offered the library access, which Wei had used, but not something specific. This was either a miscommunication or a deliberate leading statement. Wei noted it in his survey notes under stakeholder assessment. Feng bao and accepted the dinner invitation. He did not know that Feng had quietly arranged for the tithe calculation to be reviewed before the committee meeting, or that Feng had spoken to the committee chair's assistant the previous evening. He found out later, from the committee's records, when he reviewed them as part of a routine documentation audit. He updated the stakeholder assessment. Asterisk note. Feng Bao acted unilaterally to support my position before I was aware the meeting required support. Asset. Does not always announce his actions. Important for long-term planning. Asterisk Chapter 15. 16 connected buildings. The Shao Warehouse District installation took 11 days. Wei had projected 10. The one-day overrun came from a discovery on the 6th day. When he began installing the monitoring array's connection between buildings 5 and 6, the substrate survey he'd done in the initial assessment showed a hairline discontinuity in the foundation that hadn't been visible from the surface. The southeast corner of Building 5 had a stone in its foundation wall that had been incorrectly keyed. It was load-bearing, and it had been carrying its section of wall for 60 years, but it had slowly rotated under load and was now at about 70% of its theoretical load capacity. Wei stopped the installation. He spent half a day documenting the defect and estimating the timeline. The stone would not fail immediately, probably another 10 to 15 years under current load conditions. But when it failed, it would take the southeast corner with it, which would affect Building 5's structural integrity at the ground level, which would put load stress on the connecting wall between Buildings 5 and 6, which was exactly where he was about to anchor a major section of the monitoring array. He told Xiao Daoming. Xiao looked at the documentation Wei had prepared. Photographs would have been cleaner, but he'd produced detailed sketches of the foundation section with the defect marked and load stress arrows indicating the failure path, and then looked at the corner of Building 5 from the outside with the expression of a person looking at something they can't see that they now know is there. What does it cost to fix it? Wei had prepared a repair estimate. He gave it to Xiao. Xiao approved it without negotiating, which meant the number was within his comfortable range, which meant Wei had again underestimated the value of what he was providing. He updated his rate model. The foundation repair took 2.5 days and involved 3 laborers from the town with chisels and replacement stone, supervised by Wei and monitored by Lin Suyin, who had developed a precise instinct for when a keystoning replacement was seated correctly. She could feel the load distribution shift through her feet when the new stone was properly keyed. When the repair was complete, Wei finished the monitoring array installation. The finished district network was 16 connected formations, not 7. Because he had added 9 additional monitoring nodes during the installation process, and because the integrated network turned out to require finer coverage than the initial design had specified. He documented each addition as a scope change with a brief technical justification. The day after completion, he walked the district perimeter for a final survey and felt the network from the outside for the first time as a coherent whole. It was not an aesthetic experience the way he imagined other cultivators describe their formation work. There was nothing beautiful about it in any classical sense. But from the outside, pressing his hands against the outer wall of Building 7 at the district's east end, he could feel the load distribution across all 16 formations as a unified pattern. Every anchor, every transfer channel, every monitoring node. each one contributing to a structure that was greater than the sum of its parts in the specific engineering sense, redundant, distributed, with no single point whose failure would cascade. He had built it correctly. This was the satisfaction that Wei Jianchen lived for. Not the applause, not the acknowledgement, not the business relationship. The structure working the way it was supposed to work. The loads being carried where they were supposed to be carried. He was writing the final survey notes in his notebook when the shift happened. It was not dramatic. It was the cultivator's equivalent of what happened when a structural model he'd been running in his head suddenly resolved into a complete picture, the moment when all the partial data cohered into a unified solution. His chi sense, which had been expanding since Mortal Gate to include passive structural awareness of nearby formations, extended outwards suddenly and permanently to encompass a much larger spatial range. Iron Body, the fourth cultivation rank. He pressed his palm against Building 7's wall and felt the entire district's formation network with a clarity he hadn't had before. Not just the load distribution, but the specific characteristics of each anchor, the way the monitoring nodes were sampling the chi substrate in real time, the faint long-period cycles in the deep ley lines 300 meters below the street. He stood there for a moment, letting the expanded awareness settle. Then he noticed something he had not been able to feel before. Approximately 200 meters north of the warehouse district, beneath the street that ran along the base of the mountain, there was a formation. Old, passive, running at minimal chi output. About the size of a single anchor stone. He filed this observation in his notes under long-term assessment priorities and finished packing his tools. Lin Suyin was waiting at the district gate. "Done," she said. "Done." She looked at the district. The 7 buildings, all externally unchanged. All now connected by a formation network that was invisible from outside and would remain invisible until it needed to act. She had learned enough formation architecture in the past 2 months to read the structural logic of the installation, even if she couldn't feel the chi directly. 16 arrays, she said. But it functions as one. That's what a network does, Wei said. Individual elements carrying shared load. Any one element can absorb the failure of its neighbors. He paused. The goal is always a structure that's harder to break than any individual piece of it. She wrote this in her own survey notebook. He noticed she had started using his annotation system mixed with her original notation, a hybrid that she developed herself, and that was, he thought, possibly more efficient than either original version. He would need to document that. Later, he had 3 new commission inquiries waiting at the sect gate when they returned. He scheduled surveys for 2 of them. The third was from a magistrate's office in a city 2 days' travel south, asking about city gate formation assessments. He set that one aside for a month. He had other work to finish first. His hands had developed the first permanent scars by then, not from inscription work exactly, but from the blood as mortar technique he'd developed for the network formation's primary anchors, where his own chi-saturated blood had acted as the binding medium for the deepest anchor channels. The scars were small and precise, centered on his right palm and the first 2 fingers of his left hand. He noted them in his logs. Asterisk occupational findings. Scar formation consistent with sustained inscription, work using direct chi transfer method. No functional impairment. Expected to persist. Asterisk then he went to dinner with Elder Feng Bao and spent 3 hours discussing a formation problem that Feng had been sitting with for 30 years and had never been able to fully articulate. Until, apparently, he found someone who understood load paths. Wei took 7 pages of notes. He was going to be busy for a while. Chapter 16. The test that failed the attack happened on a Thursday afternoon, 5 weeks after the warehouse district installation. Wei wasn't present. He knew about it because his monitoring array sent him a notification pulse, a specific frequency pattern he had designed into the district network as a diagnostic signal, a formation equivalent of an alarm that activated when any node in the network received an anomalous external load. He was in his workshop reviewing materials specifications for the city gate project he'd been postponing when the pulse reached him through the chi field. He put down the specifications, picked up his survey notebook, and walked to Stone Peak Town at a pace that Lin Suyin, who was working at the adjacent bench, had to move quickly to match. The attack site was Building 4's west wall, the one that had faced the street before the integrated network connected it to Buildings 3 and 5. Wei could read the load pattern before he reached the wall. An external force, applied repeatedly and with increasing intensity over what his monitoring records showed as a 30-minute window, focused on a single anchor point in the wall's formation layer. He had seen this attack pattern before. It was the standard approach for testing a formation's weakest point. Find the node with the highest load concentration, push against it, and keep pushing until the node fails catastrophically and takes the neighboring structure with it. The attack had not worked. He pressed his palm against the wall. The load pattern from the attack was still visible in the formation's memory. Chi impacts recorded in the anchor stone like a series of impact marks in concrete. He traced the force progression, initial probe strikes, then escalating intensity, then what appeared to be a full output strike from a cultivator at the silver core level. Building 4's west wall anchor had taken the silver core strike at full force. The monitoring record showed the load had distributed across 8 adjacent nodes through the transfer grid, peaked at about 40% of the network's rated capacity, and dissipated within 90 seconds. The anchor was undamaged. Wei documented this. He noted the attack force's characteristics, the estimated cultivation level, the attack timing, and the fact that the attack had originated from the narrow alley between the warehouse district and the neighboring property, which was owned by the merchant Rong family, whose patriarch was known to Wei as one of Xiao Daoming's commercial competitors. He also noted the footprint impressions in the alley's thin layer of winter grit. 3 sets. The lead practitioner, 2 observers. He took paper impressions of the footprints with the same methodical care he brought to survey work. Then he went to the city magistrate's office and presented the documentation. The magistrate was a practical woman named Magistrate 1, who had been resolving commercial disputes in Stone Peak Town for 12 years and had a well-developed instinct for which complaints had merit and which were being filed to make a point. She read Wei's documentation in 5 minutes. "The attack is documented in your formation's own monitoring record," she said. "Yes. The record shows the force trajectory, impact points, and intensity levels. The silver core output at the final strike is identifiable as a specific attack technique. I've noted the force signature characteristics that indicate formal martial training in the Stone Pillar sect's 3rd rank impact method. When looked at him, you can identify technique signatures from formation impact records. Load patterns are load patterns," Wei said. "A cultivator who uses a specific technique generates a specific force profile. The monitoring record stores the profile." He pulled out the comparison sketch, the attack profile alongside a reference drawing of the 3rd rank impact method's force signature from the sect's publicly available technique documentation. They match with intolerance. When paused. "This is new. I've never had a formation master provide impact signature evidence before. It wasn't a design goal of the monitoring array," Wei said. "It's a secondary capability that emerged from the load recording function. Any formation built on my design principles will produce the same records." When looked at the documentation for another moment, the 3rd rank impact technique is taught by elder instructor Peng Juxing's formation combat training program. I noted that. The practitioner could be any of his current or former students. "Yes," Wei said. "I've listed the 5 currently enrolled students with silver core cultivation in my supporting documentation as potential subjects for inquiry." When received the follow-up documentation page with an expression that suggested she had not expected to receive a prepared supplemental exhibit, but was not surprised that one existed. "I'll open a commercial interference inquiry," she said. "If the investigation confirms deliberate sabotage, there are penalties." "I understand," Wei said. "The primary purpose of this report is documentation. Whatever the outcome of the inquiry, the attack attempt has been formally recorded. Even if the inquiry concludes nothing actionable, especially then," Wei said, "pattern documentation requires each incident to be on record individually before the pattern becomes visible." He left the magistrate's office and walked back to the workshop. Lin Suyin had stayed at the warehouse district, completing a supplemental survey of the area around the impact site, while Wei was at the magistrate's office. She met him at the district entrance with 3 additional pages of observation notes. He read them. She had tracked the retreat path of the 3-person group after the attack, mapping their exit route through the alley network. The path led to the eastern market street, where it ended at the public thoroughfare and became untraceable. "They came prepared," she said. "They tested one anchor before the main strike. They knew what they were looking for." "Yes," Wei said. "They knew about the monitoring array too," she said. "They cleared the site before the notification would have reached you under a normal formation's response time." Wei looked at her. "They estimated a standard formation response time. Mine's shorter," she said. "I calibrated it for distance to your workshop. They got the street distance calculation wrong by about 40%. They had been trying to clear the scene before Wei arrived. They had not known that Wei worked at the adjacent workshop, not at the sect on the mountain." He updated the magistrate's supplemental documentation with this information and mailed it the same afternoon. Chapter 17. Public record: the rival formation master made his public challenge 8 days after the magistrate's inquiry opened. His name was Shen Guangfa. He was 40 years old, guild certified at the journeyman level, operating in the Stone Peak district under a contract with 3 commercial clients, and he had been losing business to Wei Jianchen's uncommonly durable commissions for 2 months. He posted his challenge notice on the Stone Peak Town public board, a formal statement questioning the structural integrity of Wei's warehouse district installation, citing unorthodox methods and non-standard design, and inviting any formation practitioner in the region to witness a comparative load test. Wei read the notice, noted the irony that his monitoring array's evidence was currently sitting in the magistrate's inquiry file, pending investigation of Shun's own apparent involvement in the warehouse attack, and posted his response the same afternoon. Asterisk challenge accepted. Date, the 5th of next month. Venue, the Stone Peak Town Public Formation Testing Square. Conditions, all formations in the Shao Warehouse District open for independent examination and load testing to any level any practitioner present cares to apply. Documentation of current structural status available for review before testing begins. All results recorded and filed with the magistrate's office. Asterisk the formation testing square was a permanent installation in the town's commercial district. A 30-meter space with a reinforced stone platform and standard testing measurement arrays built into the floor. It had hosted formation demonstrations for decades, and it had a permanent observation gallery that was usually occupied by formation enthusiasts, practitioners, and merchants evaluating potential service providers. The day of the test, the gallery was full. Wei arrived an hour early and spent that hour reviewing his documentation packet, the pre-installation survey, the design specifications, the installation records, and 45 days of monitoring array data, showing the warehouse district's structural performance since completion. He bound the documentation in a single folder and placed it on the demonstration table at the center of the square. Shun Guangfa arrived 10 minutes before the scheduled start with 2 other guild-certified practitioners. Wei recognized one of them from the magistrate's inquiry documentation. He noted this without comment. Elder Feng Bao was present in the gallery. He had come without announcing it, which was consistent with his operational style. The test format was simple. Any practitioner present could apply whatever load they chose to any element of the warehouse district formation network through the testing square's monitoring arrays, which provided a direct qi transmission link to the installations. 3 practitioners stepped forward to participate. Shun Guangfa, a guild master named Practitioner Ku, who ran the Eastern Commercial District's formation maintenance, and a senior cultivator named O Zhengda, who had been evaluating formation services for the Regional Merchants Association. Shun went first. He applied load progressively, starting at 50% of rated capacity, then 100, then pushing to 130, 140, 150. At each level, Wei's documentation folder on the table showed the predicted response. The monitoring data from the previous 45 days showed consistent performance at normal operational loads, and the design documentation showed the controlled failure zones that would activate under overload. At 150%, Building 4's west wall anchor, the same anchor that had absorbed the silver core strike 8 days ago, registered a load distribution response. The controlled failure zones engaged. The load transferred across 8 adjacent nodes. The testing square's monitoring arrays showed this in real time. A graphic display of force distribution spreading outward from the point of application, like a wave moving through water, each node accepting its portion of the redirected load and holding without stress. Shin released the load. Building 4's anchor returned to its standard state. He tried Building 1. Then the junction array between Buildings 3 and 4, which had been the district's previous vulnerability. The junction held without response until 200%, at which point the load distribution spread smoothly across the network's full 16-node structure, and the junction itself bore no more than any other individual element. Ku went second. He was methodical and professional. He was testing, not attacking, and he applied load at 6 different points across the district, measuring the response characteristics at each location. After 15 minutes, he returned to the center of the square and said, to the gallery rather than to Wei, the load distribution is consistent across all test points. The failure modes are controlled. The design is structurally coherent. He did not say it was better than guild-certified work. He said it was structurally coherent, which was what a guild-trained practitioner would say about something he couldn't find an objective fault with. O Zhengda applied one test. He pushed the monitoring array junction at maximum force for 10 seconds. The junction absorbed the force across the network, and when O released, the junction was unchanged. He made a note in his Merchants Association record. Shin made 2 more attempts at different points, with increasing force, looking for the weak node that every standard formation had. He did not find it. The test ended at the scheduled time. Wei opened his documentation folder and placed it on the public table, available for anyone to read. The monitoring data, the design specifications, the installation records, all of it. Any practitioner present is welcome to copy the design methodology, Wei said to the gallery. The structural redundancy principles are publicly documented. Any certified formation master can apply them. This was not the statement Shen Guangfa had prepared to counter. He had prepared to counter claims of exclusive technique or guild competition. He had not prepared to counter open-source methodology. He left without speaking. Ku stayed an extra hour, reading the documentation. He left with a copy he'd made in his own notation. Wei filed the test results with the magistrate's office as supplemental documentation to the existing inquiry. The magistrate concluded the commercial interference inquiry 11 days later. The evidence was insufficient to identify the specific practitioner who had made the warehouse attack. The three-person group had not been definitively identified, but the inquiry finding established the attack attempt on record and noted that the formation had performed as documented. Shen Guangfa did not renew 2 of his 3 commercial contracts in the district when they came up for review. Wei wrote in his lessons learned, ** public documentation creates accountability in both directions, discloses your methods, also establishes that challenges to your work have been examined and resolved. Build the record early. * Chapter 18. The Elder's History. Elder Feng Bao's private library occupied 2 rooms at the back of his residence. Not the modest scholar's collection that his public habits suggested, but something more substantial. Shelves from floor to ceiling, organized in a system that made sense only from the inside, with formation text shelved alongside structural treatises alongside histories of the guild's regional operations going back 200 years. Wei spent the first dinner cataloging the sections he could see from his seat at Feng Bao's table. You're reading the shelves? Feng said. Making a provisional assessment, Wei said. Sorry. Don't be. Feng poured tea with the unhurried care of a man who had learned to slow down decades ago. You've had 3 incidents with the guild this month. The formation attack, the journeyman's public challenge, and the supplemental complaint that was quietly filed with the regional formation licensing body 2 weeks ago. You may not know about that last one yet. Wei paused. No. The licensing body complaint is minor. It questions whether your inner disciple status is sufficient authorization for commercial formation work, since you don't hold a guild provisional certification. It will likely be dismissed, but it takes time to dismiss, and in the meantime it creates administrative friction. Wei had not known about the licensing complaint. He updated his active stakeholder log. They're using multiple channels simultaneously. Yes, Feng said. They usually do. He was quiet for a moment, and Wei recognized the quality of the silence. Someone gathering what they would say, and in what order. He waited. I was the Celestial Engineers Guild's chief structural theorist for 12 years, Feng said. Not in this region. At the headquarters in Cloudspire City. I wrote most of the methodological standards that are currently in the Guild's formation certification curriculum. Wei looked at him. He had assessed Feng as a former guild member. The mention in Chapter 8 had confirmed it, but chief structural theorist was a considerably different scale than he'd assumed. I left 28 years ago, Feng said. Under circumstances the guild would describe as resignation over methodological disagreements, and I would describe as being presented with evidence that the guild was deliberately certifying inadequate formations to ensure maintenance revenue, and then being offered a choice between accepting it or leaving. The tea was jasmine. The scent of it sat in the warm room air, too light for the weight of what was being said. The research I had done on redundancy structures and load distribution formation theory, Feng said, was seized as a guild asset when I left. A clause in the employment contract that I had not read carefully enough. My work became guild property. They shelved it. Wei thought of the formation competition report he'd produced, the one that had identified failure modes in guild-certified formation designs with methodological precision. He thought of the warehouse district installation, which demonstrated the same structural principles that Feng had apparently developed 28 years before him. Your research is in this library, Wei said. What I could reconstruct from memory, Feng said. I've had 28 years to reconstruct it. He looked at his tea. I couldn't apply it without drawing attention. The guild would have noticed and found a pretext to shut me down. A small-scale sect elder with no commercial practice and no disciples didn't threaten them. But a commercial formation master with documented public results does. Yes. Wei thought about this carefully. Feng Bao had positioned himself as a mentor and supporter from the beginning. The dinner invitations, the library access, the workshop authorization suggestion, the formation competition sponsorship. He had been building this conversation for several months, establishing a trusted relationship before making a request. Wei did not resent this. It was structurally sound strategy. You surveyed before you designed. What do you want from me? Wei said. I want someone to do the work I couldn't, Feng said simply. Not for my benefit. That window closed 28 years ago. For the benefit of the cultivators who are being injured by formations designed to fail because failure generates maintenance fees. He paused. And I want to provide materials and access and institutional cover to someone who is actually doing that work, because I've been sitting on the resources for this for 3 decades, and it has been." He stopped. He was not a man who often showed frustration. "Expensive," Wei said. "Yes," Feng said. Wei looked at the shelves. 2 rooms of resources that had been waiting for someone who could use them. 28 years of a structural theorist's carefully managed irrelevance. "I'll need everything in this library cataloged," he said. "Properly. With annotations. Some of it I can read and understand immediately. Some of it I'll need to work through with you." He paused. "The cataloging will take time. I won't rush it." Feng nodded. "And I'll need to know which guild practitioners you're still in contact with," Wei said. "Even informally. Especially informally. I'll give you a list." Wei took out his survey notebook and started a new section, Resource Inventory, Feng Biao Library. They talked for 3 hours. Wei filled 11 pages of notes. Walking back to his workshop in the cold mountain night, he could feel the formation network of the sect's outer wall alongside him as he walked. The steady structural pulse of the gate formations, the monitoring arrays at the courtyard junctions, the old and inadequate perimeter system that he'd been peripherally assessing for 6 weeks without formally starting a survey. He had the resources now to do this properly. He started the survey notes for the sect's outer perimeter on the walk home, riding by lantern light on the path, cataloging what his iron body chi sense could feel without even pressing his hands against the stone. There was more wrong with this perimeter than he'd initially thought. Chapter 19. The ley line under the gate. Lin Suyin completed her first fully independent survey on a Saturday, with Wei observing but not directing. The survey site was the sect's main gate, a formal stone structure 20 meters wide and 8 meters tall, with inscription channels carved into the gate lintel for the standard sect entry formation that filtered hostile chi and provided a minimal defensive barrier. Standard installation, mid-grade materials, reviewed and maintained by the sect's formation division on a routine schedule. Wei had given Suyin the assignment 2 weeks earlier, along with a blank survey notebook and the instruction: survey the gate, document everything you find, and submit the survey as a formal assessment report. She had spent 3 days on it. Her report was 31 pages. Wei read it in his workshop before looking up. He read it twice. She had found the ley line. It ran beneath the gate at a depth of approximately 12 meters, a major chi conduit, flowing east-northeast, with a throughput capacity that his formation experience allowed him to estimate at roughly 4 times the gate formation's current peak draw. The sect's gate formation was not using it at all. The formation's anchor points were set into the granite facing of the gate structure, which was clean and regular and excellent for inscription purposes, but it was floating 3 meters above the deep-running ley line without connecting to it. Suyin had mapped the ley line's position, its flow direction, its estimated depth and throughput, and this was the part Wei read a 3rd time: its relationship to 4 other ley lines she had identified during supplemental surveys of the sect's outer perimeter while conducting the gate survey. The 5 ley lines formed a pattern. She had sketched the pattern. It was approximately a pentagon, with the sect's main gate positioned on the western vertex. Wei got up, went to his map archive, and compared her sketch to the ancient foundation scar pattern he had copied from the lower training ground in his 3rd week in this body. The ley line pentagon Suyin had sketched corresponded to 5 of the foundation scar's anchor points. He sat down. The foundation scar was not a local formation. It was one vertex of something much larger. He had known this abstractly from the scale of the buried pattern, but the ley line mapping made it concrete. The sect's entire mountain was one structural element in a regional scale formation network that predated the sect by at least 3,000 years. He filed this carefully in long-term assessment priorities and went to find Suyin. She was in the workshop, working on the notation translation of her survey notes from her original system into standard format. "The ley line," he said. "I found it on the 2nd day," she said. "I walked the gate approach 7 times before I was confident in the depth estimate. You didn't mention it to me during the survey. The assignment was to complete the survey independently," she said. "I wanted to complete it." A pause that contained approximately 3 months of having her observations dismissed, corrected, or preemptively managed. "I wanted to find out if I could." "You could," Wei said. "The ley line depth estimate is within acceptable margin. The throughput calculation is—" He stopped. He had been about to say correct, as if it was surprising. "Very good. The throughput calculation is accurate." She looked at the gate formation documentation. "You're going to redesign the gate formation. I was going to survey it this month regardless. The ley line changes the design parameters significantly." He looked at her report. "Your survey is the basis for the redesign. I'll credit it in the documentation. You don't need to do that. It's accurate documentation," he said. "Your survey found the ley line. The redesign would not exist without it. The documentation should say so. She looked at him with the careful expression of someone deciding whether to object further and concluding it wasn't worth it. The gate formation redesign took 4 days of documentation and 1 day of installation. The redesigned formation connected to the ley line through a pair of deep anchor channels that Wei spent half a day hand-cutting into the bedrock below the gate foundation. Blood seal work, the most exacting inscription he had done to date, his hands aching for 2 days afterward. But when the deep anchors seeded into the ley line and the formation completed its structural integration, the gate formation's output capacity increased by approximately 340%. He had the gate tested at 200% of its original rated capacity before presenting the results to sect head Kai. At 200%, the new gate formation was running at 58% of its current rated capacity, drawing from the ley line, with 7 standard load-shedding nodes engaged in passive monitoring mode. Kai looked at the test results. She looked at the gate. She looked at Wei. Inner disciple, she said. Formal promotion. Trial waived on the basis of documented work. She paused. Elder instructor Peng will protest. I know, Wei said. She formally announced the promotion that afternoon. Peng Juxing filed the protest within the hour. Wei had been notified of this by Feng Bao, who had been monitoring Peng's administrative activities since the confiscation incident and had developed a reliable sense of the man's response timelines. Wei filed Peng's protest in his administrative records under current challenges, active. The file was getting full. Chapter 20. The empty workshop. The inner disciple promotion ceremony was held on a Wednesday at the 5th bell of the morning. A formal affair with sect head Kai presiding, the inner disciple council present, and a gathering of other sect members in the ceremony hall. Wei attended in his best inner disciple robe, which he had purchased from the sect stores the previous week using the tithe net income from his last 4 commissions. He had brought his survey notebook, because he always brought his survey notebook. The ceremony was 12 minutes long. It included a formal acknowledgement of his formation assessment work, a recitation of his cultivation standing, and the transfer of his registration from outer to inner division. Lin Suyin was in the observation gallery. She had duties that prevented her from attending formally, but she had arranged her morning schedule to make the timing work. Elder Feng Bao was also in the gallery, standing near the back with the carefully neutral expression of a man who was observing something he had spent 3 decades preparing for. Wei received his inner disciple token, a carved jade piece about the size of his thumb, the sect's mountain emblem on one side, and the inner division marker on the other, and acknowledged the assembly with a nod. He had been an outer disciple for approximately 5 months. He was now an inner disciple with a permanent workshop, a commission project list, a trained surveyor, and an open administrative file on elder instructor Peng Juxing. The ceremony concluded. Wei was shaking hands with Luo Fonghao, who had attended as a point of personal principle and who Wei had developed a genuine respect for, when the perimeter alarm activated. Not a subtle notification pulse. A formation failure signal, the specific frequency pattern that indicated a structural cascade in the sect's defensive array. Wei felt it through the stone floor before he heard the audible alarm, a low resonant shudder that traveled up through his feet and into his meridians with the unmistakable signature of a load-bearing failure. 3 seconds later, the alarm bells rang. Wei was already moving toward the door. He had spent 2 months assessing the sect's perimeter formation, and he knew exactly which failure modes were present. He knew which joints were compromised, which anchors were running above rated capacity, which sections of the outer wall formation had been patched with incompatible inscription methods that would crack under sustained load change. He knew which joint would fail first under an externally applied cascade pattern. He pushed through the ceremony hall side door into the courtyard and felt the perimeter from outside. The formation was not overloaded from external attack. The load pattern was wrong for enemy action. It was distributed in a specific, unnatural way, focused on the joints Wei had flagged as compromised, as if someone had applied targeted stress to the exact points most likely to cascade. Deliberate. Targeted. Using his own assessment reports. The first failure point was at the east wall junction. Exactly as his notes had predicted. The chi field there had collapsed into a dead zone, and without that junction's load contribution, the neighboring sections were receiving excess stress. Wei could trace the cascade in real time, the same progression he'd seen in structural models, each failure adding load to the next weakest point. He ran. 2 disciples were injured in the cascade, not severely, but the formation backlash from the east wall junction had released a pulse that caught them in the training ground nearby. Wei reached the east wall and assessed the damage in under a minute. The junction was gone. The neighboring anchors were shedding load into each other in an improvised redistribution that would hold for perhaps an hour before the next failure. He was already designing the emergency repair sequence in his head when the runner found him. A young disciple, breathing hard, holding a formal document with the red seal of the Celestial Engineers Guild. Elder Wei, inner disciple Wei, the disciple caught his breath. This arrived by emergency courier. The formation division was directed to deliver it immediately. Wei took the document without stopping the mental calculation of the repair sequence. He opened it one-handed. Cease and practice order. Wei Jianchen, inner disciple, Stone Pillar Sect. By authority of the Celestial Engineers Guild, Regional Oversight Division. All formation design, installation, instruction, and commercial practice in the Stone Pillar Sect regional jurisdiction is suspended pending resolution of Guild inquiry. Effective immediately upon delivery. He read it twice. The cascade repair sequence was still running in the back of his head. He had another 40 minutes before the next junction failed. The Guild representative is at the workshop, the runner said. They've already sealed the door. Your materials. Are the injured disciples stable? Wei said. Elder Su is attending to them. They're stable, Wei said. He folded the cease order and put it in the same pocket as his survey notebook. Tell the Guild representative I'll be at the workshop when the immediate safety situation is resolved. Not before. He turned back to the east wall and began the emergency repair. It took 40 minutes. When he was done, the perimeter formation was patched in 3 places with makeshift load redistribution that would hold for perhaps a month before requiring proper repair. He had used methods that were structurally sound but were not technically formation design. He was using his existing inner disciple status to deploy a technical fix that fell within a different regulatory category. He was parsing regulation language in his head while doing emergency stonework. He noted this in his lessons learned file that evening. Personal observation. Have become capable of regulatory analysis and structural repair simultaneously. Uncertain whether this is an efficiency or a concerning habit. He went to the workshop. The Guild representative, a thin man in official gray with the seal of the Regional Oversight Division on his collar, was waiting with 2 assistants and a document box. The workshop door was sealed with a Guild lock. The representative read the formal order aloud. Wei listened. When the reading was complete, Wei said, I require a copy of the regulatory provisions under which the order was issued, the specific complaints lodged with the Guild that triggered the inquiry, and the formal timeline for the inquiry's resolution. The representative had not expected this response. He produced the copy after a brief consultation with his assistants. Wei read it. He identified 4 procedural provisions, 2 potential regulatory ambiguities, and 1 outright error in the citation of the founding regulation the Guild was relying on. He wrote these in his survey notebook, standing in the hallway outside his sealed workshop. The representative left with his assistants. Wei stood in the empty corridor. He looked at the sealed door. He looked at the survey notebook in his hands. The notation he'd started on the walk home from Fengbao's dinner, the outer perimeter assessment, was 4 pages in. He couldn't install anything under the cease order. He couldn't take commercial commissions. He couldn't teach formation theory in a formal context. He turned to a new page. He could document. Active assessment, Stone Pillar Sect outer perimeter. Survey phase, no installation required. Not covered by cease and practice provisions. He wrote this as a formal notation header, dated it, and continued the perimeter assessment notes he'd started 2 weeks ago. He had a notebook and a methodology and 20 years of professional habit that had survived a construction site collapse, a reincarnation, and 5 months of incremental bureaucratic warfare. There was a lot of sect perimeter left to survey. He started walking. Chapter 21. The loophole. The appeal to the sect's legal committee took 3 days to be heard and 1 hour to be adjudicated. The outcome was not what Wei had hoped for. Sect head Kai convened the committee herself, which meant she took it seriously. The committee's conclusion was that the Guild's cease and practice order was technically valid under the regional licensing agreements the Stone Pillar Sect had signed 40 years ago, and that fighting it openly would put the sect at risk of losing its formation licensing consortium membership. Consortium membership meant the sect's disciples could have their formations legally certified, which meant they could practice commercially, which meant it was worth several 100,000 spirit stones annually in indirect economic value. The order covers design, installation, instruction, and commercial practice, the committee chair read from the document. In the regional licensing jurisdiction, Wei had been reading the order for 3 days. He had read it 11 times. It does not cover documentation of existing formations, he said. Correct. And it does not specify what constitutes instruction. The committee chair looked at him over the document. It does not specify. Because the standard understanding of formation instruction is workshop teaching, hands-on technique training, Wei said. There's a documented regulatory distinction in the founding protocols between practical technique instruction, which is licensed and restricted, and theoretical education, which is classified as academic practice. He had found this distinction in the sect's regulatory archive, which he had been reading for 2 days in the space between perimeter surveys. Theoretical educational content on formation principles, without practical technique demonstration, is not covered by the Guild's certification licensing requirements. The committee looked at the founding protocols Wei had cited. They looked at the cease order. A lecture course, Kai said. Theoretical foundations of formation architecture, Wei said. Load path principles. Structural failure analysis methodology. No practical technique instruction. The committee deliberated for 20 minutes. Their conclusion, Wei's proposed lecture course fell within the theoretical education exception. The cease order's commercial practice restriction would stand. The instruction restriction would be interpreted narrowly, covering hands-on formation work only. The Guild representative, when notified, filed an objection. The objection would take 6 to 8 weeks to be formally reviewed. Wei's first lecture was scheduled for Thursday. He spent the intervening days writing out the lecture materials, not cultivation texts, which would have required Guild certification, but engineering documents. Load path diagrams. Stress concentration analysis examples. Controlled failure zone design methodology. Formation failure case studies drawn from his own observations over the past 5 months, with identifying details removed, formatted as technical case analyses. He spent particular care on the case studies. Each one demonstrated the same underlying structural truth through a different scenario. The same truth he had been applying since the first day he pressed his hand against the beast pen floor. Load follows structure. Structure can be designed. Design structure can fail gracefully instead of catastrophically. The audience for the first lecture was 23 outer disciples and 3 inner disciples. By the second lecture, it was 81. Chapter 22. The lecture hall. The formation division had no lecture hall of its own. The theoretical curriculum that existed was taught as individual instructor sessions in the training rooms. Wei held his lectures in the outer disciples' common hall, which had long tables and could fit approximately 90 people if they sat on the tables. By the 4th week, they were sitting on the tables. He taught load paths first, because load paths were the foundation of everything else. Most of the disciples in the room understood formations through their visual geometry, the inscription symbols, the channeling lines, the anchor shapes. They understood what a formation looked like. They did not understand what it was doing. He drew a formation diagram on the chalkboard. Standard entry barrier array, the kind that every sect used for its main gate. 8 anchors in a radial pattern, central node, output field. Where does the chi go when the formation is under attack? He asked. Silence. Then a second-year inner disciple named Lu Fongming. He had been in the formation division for 3 years and was Luo Fenghao's closest peer, raised his hand. It resists the attack. Show me where in this diagram, Wei said. Lu pointed to the central node. Why the central node? A longer pause. Because it's the strongest point? No, Wei said. It's the strongest point in your mental model of the formation, because it's at the center. In structural reality, it's the weakest point. He drew the load path arrows on the diagram. 8 incoming stress vectors, all converging at the center, no distribution, no transfer network. Every attack on this formation goes to the same place. If that place fails, the formation fails. That's not strength. That's a single point of failure. He drew a second formation, his own gate design, with the deep anchor ley line connection and the distributed secondary network. Same output capacity, he said. Different structure. Load distributes across 8 secondary nodes before any of it reaches the center. To fail this formation, you have to overwhelm all 8 nodes simultaneously, which requires 8 times the force. He paused. This is not a secret. This is load distribution. It's the same principle used in bridge engineering in the discipline I studied before I was here. A hand went up in the back. One of the outer disciples who had been sitting on the table, a young woman Wei had not seen before, perhaps 17, with the alert stillness of someone who processed information quickly. What discipline? Structural engineering, Wei said. The design of load-bearing structures. Buildings, bridges, foundations. The same principles apply to formations because formations are structures. They carry load. They have members under stress. They fail when load exceeds capacity at any given point. Why doesn't the guild teach this? Lu Fongming asked. Because if formations lasted 50 years instead of 5, the guild's maintenance revenue would decrease by roughly 90%, Wei said. This was not a rhetorical statement. He had done the calculation, and it was approximately accurate based on the guild's publicly available fee schedules. I'm not saying the guild consciously designs formations to fail. I'm saying there's no institutional incentive to improve them. The room was very quiet. Wei had not intended to say this quite so directly in only the fourth lecture. He had intended to build to it methodically, establishing the structural foundations before the institutional critique. His perfectionism had been telling him for 3 weeks to pace the curriculum more carefully, to establish the theoretical groundwork more thoroughly before introducing the political implications. He noted this in his lessons learned file. Asterisk timing error. Revealed structural critique of guild methodology at week 4, before full theoretical foundation established. Consequence: accelerated disciple engagement. Accelerated guild monitoring of lecture content. Next time, pace this more carefully. Asterisk the lectures kept running. The formation maintenance backlog. The queue of minor formation repairs that sat in the division's work queue, waiting for an instructor-supervised session that never quite materialized, began to clear as disciples who had attended Wei's lectures started identifying and reporting defects themselves. Disciple complaints about formation injuries dropped to 0 for the first time in 2 years. Peng Juxing filed 3 separate objections to the lectures with the sect administration over the following month. All 3 were reviewed and dismissed. Chapter 23. The captain who came to be disappointed by Rulin arrived at the 5th lecture carrying her helmet. She was not carrying it in the way someone carries equipment. She was carrying it in the way someone carries a statement. The helmet was gold core battle grade, silver traced, and identifiable to anyone in the inner division as the gear of a gold core combat specialist. It said, "I am a serious practitioner. I do not typically attend outer disciples lecture courses. I am here under protest." She sat in the front row. Wei was in the middle of a case analysis. A load path failure in a standard combat barrier array from a battle that had taken place in the southern regional conflict 3 years ago, in which 4 cultivators had been injured when their combat formation failed under sustained siege. He finished the analysis without acknowledging her arrival and asked the room for the primary failure mode. For students identified the load concentration at the central node before by Rulin said, flatly, "It's the same failure as the gate formation from last week's case analysis." Wei looked at her. The structural failure mode is identical. The context is different. Battlefield deployment requires different load tolerance factors than stationary gateway protection. What's the relevant difference? She looked at the diagram. Her expression was not hostile, exactly. It was the expression of someone who had come expecting to dismiss something and found that the dismissal was going to require more work than anticipated. Battlefield formations are deployed fast. You can't survey a combat site. You can't survey a combat site thoroughly, Wei agreed. But you can build mobile formations that predistribute load regardless of anchor conditions. He drew the portable frame design on the chalkboard, the one he had been working on for 2 weeks, specifically because battlefield deployment was the context where his standard survey before design requirement created the most problems. A formation with its load distribution built into the carrier structure rather than into the anchor installation. You place it anywhere, the load path is already established. I studied the design on the board. She was reading it differently than the other students. Less interested in the structural theory, more interested in how fast it could be set up and taken down, how much space it required, whether it would work on stone versus packed earth versus mountain granite. 45 seconds for 3 people, Wei said, answering the question she hadn't asked aloud. Breakdown in under 20 seconds. There are no anchor inscriptions to clear, just a latched carrier structure. What's the load rating? 180% of a standard combat barrier at sustained output. 400% burst tolerance for impact loads. He paused. It hasn't been tested in actual combat. I designed it based on combat load parameters from the formation literature. The combat load parameters in the formation literature are from the Eastern campaign 60 years ago, Wei said. Current threat profile is different. Higher chi density in standard attacks, more focused strike patterns. Wei looked at her. What are the specific parameters for current threat profile? She named them. They were detailed and specific. Strike frequencies, force profiles, sustained attack durations. This was not information she had memorized from texts. This was field knowledge. I need to revise 2 assumptions in the portable barrier design for current conditions, Wei said. He was already writing. The load burst tolerance would need to increase. The recovery time between peak loads needs to be modeled differently. He looked up. Can you review a revised design for accuracy? Bai Ruolin looked at him as if she had come to watch a performance and been handed a script. Yes, she said. I'll have a revised design by the end of this week, Wei said. Survey first. If you can give me the parameters for the most common current attack profile, I can calibrate the design to the actual load rather than the archive parameters. She left her address with his course assistant before she left. It was a garrison posting address, which meant she was stationed near the sect, which meant she had attended the lecture for a reason beyond professional curiosity. He filed this in stakeholder assessment. BAI rule in, new entry, and continued the lecture. Chapter 24. Combat Formation Trial by Rulin's proposed test conditions were stark and specific. 3 senior inner disciples, all at gold core, attacking simultaneously at full sustained output. 60-second engagement duration. Target, a stationary formation barrier Wei installed in the combat training ground. Wei asked for a week. She gave him a week. He spent 4 days surveying the combat training ground before designing anything. The ground was a 50 by 50 meter enclosed space with reinforced stone walls and an earth and packed gravel floor that had been used for intensive chi discharge practice for years. The chi substrate was, in Wei's assessment, the most chaotic environment he had surveyed. Years of full power strikes had fragmented the ley line flow near the surface into 100 disconnected microstreams, and the wall formation that absorbed residual chi discharge was running at about 60% of rated capacity due to accumulated load damage. He wrote 3 pages of notes on the training ground before he wrote a single line of formation design. The challenge was not the 3 gold core disciples. The challenge was deploying a formation in a substrate he could not use as structural support in the standard way. He designed around it. If the substrate was fractured and unusable, he could not anchor into it. He could, however, anchor into the walls, the reinforced stone walls whose load-bearing characteristics he understood, which were undamaged because the wall formation absorbed discharge before it reached the structural stone. He designed a wall-anchored barrier using tension cable logic. The formation's load path ran through cables of chi connecting 4 wall anchors in a diamond pattern, with the protected space in the interior. No floor anchors. No substrate dependency. The load distributed through the wall structure, which was rated for it. The installation took 4 hours. 2 hours of wall survey, 2 hours of blood seal anchor work in the 4 wall corners. The test happened on a Thursday afternoon. The 3 disciples Bai had selected were chosen, Wei suspected, for the specific combination of their attack styles. 1 high-power close-range striker, 1 sustained output force cultivator, and 1 precision technique specialist. They covered the 3 primary attack vectors that battle formations encountered. They hit the formation simultaneously at the 60-second mark of full output. Wei stood outside the formation's protection zone, 20 meters back, and watched the load distribution in real time. The wall anchors received the combined force and distributed it into the diamond tension network. The load spread, peaked at the intersection of the 2 diagonal tension lines, then shed into the secondary nodes he'd built into the anchor channels. The formation held. Not just held. It ran more efficiently under attack than at rest, because the external force was feeding into the tension network in the way a suspension bridge carries load. The cables carried tension, not compression, and the more force applied, the more efficiently the load distributed. At 38 seconds, the close-range striker switched tactics and tried to attack the wall anchor directly. Wei had anticipated this. The anchor channel inscription was recessed into the wall stone with a load dispersal cap that spread any direct attack over a 3-meter surface area of wall, rendering concentrated force ineffective. At 60 seconds, Bai called the test. The 3 disciples stopped. The formation was undamaged. The training ground walls were undamaged. Bai walked to the formation and pressed her hand against it. It was feeding on the attacks. The tension network converts impact force into distributed load, Wei said. More attack equals more load equals more stable distribution. The optimal operating condition for that formation is sustained high-intensity attack. She looked at the wall anchors. She looked at the formation's geometry, 4 corners, diamond orientation, nothing on the floor. You didn't use the floor. The substrate was unusable. Every formation I've ever seen uses floor anchors. Every formation I've seen uses floor anchors too, Wei said. The floor substrate is usually the most accessible load-bearing path, but it's not the only one. He paused. A structural engineer's first rule: the obvious load path isn't always the best one. She was quiet for a long moment, looking at the formation with the focused attention of someone recalculating something they had previously thought they understood. She did not say the formation was good. She said, the recovery time between peak loads. How long does the formation need to dissipate before a second attack cycle? At 60-second intervals, essentially 0. The tension network is always below saturation at that intensity level. He paused. You're thinking about sustained siege conditions. I'm thinking about the garrison at Wulong Pass, she said. They've had 3 standard barrier arrays fail in 4 months under 8-day siege conditions. Each one fails at the same point. Day 4, when the cultivators maintaining the formation start exhausting their chi reserves and output drops, and the formation can't maintain integrity at reduced input. A formation that requires active maintenance to sustain load will fail when maintenance personnel exhaust, Wei said. Structural answer. The formation needs to sustain itself passively. Draw from the local substrate, not from practitioners. Can you do that? I need to survey Wulong Pass. He pulled out his survey notebook. Tell me about the substrate conditions. She told him. He took 4 pages of notes. By the end of it, she was also taking notes. Chapter 25. The craftsman's rule. The request came from a group of outer disciples who had attended every lecture and who had, in the 6 weeks since the lectures began, become noticeable through their absence from the standard formation training sessions and their presence at every location where Wei happened to be conducting informal assessments. There were 7 of them. They arrived at his workshop together on a Friday evening, which was either a coordinated approach or a spontaneous gathering. He assessed the latter. They had the slightly disorganized energy of people who had been individually thinking about the same question and had only that afternoon decided to ask it together. Their spokesperson was a third-year outer disciple named Chen Pailan, who had not previously spoken in any of Wei's lectures, but who, Wei's notes indicated, had submitted 3 written questions after lecture sessions. Detailed, technically grounded questions that suggested she had been doing supplemental reading. The formation repair techniques, she said. The ones you use for assessment and maintenance. We want to learn them. Wei looked at the group. 7 outer disciples, none of them with significant commercial resources. All of them with the specific energy of people who had spent years paying guild-licensed formation fees for repairs to their personal cultivation equipment and training formations and had recently developed a clear understanding of how unnecessary those fees were. Why, he said. Chen looked at him steadily. There are 47 formations in the outer disciples' training areas that are running above 80% of rated capacity due to accumulated damage. The guild's maintenance schedule covers 3 of them per quarter. The backlog is 16 months. She had done the survey. He hadn't known this. He had done his own assessment of the main practice hall, but the outer disciples' extended training areas were outside his primary scope. He filed a mental note to ask her for the full survey documentation. The cease and practice order, Chen continued, covers formation installation, design, and commercial practice. It does not specify formation maintenance on personal equipment and assigned training space. Wei looked at the group. They had read the order. They had found the same gap he had. I'm not currently permitted to teach practical formation technique, he said. We know, Chen said. We're not asking you to teach us. We're asking whether we can learn it ourselves. A pause. From your public documentation. His public documentation. The assessment reports he had filed with the sect administration, the formation failure case studies from the lectures, the technical specifications he had submitted for the gate redesign and the practice hall renovations. All of it was in the sect's administrative archive, classified as sect property documentation, accessible to any inner or outer disciple. He had made it all public deliberately. He looked at the 7 of them for a moment longer. The documentation is in the administrative archive, he said. Section 4 of the formation assessment records, filed under my name, includes the complete methodology for load path evaluation and controlled failure zone identification. Section 7 includes the case studies. The gate redesign specification in Section 12 includes the blood seal technique parameters. Chen was writing in a notebook. One requirement, Wei said, from the documentation. She looked up. Every repair you make, you document it, Wei said. The pre-repair condition, the methodology, the post-repair assessment, your name, and the date. Filed with the sect administration. Every repair. He paused. A craftsman stands behind their work. If you can't put your name on it, don't do it. A moment's silence while this landed. It was not a lecture requirement. There was no formal lecture anymore, not for practical technique. It was a professional standard, offered as a condition of access to knowledge. Why? Chen asked. Not challenging, genuinely asking. Because anonymous repairs don't create accountability, Wei said. If a repair fails, the affected cultivator needs to know who did it, why they made the choices they made, and what the condition was before. If there's a pattern of failures with a specific methodology, the documentation reveals it. If a technique works consistently, the documentation demonstrates it. He looked at her notebook. Documentation is how individual craftsmen become a profession. You each carry your own history. Collectively, you carry the history of the work. Chen wrote this down. He gave her the archive access code for his documentation files. The 7 of them started their repair work that weekend. By the following Friday, Chen had submitted 2 repair assessments to the sect's administrative archive, signed in her own hand, with complete pre- and post-condition documentation. By the end of the month, there were 14 outer disciples conducting documented formation maintenance in the sect's outer training areas, using methodology derived entirely from Wei's public assessment files. The guild certified maintenance queue backlog, still waiting for the next quarterly visit, received a formal notification from the sect administration. The formation scheduled for that visit had already been repaired. The notification cited sect administrative documentation, with each repair filed individually. The guild's regional representative sent a formal query asking who had authorized the repairs. The sect administration sent back a copy of each repair record, 14 of them, each signed by the disciple responsible, each citing the sect's founding charter provision allowing disciples to maintain their own assigned cultivation equipment. The query response took 3 weeks and concluded that the repairs were within regulatory tolerance. By that point, there were 22 disciples doing documented formation maintenance. Wei filed this development in his lessons learned under institutional architecture. What happens when you make the methodology freely available and teach people to sign their names to their work? The lesson: methods propagate. Accountability propagates with them. The combination is more durable than either alone. He was behind on his perimeter survey notes. He went back to work. Chapter 26. Reinforcing the frame. The breakthrough to copper meridian happened during a repair session. Wei had been conducting a systematic maintenance review of his own meridian network every 2 weeks since reaching iron body. The same methodical assessment he'd apply to any structure under sustained operational load, checking the primary pathways for stress accumulation, verifying that the load transfer architecture established during his initial Qi Foundation repair was still distributing correctly. 7 months into this practice, he noticed something he hadn't seen before. The secondary branch network, the 43 minor pathways he'd originally classified as non-structural distribution channels, was developing new growth. Not damage accumulation, actual structural expansion, the meridian equivalent of a building's steel frame developing additional load-bearing capacity through controlled stress cycling. The secondary branches were thickening, deepening, becoming true load-bearing members rather than the thin distribution channels the cultivation text described. He spent 2 days tracing the development carefully before understanding what had caused it. The blood seal inscription work. Every time he completed a blood seal anchor installation, pressing his own Qi-saturated blood into stone channels, holding the connection while the anchor set, the load from the formation's structural stress had been feeding back into his own meridian network. Small amounts, controlled amounts, within tolerance each time. Over 7 months of regular installation work, the accumulated stress cycling had produced something the cultivation texts called copper meridian advancement, and that Wei's engineering instincts recognized as work hardening. The same process by which metal strengthens under controlled repeated load. His secondary meridian network had strengthened precisely because he had used it, under load, repeatedly, as part of his formation work. The advancement came fully as he completed an anchor installation for a monitoring array he was setting in the outer training ground's eastern wall, a permitted activity under the cease order since it was documentation work, not installation. He was 30 feet up a stone wall, pressing his palm against a blood seal channel while the anchor set, when the secondary network completed its structural transition and he felt everything in the sect's grounds at once. Not overwhelmingly, cleanly. The way a building's structural engineer can feel load distribution through a floor, not by effort, but passively, continuously, because the sensitivity is now part of the structural system. He held still against the wall for 10 seconds, processing. The sect's outer perimeter formation, which he had been surveying incrementally for 2 months, was suddenly legible in its entirety. Every anchor, every junction, every compromised node. The monitoring array he had just installed was already feeding him data about the eastern wall's load characteristics with a precision he couldn't have achieved before. He finished setting the anchor. He climbed down. He sat on the ground and wrote for 20 minutes before he moved. Asterisk copper meridian. Passive load sensing range expanded significantly. Structural data available continuously without active Qi expenditure. Practical consequence. Site surveys now include ongoing passive monitoring of ambient formation networks. Note for operational practice. Ambient data from compromised formations will now be continuously present in background awareness. Develop filtering habits to maintain focus. Asterisk he read this back. Added. Asterisk also. This is how structural engineers feel all the time about buildings. Welcome back to the profession. Asterisk the secondary network's enhanced sensitivity also meant he could feel the deep pulse under the lower training ground more clearly than before. Not just that it existed, but its direction, its flow rate. Its connection points to at least 3 other underground patterns he hadn't been able to feel from the surface before. He opened the long-term assessment file to a new section and started drawing. Chapter 27. The monitoring problem. The sabotage attempt happened during the 7th lecture. Wei had expected something. Not necessarily sabotage. He had expected escalation, in some form, because the pattern of resistance from Peng Juxing had been escalating incrementally, and the lecture course was, in his assessment, the most visible challenge to the status quo that he had yet mounted. 22 disciples conducting documented formation repairs was irritating. 80 disciples attending lectures on structural failure modes was threatening. He had installed a passive monitoring array in the common hall 2 weeks before the incident, using the same methodology Chen Pailan and her group had been using for training area maintenance. Documented, filed, signed, citing the sect's charter provisions for educational support infrastructure. The monitoring array was not hidden. It was noted in the room's equipment manifest. The sabotage was simple in concept. One of the practice formation arrays Wei used for demonstration would be modified overnight to fail unpredictably during the lecture. The failure would create a chi backlash in an enclosed space with 80 people, injuring disciples and discrediting the lecture methodology. The modifications were made to 2 of his demonstration arrays. The monitoring array recorded both events, the exact time, the door access entry and exit, and, because the modification work required sustained chi manipulation at close range, the cultivation level signature of the person doing the work. Wei identified both signatures before morning. One was a second-year outer disciple named Fan Jizhou, who had attended the first 3 lectures and then stopped. The other was a woman named Lao Benying, who had never attended any lectures and whose cultivation signature matched, within normal variation, the records of one of Peng Juxing's current formation training students. He documented this carefully. He did not confront Fan or Lao directly. He did not replace the sabotage demonstration arrays. He removed them from the lecture layout entirely and substituted static diagrams, which he preferred anyway because they could be drawn to any specification rather than constrained by available physical equipment. He notified the monitoring system finding to sect head Kai's office and continued. During the 7th lecture, Peng Juxing's involvement became clear through a second incident. The sect's formation training registration system, which managed the allocation of training time and formation equipment to the formation division, submitted an automated error report that incorrectly flagged Wei's lecture enrollment as exceeding authorized capacity. The error report cited a formation training regulation that was real but had not been applied to lecture courses in its 70 years of existence. The error report required administrative review. Administrative review required Wei to appear before the Formation Oversight Committee. The committee meeting was scheduled at the same time as his 8th lecture. He identified this as a timing attack and addressed it in the most straightforward way available. He asked Luo Fenghao to cover the 8th lecture with the prepared lecture materials, which he had written up as a self-contained document specifically because he had anticipated interference with his ability to attend every session. The committee meeting took 40 minutes. The error report was procedurally invalid because the regulation it cited had an enrollment threshold that the lecture course did not meet. Wei presented the enrollment records. The committee dismissed the report. He was back in the common hall in time for the last 20 minutes of the 8th lecture. The following week, sect head Kai summoned Peng Juxing to her office. The summons was formal and documented. Wei was not present at the meeting, but the outcome was recorded in the sect's administrative file. Elder instructor Peng Juxing's authority over the formation training facilities was restricted to his specific assigned roster of formation students, and he was formally barred from initiating administrative actions related to Wei's lecture course, workshop, or commercial activities. His title changed from elder instructor to outer supervisor. Wei filed the administrative record in stakeholder assessment. Peng Juxing updated the threat level from active to diminished and added a note. Asterisk pattern. Escalation followed by institutional restraint. Anticipate continued attempts via indirect channels. Monitor for proxies. Asterisk, he went back to his perimeter survey notes. Chapter 28. The Assessor Ku Biling arrived at the sect on a Tuesday with a standard inspection kit, a formal credential case, and the specific energy of a person who had been assigned to confirm something and was prepared to be efficient about it. She was perhaps 35, with the compact, precise manner of a guild official who had advanced on competence rather than politics. Wei assessed this from her first 10 minutes in his workshop. She organized her documentation in a logical sequence. She asked questions in a direct line, without rhetorical framing, and when she disagreed with something she said so, without performing displeasure. She had been sent to investigate the lecture course. Specifically, whether Wei's theoretical education exception was genuine or a regulatory evasion. I'll need to attend one of your lectures, she said, and review your lecture materials in advance. I have copies here, Wei said. He had prepared a documentation packet for her visit, because he had assumed the guild would send someone, and he had prepared for the most professionally rigorous version of that visit. He handed her 3 volumes. She read the first volume for 45 minutes before speaking again. This is engineering documentation, she said. Yes. Not formation methodology. The underlying principles are the same, Wei said. I'm teaching structural analysis from first principles. The application to formation arrays is the student's own derivation. That distinction may not hold under the Guild's regulatory interpretation. It held under the sect's legal committee's interpretation, Wei said. I'm interested to hear whether the Guild's analysis produces a different result. She looked at him over the documentation. It was, he thought, the look of a professional assessing whether a technical argument was genuinely sound or merely clever. The same look he gave formation designs before deciding whether they were well-built or merely complicated. I'll tell you what I find, she said. The lecture she attended was the 9th, which Wei had structured as a case analysis session. 7 formation failures from the past 3 years in the regional area, each analyzed using the structural methodology from the course materials. The students, there were 84 that day, filling every table and several window ledges, worked through each case in teams, identifying failure modes, drafting redesigns, presenting their analysis. Ku sat in the back and watched. She did not take standard notes. She was writing in a notation system Wei didn't recognize, which he suspected was Guild assessment shorthand. After the lecture, she requested 3 hours of technical dialogue with Wei. They sat in his workshop, and she systematically examined his methodology. Not superficially, she knew the formation theory, knew the Guild's standard approaches, and she was looking for the specific points where Wei's structural analysis diverged from Guild methodology and whether those divergences were genuine innovation or boundary testing. She found 12 points of divergence. She cross-examined Wei on all 12. Wei answered each one with precise technical reasoning, citing his structural engineering background where relevant and acknowledging uncertainty where he had uncertainty. He did not claim more than he knew. He did not retreat from positions that were correct. At hour 2, she said, "You're not teaching formation methodology. No, you're teaching structural analysis principles that have formation applications, but the structure to formation translation is performed by the students themselves." Yes. The Guild's regulatory language on instruction covers formation methodology and technique. It does not explicitly cover structural analysis principles. No, Wei agreed. It doesn't. A pause. She was looking at her assessment notes. I'll file my report when I return to Cloudspire City, she said. The finding will take 6 to 8 weeks for review. I understand. She gathered her materials. At the workshop door, she paused. The case analysis methodology you used in today's lecture, the failure mode identification framework. Did you develop that independently? From first principles, based on structural engineering methodology from my previous professional background, Wei said. Elder Fengbao's research, she said quietly, 30 years ago, included a failure mode analysis framework for formation arrays that was never published. She said this without emphasis, as a statement of fact. The Guild's archive has it classified as proprietary research. A pause. The structural logic is similar. Wei said nothing. I'll note in my report that I observed no evidence of direct derivative methodology, Ku said. I'll note that the lecture content is analytical rather than technical instruction. She paused again. Whatever I find will be accurate. She left. Wei sat in the workshop and processed this for a moment. She had told him, in precise indirect language, that she had found Fengbao's suppressed research in the Guild archive, that she recognized the parallel, and that she was going to file a report that protected his lecture course not because the Guild wanted her to, but because the evidence supported it. He wrote in his stakeholder notes, Ku Biling, Guild assessor, competent, operates from evidence rather than institutional loyalty. Potential long-term asset. Handle carefully. He went to find Elder Fengbao. Chapter 29. The road job. Xiao Daoming found Wei on a Saturday morning when Wei was conducting a substrate survey at the Northern Market Streets Foundation, a documentary project, permitted under current restrictions, and said, without preamble, the Merchant Coalition wants the Northern Trade Road protected. 40 kilometers. Wei continued pressing his hand against the foundation stone for another 30 seconds before responding. Show me the road. 3 days walk north. The terrain survey. I need to walk it myself, Wei said. Before I commit to anything. He straightened up. 3 days from now, I have the end-of-month administration to complete. Thursday, Xiao said. Wei walked the northern road for 3 days. He walked it because he had never taken a commission without a site survey, and this was the largest commission he had yet been asked to consider. 40 kilometers of active trade route. Multiple terrain types, mountain pass, river valley, lowland plain. Variable substrate conditions. Variable threat profile along different sections. This was not a building survey, where you could map a structure in 2 or 3 days and have a complete picture. This was a linear infrastructure survey, and infrastructure surveys required walking the line. Xiao had arranged for a caravan to make the timing work. Wei traveled with a supply convoy heading north, walking alongside it rather than riding, pressing his hands against the roadbed stone at intervals and occasionally crouching to press his palms into the packed earth of the road surface. He reflected, the only person on the caravan who found the journey more interesting than the destination. Lin Suyin was with him. She had found a way to reconcile her current sect service duties with the survey trip, something involving a schedule swap and a favor called in, and she was mapping the ley line substrate as they walked, building on her gate formation survey methodology to cover a much longer spatial domain. She walked faster than Wei on flat ground. He walked faster than her in the mountain pass sections, because the pass substrate fascinated him, and he kept stopping to document things that she had already mapped and moved on from. You're slower in interesting terrain, she noted on the second day. I'm more thorough in interesting terrain, Wei said. Same thing. He had completed the survey in his head before they reached the northern terminus. The completed picture, 40 kilometers of variable substrate trade road, for significant threat zones where past incidents indicated regular attack patterns, 3 major waypoint settlements that needed coverage, and 1 significant problem. The problem was in the road's middle section, a 12-kilometer stretch through a river valley that had been the site of intense cultivation battles during the Eastern conflict 60 years ago. The battles had burned out the chi substrate to approximately 3 meters below the road surface. The ground was spiritually dead. He surveyed the dead zone for half a day, pressing his hands against the soil at different points, measuring the extent and depth of the substrate loss. Standard formations won't anchor, he said to Suyin. She was crouching 20 meters away, pressing her palms flat against the earth. No, I can feel where it ends. The boundary is about 3 meters down, maybe a little more. She looked up. There's something below it. Older substrate, unaffected by the battle damage. It's much deeper. Wei measured the depth estimate in his own assessment. She was right. The dead zone extended to approximately 3 to 4 meters, but below it the ancient substrate was intact. The substrate was like a building where the first 3 stories had been gutted by fire, but the foundation was undamaged. Foundation piles. You didn't anchor to the damaged section. You drove piles through it to the sound substrate below. He spent a day in his notebook before he told Xiao the scope and cost. When he told him, Xiao was quiet for a longer moment than usual. The deep anchor approach you're describing is twice the installation cost, twice the time. Yes, Wei said. The guild's approach would be surface anchors on the dead zone sections, accepted lower performance in those sections. The guild's approach would fail, Wei said. The surface anchor in dead substrate is rated for perhaps 2 years of standard load. After that, the anchors loosen and the formation becomes unreliable. He met Zhao's eyes. You asked for protection that works. I'm telling you what it costs to build it correctly. Xiao said, Thursday, I want a cost breakdown document and a timeline. You'll have it. Chapter 30. Dead ground. The 12-kilometer dead zone survey took 4 additional days after Wei returned from the initial walkthrough. He and Lin Suyin surveyed the boundary between the dead substrate and the intact ancient layer at 30-meter intervals, building a 3-dimensional map of the transition zone. The line was not uniform. It dipped deeper in the river-adjacent sections and shallower on the higher ground, reflecting the original battle's chi discharge patterns. The deepest section was approximately 4.5 meters down. The shallowest was 2.5. This mattered because his pile foundation approach required driving deep anchor columns through the dead zone to the intact substrate, and the pile depth had to be calculated for each installation point based on the local transition depth. He could not use a uniform pile length across the whole zone. That would leave some piles short of the good substrate and others wastefully long. He worked through the calculation methodology over 2 evenings, designing a variable depth pile system that adjusted to the survey data at each installation point. The documentation ran to 80 pages before he started the actual design. You've been working on this longer than any single previous project, Suyin said on the 3rd evening. She was reviewing survey maps at the adjacent table, cross-referencing her surface observations with his subsurface calculations. It's new methodology, Wei said. I've never adapted pile foundations to formation anchors before. The calculation framework needs to be right before I apply it. If I get the depth parameters wrong at any installation point, the anchor will either miss the good substrate or terminate in the transition zone, which is worse than missing it because the formation would appear to be properly anchored but would have inconsistent load characteristics. Is there a deadline? The Merchant Coalition is expecting a start date. He looked at his notes. He had been documenting the calculation methodology at the same time he was developing it, building a formal technical basis for the approach as he went. The documentation was not necessary for the survey. It was necessary for anyone who wanted to replicate the methodology on the next dead zone formation project, and there would be next projects. 2 more days to finish the technical basis. Then I can give Xiao a confirmed timeline. Suyin looked at him. He's been patient. He has, Wei said. He was aware of this. The merchant coalition had been expecting a proposal for 3 weeks and had received interim progress reports that were technically detailed and practically frustrating. Clear evidence of thoroughness, unclear evidence of completion. This was the flaw in his own nature, and he knew it. The perfectionism that drove the quality of his work was the same force that delayed its completion. He was designing a formation methodology that didn't exist yet, which required thoroughness. But at some point, thoroughness was the enemy of delivery. He wrote in his lessons learned, * dead zone project, delay in proposal delivery due to methodology development. External stakeholder impact, 3 weeks of waiting. Mitigation, confirm realistic schedule commitments at project initiation, not in response to questions. Do not let the design quality drag the project timeline beyond stakeholder tolerance. * he set a completion date for the design phase, 2 days from now. He wrote it in the notes and marked it with a deadline notation, which he rarely used for his own work, but which was apparently what this situation required. The Assessor Ku Bilinks investigation was still running in the background. The guild's regional response to the lecture course was still unresolved. The administrative challenge to his copper meridian documentation had been filed and was pending review. 2 days to finish the dead zone methodology. Then the proposal. Then the project start. He went back to the calculation. Suyin quietly set a fresh pot of tea on his workbench and returned to her survey maps without comment. At the second bell of the morning, he found the error in his transition zone identification formula, a term he had double-counted in the dead zone depth calculation that would have caused his pile depth estimates to run consistently half a meter short of the required anchor depth. He corrected it. He recalculated the 30 installation points. The corrected depths were consistent with the survey data. He wrote the corrected calculation into the technical basis document, annotated the error correction, and continued. By dawn, the methodology was complete. He started the proposal documentation that morning, and 2 days later delivered to Xiao Daoming a 47-page technical proposal with a confirmed project timeline, a cost breakdown by installation zone, a risk assessment for each dead zone section, and a service life estimate of 300 years for the deep anchor formation network. Xiao read the executive summary. He turned to the cost breakdown. He looked at the timeline. He said, "Can you start in 2 weeks?" "Yes," Wei said. "One condition," Xiao said. "The 12 dead zone kilometers. I want a separate warranty section in the documentation. If the deep anchor methodology fails in the first 50 years, you repair it at cost." Wei looked at him. This was a professionally sound request. Xiao was using contractual risk allocation as a quality assurance mechanism, placing the financial risk of methodology failure on the party with the most information about the methodology's robustness. "Agreed," he said. "First 50 years, repair at cost. After 50 years, standard repair rates." He added this to the project documentation and signed it. He had 2 weeks to assemble a survey and installation team, coordinate the caravan access schedule, and prepare the installation equipment for deep anchor work in variable depth substrate. He started the pre-project logistics the same afternoon. Suyin had already begun mapping the installation point sequence. He found her notes on his workbench when he returned from the supply meeting. The survey data organized into installation clusters, sequenced by depth range to minimize the depth adjustment between consecutive piles, which would reduce installation time by approximately 20%. He hadn't asked her to do this. She had seen the efficiency problem and solved it. He documented the optimization in the project file, attributed it to Lin Suyin, and added it to the methodology documentation. The dead zone solution was going to work. He was as certain of this as he was ever certain of anything, which meant he had identified every failure mode he could think of and resolved each one. And the remaining uncertainty was in the category of unknowns he couldn't eliminate without running the full project. He was rated for those. He packed his survey kit for the Northern Road. Chapter 31. Parallel work. The rival formation crew arrived on the 3rd day of the North Road installation. There were 6 of them, all carrying standard guild installation kits, with a senior practitioner named Zhao Yijing leading the group. Zhao was approximately 50, silver core, with the efficient proprietary confidence of a formation professional who had been doing this work for 25 years and had a clear idea of the right way to do it. He presented a letter of introduction from the merchant Rong House, Xiao Daoming's principal commercial competitor, and a commission contract for formation protection services on the Northern Trade Road. Wei read the letter. He read the contract. The contract was for a different section of the road, the lowland plain segment that ran from kilometer 28 to kilometer 40, the section he had planned to start last, because it was the lowest priority in the survey sequence. He looked at the letter for a moment. These sections don't overlap with our current work, he said to Zhao. Correct, Zhao said pleasantly. The merchant rowing house has contracted for the northern segment. Your contract covers the middle and southern sections. A pause. We're both working on the same road. Coordination makes sense. Show me your survey documentation, Wei said. Zhao looked at him. We'll do the survey as we install. You'll survey after the contract start? Standard practice, Zhao said. We've done 40-kilometer trade road installations 6 times. We know the standard conditions. Wei looked at the northern segment on his survey map. He had walked the full 40 kilometers, including the Zhao crew's assigned section. The northern plain looked uniform at road surface level. Below the surface, his survey had identified 2 zones of elevated qi density, natural substrate concentrations that would create interference with standard anchor installations if the installation was done without substrate mapping. The northern plain has 2 substrate anomalies, Wei said, at kilometer 31 and kilometer 37. Standard anchor configurations will create load interference at those points. Zhao looked at him with the specific expression of someone receiving unsolicited advice on work they consider well within their competence. We'll address that if it comes up. If it comes up, Wei said, you'll have an active installation with formation integrity issues in a production section of the road. That's our problem, Zhao said. It will also be the merchant coalition's problem, Wei said. The rowing house's sections connect to the Xiao house's sections at kilometer 28. Integrity issues in one section create load discontinuities at the junction. Zhao's expression shifted slightly. Junction compatibility is the responsibility of both parties. It is, Wei said. I'll send you my survey documentation for the northern segment. For the junction design. He made a note in his project log. All documentation attributed. He sent the documentation that afternoon. Zhao received it without response. Wei continued the deep anchor installation in the dead zone section, working with Lin Suyin and the installation team, driving pile foundations at the calculated depth intervals. The work was slow and methodical and required precise depth measurement at each installation point. He documented each pile installation in the project record, location, depth, substrate contact confirmation, anchor seal assessment. Zhao's crew worked at approximately 4 times his installation speed. Wei continued at his pace. Chapter 32. Load Test 1. The first caravan came through on the 6th day of the installation. A major merchant convoy, 40 wagons, 200 livestock, 17 cultivators, roughly equivalent to the standard test load Wei had modeled his formation designs for. In his project plan, this convoy would travel the southern section, which his crew had completed and verified. They were not yet in the northern section, and they were not yet in the dead zone section, which was still in progress. The convoy traveled the southern section without incident. Wei's survey team monitored the formation performance in real time. The deep anchor piles were drawing from the intact ancient substrate, and the load readings at each installation point were within 3% of modeled values. He was recording the performance data when the messenger arrived. Zhao's crew's fastest installation, a standard surface anchor protection array at kilometer 31, exactly where Wei had flagged the substrate anomaly, had collapsed under the convoy's passage. Not partially collapsed, completely failed. The protection field had dropped. The qi field from 200 livestock in close proximity had triggered an uncontrolled surge in the anomalous substrate zone, and the surge had fed back through the anchor installation into the formation itself. The convoy's lead cultivators had caught it before it injured anyone, but the wagons had stopped, the livestock were unsettled, and a 4-kilometer section of the northern road was now operating with no formation protection. Wei arrived at kilometer 31 40 minutes later. The failed installation was exactly what he had predicted. Surface anchors in a substrate anomaly zone. No survey, no compensation for the elevated qi density. The anomaly had pushed load into the nearest anchor. The anchor had reached saturation, and the formation had collapsed outward. He crouched and documented the failure site. He took precise measurements of the collapse pattern, the residual load distribution in the failed anchor channels, the damage to the road surface from the qi surge. Zhao was already there when he arrived, overseeing an emergency reinstallation by his crew. Wei finished his documentation. Then he looked at Zhao. The substrate anomaly is 40 meters in diameter. Standard anchor configuration, no compensation. I have the original survey documentation showing the anomaly's location and characteristics. He paused. The merchant coalition will need this for their incident record. Zhao's jaw was tight. He was a competent professional who had just experienced a public failure on a project he had been confident about. We'll compensate the convoy for the delay. Yes, Wei said. The incident documentation should also note the substrate conditions. For the coalition's records, he submitted the incident documentation with the full survey data for the northern section and the specific anomaly characteristics to the Merchant Coalition's project file that evening. He copied it to Xiao Daoming and, after a moment of consideration, to the regional magistrate's commercial project record. The documentation was accurate. It did not editorialize. It stated, survey documentation for kilometer 31 substrate anomaly was provided to Zhao Formation crew on Project Day 3. Installation at this location was completed on Project Day 5 without substrate compensation. Formation failure occurred on Project Day 6. This was the complete factual record. Wei had learned a long time ago that complete factual records were more effective than any other form of professional response. Zhao's crew rebuilt the kilometer 31 installation with a modified anchor configuration that Wei's documentation implicitly indicated. They did not ask Wei directly for the modification approach. They used it anyway, which he also noted, without comment, in his project log. He returned to the dead zone section and continued drilling. Chapter 33. Predicted by Rulin arrived at the Northern Road installation on the 9th day with 6 battle cultivators and a mission briefing that she delivered to Wei in the same direct way she delivered most information, front-loaded, specific, without framing. Regional intelligence identified a formation-breaking team operating in the northern trade route corridor, she said. They specialize in disabling protection formations to create windows for bandit activity. 3 successful disabling operations in the past 2 months. The coalition asked us to secure the installation. Wei looked at the mission briefing she had given him. I know about this team. She stopped. Not from intelligence reports, Wei said. From formation damage patterns. He went to his project documentation and pulled out a section he had compiled from the coalition's incident reports for the past 2 years. 3 previous road formation failures. These 2, he pointed, were filed as standard degradation. But the damage patterns are wrong for degradation. Degradation fails from the inside out, at the weakest node. These failed from outside in, at the secondary channels. He spread the 3 incident reports on the table. The failure signature is consistent across all 3. An external force applied to the secondary channels, specifically targeting the lowest load nodes. It's a deliberate technique. Identify the formation's load distribution, attack the redundant-looking elements that are actually compensating for load from the primary nodes. Wei was looking at the incident reports with the focused attention she brought to tactical analysis. They know formation load paths. They know standard load paths, Wei said. The secondary channels are low load in a conventional formation. They're high-value structural members in my formations. They're carrying the distributed load from the primary network. He pointed to the kilometer 18 installation on his project map. If they use the same technique on my formation, they'll attack the secondary channels and find them loaded rather than empty. What happens then? The attack force distributes through the secondary network instead of causing a failure. The formation sheds the load across all nodes. He paused. The formation won't fail. The attackers will exhaust themselves. I looked at him. You're telling me you've predicted their attack vector and built a trap. I designed a formation that's structurally correct, Wei said. The trap is incidental. She almost smiled. It was a precise, almost, a fractional facial movement that a less careful observer would have missed. Where's kilometer 18? He showed her. She deployed her battle cultivators at positions he had not selected but which, when he reviewed her placement notes, he recognized as the optimal tactical coverage given the road's terrain. She understood physical terrain the way he understood substrate, not through formal analysis, but through professional instinct developed over years of practice. The third attack site, she said, that evening when the cultivator positioning was complete, is at kilometer 41. Wei looked at his map. Kilometer 41 was the road's northern terminus way station. A large settlement, high traffic, the most tempting target for a formation-breaking operation because the payoff window was longest before the attack would be noticed. Kilometer 18 is easier, Wei said. Less traffic, more complex terrain, less immediate response if the formation disables. They'll go to 18 first, she said, to test your formation. Then 41 when they don't get the result they expect. She paused. This isn't a standard bandit team. They're methodical. I know, Wei said. Their technique requires formation knowledge at silver core level minimum. Bandits don't typically have this skill set. He had been thinking about this since he first identified the failure signature. Someone trained them, or they were trained for this purpose specifically. I was looking at the northern horizon. The evening light had gone red and low, and the road stretched out toward the distant way station through flat lowland terrain. Trade route disruption is commercially valuable to specific parties, she said. If the merchant rowing house's northern route protection fails consistently while the Xiao house's sections hold, the coalition shifts its traffic away from the rowing route toward the Xiao route, Wei said. I noticed the coincidence when the rowing house hired Zhao's crew. Do you think Zhao knows? Wei thought about the incident at kilometer 31. Zhao's failure had been professional incompetence, real incompetence, not manufactured. No, but the rowing house may have hired him specifically because his faster installation would fail at the anomaly points, creating a consistent pattern of failures on their sections. That would make the rowing house the client for the formation-breaking team too, Wei said. Possibly, Wei said. I have no evidence for that. It's structural speculation. Good enough for tactical planning, she said, and went to brief her cultivators. Chapter 34. No weakest node. The formation-breaking team arrived at kilometer 18 on the 11th day, at the second hour past midnight. There were 4 of them. Wei's monitoring array recorded their arrival at the road margin, the same load signature monitoring he'd designed into every installation on the project, now running passively across the full road network from his survey base at the kilometer 20 junction. He felt them enter the formation perimeter the way he felt load changes in a building structure, a subtle shift in the ambient chi field for distinct presence signatures at the formation's outer boundary. He was already awake. He had been sleeping in 2-hour intervals since the project started, a habit from construction sites where night was often when things went wrong. He sent the alert pulse to Bai Rulan's position. She had positioned her team in covered observation at 4 points around kilometer 18, which was 4 hours of preparation work done 2 days before the attack. He watched the formation load readings. The team moved to the secondary channels first. He had expected this. Their technique, as he'd analyzed it from the previous attack signatures, began with a probe of the secondary channels, a moderate load application to measure the resistance and estimate the formation's load distribution. Low resistance meant empty channels, meant standard conventional design, meant the attack could proceed at the primary nodes. The secondary channels at kilometer 18 were not empty. The probe force hit the secondary network and distributed across 12 nodes. The load reading spiked, then settled. The channel absorbed the probe without any visible external response. No formation instability, no resistance signal, just quiet absorption. Wei could imagine, from the monitoring data, what the formation-breaking team was experiencing. They had applied a probe force and gotten no feedback. Not the expected feedback of a formation resisting and nearly failing, not the structural groan of an overloaded node. Nothing. The probe had gone in and vanished. They tried again, harder. The secondary network absorbed it again. The load distributed across all 12 nodes, peaked at 40% of rated capacity for the network as a whole, dissipated. He could not hear what they were saying. He had the monitoring data. The monitoring data showed 3 more attempts at escalating force levels, each one absorbed cleanly, and then a long pause. The pause lasted 11 minutes. He continued recording. Then the formation-breaking team attacked the primary nodes. This was what they did when the secondary approach failed. Switched to direct force on the primary structure, trying to overwhelm it through brute strength. Wei had noted this as the secondary attack pattern in his analysis. He had designed the primary nodes with burst tolerance in mind. His copper meridian formation instincts, which he had been practicing now for 3 months, had let him calibrate the burst tolerance precisely against the force levels he'd observed in the previous attack signatures. The primary nodes took the force, distributed it into the secondary network. The secondary network ran the load back through the primary nodes. The load circulation stabilized at high operational capacity, the formation working the way a compression system works under load, the load itself providing structural stability. The second attacker was experienced enough to feel this. He pulled back. The third attacker kept pushing. The fourth attacker, who had apparently been the team's primary specialist until this point, hit the formation at full force. The load peaked at 220% of standard rated capacity. The formation was running at 68% of its actual rated capacity, which Wei had calibrated for peak loads in the 300% range. Nothing failed. Bai Rulan's team moved in. The engagement lasted 4 minutes. The formation-breaking team had exhausted themselves against the load distribution and had nothing left for a combat response. 2 surrendered immediately. The remaining 2 fought and were contained by Bai's battle cultivators without casualties. Wei arrived at kilometer 18 30 minutes later, after the containment was secure. The formation was undamaged. The monitoring records showed the complete attack sequence, every force application, every load distribution response, every node reading. Clean documentation of a formation performing exactly as designed under a sustained coordinated attack. He recorded this in the project file. He pressed his hand against one of the secondary channel stones, feeling the load readings settle back to normal operational levels. Something shifted. not in the formation. In him, the same calibration event he recognized from previous rank advances, but deeper this time. The sustained passive monitoring during the attack had done what the Beast Pin emergency and the warehouse district installation had done before it, pushed a new structural principle into clear focus. He had been monitoring the formation's load distribution during the attack the way he'd monitor a building in a seismic event, and the insight that crystallized was about scale, about what it felt like to feel a formation network the way he'd been feeling individual formations since Mortal Gate. Silver Core. He could feel the full network from kilometer 0 to kilometer 40 at a single continuous scale of awareness. He stood on the road in the pre-dawn dark and held the whole 40 kilometers in his perception for the first time. The dead zone section's deep anchor piles were drawing from the ancient substrate exactly as designed. The kilometer 31 repair zone was stable under Zhao's modified installation. His own southern section was running at nominal capacity. The road was protected. He wrote in his notes, * Silver Core. Formation network awareness expands to continental scale, perceived. First practical deployment. Monitoring from base point while installation team works in field. Efficient. Plan for expanded network projects. Then he added, also, the formation held. Rated for it. Document and close. By Rulin came to stand beside him. Her cultivators were completing the prisoner handling behind them. You knew exactly what they would do, she said. I knew the technique, Wei said. The execution was their choice. She looked at the kilometer 18 section of the road. Unchanged, unmarked, identical in appearance to any other section of formation-protected road. You would not know, from looking at it, that it had absorbed a 4-person assault at full output. It doesn't look like anything happened, she said. No, Wei said. That's the design. She made a note in her tactical log. He made a note in his project documentation. They stood in the early morning dark, separately noting the same event, in 2 different notation systems that were converging toward a shared understanding. Chapter 35, The Finding. Assessor Ku Biling's formal report arrived 8 weeks after her visit to the sect, delivered by Guild Courier to Sect Head Kai's administrative office. Wei was called to the office to receive a copy. He read it standing in the corridor. The report's finding. Wei Jianchen's lecture course on formation structural analysis did not constitute formation instruction as defined by Guild Regulation 14.2.3. The course content was classified as theoretical educational material under the academic practice exception in the founding formation protocols, Section 7.b.2. The cease and practice orders restriction on instruction was therefore not applicable to the lecture course. The restriction on commercial practice remained in force pending the completion of the main inquiry. He had expected this, approximately. The outcome was consistent with the regulatory analysis he had done himself and with Ku Biling's implicit indication of her finding during the workshop visit. He kept reading. At the end of the report, in the section labeled Additional Observations, was a single paragraph. The course materials reviewed were found to originate from first principles analysis of formation structural behavior, with no derivative relationship to Guild proprietary methodology. The examiner notes, for the record, that independent derivation of convergent theoretical conclusions does not constitute infringement under Guild intellectual property provisions, regardless of similarity in outcomes. This was the paragraph that mattered. It established, formally and on record, that Feng Bao's suppressed research was independent of Wei's work, which meant the Guild could not later claim that Wei's open-source methodology was infringing on the research they'd seized from Feng Bao 30 years ago. Ku had found the path through the regulatory landscape and documented it precisely. He wrote in his stakeholder notes, Ku Biling, filed finding as predicted. Additional observation paragraph protects Feng Bao's independent authorship retroactively. Professional integrity operating at high level. Significant asset. Consider direct approach when appropriate. He knocked on Feng Bao's study door that evening. Feng read the additional observations paragraph twice, with the stillness of a man who had been waiting for a specific outcome for 3 decades, and was allowing himself the time to be certain he was reading it correctly. She found the research in the archive, Feng said, and established that your derivation and mine were independent of each other, Wei said. Her finding creates a regulatory basis for treating both as original work. This means the Guild's claim of ownership on my research has a procedural problem, Feng said. If my work and yours are independent derivations of the same principles, their seizure claim can't be based on unique authorship. He set the report down. Someone at the Guild will notice this. Tanya Wang will notice this. Yes, Wei said. When he does, the Guild's next move will be more direct. They've been operating through regulatory channels because the regulatory approach was working well enough. When it stops working, They'll try something else. He thought about the attack on the warehouse district in Chapter 17. The sabotage attempt in the practice hall. The formation cascade on the sect perimeter that had conveniently coincided with his promotion ceremony. The escalation pattern, Feng said. We should prepare for the next level, Wei said. They spent 2 hours that evening reviewing Wei's complete stakeholder analysis. Every documented incident, every party involved, every regulatory filing and administrative response. Feng added context Wei didn't have. His direct knowledge of guild internal politics, the personal relationships between Tan Yaowang and the regional administrative bodies, the specific practitioners who had received preferential certifications in exchange for loyalty. It was the most comprehensive briefing Wei had received on the institutional landscape since arriving in this world. He took 22 pages of notes. Walking home, he stopped at the gate formation, the ley line connected array Lin Suin's survey had made possible, and pressed his hand against the lintel stone. The formation was running perfectly. The ley line draw was steady. The distribution across the secondary nodes was exactly as designed. He felt, for a moment, the full 40-kilometer trade road network in the north, where his deep anchor piles were working in substrate that had been spiritually dead for 60 years and was now channeling loads safely through to the ancient substrate 3 meters below. He felt, at the edge of his silver core awareness, the ancient buried geometry under the lower training ground, a structure older than anything he'd yet designed, built by someone who had understood load paths as well as he did and had worked at a scale he couldn't yet achieve. He was building his understanding from the foundations up. He had a long way to go. He was rated for it. He went home and wrote the project completion report for the Northern Road installation, which was due to the Merchant Coalition by Friday. He had 4 days. He would finish it in 3. Chapter 36. The commander's problem. Commander Zhao Linfeng's garrison occupied a defensive ridge position 3 hours east of Stone Peak Town, a fortified complex that had been updated incrementally over 2 decades to the point where it had accumulated the structural ambiguity of all incrementally updated things. Each individual addition had been correctly designed for its moment, but the aggregate was not coherent as a system. Xiao Daoming made the introduction at a dinner in the Merchant Consortium's hall. Zhao was a military man in his mid-40s, compact and precise, with the kind of physical stillness that came from professional danger management rather than cultivation rank. He was at Gold Core and had been for 8 years, an unusual career plateau that Wei's instinct said was more about career choice than advancement ceiling. Your trade road formation held against the formation-breaking team, Zhao said. My garrison formations hold for 3 days against sustained siege and then fail. I need them to hold for 9. Wei looked at him. What's the failure mode? The outer barrier drops when the cultivators maintaining it run out of qi reserves. Day 4 on average, depending on the assault intensity. Zhao pushed a schematic across the table, a formation diagram, guild standard installation, about 8 years old. The repair protocol is a reinforcement injection into the central node. It works for about 6 hours, and then we're back to the same problem. Wei looked at the schematic. He identified the failure mode in under 2 minutes. It was the same single-point failure he had seen in every guild standard installation he'd ever reviewed. The central node, no load shedding, no distributed secondary structure. Under sustained attack, the load accumulated at the center, the maintainers pumped qi into the center to keep it up. They exhausted, the node failed. The formation requires active maintenance because it was designed to require active maintenance, Wei said. The central node receives all load and needs continuous qi input to replace what it exhausts. There's no structural path for the load to go anywhere except through the node. I know that, Zhao said. I've told the guild installation team. They said the design is within standard military specifications. It is, Wei said. Standard military specifications are written by the guild. He set down the schematic. A formation that self-sustains by drawing from local substrate doesn't need constant qi maintenance. The maintainers would only need to respond to overload events rather than continuously pump energy into a leaking system. Can you build that? I need to survey the garrison. He looked at the schematic again. The existing installation. Is there record of the initial substrate survey? Initial survey was 14 years ago, for the first installation, Zhao said. I don't have the documentation. I'll need to redo it. I can get you access by Thursday. I'll need a full week to survey before I start the design, Wei said. I know that's longer than you're expecting. The survey determines the entire design. If I skip it, I'm guessing at conditions I need to know precisely. Zhao looked at him for a moment. The previous installation teams said they needed 2 days. And your garrison formation holds for 3 days under siege, Wei said. A beat. Thursday, Zhao said. Chapter 37. The garrison assessment. The garrison was worse than the schematic had suggested, which Wei had expected. Field installations always degraded from their design specs through use, repair, and the small modifications that accumulated whenever someone had to solve an immediate problem and didn't have time to document the consequences. He spent a full day on the outer perimeter alone, pressing his hands against the formation anchor stones at each of the 12 installations, measuring load distribution, checking anchor integrity, tracing the secondary connections that had been added during the 8 years since the initial installation. The secondary connections were the problem. 7 of them had been added by different installation teams over the years, each team addressing a specific failure that had occurred and adding a bridge connection to compensate. The result was a formation that looked systematic in the schematic, but was actually an organic accumulation of patches, with load paths that wound through the additions in ways the original designer had never intended. He mapped every connection, every patch, every point where a previous team had drilled an emergency secondary anchor and the load had redistributed around it. By the end of day 3, he had a complete picture of why the garrison formation failed on day 4. It was not, as the guild's repair teams had assumed, a capacity problem. The garrison formation had adequate chi draw capacity. The problem was the accumulated secondary connections had created 3 load convergence points, not the original single central node, but 3 additional accumulation zones that the patchwork had inadvertently introduced over the years. The maintainers were pumping chi into the central node, which they could see, while the 3 accumulation zones they couldn't see were draining silently. Day 4 was when the accumulation zones reached saturation simultaneously. He presented this finding to Zhao at their day 4 briefing. Zhao stared at the load path diagram Wei had drawn, showing the original installation, the accumulated patches, the 3 hidden accumulation zones. The guild repair teams never found this. They weren't surveying for it, Wei said. They were maintaining the central node because that's where the visible failure occurs. They fixed what they could see. He pointed to the diagram. The real failure is here, here, and here. None of the patchwork touched these zones. You found this in 3 days. I was specifically looking for it, Wei said. I survey formation networks looking for unexpected load accumulation. It's the failure mode I care most about. The guild repair teams are looking for degraded anchor integrity and output capacity problems. Different survey objective, different findings. Zhao was quiet for a long moment. What does it cost to fix, he said. The existing installation is not reparable on a 9-day hold timeline, Wei said. The accumulated secondary connections have to be removed and the load paths re-established from scratch. A full redesign, starting with a clean substrate survey. He had been developing the design in parallel with the survey for the past 2 days. I'll need your approval for the scope and a direct authorization to proceed, because the redesign would require temporarily taking the existing installation offline. During a garrison live operation, Zhao said, that requires Marshal Ruan Donghe's authorization. He commands this district. Wei had not anticipated this. How long for Ruan's authorization? He's in the Eastern District this month. 2 weeks, minimum. Wei wrote the timeline implications in his notes. The design will be ready before the authorization arrives. I'll have it documented and ready for immediate start on approval. I'll request it today, Zhao said. He paused. Ruan won't be easy to convince. He's aligned with the guild. They've held the military formation contracts for this district for 30 years. A redesign that demonstrates their installation failed systematically is not a message he'll receive happily. I know, Wei said. The documentation should speak for itself. The documentation will speak for itself, Zhao agreed. Whether Ruan listens to it is a different question. Chapter 38. The hearing. Tan Yawang arrived in Stone Peak Town on a Thursday, and Wei knew he was there before he saw him, because the administrative system at the Formation Oversight Committee received a formal hearing request before Wei had finished his morning survey documentation. He had expected Tan to arrive eventually. He had not expected the scale. The hearing was convened for the following Monday with 12 observers, the regional magistrate, 3 Formation Oversight Committee members, 2 representatives from the Merchant Consortium, and 5 guild practitioners who had traveled from Cloudspire City specifically for this occasion. The hearing chamber was a formal judicial space normally used for civil disputes of significant financial value. Tan Yawang was exactly what Wei had assembled from the documentary evidence. A large, precise, politically skilled man who had spent his career as the most important person in every room he entered and had developed an exact understanding of how to use institutional authority as a weapon. He presented the guild's case with the fluency of someone who had done this many times, confident, methodical, completely certain that he had the stronger position. The charges. Wei Jianchen had operated as a formation practitioner in the regional jurisdiction without guild certification, had conducted commercial formation installation work in violation of the cease and practice order, had trained junior practitioners in formation methodology in violation of the instruction restriction, and, this was new, had caused the formation failure cascade at the stone pillar sect's defensive perimeter through negligent installation of non-standard formation methodology. The garrison formation assessment documentation, which Wei had submitted as part of his defense materials, was being used as evidence that his methods were producing dangerously unstable installations in field conditions. Wei sat through the presentation. When his turn came, he had 26 pages of documentation. He had organized it in the order most likely to be legible to a non-specialist audience, starting with the strongest structural argument and building outward. First, the cease and practice order's commercial restriction was valid, and Wei had complied with it from the day it was issued. He presented a complete transaction record, every commission, every payment, every date. From the date of the order, there were 0 commercial transactions. The order was working as intended. Second, the instruction restriction had been addressed by Assessor Ku Bailing's formal finding, which was now part of the guild's own regulatory record. Wei presented a copy. Third, the formation failure cascade at the sect perimeter was not caused by Wei's installations. The failed formations were guild-certified standard installations. Wei had never touched them. He presented the sect's formation maintenance records, which showed every formation on the perimeter's certification date and the certifying practitioner's name. None of Wei's commissions were on the list. Fourth, the garrison formation assessment had found systematic failure accumulation in guild-installed formations over an 8-year maintenance period, documented with full survey methodology and load path analysis. This was not evidence of Wei's installation failures. It was evidence of the existing formation's failures. He presented the garrison failure analysis with the same patient clarity he used in his lectures: load path diagrams, accumulation zone maps, the discovery of 3 undocumented load convergence points that explained the day 4 failure pattern. The room was quiet while he talked. Tan Yawang's counterpresentation was sharp and procedurally sophisticated. He challenged Wei's authorization to conduct the garrison survey, questioned whether the load path methodology was validated, and raised the regulatory standing of Wei's commercial license status. He had good lawyers, and the legal arguments were genuinely complex. Wei answered each one, directly, with documentation, without rhetorical embellishment. The hearing recessed at midday. Chapter 39. The testimony assessor Ku Bailing was not scheduled to appear at the hearing. Wei had not known she was in the region. He had sent her a copy of his hearing documentation as a professional courtesy. She had filed the finding that informed his defense, and documentation practices required him to keep her current on cases where her work was relevant. She appeared in the hearing chamber at the start of the afternoon session, presented her credentials to the magistrate, and requested permission to provide supplemental testimony. Tan Yawang, for the first time that day, was visibly unprepared. Ku took the formal testimony position and provided the account that Wei had not known she was building: a comprehensive assessment of the formation installation quality in the Stone Pillar Sect district, conducted during and after her official visit, which documented the systematic pattern of guild-certified formation degradation in commercial installations throughout the region. 11 installations. 11 records of premature degradation attributable to the same structural limitation: single-node load concentration with no distributed secondary structure. She was specific, methodical, and calm. She cited the guild's own quality standards at each point of comparison and identified, precisely, where each installation fell below them. She did not say the guild was corrupt. She said the formation installations in this district did not meet the guild's own published standards. Tan Yawang interrupted 3 times. The magistrate sustained the interruption objections twice and dismissed the third. When Ku finished, the room was different. She had not broken with the guild as an institution. She had broken with a specific pattern of practice in a specific district, citing the guild's own standards as the benchmark. That distinction mattered. It meant the guild's response could not be to discredit her credentials without discrediting their own documentation. The magistrate recessed for deliberation. Wei sat in the waiting corridor and reviewed his documentation for the 3rd time, looking for gaps. Ku Bailing sat down beside him. "I didn't know you were here," he said. "I arrived this morning," she said. "I read the hearing documents last week when the notification was sent to the regional review office." She was quiet for a moment. "I filed a quality assessment report on this district 3 months ago. It's been sitting in the regional queue pending routine review. Today seemed like an appropriate time to accelerate its presentation." "Your career within the guild," Wei said, "is complicated by this, yes." She said it without apparent distress. "But the documentation I presented is accurate. Accurate documentation is what the assessment process exists to produce." A pause. "I became an assessor because I believed that. I'm not certain I still will be an assessor after today." but the documentation is accurate. He thought about that. The same principle he'd been applying since the first day, he submitted a practice hall failure analysis report to sect head Kai's office, knowing it would cause problems. Accurate documentation over comfortable silence. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me, she said. The findings would have come out eventually. I accelerated the timeline. The magistrate delivered the ruling 40 minutes later. The commercial practice restriction, maintained. Wei's practice would continue to be governed by the cease order until the main inquiry concluded. Expected timeline, 6 to 8 weeks. The instruction restriction, voided, consistent with Ku Bailing's original finding. The allegation that Wei caused the sect formation cascade, dismissed for lack of evidence. The guild's challenge to Wei's registration status, referred to the full provincial formation board for review, which was a delay mechanism, but it also meant the district ruling couldn't be used to expand Wei's restrictions. Wei was provisionally authorized to continue operational practice, survey work, monitoring arrays, maintenance on previously completed installations, pending the main inquiry outcome. Tan Yaowang received this ruling with the controlled expression of a man accustomed to wins and losses in long-term institutional conflicts, storing the setback for future use. He left without speaking to Wei. The merchant consortium representatives came to Wei afterward and shook his hand and said the kinds of things merchant consortium representatives said when they were satisfied with a legal outcome that protected their formation investments. Wei acknowledged them. He was already thinking about the garrison design, which was ready to implement as soon as Ruan Dongha's authorization arrived. He went to find Zhao Linfeng. Chapter 40. Insufficient time. Marshal Ruan Dongha's authorization arrived by military courier on a Thursday, 6 days after the hearing. It was shorter than Wei had expected. A single page, formal authorization language, an expedited approval that suggested Zhao had pushed hard for it. Wei scheduled the garrison redesign start for the following Monday. The enemy forces attacked on Saturday. He was at the garrison site when the alerts sounded. He had been doing preparatory survey work on the outer perimeter anchors, identifying the exact installation sequence for the redesign, so he could begin immediately on Monday. The alert pulse from the garrison's monitoring system reached him as a wave of qi through the stone wall he was pressing his hand against, and he recognized it instantly. Sustained formation load, multiple attack vectors, escalating force. He ran to the command platform. What he saw from the platform, the outer barrier formation, his 3-day-old enemy, was holding. Barely. The accumulated patchwork was absorbing the initial assault in its characteristic inadequate way, the load cycling through the central node, the maintainers scrambling to pump qi in, the 3 hidden accumulation zones draining silently in the background. He knew how long it would hold. He had done the calculation 3 times. Under sustained assault at this force level, 6 to 8 hours before the first accumulation zone reached saturation. After that, cascade failure within 4 hours. He needed 11 days to complete the redesign. He had 10 hours. He turned toward the command post and found Marshal Ruan Dongha standing in his path. Ruan was in his 50s, a military cultivator at mid-heaven linking level, with the particular physical authority of someone who had spent 30 years in command of forces that could destroy cities. He looked at Wei with the careful assessing expression of someone who had received reports about him and was now evaluating the reports against the original. "You're the formation master," Ruan said. "Yes, sir. You're not authorized to modify formation installations during active military operations," Ruan said. "Those are my standing orders for this district. Guild-certified maintenance teams only, emergency protocol only." Wei absorbed this. The outer formation is holding currently. Under sustained assault at this force level, the load accumulation zones I identified in my survey will reach saturation in approximately 6 to 8 hours. After that, cascade failure within 4 hours. "I'll note your assessment," Ruan said. "The cascade can be prevented. I need to address the 3 accumulation zones. You need guild certification and my direct authorization to modify active garrison installations," Ruan said. "The hearing outcome earlier this week does not change military installation protocol." He looked at Wei with the expression of a man who had not arrived at his position without understanding exactly what authority he held. "Stay off my garrison walls." He walked away. Wei stood for a moment. He ran the calculation again. 6 to 8 hours. Maybe 7. He could do something in 7 hours. Not the full redesign. He needed 11 days for that. But he could address the 3 accumulation zones. Each zone was a secondary connection network added by different installation teams. He had mapped them all. He knew exactly where the load was concentrating. He could install passive load-shedding nodes at each zone in under 2 hours per zone, 6 hours total. The nodes wouldn't need to be anchored. They could be placed as temporary pressure relief devices, drawing the accumulation load off the saturation zones without modifying the existing formation infrastructure. Not technically an installation, more like a diagnostic tool that happened to carry load. He found Zhao Linfeng on the eastern wall. "Tell me what I'm not authorized to do," Wei said. Zhao looked at him. "You're not authorized to modify guild-certified formation installations. Define installation." A pause. "Anchored, inscribed, or structurally integrated formation elements," Zhao said carefully. "And unanchored, uninscribed monitoring arrays that happen to carry load relief functions?" A longer pause. "That would fall under survey equipment," Zhao said. "Survey equipment is authorized for formation assessment practitioners. I need 6 hours of uninterrupted access to the 3 locations I marked in my assessment documentation," Wei said, "with a maintenance team to carry materials." Zhao looked at the outer wall. The formation was steady, for now. "You have 6 hours," he said. "After that, the emergency protocol shifts to guild-certified repair team." Wei was already moving. He worked through the noise of the battle, the sustained chi impacts against the outer barrier, the shouted commands from the defenders, the periodic sharp crack of a strike hitting the formation at full force and distributing cleanly through the patchwork in the way the patchwork was designed to handle. Each crack made the garrison cultivators flinch. Wei noted that the load was within current capacity and kept working. The first accumulation zone took 2 hours and 15 minutes. He had to locate the zone precisely through his silver core chi sense, then place 3 load relief stones at the exact positions where the accumulation was highest, connecting them with uninscribed copper wire that would carry the excess load into the ground rather than letting it cycle back into the formation. Not elegant, not permanent, not rated for extended operation, rated for tonight. He moved to the second zone. He was working on the third zone when the garrison wall next to him shuddered. Not the formation, the stone. The physical stone of the inner rampart, vibrating with the specific low resonance of a structure responding to impact force beyond its designed load. He pressed his palm against the wall and felt it. The accumulated battle load from the outer barrier was transmitting through the foundation into the inner rampart, something the original installation teams had not accounted for, and something that Wei had flagged in his survey as a secondary failure concern. The outer barrier was distributing its load correctly. It was distributing some of it directly into the inner rampart foundation. He had 30 minutes left on his 6-hour window. He made the decision that his perfectionism argued against. He had 2 zones addressed and 1 partially complete. The third zone's relief stones were placed, but not optimally positioned. He could spend the next 30 minutes achieving optimal placement, or he could walk the inner rampart and document the foundation load transmission problem for the immediate command's awareness. The rampart shuddered again. A hairline fracture appeared in the stone 6 feet to his left. He went to find Zhao Linfeng. "The inner rampart's foundation is receiving transmitted load from the outer barrier," Wei said. "Not catastrophic. The rampart is rated for considerably more than it's currently receiving. But if the assault intensity increases, the rampart will begin showing structural stress in the foundation joints." He handed Zhao the documentation he'd written in the last 5 minutes. "The joints to watch are here, here, and here. If you see cracks forming at those 3 points simultaneously, the load is reaching warning threshold." Zhao looked at the marks on the diagram. He looked at the wall. "The 6 hours are up," Yuan Donghe said from behind them. Wei turned. Yuan was looking at the documentation Wei had given Zhao, which Zhao was still holding. His expression was unreadable. "The formation will hold tonight," Wei said. "The 3 load relief installations will hold until the guild's repair team can address the accumulation zones properly." He paused. "The permanent redesign is still needed. The relief installations buy time. They don't solve the problem." Yuan took the documentation from Zhao's hands. He read it without expression. "What's the timeline for the full redesign?" he said. 11 days from start if conditions allow," Wei said. 14 if there are further attacks. The guild's repair team would take 3 days for an emergency reinforcement. The guild's repair team would pump chi into the central node for 3 days, Wei said. The formation would hold for those 3 days and fail again on the 4th day under sustained assault. He met Ruan's eyes. "I've been inside that formation's load paths for a week. I know what's keeping it running and what's going to kill it." Ruan looked at him for a long moment. Outside, the outer barrier absorbed another strike. The familiar crack of force against the distributed load network, the brief spike in the monitoring signals, the settling as the load shed through the relief installations. The wall held. "You will not touch my garrison formations without my direct authorization," Ruan said. "I know," Wei said. "You have it." Ruan handed him back the documentation. "Start Monday." He walked away. Wei stood on the garrison wall and felt the outer barrier in its complicated, compromised, temporarily relieved state and knew exactly how many more nights it would hold and what the first sign of the next failure would be, and what he was going to do on Monday morning. The hairline fracture in the stone 6 feet away was not growing. Not tonight. Below the wall, the assault continued, steady, professional, methodical. The formations above it distributed the load and held. Wei wrote 3 pages of notes in the pre-dawn dark, standing on the garrison rampart with the smell of chi discharge in the cold air. Planning the redesign, he would start in 60 hours. Chapter 41. What held Lin Suyin had not followed orders. She had been explicit about this when she woke Wei in his temporary quarters at the garrison's eastern compound at the 3rd hour past midnight, with blood on her left sleeve where she'd cut her palm on an anchor stone and her survey notebook clutched under her arm. She was breathing hard from running. Her feet were dusty from the inner rampart's gravel walkway, and she had the particular steady expression of someone who had made a decision and knew exactly how it would be received. North Wall Junction node, she said. I completed it. Wei was already sitting up. Which node? She showed him her notebook, the survey diagram she'd been working from. The specific junction he'd told her 3 days ago was the critical redundancy connection in the northwest sector of the wall array. The node that, if left uninstalled, would leave a 40-meter section of the north wall formation running at 1 anchor coverage instead of 2. She had installed it herself. He looked at the notebook. He looked at her hand. The cut was from a deep anchor seating, not dangerous, not structural, the specific kind of pressure cut that happened when you drove an anchor into tight stone without gloves. She had been working without gloves because her gloves were in the equipment store and she hadn't wanted to take the time to go back. Marshal Ruan's standing orders cover installation by unauthorized practitioners, he said. I know. You're not authorized to conduct formation installation work. I know. He had given her the survey notation 3 days ago. The installation methodology she would have used was in his public documentation, which she had been reading since Chapter 19. She had enough formation architecture training to know what the node needed to do. She had enough practical skill, from 6 months of survey work and formation maintenance practice, to install a single secondary redundancy node without an experienced practitioner supervising. The North Wall Junction had held overnight. He could feel it in the formation network from here. The secondary node, slightly rough in its inscription lines because she'd been working fast in the dark, but seated correctly, drawing load from the correct substrate layer, distributing the accumulated north wall load across 2 anchors instead of 1. The formation would not have held without it. He got dressed and went to find Wan Dongha. He found him at the command post, reviewing the overnight reports with Zhao Linfeng. The assault had withdrawn at dawn, not defeated, withdrawn in the disciplined way of a force executing a planned probe attack, assessing results before the next engagement. Lin Suyin installed the North Wall Junction node last night, Wei said. Without authorization. On my design. She's my survey assistant and was present in the compound because she's attached to my survey team. He paused. The installation is structurally sound. The north wall held because of it. Ruan looked at him. You told her to do it. I did not. She made the decision independently. You think I'll believe that? The documentation record will be clear, Wei said. My evening notes show that I was in my quarters. Her installation notes show she worked alone. The node's inscription line quality is consistent with her skill level, not mine. He met Ruan's eyes. She saw a structural failure risk and addressed it. I take responsibility for giving her the training and materials to be capable of addressing it. A long silence in the command post. The node held, Zhao said. He said this quietly, not to Ruan, but as a statement for the record. It held, Ruan said. He looked at Wei for another moment. Your survey assistant is not to conduct installation work without direct military authorization. That's the order. Understood, Wei said. Your assessment of the North Wall risk was correct, Ruan said. The garrison would have lost the North Wall formation before dawn without that node. He did not say this with pleasure. He said it the way a military officer stated accurate intelligence, because it was relevant, not because it was comfortable. The Guild Emergency Repair Team is arriving this afternoon. You will work with them, not in parallel to them. Wei absorbed this. Working with the Guild's team meant they would observe his methodology. The Guild would have direct access to his repair approach. He thought about Ku Bailing's testimony, about the documentation he had already made public, about the open-source methodology release in his planned institutional strategy. Yes, sir, he said. The rest came later, not in a dramatic moment, but in the quiet after-report of the campaign's first major engagement. The formation had held, the North Wall had been the key, and the after-action notes that Zhao filed with the Military Bureau contained a direct reference to the structural redundancy node and Wei Jianchen's survey methodology. The notes were read by the Bureau's engineering division. Wei was in his workshop when the gold core breakthrough came, and he only recognized it afterward. The sudden expansion of his formation awareness that had nothing dramatic about it, just a new clarity. He could feel every formation he had designed from here, all of them at once. The warehouse district and the trade road and the sect's gate and the garrison's north wall, each one distinct and present and correctly loaded. The gold core rank was the first where the structural engineering parallel felt completely native. The ability to hold an entire structure in awareness simultaneously rather than sequentially scanning it. The way an experienced structural engineer could look at a building schematic and see the whole load path at once, not read it section by section. He felt this new capability for 5 minutes. Then he returned to the redesign documentation. He had the garrison redesign ready by Monday. He would start it then, with or without the guild team's cooperation, but with the direct military authorization that made cooperation irrelevant. Lin Suyin brought him breakfast that morning with the careful neutrality of someone who had made a decision and was waiting to hear the full consequences. "You should have woken me," he said. "There wasn't time," she said. The North Wall survey reading I'd been running all week showed the junction node was critical. "You were asleep. The assault had been going for 9 hours, and the node window was closing." She paused. "I made a judgment call. It was the right call structurally," Wei said. "Procedurally, it puts you in an exposed position." "You covered the procedural exposure," she said. He looked at her. She had known he would. She had trusted that he would and made the structural decision independently. This was the relationship between a structural engineer and a good site supervisor. The supervisor didn't wait for the engineer to sign off on every decision when the building was on fire. "Add the installation to your survey portfolio documentation," he said. "Full methodology record. I'll review and countersign." She sat down and opened her notebook. Chapter 42. The mailed report. The guild's emergency repair team arrived on Monday. There were 3 of them. A team leader named Practitioner Juan, a senior installer, and a documentation specialist. They were professionally competent, and they had been briefed, clearly, to observe Wei's methodology and report back to the guild's regional oversight. Wei worked with them transparently. He showed them the survey documentation first, including the 3 accumulation zone findings and the North Wall junction analysis. He explained the load path reasoning. He answered every technical question they asked. He demonstrated the deep anchor substrate methodology on the first installation point while they watched. He was, in his behavior, completely open. He was also, in his documentation, recording every interaction with the guild team in precise technical language, including which observations they made and which questions they asked. The guild team was learning his methodology. He was building a record of them learning it. Marshal Ruan Dongha returned from the Eastern District on Wednesday and reviewed the garrison redesign progress. The outer barrier was at 60% of completion. The 3 accumulation zones had been addressed. The North Wall junction node was now part of the formal installation documentation. Ruan studied the progress documentation for 15 minutes. "You're done in 6 days," he said. 6 days if conditions allow," Wei said. 7 if we have another assault event that requires monitoring time. "The guild standard design provides 3 days of assault tolerance," Ruan said. "Your design provides 9. That's the military value." "Yes. The cost is approximately 3 times a standard installation. The cost is approximately the same as 3 standard installations and their first repair cycle," Wei said. "Amortized over the service life, it's cheaper." He pulled out the life cycle cost analysis he'd prepared and had not yet shown to Ruan. "If you'd like the full calculation, leave it," Ruan said. He did not take the document. He looked at Wei with the careful assessing expression of a man recalibrating a threat assessment. "The guild's regional contract for this district covers 22 installations. If your methodology is deployed across all 22, the guild loses a significant recurring maintenance revenue stream." "Yes," Wei said. "That's accurate. They won't permit that." "They don't have to permit it," Wei said. "The Military Formation Bureau approves installation methodology for military sites. The guild certifies civilian practitioners. They're different authorities." He paused. "I've submitted the garrison redesign documentation to the Military Engineering Bureau in the capital as a methodology case study." Ruan looked at him. "You mailed a report to the Capital Bureau." "Last week," Wei said. "The day after the cease order hearing outcome was issued. The Bureau has indicated they intend to review it." He did not add, "And if the Bureau adopts the methodology for military standard specifications, the guild's leverage over military formation installations becomes significantly weaker." He did not need to add it. Ruan was a military commander. He could trace the strategic implication. "You're a difficult person," Ruan said. "I document carefully," Wei said. "The documentation goes to the relevant authorities." Ruan left without further comment. He did not revoke Wei's authorization. He did not expand it either. Wei noted this in his stakeholder assessment. Asterisk 1 Dongha. Institutional pressure recognized. Does not act against correct structural evidence. Aligned with guild due to resource dependency, not ideological commitment. Responsive to demonstrated performance. Long-term, can be shifted through consistent results. Asterisk. He went back to the garrison installation. Chapter 43. The reputation, the formation master whose walls don't fall. The phrase appeared first in a merchant letter that Xiao Daoming received from a contact in the eastern market towns. A brief reference to the garrison defense, included as market intelligence because trade route security was commercially relevant. Within 2 weeks, it had become the informal descriptor that preceded Wei Jianchen's name in most conversations about formation services in the Stone Peak regional area. Wei found this out when 15 commission inquiries arrived at his workshop in a single week. He had been ignoring the administrative side of his practice while completing the garrison redesign, which had finished on schedule on the 8th day. The inquiries had accumulated during that time and were now in a stack on his workbench, presented by Lin Suyin with the particular expression she used for administrative problems she considered his responsibility to address. He read through all 15. He declined 11 immediately. 5 were for standard formation types that the guild's existing practitioners could adequately handle. 3 were in locations that would require extended travel without adequate survey time. And 3 were for clients who wanted results in timelines that would require skipping the substrate survey. He kept 4. Each of the 4 had something that made the project genuinely interesting from a structural standpoint. Substrate conditions he hadn't worked with before, or scale that required new methodology development, or a specific failure problem that the existing formation literature didn't address. He was explaining this sorting decision to Suyin when she stopped him. The 11 you declined, she said. They'll go to guild-certified practitioners. Yes. Who will install formations with single-node load concentration and sell them as adequate. Yes. Which may injure people. Wei set down the stack of declined inquiries. He had been thinking about this in the back of his mind since the lecture course began. The question of whether making his methodology publicly available was sufficient, or whether adequate formation installation required not just methodology documentation, but practitioner training. The 22 disciples doing formation maintenance at the sect were a partial answer. A larger answer would require a different kind of institutional effort. The 11 declined commissions are not my responsibility to accept, he said. But the practitioners who handle them could be trained to handle them better. He paused. If the methodology documentation is sufficient for 22 outer disciples at a student level, it should be sufficient for guild-certified practitioners at a professional level. Who would train them? The documentation would, if they read it. He thought about this for a moment. The guild certification training doesn't include load path analysis or failure mode identification methodology. That's a curriculum gap. Someone could fill it. Suyin was writing in her notebook. Feng Bao's library, and my survey documentation archive, and Ku Bailing's assessment findings. He looked at the stack of declined inquiries. Not this week. After the Xuangling commission, he had accepted one commission in the group of 4 that he intended to handle differently from the others, not as a single location project, but as a regional assessment. The city of Xuangling, 2 days south, had a defensive formation network that the magistrate's office had been trying to get assessed for 3 years. The guild's assessment team had declined twice, citing the complexity of a multi-gate city installation. Wei's declining pattern was different. He had not declined the complexity. He had declined the timeline the magistrate had originally proposed. This time the timeline worked. He scheduled the survey for the following week, with Lin Suyin leading the substrate mapping team and 4 of his lecture course students as field assistants. Chen Pailan and 3 others who had been doing consistently strong work on the sect's formation maintenance projects. It was the first time he had taken a student survey team on a commission site. He wrote this in his notes as a transition. Asterisk first deployment of student survey team on commercial commission. Evaluation criteria, survey quality, documentation standard, field decision-making under non-standard substrate conditions. Expected outcome, strong performance from Chen Pailan, variable from the others. Adjust methodology training accordingly. Asterisk he also wrote. Asterisk note. The reputation formation master whose walls don't fall is accurate in technical terms, but creates commercial expectations that include timeline pressures. Manage expectations through detailed project proposals with explicit survey phases. Do not accept timeline modifications after survey phase begins. Asterisk he added this to his standard commission documentation template as a new section. Chapter 44. Listening to the load the survey team traveled to Xuangling by the merchant road. 2 days, with Bai Ruolin's combat escort officially detached to the survey team's protection because Wei's projects had now twice been subject to deliberate interference and Bai's commander had decided that protecting formation installation assets was within her garrison's mission scope. She traveled with 2 soldiers and her tactical operations notebook, which Wei had seen her writing in at every previous site they'd visited together. The notebook was now approximately 200 pages, dense with notation that mixed her standard military tactical analysis format with structural survey notation derived from his own system. She had never asked him to teach her. She had been watching. The mountain pass section was the most interesting part of the route, a narrow defile with vertical stone walls on both sides and a substrate that showed geological stratification he hadn't seen before in this region. He stopped at the pass's highest point and pressed his palms against the exposed bedrock face. Bai Ruolin stopped when he stopped, because she had learned over 3 months that when Wei stopped to touch something, there was a reason. "What is it?" she said. "The stratification here," he said. "The substrate has 3 distinct ley line layers rather than 1. They're running at different depths and in different directions." He was tracing the orientation with his fingers against the rock face, feeling the current direction through his gold core chi sense. If there's a formation installation in this pass, which there should be, this is a major commerce route. It's either using only one of the 3 layers, or it's been designed to work against the cross currents. "There's a transit barrier formation," Bai said. "North side of the pass. Marks the provincial boundary. I'd like to look at it." She led him to it. He spent 2 hours examining the provincial boundary formation while the survey team rested and Bai's soldiers maintained perimeter observation with the patience of people who had learned not to expect Wei's surveys to be quick. The boundary formation was, as he had suspected, drawing from only one of the 3 substrate layers. The other 2 layers were running in proximity, cross-cutting the formation's anchor system, and creating a low-level interference that the formation's designers had apparently chosen to accept as a background condition rather than address structurally. "If you used all 3 layers correctly," he said, thinking aloud more than explaining, "the cross-currents would be self-reinforcing. The secondary layers could carry the load-shedding function that this formation currently lacks." He pressed his hand flat against the formation's primary anchor stone. Whoever installed this was good. They just didn't survey for the secondary layers. "You can't fix it today," Bai said. It was not a question or a criticism. It was a practical observation. "No, it's not my commission." He released the stone and stood up. "But I'll include it in the survey notes for the regional record." He paused. "If the provincial government ever wants to update this installation, the methodology will be documented." He returned to his spot. He sat down on the closest rock, a flat-topped granite outcropping that happened to be positioned over the intersection of the 3 ley lines, and pressed his palms against it and went quiet. He sat like that for 2 hours. Bai Ruolin initially maintained her tactical observation of the pass approaches, which was the correct thing to do, professionally. After 45 minutes, she came to sit on a rock about 3 meters away and watched him with the careful neutrality of someone observing a process they didn't understand but had learned to respect. At the 2-hour mark, "What are you doing?" He opened his eyes. "Listening to the load." She waited. "The 3 ley lines have a harmonic relationship," he said. "The cross currents aren't random interference. They're a geometric pattern. If I can't hear the full pattern, I can derive the optimal formation anchor geometry for this pass." He looked at his hands. "I couldn't have heard it at silver core. The gold core awareness is wide enough to receive all 3 simultaneously." "How long does it take?" 2 hours, apparently," he said. He opened his survey notebook and began writing rapidly, not standard notation, but a hybrid geometric system he had developed over the past 3 months that combined formation load path diagrams with ley line flow maps. The boundary formation could be upgraded with 2 additional anchor points in specific positions. The harmonic reinforcement would increase the formation's burst tolerance by approximately 200%. He tore out the page and looked at it for a moment. Then he folded it and put it in his survey notes under regional assessment. Documented improvement opportunities. The list was getting long. "You carry a running list," Bai said. "Every surveyor should," he said. "Not every improvement can be acted on immediately. The documentation keeps the opportunity from being forgotten." She was quiet for a moment, watching him pack up the notebook. "Do you ever stop surveying?" "I don't know what that would feel like," he said honestly. "Everything I walk on tells me something about the load it's carrying. At Gold Core, everything within about 100 meters tells me something." He paused. It was disorienting for the first week. Now it's just how the world is. She looked at the rock he'd been sitting on. "That's why you chose that specific rock. It's over the 3-way intersection," he said. "Better signal." She absorbed this. She wrote something in her tactical notebook. He did not ask what she wrote. They resumed the journey to Shuangling at midday. Chapter 45. 40 degrees off the city of Shuangling had 4 gates, a defensive formation network that had been installed in sections over the past 60 years by a sequence of different guild-certified teams, and a magistrate named Lu Wenhe, who had been trying to get a comprehensive formation assessment completed for 3 years and had twice been told the assessment would take 6 months and cost more than the city's annual maintenance budget. Wei's assessment took 5 days. He arrived on a Monday and spent the first day walking the exterior of the city walls without touching any formation elements, mapping the physical structure and identifying the geological characteristics from street-level observation. The city was built on a sedimentary substrate, different from the granite he usually worked with, more stratified, more susceptible to seasonal moisture variation in the load-bearing characteristics. He made a note to ask Suyin to do a moisture variation survey of the substrate at depth, because seasonal load variation in sedimentary formations was a failure mode he hadn't encountered in previous projects. Tuesday, interior survey of the 4 gate formations, starting at dawn, moving systematically. By midday, he had found the problem. The city's main gate, the northern gate, highest traffic volume, most critical defensive node, was operational and appeared functional. The monitoring pulse was regular, the output field was present, the inscription lines were intact. The formation was 42 degrees off its designed alignment. He pressed his palm against the northern gate's primary anchor stone and traced the load path 3 times before he was certain. The anchor was drawing from the correct substrate layer, but at an angle that had drifted significantly from the original installation geometry. 42 degrees off nominal. The drift was not visible from the surface. The formation was performing its basic function. The output field was present. The monitoring pulse was consistent. But the structural efficiency was approximately 63% of rated capacity, and the failure mode probability had shifted from the designed catastrophic cascade path to an entirely different failure path that the backup systems weren't configured to handle. He walked to the gate's foundation corner and looked at the alignment markers, small inscription indicators on the base stones that showed the formation's original orientation. The marker lines ran at an angle to the current anchor direction that he could measure by eye, approximately 40 degrees. He consulted his notes from the initial structural assessment. The city's foundation had been assessed at 3 points before he started the formation survey. Point 3 was at the northwest corner of the northern gate complex. He went to point 3 and pressed his hand against the ground. The foundation at point 3 had shifted approximately 108 millimeters from its original survey position, a measurement he could derive from the comparison between the sedimentary strata's current angle and the angle of the original construction markers in the gate's stonework. 108 millimeters was not catastrophic. The gate was still structurally intact. The walls weren't cracking. The foundations weren't failing. But over the course of 60 years, that shift had rotated the formation anchor's effective direction by 42 degrees from nominal. The formation was running. It had been running for 60 years. Nobody had noticed. He sat in the northwest corner of the northern gate complex and wrote a 3-page preliminary findings document before moving to the second gate. The second gate was fine, no foundation shift, formation within standard tolerance, minor degradation that was within normal service life. The third gate had a different problem. 2 competing formation installations from different decades had been overlaid rather than integrated, and the interference between them had created a dead zone in the central coverage area, approximately 3 meters wide. A cultivator moving through the gate at that specific angle would pass through a formation blind spot. He documented the blind spot position with a sketch that Suyin could verify in the substrate survey. The fourth gate was also running at reduced capacity due to an anchor that had been reseated incorrectly after a repair 8 years ago. He could identify the incorrect reseating from the inscription asymmetry in the anchor stone face. He presented his findings to Magistrate Lu Wenhe on Thursday. Lu Wenhe was approximately 60, with the patient exhaustion of a civic official who had been managing problems for decades and had developed a specific wariness toward anyone offering to solve them. He received Wei's preliminary findings document and read the executive summary. The northern gate formation is 42 degrees off alignment, Lu said. Approximately 42 degrees, Wei said. I'll confirm the precise measurement in the full survey. The preliminary estimate is based on the foundation shift analysis. For 60 years. The formation was installed correctly 60 years ago. The foundation shifted gradually over that period. The drift is not visible in surface inspection. The formation appears functional because it's performing basic functions. The structural efficiency and the failure mode probability are both significantly different from what the original design specified. Lu looked at the document. The guild's last assessment was 4 years ago. They said the formation was within normal operational parameters. The formation is within normal operational parameters for a formation that is 42 degrees off alignment, Wei said. That's a defensible statement. It's not the same as saying the formation is within normal operational parameters for its original design. A long silence. How did the guild's assessment miss this? Lu said, the standard guild assessment methodology checks inscription integrity, anchor seating quality, output field consistency, and monitoring pulse regularity, Wei said. None of those tests would detect a directional drift. They measure the formation's current performance against its current configuration, not against its original design parameters. He paused. The only way to detect this is to compare the formation's current orientation against the original survey documentation and the Foundation's geological history. You compared it. I surveyed the Foundation before I assessed the formation, Wei said. Standard practice. Lu looked at Wei for a long moment. What does it cost to fix it, he said. Wei had the cost estimate prepared. He presented it. Not the formation cost only, but the full structural picture. The northern gate realignment, the third gate integration, the fourth gate anchor reseating. The second gate was fine. 3 gates, Lu said. 2 critical, 1 standard repair, Wei said. The northern gate is the priority. It's currently providing 63% coverage at a failure mode profile that doesn't match the defensive design. In plain terms, your northern gate looks like it's working. Under sustained attack at specific angles, it will fail in a way no one is currently prepared for. He paused. If you know the blind spot in the third gate, you can walk through it without triggering the alert. If the enemy knows the drift angle of the northern gate, they can attack at the optimal angle to exploit the reduced coverage. The enemy might know, Lu said. They might, Wei said. The guild's assessment report would show the formation as operational. If the enemy has seen that report, they know the coverage appears normal. But if they've done their own assessment using substrate survey methodology, they'd know exactly where the coverage is weak, Lu said. Yes. Lu picked up the cost estimate. He looked at it for a moment. I'll need to present this to the city council. The previous guild assessment said the formations were fine. This is a significant departure. I have the documentation, Wei said. The substrate survey data, the foundation shift measurements, the alignment comparison against the original installation records. All of it is verifiable by any independent practitioner. He paused. I'd recommend an independent verification before the council meeting, if the council requires one. I can recommend a methodology for a third-party review. Lu looked at him. You're recommending someone else check your work. I always recommend independent verification on findings with significant financial implications, Wei said. Good documentation holds up to scrutiny. If my analysis has errors, the verification will find them. If it doesn't have errors, the verification confirms it. He held Lu's gaze. I'm not selling you a formation installation. I'm selling you an accurate picture of your formation network's current condition. The installation is what you do with that picture. Lu was quiet for a moment. The guild master who handles this district will dispute this finding. He's welcome to, Wei said. I'll make the substrate survey data available to him. He left the magistrate's office and found Suine in the courtyard, completing her moisture variation substrate map. She looked at him. The northern gate. 42 degrees, he said. Foundation settlement over 60 years. She turned to a new page in her notebook. The third gate blind spot was approximately 3 meters on my substrate mapping, centered at about 2 meters from the east pillar. Document it precisely, Wei said. The magistrate will need it for the council presentation. She was already writing. He pressed his hand against the courtyard stone paving and felt the city's formation network from underneath. 4 gates, 2 broken and 2 sound. All of them running. All of them carrying the city's defensive load in the way they could rather than the way they were designed to. The northern gate formation, tilted 42 degrees off nominal, doing its impaired 63%, and no one having known for 60 years. He was going to fix it. He took out his notebook and started the full assessment documentation. Chapter 46. 2 proposals. The guild objection arrived at the Shuangling City Administration offices 4 days after Wei submitted his preliminary findings to Magistrate Lu Wana. Fast enough that someone in the regional formation licensing network had been monitoring the magistrate's communications and had sent the news to Cloudspire City before Wei had finished his substrate survey. The objection was submitted by practitioner Xiao Peiming, who held the guild's licensed formation service contract for the Shuangling district. It cited the formation licensing agreements that gave guild-certified practitioners right of first refusal on major city formation work in the region. The objection was technically correct. Wei's provisional registration, which had been operating under the hearing outcome, did not include city-scale defensive formation work. Magistrate Lu presented Wei with a copy of the objection on Friday morning. Wei read it. He went back to the hotel where the survey team was staying and spent 4 hours writing a structural comparison between his preliminary design proposal and the methodology that a standard guild installation team would apply to the Northern Gate realignment problem. He was not guessing at what Xiao would propose. He had studied the guild's methodology thoroughly through Feng Bao's library, through his own analysis of guild installations, and through the hearing documentation that had cataloged the guild's standard approaches in technical detail. The standard approach to a formation alignment issue was to install new anchors over the existing ones, recalibrate the output field to the new anchor positions, and accept that the formation was now a two-generation installation rather than a coherent single design. This approach worked. The formation would be operational and within standard parameters for its new configuration. It would not address the foundation shift. In 8 years, assuming continued foundation settlement at the rate Wei had measured, the formation would be approximately 63 degrees off the new installation's nominal alignment, and the new installation would be performing at approximately 50% of its rated capacity. He wrote this out as a structural calculation, with the foundation settlement rate derived from his substrate survey, the alignment drift rate calculated from that measurement, and the performance degradation curve projected over a 20-year period. He submitted the comparison document to Magistrate Liu that afternoon. Liu read it carefully. He asked 3 questions, all of them about the foundation settlement rate calculation, which was the most technical element of the comparison. Wei answered each one in detail. The guild's practitioner will dispute this analysis, Liu said. He should, Wei said. If his substrate survey of the Northern Gate produces a different foundation settlement measurement, his analysis would be different from mine. I'm recommending that both of us submit substrate survey data to an independent technical reviewer. He paused. If his settlement measurement is lower than mine, the 8-year timeline before the new installation begins to drift is longer. If his measurement is higher, it's shorter. The calculation is the same either way. What if he doesn't do a substrate survey? That's a professional choice, Wei said. You can require it as a condition of the commission. It's your city. Liu looked at the comparison document for a long time. The guild will claim your analysis is biased. Substrate measurements are substrate measurements, Wei said. The Rock doesn't care about my professional interests. Liu put down the document. I want to see both proposals before I make a decision. He paused. And I want a competitive demonstration. The guild's practitioner installs his approach to one element. You install yours. Then we observe over 3 weeks. Wei thought about this. A 3-week demonstration period meant the full commission decision was delayed by a month, and the Northern Gate remained at 63% coverage during that period. He had an obligation to note this. The Northern Gate is operating at reduced coverage during the demonstration period, he said. That's a security implication you should be aware of. Liu looked at him. You're pointing out the risk to your client of your own proposal. You should know the full picture when you make the decision, Wei said. Liu was quiet for a moment. I'll factor it in, he said. Practitioner Xiao has been invited to submit his design proposal by Monday. The demonstration will begin Wednesday. Wei went back to his substrate documentation. Chapter 47. The race practitioner Xiao Peiming arrived in Shuangling on Tuesday with a 3-person installation team, a full equipment kit, and the particular proprietary efficiency of a guild-certified formation master who expected to close a commission quickly. He was 60 at Gold Core, with 30 years of city-scale formation installation experience. He had done 12 major city gate commissions in the regional district. He knew city gate work. He moved through the site survey, 2 hours on Monday, Wei noted from across the courtyard, with the speed of someone applying a well-practiced pattern rather than reading the specific site. Wei spent 7 hours on his survey Monday, completing the substrate moisture variation assessment that Suyin had started and adding a 3rd day of foundation settlement rate monitoring at 4 points. The settlement rate had been consistent over his 3 survey days. He had enough data to anchor his calculation with confidence. The demonstration format. Each practitioner would address the 3rd gate's formation coverage problem, the blind spot that Wei had identified in his preliminary findings. The blind spot was the smaller of the 2 major problems, but was specific enough to be verifiable within the 3-week observation window. Xiao went first. He spent 20 minutes surveying the 3rd gate formation before beginning installation. His approach was what Wei had predicted, a recalibration of the existing overlapping formations using standard realignment techniques, placing new anchor points in the positions the coverage analysis indicated were most effective. The installation was clean, fast, and professional. Xiao worked with the efficiency of someone who had done this exact type of installation many times. The installation took 2 hours and 12 minutes. Wei spent the first 4 hours of his demonstration period doing nothing visible. He walked the gate. He pressed his hands against the wall stones. He sat in the gate's eastern tower and listened to the substrate load patterns. He sketched. He crossed out. He sketched again. Xiao's team watched from the observation area with the increasingly confused expression of people watching a competitor who did not appear to be competing. At the 4-hour mark, Wei began installing. His approach was structurally different from Xiao's in a way that wasn't immediately visible. He was not adding new anchor points in the coverage optimal positions. He was reconfiguring the load sharing between the two overlapping formations so that the interference pattern they created was redirected rather than overridden. The blind spot existed because two formations' edge fields were interfering with each other, canceling out rather than reinforcing. Wei was installing a coupling element that converted the cancellation into reinforcement, using the existing formation's own outputs as the energy source for the coverage improvement. No additional external qi load required. The system was self-reinforcing once the coupling was installed. The installation took 4 hours and 40 minutes. It was slower than Xiao's by 2.5 hours. It was visually less impressive. Xiao's new anchor points were visible, clean, symmetrically placed. Wei's coupling element was a single mid-sized stone in a specific location that looked like it had been set into the wall as a repair patch. Magistrate Liu walked the demonstration area after both installations were complete. Which is which, he asked. Wei pointed to the east wall patch, his installation. That's it, Liu said. The third gate's blind spot is closed, Wei said. The coupling element redirects the interference between the two existing formations and converts it to constructive reinforcement. The existing formations are doing the work. I've just changed how they interact. Liu looked at Xiao's installation. 6 new anchor points, symmetrically placed, professionally impressive. Then at Wei's, a single stone in a wall corner. The observation period starts now, Liu said. Wei went back to his hotel. He had the northern gate designed to complete. Chapter 48. 3 weeks. The observation period was 19 days, not 21, because the hairline fracture appeared on day 19. Wei knew it was coming. He had been monitoring the northwest corner of the northern gate complex since his initial survey. Not formally, not as part of the demonstration arrangement, but because he had his gold core formation awareness active in the district, and the northern gate was within his passive sensing range while he stayed in Shuangling completing the full design documentation. Xiao Peiming had installed his northern gate proposal on day 8 of the observation period. The commission terms had been modified to allow preliminary work on both gates simultaneously. The installation was standard guild quality. 6 new anchor points, output field recalibration, monitoring pulse reset. Operational within parameters. Wei had not yet installed his northern gate redesign. He was waiting for the demonstration results on the third gate before committing to the full commission. Day 14. The northwest corner of the northern gate complex began showing stress indicators. Not in the formation, in the stone. The foundation settlement had continued, as Wei's measurement predicted, and the new anchor positions Xiao had installed were responding to the directional stress that the original formation had been absorbing at 42 degrees. The new installation was absorbing it at a different angle. The stone was telling him what it would do. He documented the stress indicators in his survey notes and waited. Day 19, morning. Xiao's installation team was at the northern gate doing a routine inspection when the hairline fracture appeared. Third anchor from the east, northwest corner junction, exactly on the load line Wei's survey had drawn weeks ago. Wei was at the morning market when his passive formation awareness registered the event. A sudden load shift in the northern gate's formation as the fracture redistributed stress. He wrote in his notebook, asterisk day 19, northwest corner fracture. Load line predicted in original survey. Documentation confirms. Asterisk, he went to the northern gate. The fracture was small, 6 centimeters, running along the base of the third anchor stone. The formation was still operational. The monitoring pulse was slightly irregular, reflecting the new load distribution around the fracture. Xiao's team was examining it when Wei arrived. They had the expressions of professionals encountering a setback they would have preferred to address privately before it became a public incident. Wei showed Magistrate Liu's aide his original survey document, the page from his preliminary findings that showed the northwest corner load line analysis, marked with the specific foundation stress concentration that would cause exactly this fracture, written 19 days ago. The aide looked at the document. He looked at the fracture. He looked at the document again. Wei did not say anything about Xiao's installation. He showed the documentation. The documentation showed a predicted failure at this location. The failure had occurred. The documentation was dated. Liu received the report that afternoon and called both practitioners to his office. Xiao argued that the fracture was a pre-existing weakness in the stone unrelated to his installation. He was not wrong that pre-existing weaknesses existed in city gate foundation stones. They always did. He was wrong that the fracture was unrelated to the installation. Wei's survey had shown exactly how the foundation settlement and installation orientation would interact to concentrate load at that specific point. Wei presented the calculation, including the foundation settlement data and the load concentration derivation. He did not argue with Xiao. He presented the chain of documented evidence and let Liu review it. Liu reviewed it for 45 minutes. He called in his city engineer, who read the substrate survey data and confirmed the settlement rate calculation was methodologically sound. Liu terminated Xiao Peiming's commission the following morning and contracted Wei for the full Shuangling Gate formation network. Wei acknowledged the contract, took the commission paperwork, and went immediately to the third gate to assess whether the coupling element had maintained its performance over the observation period. It had. The blind spot was closed. The constructive interference was running at steady state. The observation data showed no degradation in the coupling element's effectiveness over 19 days. He filed the performance data in the commission record. Then he went to survey the northern gate for the redesign installation that would begin Monday. Chapter 49. The workshop rule, the formation architecture workshop of the Stone Pillar sect, which was the formal name no one used, the informal name being Wei's workshop or occasionally the load people, in a usage that had started as mild sarcasm and had gradually become neutral, had 5 full members by the time Wei returned from Shuangling. The 5 had arrived at different rates and through different routes. 2. Chun Pailan and a young man named Ru Jinglin had come through the lecture course and the formation maintenance project. 1, named Dao Wenxiang, had been in Luo Fenghao's formation division cohort and had shifted his focus after the formation duel. 1, named Fei Xuanyu, was a formation division student who had been in the practice hall the day Wei first presented his failure analysis report to Kai and had been quietly doing load path analysis on every formation she worked with since then. The 5th was Luo Fenghao himself, who had spent 3 months reading all of Wei's public documentation and had appeared at the workshop door one afternoon with the statement that he was not interested in the lecture course because he'd already done the reading. Wei had assessed this as accurate and given him a survey assignment. With 5 members, the workshop needed structure. Not the informal arrangement that had developed organically, that had worked when it was Wei and Suyin and occasional student assistants. But 5 practitioners with different training levels and different project assignments needed a clear operating model. Wei wrote the workshop's operating principles in a document that he circulated to all 5 members and to Elder Feng Bao, who had agreed to serve as a formal academic sponsor for the workshop's certification purposes. The operating principles were not rules about attitude or conduct. Wei had no patience for rules about attitude. They were structural principles, stated as engineering standards, survey before design. No formation work begins without a full structural assessment of the site, the substrate, and any existing formations. The survey determines the design. The design does not predetermine the survey. Document everything. Every survey, every installation, every repair, every observation that affects a formation's structural integrity. Signed, dated, filed. The documentation is the professional record. Verbal assessments and undocumented decisions do not exist professionally. Stand behind your work. Every practitioner signs every document relating to their work. If you can't sign it, you shouldn't be doing it. Your signature is your structural guarantee. Redundancy is required. No formation leaves this workshop with a single point of failure. If the design doesn't have a secondary load path, it isn't finished. Failure modes must be controlled. If the formation fails, it fails gracefully. The failure must be designed. An undesigned failure is a design error. Lin Suyin read through the document and looked up. This isn't a rulebook. It's a methodology description. Yes, Wei said. It's what we do. I wrote it down so everyone knows we agree on what we do. What happens when someone doesn't follow it? We talk about why, Wei said. And then we revise the survey methodology if the deviation revealed something the methodology missed. Or we revise the practitioner's assignment if the deviation revealed something about the practitioner's readiness. Suyin was quiet for a moment. What's my title? Wei looked at her. He had not formally assigned titles in the workshop. Everyone knew what everyone else did. But with 5 members, the organizational structure needed to be legible. Lead surveyor, he said. You manage all site survey assignments and survey methodology development. You review every substrate assessment before it goes into a design specification. She wrote this in her notebook with the careful satisfaction of someone receiving something they had earned and had been waiting to see formally acknowledged. He assigned the others, Luo Fenghao as senior formation analyst, Chun Pailan as documentation coordinator, Dao Wenxiang and Ru Jinglin as junior formation analysts. Fei Xuanyu, who had the most natural talent for formation load path reading of the group, was designated monitoring specialist. The Shuangling Commission required all of them. He had 4 gates to redesign, a full city substrate survey to complete, and a 3-year maintenance documentation archive to compile from the city's records. We start Monday, he said. Survey sequence: northern gate first, then third gate integration, then second and fourth gate assessments, then overall network coordination design. He looked around the workshop at 5 practitioners who understood what he was asking them to do. Survey first, he said. Always survey first. Chapter 50. The material void granite looked like ordinary granite until you pressed your hand against it, at which point it told you how much chi stress it had absorbed over the past decade, in the same way that old concrete tells a structural engineer how many load cycles it has sustained. Wei was in the provincial materials market, a once-monthly gathering of specialty suppliers in a warehouse district east of Shuangling, when he felt the pile of blocks in supplier Zhang's stall. He had been looking for high-grade anchor stone to complete the Northern Gate's deep anchor system. The void granite was in a modest wooden rack behind Zhang's primary display of standard-grade formation materials, not prominently displayed, priced significantly above surrounding materials without much explanatory text on the label. Wei pressed his palm against the top block. The block had been quarried from a site he couldn't locate geographically but could characterize structurally. Deep substrate, very slow geological formation, probably ancient. The crystal structure was denser than granite at the macro scale but more organized at the chi level. The chi pathways through the stone ran in 3-dimensional networks rather than the 2-dimensional planar paths that standard anchor stone had. The implication was immediate. A formation anchor installed in void granite would distribute load 3-dimensionally rather than 2-dimensionally. The load shedding capacity would be roughly triple that of standard anchor stone at the same dimensions. And the crystal structure's slow formation rate meant the stone would sustain load cycling without degrading. Standard anchor stone work hardened under repeated chi load cycling, eventually becoming brittle. Void granite, based on the crystal structure he was feeling, would maintain its properties indefinitely. Where was this quarried? He asked supplier Jiang. Jiang was a heavy-set man in his 40s with the professional inscrutability of someone who had been selling specialty materials for a long time and knew exactly when a customer was more excited than they were showing. Northern border region, near the void peaks. Deep quarry, difficult access. Most cultivators can't feel the difference between this and standard grade. How much of it do you have? Current inventory, 12 blocks, approximately 340 kilograms. I can source more on a 4-month lead time. Jiang paused. The guild has a standing purchase order for any available stock. I've been filling it when I can find the material. Wei looked at the 12 blocks. He ran a rapid estimate. At his planned anchor dimensions for the Northern Gate deep anchor system, 12 blocks would cover 4 installation points. The full Northern Gate redesign needed 18 points. He would need 30 blocks minimum. What's the guild using it for, he said. I don't ask, Jiang said. They buy it, I supply it. They don't tell me the application. Wei thought about this. The guild was stockpiling void granite. Not just buying what was available, they had a standing purchase order. They knew what it was, and they were controlling the supply. I'll take all 12 blocks, Wei said. And I want first right of purchase on every future shipment, with the guild as secondary buyer. Jiang looked at him. The guild won't like that arrangement. I'm sure they won't, Wei said. Are you willing to take it? Depends on your contract terms, Jiang said. Wei had a standard commission documentation template in his notebook. He spent 15 minutes drafting a supply agreement, formal, documented, with a price structure that included a premium above the guild's standing order rate and a first-right provision that was unambiguous. Jiang read it. He looked at the 12 void granite blocks. He looked at Wei. The guild's standing order pays a fixed rate with quarterly review, Jiang said. They've been slow on the quarterly reviews. My contract specifies payment within 30 days of delivery, Wei said. Jiang signed the supply agreement. Wei arranged transport for the 12 blocks back to Shuangling. He spent the walk back thinking about void granite's structural properties and their formation implications. A deep anchor pile in void granite would distribute load 3-dimensionally, sustain indefinite load cycling without degradation, and provide structural stability in the Northern Gate substrate conditions that standard anchor stone couldn't achieve at any practical depth. The Shuangling Northern Gate redesign could be built to last not 30 to 50 years, but potentially centuries, with proper substrate conditions. He had another thought. If the guild had a standing purchase order for void granite, and they knew what it was for, and they hadn't deployed it in any of the regional commercial installations that Wei had surveyed, they were stockpiling it, not using it. He wrote in his notes, * void granite, guild aware of properties, controlling supply, not deploying in commercial installations. Question, why accumulate a material that would improve installation quality without using it? Possible answer, The quality improvement is not commercially desirable if the business model depends on installations that require maintenance. Investigate. What is the guild's void granite inventory used for? Asterisk, he also wrote. Asterisk, supply secured for immediate commission needs. Establish ongoing supply relationship with Jiang before guild notices the arrangement change. Timeline. This week. Asterisk, he returned to the workshop and told Suine about the void granite. She pressed her palm against one of the blocks when they arrived and held it there for 30 seconds. It stores memory, she said. I can feel load cycles from years ago. It stores chi stress in the crystal structure, Wei said. It releases it slowly over decades. So a formation built on this material would sustain itself from stored chi energy even when the external formation is idle, Wei said. The anchor would keep the formation active at maintenance level indefinitely without external chi input. He paused. A formation built on this would not fail from cultivator exhaustion. The anchor itself would sustain the minimum function indefinitely. She looked at the block. She looked at Wei. Garrison application, she said. Yes, he said. And city gates. And trade roads. And any installation that currently requires active maintenance. He was already running the design implications. The 12 blocks we have will go into the northern gate's primary anchors. I'll need to redesign the anchor dimensions to optimize for 3-dimensional load distribution rather than 2-dimensional. He pulled out the northern gate design documentation. This is the third version. The void granite changes the anchor geometry throughout. She sat down and opened her notebook. They worked until midnight. Chapter 51. The Bureau responds. Marshal Ruan Donghe was not in Shuangling when his letter arrived. Wei had been expecting some form of response since the day he mailed the military bureau report, but he had not expected Ruan to visit the city personally. And when the garrison commander's runner appeared at Wei's workshop with a summons, Wei set down his design work and went. Ruan was in the city's military administration office, a formal meeting room that smelled of old paper and boot leather, with a window that overlooked the northern gate Wei was currently redesigning. He was standing at that window when Wei entered, which suggested he had either already surveyed the construction work from outside or had been waiting long enough to do it without intending to. The Military Engineering Bureau has responded to your methodology report, Ruan said. He did not turn from the window. They've expressed interest in a formal review of the garrison redesign documentation. They've asked me to facilitate access. Wei waited. I've declined to facilitate access, Ruan said. I expected that, Wei said. Ruan turned. His expression was the same controlled assessment he'd used in every previous encounter. Weighing, precise, not hostile in the emotional sense, but strongly opposed in the institutional sense. The Bureau review would potentially recommend replacing Guild-standard military formation installations across the district with your methodology. The Guild's military contracts in this district are worth 400,000 spirit stones annually. I know, Wei said. If your methodology becomes the military standard, the Guild loses those contracts. The Guild then loses a significant portion of its political leverage in the regional administrative structure, because that leverage is partially based on their military relationship. Ruan paused. Several of my current regional political alliances depend on the Guild's continued institutional stability. You're telling me the political cost of the Bureau adopting my methodology, Wei said. I'm telling you what I'm managing, Ruan said. I want you to understand why I'm opposing your Bureau access. It's not because the methodology is wrong. Your garrison redesign is performing as you projected. The formation held for the 14 days since your departure without requiring maintenance attention. He paused. It's a better installation than the previous one. I know, Wei said. That makes the situation more difficult, not less, Ruan said. An obviously wrong methodology I could simply dismiss. A correct methodology that threatens a political structure I depend on requires a more complicated response. Wei looked at him. He was being told, in precise institutional language, that Ruan was going to continue opposing him for reasons that had nothing to do with the technical quality of his work. This was useful information. What would change your assessment? Wei said. Ruan was quiet for a long moment. If your methodology was the only viable option for a military problem I couldn't solve any other way, he said. That doesn't exist currently. The standard installations are adequate. A pause. Adequate is not good enough for some problems. If we were facing a threat that adequate couldn't handle, he stopped himself. You've been told something is coming, Wei said. He was reading the sentence structure, not guessing. Something that the existing military formation network can't handle. Ruan looked at him. He made a decision in the way that senior military officers made decisions under surveillance, with complete expressiveness of nothing. I've been told things that require preparation. The existing formation network may or may not be adequate for that preparation. He looked back at the window, at the northern gate construction. That's all I'll say. Wei returned to his workshop and wrote in his stakeholder notes. Yuan Dongha has intelligence about a future threat that existing formation networks may be inadequate for. Chose not to share specifics. Will approach when the threat becomes more concrete. Important. Ruan's institutional opposition is political, not technical. He knows the methodology is correct. This creates an eventual inflection point. The Spirit Sea advancement came 3 days later, during a design session for the Shuangling City Network's coordination layer, the top-tier formation system that would allow all 4 gate formations to share load across the whole city rather than operating independently. He had been working on the coordination layer for a week, and the specific design challenge had been how to allow load redistribution between formations that were physically separated by hundreds of meters of city infrastructure without requiring a continuous underground installation. The insight that resolved it was architectural. The foundations of the city's major buildings were already load-bearing structures connected by the geological substrate. He could use them as passive conductors for a citywide load transfer network, the way a building's structural steel frame conducts thermal loads through its connections. The city itself was the transfer medium. When he understood this, his chi sense expanded to encompass the whole city at once. Not just the formation network, but the entire structural reality of the place. Every building's foundation, every underground passage, every well shaft and drainage channel and foundation pier. The city as a single load-bearing system. Spirit Sea. The structural awareness had extended from formation networks to the built environment itself. He sat in the workshop for 20 minutes processing this before he started writing. The Shuangling City Commission, which had been projected for 60 days, took 49. Chapter 52. The public test. The load test was Wei's idea, and he had been planning it since the Shuangling Commission began. He sent invitations to every formation practitioner in the regional area with a formal professional registration, guild certified, provisionally registered, and unaffiliated, 3 weeks before the commission's completion date. The invitation described a formation performance demonstration at the Shuangling City gates, including a progressive overload test of the new installation to 200% of rated capacity. 51 practitioners accepted, 12 declined. 14 sent representatives who were not themselves practitioners, but were authorized observers for their organizations. On the test day, the observation gallery at the northern gate was full. Wei opened with a survey review, a 30-minute presentation showing the substrate data, the foundation settlement history, the alignment correction that had been the primary engineering challenge, and the void granite anchor performance characteristics. He showed the pre-installation condition documentation alongside the post-installation survey, making the structural difference visible for any observer who wanted to follow the load path reasoning. Then he ran the overload test. The overload test was methodical. 50% of rated capacity, holding for 3 minutes, 100%, holding for 5, 150%, holding for 5, 200%, holding for 10. At each level, the formation's monitoring arrays showed the load distribution across the anchor network. The observers could see the load path in real time through the monitoring visualization, which Wei had designed to display structural data rather than just chi levels. At 200%, the northern gate's void granite anchors were running at 43% of their rated structural capacity. The formation's load transfer network was operating efficiently. The monitoring pulse was stable. He held 200% for 10 minutes. Nothing failed. He brought the load back to 0 and invited any observer to apply their own overload test at any capacity they chose. 3 practitioners stepped forward. One applied 300% in a focused strike pattern, a significant force, substantially above anything the test had shown. The formation distributed it across all 4 void granite anchors. The load peaked at 61% of rated capacity across the anchor network, and the formation returned to idle in approximately 8 seconds. The testing observer who had applied the 300% strike stood back and looked at Wei. It wasn't even close, he said. No, Wei said. He distributed the full documentation package to all observers. The complete survey methodology, the design specifications, the installation records, the performance data from the test. 120 copies, printed on standard documentation grade paper, bound in his standard project documentation format. The package was 46 pages. It included the complete structural methodology for void granite anchor design, 3-dimensional load distribution calculations, and the foundation settlement compensation approach developed for the northern gate. The documentation is open use, Wei said. Any practitioner present is authorized to apply it. The guild's response arrived 4 days later. A formal objection to the testing methodology, citing safety concerns about conducting high-load formation tests in an urban environment. The objection was, as Wei noted in his files, procedurally valid but substantively weak. The test had been conducted with city magistrate authorization, full safety buffer arrays, and a complete evacuation of the observation area's immediate proximity. The test report had been copied 47 times by the end of the week. Wei knew this because he had included a registration number in the documentation, and he tracked copy requests. By the end of the month, it was the most widely circulated formation documentation in the province. Chapter 53. The City Wall Evenings by Ruolin's permanent posting order came through on a Wednesday, 3 weeks after the Shuangling Commission completed. It was, she told Wei when she presented the order, not a standard posting assignment. Her commander had specifically requested her assignment to the Shuangling garrison, citing the city's recently upgraded formation network as a military asset requiring combat specialist oversight. The request was technically within military protocol, but Bai's expression when she said it suggested she was aware that her commander had engineered the posting with something more specific in mind. He thinks I'll tell him how you design formations, she said. Will you? Wei said. The documentation is publicly available, she said. He could read it himself. He probably has someone reading it, Wei said. Probably. She accepted the tea Suyin brought and sat down at the workshop's secondary table with the comfort of someone who had been in this space enough to know where things were. He also thinks I'm developing useful formation knowledge from a practitioner perspective, which I am. I know, Wei said. He had read her tactical notebook twice. She had left it in the workshop on 2 occasions when she left quickly for garrison duties, and he had not asked permission before reading it. This was, he acknowledged in retrospect, a professional courtesy violation he should note in his lessons learned. The combat load modeling in your recent work is more sophisticated than what I've published. She paused. You read my notebook. Yes. I should have asked. He paused. The load transfer analysis for multi-cultivator siege scenarios on page 43 is more accurate than my published model. I'd like to cite it in the next documentation release. She looked at him for a moment. You want to cite the tactical notebook of a garrison captain in a formation engineering document. With attribution, he said. The combat load data is yours. The analysis methodology is mine. The synthesis is collaboration. He paused. Unless you prefer the data not be published. She was quiet for a moment. No, she said. You can use it. With attribution. He added it to his documentation work queue. That evening she walked with him on the northern city wall, a habit that had developed without being explicitly proposed, as habits do in close professional proximity. The city spread out below the wall on the east side, the gate formations running at idle capacity, the monitoring pulse visible to Wei's spirit see awareness as a slow, steady breath of structural activity. You're listening to the city, she said. All of it, he said. The whole structural load of 400 years of construction, distributed through substrate that's been settling since before anyone built anything here. He pressed his hand against the rampart stone. The load pattern is beautiful in a structural sense. Not a single catastrophic failure risk anywhere in the city, just gradual incremental settlement, well distributed, managed by competent builders generation after generation. You can feel that. I can feel everything within range that has a formation component, he said, and the buildings themselves through their connections to the formation network. He paused. The Spirit C rank is like having a new sense rather than a stronger version of an existing one. I'm still figuring out how to use it without being distracted by the ambient data. She was quiet for a moment. What does my garrison feel like? Structurally? He turned his attention to the garrison quarter on the western side of the city. The foundation is good. The main hall has an overspan condition in the south wing. The secondary beam at the roofline is carrying more load than it was designed for. It's safe, but someone should replace it in the next 10 years. He paused. The formation installations are clean. Your team has been maintaining them correctly. You can assess my building maintenance from the city wall, she said. From the city wall, he confirmed. With Spirit C active, yes. She looked at him for a long moment, and he could see her updating an internal assessment, recalibrating something in her understanding of what she was working alongside. She had been treating him as a talented practitioner. He was apparently also a real-time structural monitor of anything within his awareness range. Does it bother you? She asked. Constant data. He thought about this honestly. My previous profession was the same way. You walk into a building, and you read the load paths before you read the exits. It's not something you turn off. He looked at the city below the wall. Here it's more vivid. The chi component adds information the physical structure doesn't carry alone. He paused. I prefer it to not having it. She made a note in her tactical notebook. He looked at the note. She had written, in her formation survey notation, *Wei JC, persistent passive structural monitoring, city scale range. Combat planning implication, Advanced notification of structural failures / formation disruptions within range. Asset. Asterisk, you're still threat assessing me, he said. I assess everyone, she said. It's not personal. He thought about this. You should note that the monitoring is passive and non-directional. I can't target it. She added this to the note. They stayed on the wall until the second watch bell. He talked about the battle formation design he'd been working on. The mobile deployment arrays she'd been giving him combat load parameters for, now developed to the point where he had a full design ready for field testing. She talked about the siege scenarios she'd been modeling and the specific failure modes in standard battle arrays that she'd documented from field experience. The design that resulted from the conversation was neither purely his nor purely hers. She understood the tactical requirements more precisely than he did. He understood the structural optimization more precisely than she did. By the time they left the wall, the design was 3 pages further advanced than when they'd arrived. Chapter 54. The patent case. The lawsuit arrived on a Tuesday. It was delivered to Wei's workshop by a guild legal representative, not a practitioner, a lawyer, carrying a formal complaint filed with the provincial formation court. The complaint ran to 89 pages and cited 17 specific patents the guild held on formation methodology, claiming that Wei Jianchen's publicly released documentation infringed on all 17. Wei read the complaint over the course of 2 evenings, taking notes. The 17 patent citations were technically sophisticated. Each one covered a specific element of formation design: redundancy node placement methodology, controlled failure zone design, substrate integration techniques. Each one had been filed with the provincial court between 6 and 40 years ago. Each one had legal validity. 8 of them, Wei noted, covered methodology that appeared in Feng Bao's research, the research the guild had seized when Feng left 28 years ago. 4 of them covered methodology that Wei had published, which was substantively different from the guild's patent descriptions in ways that would require expert technical testimony to evaluate. 5 of them were, as far as Wei could determine, genuinely distinct from anything in his public documentation, and the guild was arguing that his methodology infringed by implication, that his structural approach was a derivation of their patented techniques even if it didn't directly reproduce them. The damage claim, 240,000 spirit stones in licensing fees for the documentation Wei had already released, plus ongoing royalties for any future use. Wei filed the complaint in his legal records and went to find Elder Feng Bao. Feng read the 17 patent citations quietly. He read the 8 that Wei had flagged as potentially covering his research. He set the document down and looked at the window. 4 of these are mine, he said. Directly mine. The exact methodology, the exact terminology, in some cases the exact mathematical expressions I used in my research. He paused. Filed by the guild between 2 and 8 years after I left, after they had access to my complete research archive. Can you document prior authorship? Wei said. I can reconstruct it, Feng said. I have memory of the research. I have correspondence with other practitioners from that period that touches on the methodology, not complete documentation, but enough to establish timeline. He paused. The reconstruction would take time. The lawsuit is presumably designed to impose costs through the legal process rather than achieve a judgment. Yes, Wei said. The objective is financial pressure and timeline disruption. He had analyzed this type of legal strategy before, in his previous life, in construction disputes. The goal was not to win in court. The goal was to make the cost of fighting it exceed the cost of settling. The settlement offer will be licensing fees plus ongoing royalties plus removal of specific elements from the public documentation. Will you settle? Wei thought about the 22 outer disciples doing formation maintenance with documented methodology. The test report that had been copied 47 times. The 51 practitioners who had attended the Shuangling demonstration and received documentation packages. No, he said. The legal cost will be significant. Yes, Wei said. He had already calculated it. The legal cost is a cost of operating in a system where the guild has captured the regulatory infrastructure. I anticipated it. He looked at Feng. I need the prior authorship reconstruction for 4 of the patents. The technical testimony for the remaining claims I can provide myself. It will expose my past, Feng said. I know. Wei paused. I won't ask you to do it if you're not willing. Feng was quiet for a moment. He looked at his library, the 2 rooms of reconstructed research that had been waiting for this use for 28 years. I should have fought them 30 years ago, he said. I didn't. He picked up the complaint document. Show me which 4. Wei showed him. Chapter 55. The argument. The formation court case was assigned to a 3-judge panel and set for hearing in 6 weeks. In the interim, Feng Bao spent his evenings reconstructing the prior authorship documentation for his 4 patents. Working from memory and the partial correspondence archive he had maintained, producing a formal technical history that traced the development of each methodology from initial concept through the research phases to the final forms that the guild had subsequently filed under different names. Wei spent his evenings preparing the technical expert testimony for the remaining 13 claims, 4 where his methodology was distinguishable from the guild's patents, and 9 where the guild's infringement argument required expert analysis of the structural logic differences. The work was precise and tedious and required him to engage with the guild's technical documentation in depth that he would have preferred to spend on commission work. He found something interesting on day 18. The 8th patent on his list, methodology for controlled chi cascade distribution in multi-node formation networks, was filed 12 years ago by a guild practitioner named Assessor Prefect Tan, who was Tan Yawang's predecessor as regional guild overseer. The methodology described in the patent was similar to Wei's controlled failure zone approach in its intent, but structurally different in its execution. The guild's approach used a different failure cascade sequence, one that was less efficient but was within a reasonable technical distance from his own. The interesting part was the filing date. 12 years ago, the Stone Pillar Sect's practice hall had been using guild-certified formations for 30 years. If the guild had possessed this controlled failure zone methodology for 12 years, and had not incorporated it into the sect's practice hall formations, which had been injuring disciples, the guild had been selling inferior products to the sect while knowing superior methodology existed. This was not an infringement claim. It was a quality disclosure issue. He wrote this up as a separate legal memorandum, separate from the infringement defense, and filed it with the court as an exhibit to the broader context of the dispute. The guild's legal team sent a formal complaint about the memorandum scope within 48 hours. The court accepted the memorandum as exhibits. "You're turning the case," Luo Fenghao said, reading the legal documents over Wei's shoulder. Luo had been sitting in on the case preparation because he was the Formation Division's acknowledged technical expert, and Wei had asked him to serve as a technical review for the testimony documentation. "I'm presenting accurate documentation," Wei said. "You're presenting accurate documentation that makes the guild's case into an exposure case," Luo said. The memorandum shifts the proceeding from did Wei infringe guild patents to was the guild withholding safety-relevant methodology from formations it certified. "Those are both accurate characterizations of the documentation I submitted," Wei said. Luo was quiet for a moment. "The guild is going to escalate after this case, regardless of outcome." "Yes," Wei said. "Tan Yawang specifically. He has a personal interest in maintaining the regional monopoly, the political relationships, the void granite stockpile." Luo paused. "He's not just fighting to protect institutional revenue. He's protecting something specific." Wei looked at him. "You know something about the void granite?" "I know that the guild has been purchasing it for 7 years, and it doesn't appear in any of their published installation records," Luo said. "Where does 400 kilograms of specialty material go, if not into installations?" Wei added this to his void granite investigation notes. He had been tracking the material since his supply conversation with Jiang, and the picture was building slowly. The guild knew what void granite was. They were controlling the supply, they weren't using it commercially, and they had been doing this for 7 years. 7 years ago was around when Feng Bao's prior authorship research, reconstructed from memory, placed one of his key structural developments in void granite application. "Feng Bao," Wei said quietly. "What?" "Something Feng Bao found in his research that he didn't fully understand 7 years ago," Wei said. "Related to void granite." He wrote in his notes, * void granite investigation, connect to Feng Bao's research. 7-year guild interest suggests research finding, not supply speculation. Ask Feng Bao specifically what he found. * He went to find Feng Bao that evening. Feng was in his library. He was not reading. He was sitting in the reading chair looking at a specific shelf that Wei recognized now as the section of the library containing Feng's own reconstructed research notes. "The void granite," Wei said. Feng looked at him. "You found something," Wei said. "Before you left the guild. Something they were very interested in." Feng was quiet for a long moment. The library was warm, the lamp light amber, and the smell of old paper mixed with the faint metallic electricity that Wei associated with formation work. "I found that void granite anchors in specific geometric arrangements respond to each other across large distances," Feng said. "Kilometer scale. The chi stored in the crystal structure creates a harmonic resonance between connected nodes." He paused. "A network of void granite anchors, properly arranged, could sustain a formation across a scale that no single formation could cover." Wei sat down. "Continental scale," he said. "I didn't know that at the time," Feng said. "I knew it was larger than anything I designed. I knew the resonance principle meant the network's effective range was limited by the number of nodes rather than by chi transmission distance." He looked at his library. The guild seized that research because it would allow someone to build a formation network covering an entire continent. One that didn't require active maintenance. One that once built would sustain itself from the stored qi in the void granite nodes indefinitely. Wei sat in silence for a moment. The ancient formation scar, he said. The one under the lower training ground. The one that connects to 4 other ley line nodes in a pentagon pattern. I know what you're thinking, Feng said. The ancient builders used void granite for the deep anchors, Wei said. That's why the formation scar is still detectable after 3,000 years. The crystal structure is still storing load. Yes, Feng said. That's what I think. Wei opened his survey notes to the long-term assessment priorities section. The ancient formation scar. The buried geometry. The jade slip he still couldn't fully read. The story was larger than he had understood. He started a new section in his notes. Asterisk scale reassessment. The ancient formation was not a local installation. The void granite research, the jade slip, the scar network, these are all elements of the same structure. Begin comprehensive documentation. Asterisk he wrote for 2 hours. Chapter 56. 3 days in court. The provincial formation court occupied a stone building 3 blocks from the regional magistrates' hall in the provincial capital, Fengyun City, a city Wei had not visited before, which meant he spent 2 days before the hearing walking the streets with his hands trailing along the walls of buildings, mapping the substrate and the formation network and the geological structure of a new place with the automatic compulsion that had become fully habitual by now. The court's building sat over an unusually strong ley line. He noted this without doing anything with the information. The hearing was conducted before 3 formation judges, practitioners with legal training, appointed to resolve technical disputes that required formation expertise to adjudicate. The standard format: guild's case first, then Wei's defense, then the judge's questions, then closing arguments. The guild's case was presented by their senior legal representative, a lawyer named Advisor Ma, who specialized in formation patent disputes and who had won 12 of his last 15 cases. He was precise, organized, and skilled at translating technical content into accessible legal arguments. Wei noted his methodology. Ma led with the clearest and most technically unambiguous of the 17 patents, established them as valid, then argued that Wei's methodology derived from them structurally even where it didn't reproduce them literally. The argument was not without merit. Some of Wei's methodology did share structural logic with guild-patented approaches, because both had been derived from the same underlying physical principles. The question was whether common derivation from physical reality constituted infringement. Wei's defense opened with Feng Bao. Feng had prepared for 3 weeks. He was not a compelling courtroom presence. He was a small, quiet man who answered questions in complete technical sentences and showed no emotion at any point in his testimony. But what he said was documented with the precision of a researcher who had spent decades maintaining the integrity of his own recollection. He identified, by date and methodology, the 4 patents the guild had filed after seizing his research. He traced the development of each technique from his initial research notebooks, reconstructed from memory, but internally consistent in a way that independent technical review had confirmed was technically coherent, through to the specific language and formulations that the guild had used in the patent filings. The formation judges took detailed notes. Advisor Ma's cross-examination of Feng Bao was technically sophisticated and professionally relentless. He focused on the absence of original documentation, pointing out that Feng Bao's reconstruction from memory, however internally consistent, could not be verified against primary sources. Where are your original research materials? Ma asked. They were seized by the Celestial Engineers Guild upon my departure, Feng said, under the terms of an employment agreement that I had signed, and that gave the guild ownership of all research conducted during my employment period. So the materials you're claiming demonstrate prior authorship are currently in the guild's possession. Yes, Feng said. The guild has had possession of them for 28 years. And you have no copies. I have the reconstruction from memory, Feng said. I have dated correspondence with 3 other practitioners from the research period that references the specific techniques, which I have submitted as Exhibit 14. And I have the guild's own publication timeline, which shows that 4 of the techniques were filed as patents within 2 years of my departure, after the guild had access to my research, and that none of these techniques appear in any guild publication prior to that access. Silence in the courtroom while the judges noted this. Ma moved on. The second day of the hearing was Wei's technical testimony. He addressed each of the 17 patents in sequence, presenting the structural logic differences between the guild's approaches and his own, and demonstrating through formal load path analysis where the methodologies diverged fundamentally. For the 4 patents that clearly covered Feng Bao's work, He presented Feng Bao's prior authorship evidence as the primary defense. For the remaining 13, he argued that structural solutions derived from the same physical principles by independent analysis did not constitute infringement. That patent law required copying, not convergent independent derivation. He also submitted his quality disclosure memorandum as part of the defense record, the evidence that the guild had possessed improved formation safety methodology for 12 years and had not incorporated it into the formations they were selling to the Stone Pillar sect and similar clients. On the third day, Tan Yawang made a move that Wei had not anticipated fully. He filed a new complaint, separate from the patent case, against Elder Feng Bao personally, for breach of contract and misappropriation of proprietary research, arguing that Feng's testimony in the current case constituted disclosure of guild trade secrets that he had been contractually obligated not to disclose. The filing was designed to create a legal liability that would make Feng Bao's testimony unavailable. If Feng faced a separate breach of contract proceeding for the testimony he had given, practitioners in future proceedings would be reluctant to provide similar testimony. Wei looked at the filing and wrote in his notes, Tan Yawang, willing to litigate against a 60-year-old former employee for providing testimony based on his own recollection of his own work. Escalation confirmed. Personal element confirmed. This is not purely institutional. He presented the filing's timing to the court's presiding judge as evidence of retaliatory intent, arguing that a filing made mid-proceeding against a witness after their testimony was a procedural irregularity that should be noted in the record. The judge noted it. The hearing closed with the court taking the matter under advisement. Expected timeline, 3 to 5 weeks. Wei went to find Feng Bao after the hearing. Feng was sitting in the court's waiting area, in the patient stillness of someone who has done an expensive and difficult thing and is not yet certain it was worth it. The breach of contract filing, Wei said. I expected it, Feng said. Not this quickly, but I expected it. Can you defend it? Probably, Feng said. The contract specified guild trade secrets. My own research is not a guild trade secret by any reasonable interpretation of property rights, regardless of what the contract's assignment clause says. He paused. It will take time. And resources. I'll provide both, Wei said. Feng looked at him. You don't need to. You testified knowing this was the likely outcome, Wei said. That's a structural load I'm responsible for as the person who asked you to testify. He paused. Survey first. The survey says this is my load to carry. Feng was quiet for a moment. Then, all right. Chapter 57. Open architecture. Wei had been planning the release since the first time he walked the northern road with a survey team and realized that his methodology, distributed freely among 40 formation masters rather than practiced by him alone, would protect more trade routes in 5 years than he could protect in 50 working solo. The patent case accelerated his timeline. He spent 3 days preparing the release documentation, a comprehensive technical compilation of his complete formation architecture methodology, from the basic load path principles through the deep anchor substrate approach, the void granite 3-dimensional anchor design, the city-scale network coordination methodology, and the controlled failure zone engineering framework. He wrote it as an engineering textbook, not a practitioner's manual. Clear, systematic, building from first principles to advanced applications, with worked examples from his actual projects, the warehouse district, the northern road, the Shuangling city gates, the garrison redesign, all with full technical documentation and the substrate survey data that informed each design choice. He submitted it to the Imperial Formation Archive in Fengyun City with a formal open-use declaration. The methodology was released for unrestricted application by any practitioner, without licensing fees or attribution requirements. The archive's registration process took 4 days. During those 4 days, he also filed the release documentation with the Provincial Formation Court as a supplemental exhibit in the patent case, citing it as evidence that the methodology he had published was now in the public domain and could not be the subject of patent infringement claims. Luo Fenghao was in the workshop when he signed the final release documentation. You're giving up exclusive access to the thing that makes your work valuable, Luo said. No, Wei said. My survey methodology and my project management discipline are what make my work valuable. Those are things I do, not things I document. He signed the last page. The structural principles are not secret. They're derivable from physical reality by anyone who approaches formation designed the way structural engineers approach buildings. I derived them. Someone else would have derived them. He set down the pen. The only question was whether the derivation would be controlled by the guild or available to everyone. The guild will lose the legal basis for the patent claims, Luo said. That's accurate. They'll lose the patent licensing revenue they were seeking. Also accurate. They'll also lose the ability to exclude your methodology from the market through patent action, Luo said. Anyone can use it. Their own practitioners can use it. He paused. Their formations will get better. I know, Wei said. That was the goal. He looked at the sign documentation. An indestructible building is more valuable than a secret blueprint. Structures should be shared. Luo was quiet for a moment. Then, what does Feng Bao say? He approved, Wei said. He spent 28 years unable to publish his research because of the guild's ownership claim. The open release breaks the ownership claim retroactively. He paused. He'll still have to fight the breach of contract proceeding. But the underlying claim, that his research was proprietary, is significantly weaker when the methodology is in the public domain. He handed Luo the release documentation. File this with the court, he said, and copy the Regional Merchants Association, the Military Engineering Bureau, and every formation practitioner who was at the Xuangling demonstration. Chapter 58. The market consequence. The market disruption was not immediate. It was, Wei noted in his professional assessment, approximately what he would have predicted for a significant infrastructure disruption in a regulated market with established relationships and high switching costs. Fast in the information layer, slow in the operational layer. In the information layer, the release documentation was circulated, discussed, and debated within 2 weeks. Formation practitioners who had been frustrated by guild standard designs, particularly those who had been injured by formation failures or who had clients who had read the methodology documentation with the attention of people who had been waiting for something like this without knowing it existed. 23 new installation projects in the province began with a substrate survey in the month following the release. Wei knew this because the methodology documentation included a survey reporting format, and he had requested practitioners who used the methodology to file survey reports with the archive, creating a distributed research database. 23 practitioners filed in month 1. By month 2, it was 41. In the operational layer, the guild's repair request volume decreased by 17% in the first quarter after the release, as practitioners who had been relying on guild standard maintenance contracts began using Wei's redundancy documentation to extend their formation service lives. This was faster than Wei had projected. Tan Yawang filed a motion to have the open release invalidated, arguing that the release violated the patent rights the guild was asserting in the ongoing case. The court rejected the motion. Once released to the public domain, the methodology could not be recalled. The patent case itself concluded 3 weeks after the release. The court found the 4 patents over Feng Bao's research were invalidated on prior authorship grounds. 3 additional patents were invalidated because the guild's patent descriptions were insufficiently distinct from prior public knowledge. The remaining 10 patents were upheld as valid guild property. The court further found Wei's public documentation did not infringe the 10 remaining valid patents, because the structural logic of his approach was sufficiently distinct from the guild's patented methods. The Quality Disclosure Memorandum was noted in the finding without ruling on its implications. Net outcome: the guild's patent case failed. The guild was awarded nothing. Wei was assessed guild legal fees of 12,000 spirit stones for the 10 patent-bearing portions of the dispute, which was the only material victory the guild achieved. Wei paid the 12,000 spirit stones without comment. He added the amount to his project documentation under cost of practice, regulatory, and legal. The breach of contract proceeding against Feng Bao was still pending. The court had set a hearing date 4 months out. Tan Yawang, Wei noted from his stakeholder monitoring, had sent communications to 2 of the 3 formation judges who had decided the patent case. The content of the communications was not available to Wei, but the timing was. He documented this in his files and sent a note to the court clerk, requesting that any ex parte communications received by the case's judges be officially recorded in the case file. The court clerk sent a formal acknowledgement. Wei returned to Xuangling to complete the quarterly review of the City Gate Formation Network, which was his first formally scheduled maintenance review and which he had been looking forward to. He wanted the monitoring data from 3 months of operational load. The data was good. Every installation within expected parameters. The void granite anchors were showing the sustained load storage he had predicted, with no degradation indicators. He wrote this in his maintenance record and sent a copy to the Xuangling Magistrate's office. The city's formations were working. He had built them correctly. Chapter 59. The Capital Invitation. The Imperial Formation Bureau's invitation arrived at Wei's workshop on the 3rd of the month, delivered by a courier in official bureau livery. Wei read the invitation twice. It was formal, precisely worded, and, on a third reading, noticeably careful about its own framing. The Bureau requested Wei Jianchen's participation in a methodology consultation on military formation standards. The consultation was described as advisory, non-binding, and scheduled at Wei's convenience within the next 3 months. He went to Feng Bao with the invitation. Feng read it and said, Ruan blocked the first request. The first request went through the standard liaison channel, Wei said. This one went through the Merchant Consortium's registered bureau representative, who is, apparently, Xiao Daoming. He paused. The bureau found a second route when the standard one was blocked. The bureau has the authority to conduct consultations without the regional military commander's facilitation, Feng said. But doing so directly creates a political friction with Ruan that the bureau would normally prefer to avoid. He looked at the invitation. They decided Wei Jianchen's methodology was worth the friction. Wei wrote in his stakeholder notes, Imperial Formation Bureau, escalated to direct invitation after Ruan's block. Indicates serious institutional interest in military formation standards review. This consultation could affect the military formation standards for the entire empire, not just this district. Prepare accordingly. He wrote back to the bureau accepting the consultation and proposing a date 8 weeks out, long enough to prepare comprehensive documentation on the garrison redesign performance data and the Shuangling City network results. He also sent a formal notification to Marshal Ruan Dongha, informing him of the bureau consultation. He did not ask for Ruan's permission. He notified him as a professional courtesy. Ruan's response came 4 days later. Acknowledgement of the notification, no objection stated, no endorsement offered. The silence in the middle of the communication was its own message. The 8 weeks before the capital trip were among the most productive of Wei's formation practice so far. The workshop had 6 commission projects running simultaneously. The ongoing Shuangling maintenance, 2 new commercial projects referred by Xiao Daoming's network, a sect formation upgrade commission for a medium-sized sect in the Southern Hills, and 2 infrastructure assessment commissions from city governments that had received copies of the Shuangling test report. He also found time, on 3 evenings, to walk the northern road with Suyin and review the deep anchor installation performance under a full winter's worth of frost cycle load variation. The piles were performing exactly as designed. The void granite anchors were stable. He wrote this in the northern road maintenance record and sent a copy to Xiao Daoming. The evening before departure, Bai Ruolin came to the workshop. The capital, she said. The bureau consultation. I'm assigned to the escort detail, she said. My commander arranged it. She paused. I didn't arrange it. I know, Wei said. He looked at her. You could have. I could have, she agreed. She sat down at the secondary table. The formation breaking team's principal organizer has been released from provincial custody. The magistrate's case was insufficient for continued detention. I know, Wei said. I received the notification last week. He had filed it in the active threat assessment. The formation breaking team had been funded by someone with enough political connection to arrange their principal's release despite 2 witnesses and a monitoring array impact record. The someone was probably connected to the guild. The capital road passes through territory where additional incident risk is elevated. Yes, she said. I've been building a road network for 8 months, he said. She looked at him. Where? The capital road runs past several positions I surveyed during the Northern Trade Road project, he said. I had surplus installation time on 2 of those trips. I used it. He paused. I installed monitoring arrays at 6 positions between here and the capital, and 1 containment array at the mountain pass approach, which I installed during the survey trip you escorted. That was 14 months ago, she said. The arrays have been running for 14 months, he said. The monitoring data has been filing to the sect's formation archive continuously. He pulled out the monitoring logs. Here. She looked at the logs. 14 months of passive monitoring data from 6 positions along the capital road, including 2 incident records from the past 6 months that showed cultivation-level signature passes consistent with armed scout teams. You pre-surveyed the road you were going to need, she said. I survey every road I travel regularly, he said. It's standard practice. You installed containment arrays on a road before you knew you'd need them. I installed them before I knew I'd need them, which is when you want to install defensive infrastructure, he said. Installing after you need it is generally less effective. She was quiet for a long moment. The containment array at the mountain pass. How large is it? Covers the full pass width, he said. Rated for gold core burst capacity on all 3 activation nodes. Activation is triggered by formation suppression equipment. If anyone brings professional formation breaking tools into the pass boundary, the array activates automatically. She absorbed this. We're not walking into an ambush, she said. We're walking into a prepared position. The ambush is the prepared position, he said. I just built it before they did. She looked at him for a long moment. The lamp light was warm in the workshop, the smell of formation materials and charcoal, and the faint electric tang of qi that permeated his workspace. I understand why your formations don't fail, she said. They're designed not to, he said. Chapter 60. The array in the road. The ambush came at the mountain pass, as the monitoring logs had suggested it would. Wei felt it before he saw it. The formation suppression equipment activating at the pass boundary, the signal crisp and clean in his spirit-sea awareness. The containment array's activation threshold tripped. The array engaged. He had time to say 3 words. Array is active. Lin Suyin was walking on his left side. She was already turning when the first strike came. A precision formation suppression blast from the slope above the road, aimed at Wei and hitting instead the activated containment array's outer field, which absorbed the impact and distributed it across the pass boundary network. The second strike hit the left side of the convoy and hit Suyin. Not directly. The containment field was fully active by then, and direct strikes couldn't penetrate it. But the field's activation had displaced a pressure front through the road surface, and the second strike's focus shattered a limestone shelf 3 meters to Suin's left, and the fragment impact caught her shoulder and arm. She was down before Wei could reach her. He was there in 2 steps, crouching, his hands already reading the damage through his formation instincts. Not a formation problem, a physical impact, fragment puncture in the left shoulder, secondary bruising from the pressure wave. She was conscious. Structural failure imminent, she said. She was looking at her arm. That's your phrase. That's not the situation, Wei said. He was already applying an emergency meridian brace formation around the injury, a small 2-anchor design, unanchored, held in place by direct chi contact with the wound. You're not going to fail structurally. He pressed his palm against the formation and held it. The brace will manage the meridian stress while the physical injury is treated. Rated for impact force, she said. Rated for impact force, he said. All of it. Around them, Ruolin's combat team had engaged the ambushers, 3 cultivators on the left slope, 1 on the right, all of them now inside the containment array's boundary and discovering that formation suppression equipment didn't suppress the activation of an array they were standing inside. The containment field caught their escape attempts and bounced the force back at the origin. The engagement lasted 8 minutes. Wei stayed with Suyin. The meridian brace formation was holding the impact-induced stress away from the primary meridian channels. She was going to need proper medical treatment for the physical injury, but the formation was preventing the kind of secondary meridian damage that would have been the more serious concern. Her color was good. Her grip on his arm was steady. The array worked, she said. Yes. You built it 14 months ago. 14 months and 3 days, he said. I remember because I had a survey report to submit the same afternoon, and I was behind on it. She made a sound that was approximately a laugh, which he chose to interpret as evidence that she was going to be fine. Ruolin appeared at his side. For captured. No fatalities. The formation suppression equipment is guild manufacturing, 3rd tier, same grade as the warehouse district incident. I'll document it, Wei said. When we get to the capital, she said. She looked at Suyin. Is she stable? The brace formation is holding the meridian stress. Physical injury needs attention, but she's stable. He looked up at Bai. The ambush site and captured equipment need to be processed before we move. I want formation signature data from the suppression equipment for the incident record. 20 minutes, Bai said. That's sufficient, Wei said. He stayed with Suyin and maintained the meridian brace formation and documented the formation suppression equipment signatures in his notebook with his free hand. The attack had been professional and the preparation had been thorough. They had known the convoy's route. They had brought appropriate equipment. They had chosen a defensible position. Someone had prepared well, but they had not surveyed the road. He had surveyed the road. We're going to need to discuss the scope of the capital consultation, Suyin said. She was looking at the captured ambushers being processed by Bai's team. Someone with access to guild-grade equipment tried to stop you from reaching the capital. I know, Wei said. The consultation is more important than you thought, she said. Yes, he said. He kept his hand on the brace formation and kept writing. The capital road was 2 more days ahead, and he already knew every load path and every stone between here and there. Chapter 61. Cloudspire City. The capital road entered Fengyan province through a river valley that Wei had never surveyed, but that he began reading the moment his spirit-sea awareness extended into its ley line substrate. The chi flow here was older and deeper than anything in the Stone Peak region. Bedrock formations that had been accumulating ley line current for millennia, undisturbed by the cultivation battles that had scarred the northern plains. The ley lines ran clean and deep and organized, the geological equivalent of a building's structural grid rather than the accumulated patchwork he was accustomed to working with. He wrote 7 pages of substrate notes between the provincial border and the capital's outer gate. Lin Suyin was traveling in the medical transport, her shoulder healing under the field healer Ruolin had arranged at the first way station after the pass. She was doing documentation work from her bed. Wei had brought her the survey notes from the mountain pass stretch, and she was producing a formal incident report on the ambush site's formation characteristics. She had told him she was fine, and he had accepted this while also noting her color and her grip strength and the way she held her writing brush at 3 different points during the journey. Both assessments were probably accurate. She was fine and she was injured. These were compatible conditions. The capital occupied a river bend at the center of a protected valley, a naturally defensible position that had been continuously fortified for 800 years, with defensive walls that had been expanded, rebuilt, reinforced, and upgraded through 40 different dynasties and 200 military campaigns. The current outer wall was the 7th iteration, and it was enormous, 30 meters high, 12 meters thick, faced with cut granite that had been inscribed with formation channels in every other stone. Wei pressed his hand against the outer gate's facing stone before he passed through it. The formation was wrong. Not damaged, wrong. The inscription channels were clean and maintained and technically functional, but the load distribution they were creating was running at approximately 45% of what the substrate underneath them was capable of supporting. The ley line network under the capital was 4 times as dense as anything he'd worked with before, and the outer wall formation was drawing from perhaps 1/10 of it, running 6 layers of redundant inscription for a result that a properly substrate-integrated formation would achieve with 2. He stood at the outer gate for 5 minutes before Bai Rulin appeared at his elbow. "You're blocking the entrance," she said. "The outer wall formation is undersized for the substrate," he said, "by a significant factor." He pressed his hand flat against the gate post and traced the ley line draw. "It's like using a single cable to hold a suspension bridge that's rated for 12. He paused. "The bridge is standing, but the cable is carrying what it can rather than what the bridge needs. You can tell this from the gate post. I can feel the substrate density from here," he said. "The formation is a mismatch with the ground it's sitting on." He wrote it in his notes. "That's interesting." She made a note in her own notebook. He noticed her notation had evolved again. She was now using a hybrid system that was unmistakably drawing from his survey methodology, but had structural elements that came from her own tactical analysis framework. The 2 systems had merged in her practice the way construction documents merge when an architect and a structural engineer work closely on the same building long enough. He did not mention this. It would have been accurate, but probably awkward. The ambush equipment had been turned over to the Bureau's advance investigators when they'd reached the first provincial way station. The equipment bore guild manufacturing marks, 3rd-tier professional grade, the same type as the warehouse district incident 18 months ago. The Bureau investigators had taken the documentation quietly and said they would need to confirm manufacturing origin before filing findings. Their tone had been the tone of people who already knew what the findings would show and were managing the timing of the confirmation. Wei had filed his own incident documentation and continued to the capital. Tan Yawang had arrived in the capital 11 days before Wei's convoy. Wei knew this because the Bureau's advanced notification system, which tracked registered formation practitioners entering the capital district, showed his arrival date. He had not tried to conceal it. There was no reason to. The capital was Tan Yawang's institutional home terrain. The guild's headquarters in Cloudspire City was 3 streets from the Imperial Formation Bureau. The political relationships that sustained the guild's institutional position had been built over decades and were densest here. Wei checked into the workshop residence the merchant consortium had arranged for him. A practical space with a large workbench, good light, and a stone floor that he immediately pressed his hands against to map the local substrate, and then went to find the Bureau's consultation coordinator to confirm the schedule. The consultation coordinator was a young official named Clerk Chun who showed signs of having been briefed extensively on Wei's documentation habits. He had a folder prepared. "The consultation has been expanded," Clerk Chun said. Wei read the revised agenda. What had been described as an advisory consultation on military formation standards had become a 12-day technical review of the capital's defensive formation network, with Wei as the lead technical assessor. "When did the scope expand?" Wei asked. "After your capital wall survey report was submitted," Clerk Chen said. He paused. The report was submitted in the name of the Bureau consultation request. Wei had submitted the preliminary notes from his gate assessment, the 5 minutes at the outer gate, as an incident observation to the consultation request file, which was a standard documentation practice. He had not intended it as a formal survey report. Someone at the Bureau had classified it as one. He wrote this in his notes. * capital consultation. Scope expanded from advisory to full defensive network assessment following preliminary observation. Institutional actor promoting the expansion. Unknown currently, but effective. The Bureau's internal agenda for this consultation is more ambitious than the invitation indicated. He confirmed the 12-day schedule and went back to his residence to begin the survey plan. Chapter 62. 200 years. The capital's defensive formation network had been last structurally assessed in the 7th year of the Yonggao Emperor's reign, which was 211 years ago. Wei found this in the Bureau archive on the first morning of the formal assessment. He found it because he had asked Clerk Chun for the complete maintenance and assessment records for the capital's outer wall formations, and the archive's records showed a clear pattern. Comprehensive structural assessments had been conducted regularly until approximately 200 years ago, at which point they had stopped. The subsequent records showed maintenance records, anchor replacements, inscription refreshes, output field calibrations, but no structural assessments. No substrate surveys. No load path analysis. Why did the structural assessment stop? He asked Clerk Chun. I'll research it, Clerk Chun said. He came back 3 hours later with an answer that he delivered with the careful neutrality of a junior official presenting information that was not his responsibility to interpret. The capital's defensive formation maintenance contract was transferred to the Celestial Engineers Guild in the 23rd year of the Yonggao Emperor's reign. The guild's contract specifies ongoing maintenance and operational certification. Structural assessment was not explicitly included in the contract scope, and no one requested it separately, Wei said. There's no record of a separate request, Clerk Chun said. Wei wrote this in his assessment notes. Assessment gap, 211 years. Formation maintenance ongoing without structural baseline review for more than 2 centuries. Implications: unknown drift accumulation, substrate change unaccounted for. Installation geometry potentially shifted from original design. He spent 4 days doing substrate surveys before he touched a single anchor stone. The capital's geology was ancient and complex. 800 years of continuous construction had modified the natural ley line patterns in ways that compounded over time, and the current substrate bore only partial resemblance to what it had been when the outer wall formations were originally installed. The ley line density he had felt at the gate was real and consistent throughout the circuit, but it was organized differently than the original formation's anchor geometry assumed. The formation was trying to draw from ley line nodes that had migrated over 2 centuries. Not dramatically, not catastrophically. About 15 degrees off nominal in the eastern sector, 8 degrees in the west. The southern sector was worst, 23 degrees of drift, resulting in the formation running at approximately 51% of its rated capacity in that section. He presented his preliminary findings to the Bureau on day 6. The meeting room held 12 people: Bureau Director Liu Baiyun, 4 section chiefs, 3 technical advisors, and 4 observers whose organizational affiliations were not identified in the meeting record. Wei presented his survey data, the substrate drift analysis, the load path discrepancy calculations, and his preliminary estimate of what a full structural realignment would require. Director Liu Baiyun was approximately 65, with the specific physical quality of a man who had spent his career in rooms exactly like this one, managing information carefully and making no irreversible moves. He listened to the full presentation. He asked 3 questions, all of them about methodology rather than findings. He received Wei's documentation folder. He expressed his serious concern. He indicated he would review the findings carefully. He did not commit to any specific action. Wei noted this in his assessments and continued with the network survey. Chapter 63. The bureaucrat's explanation. Commander Zhao Linfeng found Wei on day 8. In the inner wall's maintenance corridor, a narrow service passage that ran inside the wall's mass, giving access to the formation anchor points for maintenance teams. Wei was on his knees in the corridor, pressing his palm against the base of an anchor stone, measuring the load distribution through the wall's thickness, when Zhao appeared at the corridor entrance. I heard you were here, Zhao said. The garrison transfer came through 2 months ago. I'm managing the capital's inner defense formation maintenance. Wei straightened up. Zhao had the same compact precision he'd had at the garrison, but the capital posting had added something. A careful quality to his movements that suggested he was operating in an environment with more ambient political risk than he'd managed before. The outer wall findings, Wei said. I know, Zhao said. The section chiefs have been discussing them since your preliminary presentation. He looked down the maintenance corridor, stone walls, amber lamplight, the smell of old qi discharge residue embedded in centuries of anchor stone work. Come out of here. I want to talk where I can see the exits. They walked the outer wall's external promenade, the wide stone pathway along the top of the wall that was used for observation and military movement. The city spread out below on one side, and the outer defensive field was visible as a faint luminescence in the evening air. Director Liu knows about the drift, Zhao said. He said this quietly, with the air of someone delivering information they had been holding for some time. He's known for at least 15 years. There's an internal report filed in the Bureau's restricted archive that commissioned a preliminary substrate assessment in the 11th year of the current emperor's reign. The report found drift. The Bureau did not act on it. Wei absorbed this. Why? The outer wall formation maintenance contract is the guild's largest single revenue source, Zhao said. 340,000 spirit stones annually. If the formation is structurally sound, the maintenance contract continues unchanged. If the formation requires a major structural realignment, he paused, the contract scope changes significantly. The guild would need to conduct the realignment, which is a different type of work, at rates that the contract doesn't currently specify. Or the Bureau could commission the realignment from someone outside the guild, Wei said, which the guild would contest legally, Zhao said. The contract gives the guild first right on all capital defensive formation work within the scope of the contract. The scope is written broadly. He paused. There's also the political dimension. Several of the Emperor's senior court advisors have family relationships with guild leadership. The formation contract is embedded in a network of relationships that the Bureau director can't simply decide to restructure without careful management. Wei stood on the outer wall and looked at the defensive field that was running at 51% capacity in the southern sector. The city is less protected than it appears, he said. Yes, Zhao said. By a significant margin. Yes. Does the Emperor know? Zhao looked at him. I don't know. The restricted report was never presented to the throne. Whether the information reached the throne through other channels, he shook his head. I don't have that access. Wei thought about this for a long moment. He was looking at the southern sector of the wall where his survey had found the worst drift condition. The luminescent defensive field looked complete and solid from the outside. You could not tell, from observation, that the southern approach had a protective formation running at half-rated efficiency. The assessment report I submit to the Bureau will go into the official record, he said. The official record is accessible under the Imperial Archive provisions. Yes, Zhao said. He paused. Wei, I'm telling you this so you understand what you're walking into when you submit that report. Not to discourage you from submitting it. I've been in this posting for 2 months watching a problem nobody will officially acknowledge. And I've been waiting for someone with the authority and the evidence to put it into the official record in a way that can't be buried. He looked at the wall. Put it in the record, Zhao said. All of it. The drift data, the capacity analysis, the Bureau's prior knowledge. Document everything. He paused. And then be ready for what happens after. Wei pressed his palm against the outer wall's parapet stone and felt the ley line network beneath the city. 4 times the density of anything he'd worked with. Most of it untouched by the formation's current anchor geometry, running deep and clean and available. He was going to need a complete redesign brief. Not just a report. He went back to his residence and wrote until the second watch bell. Chapter 64. The Archive Pavilion, head Gu Mengji found Wei, not the reverse. He had submitted a request to the Imperial Formation Archives Research Access Office on his second day in the capital, a standard reference request for historical formation documentation relating to the Eastern Wall's original installation records. The request had been filed and assigned a reference number and placed in the standard review queue, which was approximately 6 weeks long. On his 9th day in the capital, an archive representative appeared at his workshop residence with a note. The note was brief. Asterisk, you have been asking the wrong question. The Eastern Wall records are not what you need. Come to the archive. Gu Mingji, Pavilion Head, asterisk. The Imperial Formation Archive occupied the eastern quarter of the Bureau complex, a series of connected buildings that smelled of age and controlled climate, and the specific archival institutional smell of an institution that had been managing the same materials for centuries. Gu Mingji met him in the archive's main reading room. She was approximately 50, small, with the precise, unhurried movements of someone who had learned long ago that efficiency was more valuable than speed. She had the specific alert quality of a scholar who had been waiting for a particular question to arrive and had been uncertain whether it ever would. Your request was for the Eastern Wall formation records, she said. What you actually need is the formation scar documentation. Wei looked at her. You know about the scar. I know about 41 scars, she said. I've been documenting them for 18 years. She led him to a map room at the back of the archive, a room Wei had not known existed, unlabeled in the public index, with a ceiling-high display rack of survey documents and map overlays. The maps on the display were organized by region, then by geological feature type, then by something else that Wei couldn't immediately categorize. She pulled a specific series of overlays from the rack and spread them on the large central table. The formation scars, she said. There were 41 records, survey documentation from every major formation archive in the empire, dating from between 800 years ago and 3 months ago. Each record showed a formation scar, burned into bedrock at depth, ranging from small, the size of Wei's original Stone Peak discovery, to enormous, covering areas measured in square kilometers. Wei looked at the geographic distribution. He had been starting to see the pattern from his own regional survey data, but 41 scars across the full empire made it inescapable. They're not random, he said. No, Gu said. They're a network. I've been trying to determine the geometry for 15 years. She placed a blank overlay on top of the regional maps and drew connecting lines between the scar locations. The problem is that no single practitioner's survey range covers enough of the network to see the full pattern. I've been assembling it from archive submissions over 2 decades. Wei looked at the pattern she was drawing. It was not a formation network in any sense he'd seen before. It was something more fundamental than that. The structural backbone of a continental scale installation, the deep anchor grid that would serve as the load transfer infrastructure for something built at a scale that made the capital's wall formations look like decorative tiles. This is the foundation, he said. Not a formation itself. The anchoring system for something much larger. He pressed his fingertip against the map at the location of the Stone Peak formation scar. This is one anchor point. The stone pillar sect is sitting on one anchor point. Of 41, Goose said. And I don't think there are only 41. I think those are the ones that have been surveyed and documented. The full network probably has more nodes that haven't been found yet. She paused. Until your substrate survey methodology became available from your public documentation, most practitioners didn't have the tools to find them. Wei sat down. He spread the overlay and looked at the 41 points. He applied his structural intuition to the network geometry, the same geometric analysis he'd been doing on individual formation networks scaled up to continental dimensions. The load path, he said. If this is an anchor grid, what's it meant to support? I don't know, Gu said. I've been waiting for someone who could read the structural logic. Wei looked at the points. He thought about the jade slip, the ancient notation he still couldn't fully read. He thought about the Heaven's Gate formation that Elder Tong had told him was wrong on purpose. He thought about Feng Bao's void granite research, the resonance principle that allowed widely separated anchor nodes to function as a single coherent network. The formation isn't above ground, he said. It's in the ground. The scars are the remnants of the anchor installation. The structure they were supporting, he paused. The structure they were supporting is something that would activate from these anchor points if the load conditions were right. What kind of load conditions? Existential threat, he said. He was reading the network geometry the way he'd read a bridge design, looking at what problem it was solving, working backward from the structural solution to the structural requirement. A formation that large, at that depth, in that pattern, it's not defensive in the standard sense. It's designed to respond to something that standard defenses can't handle. He traced the continental span of the network with his finger, something that would threaten every anchor point simultaneously. Gu was very still. 3,000 years ago, she said. That's approximately when the scars date, he confirmed. Something threatened the entire continent 3,000 years ago, she said. And whoever built this system built a response to it, and then didn't need to activate it, Wei said. Or activated it, and it worked, and the threat passed, and the network has been dormant ever since. He looked at the map. Or the builders built it as preparation for a threat they expected would return. He sat in the archives map room for a long time, looking at the 41 points. I need to study this, he said. I know, Gu said. I've been waiting 18 years for someone to come in here and tell me I'm not wrong about what this is. She began organizing the documentation for him to work with. You have access to everything in this room for as long as you need. Chapter 65. The shape of the array the week Wei spent in the map room was the closest he had come to not sleeping since the garrison emergency. He did sleep, in the small hours, on a cot the archive staff produced from somewhere, for 4 or 5 hours at a time. The rest was the map room, the overlays, his survey notes, and the 41 formation scar records that Gu Mengji had been assembling for 18 years. He built a three-dimensional structural model of the network on the archive table, not a physical model, but a structural calculation model, working the geometry out in the notation that had evolved from his original engineering methodology through 18 months of cultivation practice. Each of the 41 points was an anchor node. He calculated the optimal load path geometry between them, the force distribution that a formation supported by these anchors would need to be designed for, and the structural implications of the node spacing. By day 3, he understood the geometry. By day 5, he understood what the formation was designed to do. It was not a defensive network in the standard military sense, not a barrier that stopped threats at a perimeter. It was a dimensional architecture, a formation designed to interface with the fundamental structure of the space the continent occupied, to modify that structure at a level that no conventional formation could approach. The anchor nodes were not preventing something from entering the continent. They were the support structure for a system capable of creating or restructuring the boundaries of the space itself. He sat with this understanding for a full day before he trusted it enough to write it down. On the 6th day, Gu Mingji came in with tea and sat across from him. "You found it," she said. "It's a dimensional architecture," he said. The formation it was supporting could interface with the spatial structure of the realm itself. He paused. Not destroying, restructuring, adding space, or partitioning existing space, or creating boundaries where there weren't boundaries before. "What would you need that for?" she said. "Space problem," he said immediately. The engineer's answer. Every structure was a solution to a load problem. More people than the current space can support, or a specific threat that required a quarantine. A spatial boundary to contain something that couldn't be contained conventionally. He paused. Or a refuge. A new space attached to this one, large enough for a civilization, with an opening controlled by the anchor network. Gu was quiet. If the threat 3,000 years ago was a civilization-scale migration threat, Wei said, and the conventional military response was inadequate, you'd need to create space for them, she said, rather than fight them. Or you'd need to create space for your own people if fighting them was impossible, Wei said. Either way, the structural solution is the same, dimensional boundary modification. He stood up and pressed his hand flat against the archive floor. He could feel the capital's deep ley line network through 2 floors of stone and 3 meters of foundation. The 4 times density grid that had been running untapped under the city for 800 years. And below it, much deeper, the ancient formation scar that corresponded to one of the 41 network nodes, burned into the bedrock at a depth his spirit sea awareness could barely reach. The node was still carrying load. Not active, dormant. But the void granite anchors he had identified from the structural logic of the network geometry were still storing chi, the way void granite stored chi for centuries. 3,000 years of accumulated load, waiting. He straightened up. The network can still be activated, he said. He said it quietly, as a statement of structural fact. I know, Gu said. That's why I've been waiting 18 years for someone who could read the structural logic. She paused. I've been afraid to document that conclusion directly. If the guild knew the network was activatable, they'd want to control the activation, Wei said. Or prevent it, she said. If the network activates, whatever dimensional modification it performs would reconfigure the spatial architecture of the continent in ways that no current political or institutional structure was built for. She paused. The guild's regional formation monopolies are built on the current spatial architecture. A dimensional boundary modification could make them irrelevant. Wei thought about the void granite stockpile. 7 years of accumulated purchases. The guild had known about void granite's resonance properties from Fengbao's research. They knew what it was for. They had been buying it to keep it away from the network. He wrote this in his notes with the precision of someone who had found the structural explanation for a pattern that had been accumulating for 7 years. Guild's void granite acquisition strategy. Suppressing activation material supply for ancient formation network. If void granite nodes are the resonance mechanism for network activation, controlling the supply prevents anyone from completing or repairing the network's activation infrastructure. He looked at the map with 41 points. The breakthrough came not as a dramatic physical transformation, but as a perceptual expansion. The way Mortal Gate had been an expansion, the way Iron Body had been. Each rank unlocking a new scale of structural awareness. This one was different from all the previous ones. It was not a larger version of existing awareness. It was a new dimension of it. Void walking. He could feel, for the first time, the spatial structure of the realm itself. Not as a physical sensation, but as a structural one. The way a building's frame feels different from its contents. The realm had boundaries. The boundaries had load. The load had a distribution pattern. And 41 points in that load distribution were marked. Ancient, dormant, but present. Waiting. He sat in the archive map room with his hands pressed against the floor and felt the continental network for the first time as a unified structure. It was the most impressive engineering work he had ever encountered. Whoever had built this had understood load paths at a scale that made his own work look like first-year exercises. The geometry was perfect, not elegant in the decorative sense, but perfect in the engineering sense, the way a well-designed bridge truss is perfect. Every member carrying exactly its optimal load, no waste, no single points of failure, every node connected to multiple pathways so that the loss of any individual element could be absorbed without cascade. 3,000 years old, and it was still, structurally, correct. He stayed in the archive map room until midnight, writing. When he finally left, he had 83 pages of structural notes on the continental formation network and 3 pages of personal reflection that he filed in a separate section titled What I am actually doing here. The section read. Asterisk the formation architecture I have been developing, the redundancy principles, the load distribution methodology, the controlled failure zone design, is a partial rediscovery of what whoever built this network already knew. I am not inventing a new approach to formation design. I am reapproaching an existing one, from a lower starting point, with less power and a shorter time horizon. The question is not whether my methodology is correct. The question is whether I am going to figure out how far it goes. Asterisk he sealed the section and went to sleep. He had a report to file with the Bureau in the morning. Chapter 66. The director's threshold Wei submitted his capital wall assessment report to the Imperial Formation Bureau on the 12th day of his consultation. The report was 91 pages. It covered the outer wall's substrate drift analysis, the load path discrepancy calculations by sector, the estimated current operational capacity for each section of the wall, the historical timeline showing the assessment gap, and the structural basis for a comprehensive realignment proposal. It included 2 pages on the Guild's prior knowledge, citing the restricted assessment report that Zhao Linfeng had mentioned and that Wei had requested through the archive's official records provision. The restricted report had been declassified the previous day, a process Wei had initiated on day 9 when he discovered its existence through the archive's document index. He filed the report with the Bureau's administrative system, received a confirmation receipt, and went to attend his scheduled closing meeting with Director Liu Baiyun. Liu received him in the same conference room as the preliminary findings presentation. This time, the 4 section chiefs were present, but the unidentified observers were absent. I've reviewed your report, Liu said. Yes, Wei said. It documents significant findings regarding the capital's outer defensive formations. Yes, Wei said. It also documents that the Bureau received a prior assessment with similar findings 11 years ago and did not act on it. Yes, Wei said. Liu was quiet for a moment. You understand that this report creates significant institutional complications. I document accurately, Wei said. The complications exist in the institutional situation, not in the documentation. Liu looked at him across the table. The section chiefs were maintaining careful neutrality. The Guild's contract review process is scheduled for the next fiscal quarter, Liu said. The standard renewal was anticipated. Your report changes the scope of what that review will need to address. The realignment proposal is in Appendix 3, Wei said. I've estimated the scope and cost at 3 levels of intervention: minimum structural correction, comprehensive realignment, and full substrate optimization. The minimum correction addresses the critical capacity deficiencies in the southern and eastern sectors. The comprehensive realignment addresses all documented drift. The full optimization, which would require connecting the formation network to the deep lay lines, would achieve approximately 6 times the current rated capacity. 6 times, a section chief said. The ley line network under the capital is 4 times denser than the formation network currently uses, Wei said. The optimization methodology I've developed for the Shuangling city gates scales directly. He paused. The capital's defensive formation has been disconnected from its natural substrate advantage for at least 200 years. The advantage is still there. Liu was quiet for a long moment. Your report will be entered into the official record, he said finally. The Bureau will initiate the contract review process immediately, rather than waiting for the scheduled fiscal quarter. He paused. I expect this will generate opposition. Yes, Wei said. Your personal security, while in the capital, may be a concern. I've been managing formation-related security concerns since the warehouse district incident, Wei said. I have monitoring arrays at 6 positions between here and my registered residence. He paused. I installed them during the Capital Road survey trip. Liu looked at him for a moment. Of course you did, he said. Something shifted in his expression, the careful non-committal neutrality cracking slightly to reveal something that might have been relief. Your preliminary observation note about the outer gate was the most useful formation document this Bureau has received in 15 years. I should have put you in front of this problem 2 years ago. He paused. Don't waste the access I'm giving you now. Marshal Ruan Dongha arrived in the capital 6 days later. Wei knew before the formal notification reached him, because his monitoring array at the capital's western garrison had logged a presence signature matching Ruan's cultivation profile 2 hours before the notification was sent. He was on the outer wall doing a supplementary survey of the eastern sector's anchor spacing when he felt the notification pulse. He finished the survey section he was on, documented the data, and went to prepare for the meeting he knew was coming. Ruan appeared at the Bureau the following morning. At a formal meeting the director's office had arranged between all parties to the capital defensive assessment. The meeting was large, 12 people at the table, including Liu Baiyun, Zhao Linfeng, Wei, 2 of Liu's senior advisors, 3 military representatives, and Ruan with 2 of his own staff. Ruan opened by requesting that Wei Jianchen be removed from the capital defensive assessment, citing jurisdictional grounds. His regional registration did not extend to capital-level military installations, and his current provisional status made him an inappropriate lead assessor for installations of national security significance. Director Liu Baiyun listened to the argument. Then he said no. It was the first time, according to Zhao's later report, that Liu had refused a direct request from a marshal in 30 years of bureau directorship. Wei Jianchen's assessment of the capital wall has identified deficiencies that the bureau's own processes failed to catch for 200 years, Liu said. The assessment is technically sound, the findings are documented and verifiable, and the realignment methodology he has proposed is currently the only viable approach I've seen for the substrate optimization the formation requires. He paused. The Bureau's authorization is sufficient for this engagement. The jurisdictional question can be addressed through a permanent capital registration once the engagement is complete. Ruan absorbed this without visible reaction. After the meeting, Liu found Wei in the corridor and said, quietly, "Your capital wall report scared me. Every night for 12 years, I've known that report existed in our restricted archive and that I hadn't acted on it." He paused. "Don't waste what I'm giving you today." Wei wrote in his stakeholder notes, Liu Baiyun, acted. The bureau director who wouldn't commit has committed. Understand the personal cost. He's been managing this knowledge for 12 years and chose not to until now. Reciprocate the trust. Chapter 67. The marshals fear the meeting with Ruan was not in a bureau conference room. Ruan requested it in the capital garrison's officers' hall, which was his institutional terrain, a space where the power balance was unambiguous. Wei accepted the location without negotiation. The terrain was irrelevant to the content of what would be said, and insisting on neutral ground would have been symbolic theater rather than structural strategy. The hall was high-ceilinged and formally decorated and smelled of boot leather and old incense. A fire burned in the grate at the far end. Ruan was standing when Wei arrived, which said something about his internal state. The man usually occupied space with a seated commander's authority. "You've been briefed on my position," Ruan said. "I want to brief you on something you haven't been told." "Go ahead," Wei said. 23 years ago, Ruan said, "I received a formal divination consultation from a Dao-level seer named Elder Wan, conducted under military intelligence protocols. The consultation concerned a threat to the continent that the seer identified as approaching within the next 50 to 100 years. He paused. The threat is a civilization. A cultivation civilization from a realm beyond the Eastern Ocean, displaced from their home realm by a catastrophic substrate collapse, and currently in search of a new inhabitable realm." Wei was quiet. "They're not invaders in the standard sense," Wan said. "They're not coming to conquer. They're coming because their home is dying and they have nowhere else to go." He paused. The seer estimated their population at approximately twice the current continents, with a military formation capability that exceeds ours at every scale of engagement. He looked at Wei directly. "The standard military assessment is that we cannot stop them by force. But you've been trying to build a formation network that could," Wei said. "Because cannot stop them by force means cannot stop them with current formations," Ruan said. "If the formation network is sufficiently advanced," he stopped. "I've been working with the guild for 19 years because they were the only organization with the institutional scale to build what I needed. I've been tolerating their practices because I didn't have an alternative that could work within the timeline. And you've been blocking my access to the military formation system because the guild has been providing my intelligence on the migration timeline," Ruan said. "And because I was uncertain whether you were a genuine practitioner or a guild proxy designed to look like an independent alternative." He paused. "I've resolved that uncertainty. Wei said, "When the guild sent formation suppression equipment against your convoy on the capital road," Ruan said. "Genuine alternatives don't get attacked with guild-grade equipment." Wei held the structural logic of this for a moment. Ruan had been testing him, in a sense, by observing whether the guild treated him as an adversary. The attack had been a data point. "I want you to evaluate my military formation plans," Ruan said. "Not advise on them. Evaluate them fully, with your structural methodology. I need an honest assessment of whether what I've been building for 19 years will actually work." He handed Wei a document. 3 days to review," Wei said. "Take the time you need," Ruan said. He left. Wei took the document back to his workshop residence. He read it through once that evening, cover to cover, with his engineering methodology running in the background. Then he sat with the document for a long time. It was the most sophisticated military formation planning documentation he had read, by a considerable margin. Ruan had resources that Wei had not had access to, intelligence sources he hadn't known existed, and a 23-year head start on thinking about the specific threat characteristics of the migration civilization. The strategic concept was coherent. The formation network it described was the product of genuine expertise, and it was structurally catastrophic, not in any one element. Each individual installation was well designed for its function. The catastrophe was systemic. Every key formation in the network was connected to every other key formation through single-path load connections, with no distributed transfer grid, no secondary load paths, no controlled failure zones. The network had been designed as a unified system, which meant a single sufficiently powerful disruption at any critical node would cascade through the entire network simultaneously. The very sophistication of the integration was the problem. The designers had connected everything together to maximize mutual reinforcement, and in doing so had eliminated all structural redundancy. Wei thought of the capital wall's single-node formation design at continental scale. He spent the next 2 days doing structural analysis and writing. Chapter 68, Catastrophic Design, This Will Fail, Wei said. He was in the officer's hall again, 3 days after receiving the document. Ruan was seated this time. He had his own copy of the plans open in front of him, and Wei had 14 pages of structural analysis laid out beside it. All of it, Ruan said. He was not defensive. He was asking for specificity. Not in normal operation, Wei said. In normal operation, it would perform better than any existing military formation network by a significant margin. The mutual reinforcement you've designed between nodes would make the network extremely powerful under standard conditions. He paused. The failure mode is under a coordinated attack by an adversary who knows the network's topology. What adversary would know the topology? One who surveyed it from outside before attacking, Wei said. He pointed to 3 specific nodes in the document. These 3 are your critical load path junctions. If these 3 nodes are disabled simultaneously, and a formation specialist who has studied the network's behavior under test conditions could identify them in approximately 48 hours of observation, the rest of the network cascades. Not immediately. In sequence. He had traced the cascade pattern through 14 pages. The cascade takes approximately 6 hours. Every installation in the network fails, in order, as the load from the failed junctions redistributes through the remaining structure. Ruan looked at the 3 marked nodes. Those are in geographically separated locations. Yes, but not architecturally separated. The load path connects them regardless of physical distance. A simultaneous attack on 3 separated locations. An adversary with twice our population and superior formation capability, Wei said, could plan for this approach if they identified the topology. Ruan was quiet for a long time. Can it be fixed? He said. The network needs to be redesigned from a structural standpoint, Wei said. Not the formations themselves. Those are well designed individually. The integration architecture. Instead of a unified network where every node depends on every other node, you need a distributed load structure where each node can sustain independent operation and failures are contained rather than cascaded. He paused. The distributed network would be less maximally powerful in ideal conditions. It would be dramatically more survivable under attack. How long to redesign? Wei had the timeline estimate ready. If you give me full access and resources, 6 months for the design phase, 18 months for installation, assuming no major interference. He paused. That's tight against your 23-year timeline. What's no major interference? Guild involvement, Wei said. If the guild retains the installation contract for the military formation network, they will integrate the design in ways that reintroduce the single-path dependencies. They don't know how to design for distributed failure containment. It's not in their methodology. He met Ruan's eyes. Either I do the redesign and my team does the installation, or the redesign is meaningless. Ruan looked at his plans. 19 years of work. The guild relationships that had sustained that work. The political structure he'd built around the institutional framework. 6 months, he said. Full access. Your team does the installation under military authorization. He paused. I want progress reports every 2 weeks. If you're behind schedule at 3 months, I need to know. You'll know, Wei said. He added, the distributed network architecture I'll design for your military installations is the same principle I've been applying at smaller scales. The structural basis is the same. It scales. I know, Ruan said. That's why I'm giving you 6 months and not a different answer. Wei extended his hand, which was not the standard form for formal military agreements, but was apparently what he was doing. After a pause, Ruan took it. One more thing, Ruan said. There's more to the seer's divination than I told you. I'll share the full reading when the immediate situation is established. For now, he paused. Be careful. What I told you about the migration is widely known at certain levels of the military command. What I haven't told you is known by fewer people and is more dangerous to carry. Wei noted this in his stakeholder assessment. Asterisk Wan Dongha. Additional intelligence being withheld. Conditions for disclosure. Establish trust in the working relationship. Accept the delay. The structural priority is the military redesign. Asterisk he went to find his workshop team and begin the preliminary design work. Chapter 69. The Guild's counter. The Guild's formal protest arrived at the Imperial Formation Bureau 6 days after Wei's military appointment was filed in the official record. Tanya Wang had not been slow. The protest was comprehensive. 17 pages of legal argument asserting that the Guild's military formation contracts gave them exclusive installation rights for all military formation work in the Empire. That Wei's provisional registration was insufficient authorization for work of national security significance, and that the Bureau's bypassing of the standard Guild consultation process constituted a breach of a 700-year institutional relationship. The legal argument was sophisticated. Wei reviewed it with the Bureau's legal staff and with Feng Bao, who had arrived in the capital 3 weeks into the engagement after concluding that the breach of contract proceedings could be managed from here as well as from Stone Peak. The contract language, Feng said, reading the protest document. The exclusivity clause covers new military formation installations within the Empire's defensive network. The question is whether your redesign constitutes a new installation or a modification to the existing network. My approach removes and replaces the existing integration architecture, Wei said. The Guild will argue that's a new installation. The Bureau's counterargument would be that the individual formation nodes are being maintained and the redesign is a structural modification to the connection architecture, Feng said, which could be classified as maintenance rather than new installation. A maintenance interpretation would allow the work to proceed, Wei said. The legal question would take 8 to 12 months to resolve if contested in court, Feng said, during which time the work would be stayed. Wei thought about the timeline. 6 months of design, 18 months of installation. A 12-month legal stay would push the full completion significantly beyond the projected threat window. The legal argument is a delay mechanism, he said. The technical content of the protest doesn't matter. The goal is to extend the legal uncertainty long enough that the work can't be completed in time to be useful. Yes, Feng said. What breaks the delay? Feng was quiet for a moment. The Bureau could appeal to the Imperial Throne directly for expedited authorization. That bypasses the standard legal review process under emergency military provisions. He paused. That requires the director to make the case that there's a genuine military emergency. Wei thought about Liu Baiyun, the man who had held a restricted assessment report for 12 years without acting, who had said, "Don't waste what I'm giving you," when he finally did act. I'll brief Liu on the threat timeline, Wei said. The migration intelligence. If he understands what the redesign is for and what happens if it isn't completed, he'll have to decide whether to escalate to the throne, Feng said. That's a significant step for a bureau director who has built his career on not making irreversible moves. Yes, Wei said, but it's the right structural decision for the situation. He paused. I'll present the documentation. The decision is his. He spent 2 days preparing the briefing package. The migration intelligence Wan had shared, the structural analysis of the current network's cascade failure vulnerability, and the timeline showing the intersection of the threat window with the work completion schedule under various legal delay scenarios. Then he presented it to Director Liu Baiyun. Liu read it in one sitting. He asked no questions. The following morning, he filed a formal emergency authorization request with the Imperial Throne's Military Oversight Council. The council approved it in 4 days. The Guild's protest was placed in abeyance pending the emergency authorization review, which was ongoing. The abeyance meant the work could proceed. The legal question would be resolved eventually, but not before the work was done. Wei received this news and started the design phase. Chapter 70. The liaison by Ruolin's transfer orders arrived at the Shuangling garrison 3 weeks into the capital work. A formal military posting, Capital Garrison Defense Liaison, which was a new position that had not existed before. Wei had not requested it. Marshal Wan had created it and filed the posting, apparently on his own initiative, after reviewing Wei's preliminary structural specifications and determining that a tactical specialist was needed to ensure the redesign's combat applications were properly calibrated. She appeared in the bureau complex on a Tuesday, in full garrison uniform, carrying her standard equipment kit and a travel document case that she set down on the secondary table in Wei's workshop space before looking around at the accumulated documentation. 80 pages of substrate survey overlays, 41 formation scar location maps, 3 iterations of the distributed network redesign specifications, and Wei's survey notes organized in color-coded binders by project type and priority. You have a system, she said. Documentation requires organization, he said. The color coding. red for critical path items, blue for background research, green for completed documentation, yellow for items requiring external input before I can proceed. She looked at the yellow section, which was considerably larger than the others. The yellow section, she said. The military network redesign requires operational data from 17 different garrison locations across the continent, he said. I've sent survey requests. The responses are coming in as the garrisons complete them. He paused. The yellow section shrinks by about 4 items a week. She sat down at the secondary table and opened her travel document case. It contained her tactical notebook, the same one from Shuangling, now considerably thicker, and a new one that she placed on the table beside it. She opened both. Wei noticed, from across the room, that the new notebook's opening pages already had formation survey notation rather than tactical notation. The notation was his system, modified with the combat load annotation additions she had developed. She had been working before she arrived. The distributed network architecture, she said, flipping to a page in the new notebook. The load transfer grid between garrison installations. I've been modeling the combat load requirements for each garrison based on the historical engagement data in the military archives. She spread the notebook on the table. The Eastern Coast garrisons need higher burst tolerance. They'd face the initial contact phase of any migration landing. The interior installations need longer sustained capacity. The two design requirements are in tension. Wei crossed to her table and looked at the modeling she'd done. She had been doing this for 3 weeks, independently, using the structural methodology framework from his documentation and the combat data from the military archives. The models were technically sound. She had the load path reasoning right, but she had been working without the substrate survey data for the Eastern Coast garrisons, which meant her burst tolerance estimates were based on the archive's standard substrate assumptions rather than measured ley line densities. The Eastern Coast substrate is different from the standard assumptions, he said. Zhao's garrison is 3 times the standard density. If the Eastern Coast is similar, the burst tolerance can be significantly higher, she said. Which changes the eastern versus interior tension, he said. They worked through the modeling adjustment for 3 hours. She understood the combat load requirements. He understood the substrate performance parameters. The integrated model that resulted was more accurate than either one of them could have produced working separately. At the end of the session, he looked at what they had produced. The liaison position, he said. Ruan's idea, she confirmed. Though I agreed to it immediately. You've been working on this since before you got the transfer orders. I've been working on it since the mountain pass, she said. Since I understood what the network was for. She paused. I've been a tactical officer for 12 years. Most of what I've been doing is managing situations where the defensive formations are inadequate. I've been compensating for structural failures with tactical deployment. She looked at the notebook. If the formations work correctly, the tactics are better. The two shouldn't be fighting each other. She put her new notebook next to his binders, in the space on the table he had not consciously left, but which was approximately the right size for it. She picked up her pen. What needs the most work today, she said. Wei looked at the yellow documentation binders. Eastern Coast substrate data is coming in from 3 garrisons. When it arrives, we'll need to revise the burst tolerance calculations for the full eastern sector. He paused. Until then, the central network integration architecture. I have the load transfer grid design drafted, but I haven't calibrated it for the combat conditions your modeling covers. She pulled his design specification toward her and opened her new notebook. Show me the load transfer logic, she said. He pulled his chair around to her side of the table. They worked until the 3rd watch bell. Chapter 71. Wei noticed it on a Tuesday, in the 3rd hour of the morning, when the document log said something impossible. Fang Jitao had submitted his field notes on the Northeastern Corridor survey 3 days before the survey team had departed for the Northeastern Corridor. The date stamp was Wei's own notation system. He had standardized it across all workshop documentation specifically because date stamps couldn't be faked without knowing the encoding key. The encoding key was based on a load path checksum. Fang had not attended the session where Wei had explained that. Wei read the entry again. Then he went through the rest of Fang's documentation for the past 6 weeks. There were 11 discrepancies. 7 were minor, date mismatches that could indicate hasty transcription rather than fabrication. 4 were structural impossibilities. In one entry, Fang had recorded survey measurements from a site he had demonstrably not visited. Wei had the site survey team's movement log, which Fang had also submitted, and the 2 documents contradicted each other at 3 different points. He closed the documentation binder. He sat with his hands flat on the table for a while, looking at the wall of yellow binders that held the military redesign project. 6 months of work. Every load path documented. Every redundancy node specified. The Eastern Coast burst tolerance revisions he and Bai Ruolin had worked through the previous night. Fong Jitao was 22 years old. He had attended the lecture course in its second session, asked better questions than anyone else in the room, and had been the first of the 5 workshop disciples to correctly predict a load path failure in a practice array before it occurred. Wei had thought, when he selected Fong, that the young man had the instincts for this work. He might still have those instincts. That made it worse, not better. Wei did not confront him. Instead, he went to the secure project materials cabinet and pulled the binder containing the Eastern Coast integration schematics, the real ones. He made a copy of the relevant pages, then sat for an hour with a clean sheet of paper and designed a false version. The false schematic was technically coherent. It followed his notation system correctly, used the right material designations, and was stamped with an authentic project header. It was also missing the critical leyline density correction that made the Eastern Coast design work. Without that correction, the formation network would behave exactly as a guild-trained formation master would expect, and under combat load, it would fail within 6 hours of initial engagement. Anyone who wanted to prove Wei's military work was dangerously flawed would find exactly the evidence they needed. He left the false schematic in the secondary documentation stack, precisely where Fong Jitao would find it during the routine organization pass he performed every Thursday morning. He added a small monitoring array to the cabinet, one that would record when the cabinet was opened and by whom. Then he went back to work on the real integration schematics and did not mention it to anyone. He gave Fong 3 days. On the 3rd day, during an afternoon session reviewing garrison survey data, Bai Ruolin set down her pen and looked at him across the table. "You've been working with your left hand," she said. "My right hand is occupied," he said. "Your right hand is resting on the table. It has been resting on the table for 2 hours. You do that when you're waiting for something." He had not known he did that. He considered it. "I'm waiting for something," he confirmed, and did not explain further. She picked up her pen and went back to the garrison data. She did not ask again. That quality in her, the ability to hold a question without pressing it, was something he had come to rely on without having named it until now. The monitoring array pulsed at the 2nd hour of the 3rd night, when the bureau was quiet. Wei recorded the notification in his log with the date, the time, and the identity of the person who had opened the cabinet. He went asleep. There was nothing useful he could do in the next 6 hours, and a formation master who designed on insufficient rest produced insufficient formations. This was a structural principle applicable to humans. In the morning, he pulled the monitoring record and compared it to the secondary documentation stack. The false schematic was gone. He wrote a brief note to Lin Suyin, who was managing the project coordination network from her office 2 floors below, telling her to hold all outgoing project documentation pending his review. Then he drafted a formal report addressed to Director Liu Baiyun, which he did not yet send. He wanted to be in the room when Tan Yaowang presented the schematic. He began making inquiries through Commander Zhao Linfeng about the Imperial Court's next scheduled formation review session. Chapter 72. The Imperial Court's formation review sessions were held in the Hall of Structural Records, a name Wei had found reassuring, the first time he heard it, before he understood that the hall had been named 300 years ago and had not hosted an actual structural record in the intervening century. Tan Yaowang arrived with an 8-person legal team and a portable display formation that could project schematic documents at room scale. He was immaculate, as he always was, robes pressed, bearing composed, voice carrying the particular register of a man accustomed to speaking in large rooms where every word cost something. Wei arrived with his documentation binders, 12 of them. He had carried them himself because he wanted to know their weight. The session opened with standard procedural matters. Wei sat through them without impatience. Impatience was a load path error. It concentrated force at the wrong moment and produced brittle outcomes. When Tan Yaowang rose to address the court, he did so with the measured gravity of a man delivering reluctant news. He explained, obtained internal documentation from Wei Jianchen's military design project. He explained further, had that documentation reviewed by 3 guild-certified formation masters. He presented their analysis. The design as documented would fail under sustained siege conditions within 6 hours of initial engagement. He projected the false schematic at room scale. It looked very convincing. Wei waited until Tan finished, and the presiding court official turned to him for response. "The document the guild has presented," Wei said, "is not from my project files." Tan Yaowang's composure flickered, a fraction of a second, the way a load-bearing wall develops a hairline crack before anything visible changes at the surface. "I can demonstrate this," Wei said. He opened the first binder and produced the monitoring array record. He explained what the record showed: the secondary documentation cabinet in his workshop, the timestamp, the identity of the individual who accessed it, and the removal of a document he had specifically prepared for that purpose. Then he opened the second binder and produced Fong Jitao's complete documentation history for the past 6 weeks. He walked the court through the 11 discrepancies he had identified, the 4 structural impossibilities, and the movement log that contradicted Fong's own survey entries. He explained the false schematic, what he had designed it to look like, what he had deliberately omitted, and why a formation trained to guild standards would identify the omission as a fundamental design flaw rather than a calibration correction for non-standard substrate conditions. He placed the real Eastern Coast integration schematics on the table, opened to the relevant page, and invited the court's technical assessors to compare. The comparison took 40 minutes. The court's assessors were thorough. Tan Yaowang's legal team attempted 3 separate procedural objections during that 40 minutes. The presiding official declined all 3. When the assessors submitted their finding, the document Tan had presented was not the current version of Wei's design, and the critical correction it omitted was supported by documented substrate survey data Wei's team had collected over 4 months. The room had the quality of air before a structure settles. Fong Jitao was escorted from his seat in the observer gallery by bureau security officers. He did not resist. He looked at Wei once as he was let out, and Wei looked back, and neither of them said anything. Wei would write to him, he had decided. Not now. Later, when it would mean something different. Tan Yaowang was formally censured. It was a political instrument, not a criminal finding. It placed his actions on the public court record, which meant future legal proceedings could reference it, and it suspended his right to present formation evidence in bureau proceedings pending a conduct review. It was not enough. Wei knew it was not enough. But Director Liu Baiyun, who had attended the session as an observer and left immediately after the finding was read, sent Wei a message before the second hour of the afternoon. The message contained 3 sentences. The capital's defensive formation maintenance contract, the guild's largest, oldest, and most politically protected contract, was under formal audit. The audit had been authorized under the Bureau's emergency structural review powers, which required no court approval and could not be blocked by the guild's legal team. The audit had been authorized that morning, before the court session began. Liu Baiyun had been preparing for a long time. He had been waiting for someone to give him the right structural argument. Wei set the message down and looked at the real Eastern Coast schematics, still open on the table from the court's review. The integration design needed 2 more weeks to finalize. He had a monitoring array to remove from his workshop cabinet. He had documentation to update, witnesses to debrief, and a formal record to submit on Fong Jitao's case that was fair and complete, regardless of what Fong had done. He picked up his pen. Chapter 73. The guild audit ran for 11 days. Wei did not follow its progress closely. It was not his area of structural expertise, and he had learned, over the previous year, that there were systems too large to supervise personally. Lin Suyin tracked it through the Bureau's public record filings. Commander Zhao Linfeng received briefings from his contacts in the capital garrison. By rule, Lin said nothing about it and asked, instead, practical questions about the combat formation layouts for the southwestern sector, which they had been putting off in favor of the more urgent Eastern Coast work. On the 12th day, Lin Suyin appeared in the doorway of Wei's workspace with her notebook open to a page she had already filled. The capital maintenance contract is suspended, she said, pending completion of the structural audit. The guild is challenging the suspension in the provincial formation court, the imperial court, and the office of the Ministry of Works simultaneously. 3 courts, Wei said. The Ministry of Works filing is the interesting one, she said. The ministry oversees public infrastructure contracts. If the guild's challenge there fails, the maintenance suspension becomes permanent and the contract goes to public tender. She spread the notebook on his table. She had been tracking the legal filings, dates, courts, procedural stages, relevant precedents. It was the same notation system she used for survey data. Everything in its correct relation to everything else. The tender would take 18 months, he said. Minimum. The capital's formation network has no certified maintenance team that isn't guild-associated. The Bureau would need to build one from scratch or develop an emergency certification process for independent practitioners. Wei set down his pen. He thought about the capital's formation network, the drift errors he had documented in his survey, the 200-year gap in structural assessment, the maintenance contract that the guild had held by running its repair revenue through formations they had designed to require continuous intervention. The audit findings, he said, do they include structural assessment data or only contract compliance data? Lin Suyin turned a page in her notebook. Contract compliance. The audit team is not a structural engineering team. They're reviewing billing records, maintenance logs, and certification documents. The structural problems in the capital network are not reflected in the maintenance logs, Wei said. The logs show regular maintenance activity. They don't show whether that maintenance activity addressed actual structural needs or created the need for future maintenance activity. She understood what he was saying. Her pen was already moving. You're going to submit the structural survey to the audit team. The survey I completed when I arrived, updated with the drift monitoring data from the past 8 months. He pulled the relevant binder from the shelf. The audit team needs to know what the maintenance contract was supposed to maintain. Then they can evaluate whether it did. The guild will argue that you're an interested party and your survey is biased. The survey uses standard load assessment methodology. Anyone with a formation engineering background can reproduce it. I'll include the full methodology documentation so they can. He set the binder on the table. The bias argument only holds if the methodology is wrong. If the methodology is correct, the results are the results. She made a final note and closed her notebook. I'll prepare the submission package. She paused at the doorway. Wei, the guild is losing badly. Tan Yao has been censured. The maintenance contract is suspended, and the open source release means they can't monopolize the technical foundations anymore. She looked at him steadily. Badly losing people make choices they wouldn't otherwise make. He nodded. He knew this. He had thought about it. He thought about it more seriously on the morning he received word from Commander Zhao Linfeng. Tan Yao had left the capital, discreetly, before dawn, with a small party of guild officials and a significant quantity of archive documentation. Zhao's border contacts had tracked the party to the eastern coastal road. The eastern coast was where the advanced scouts from the migration civilization had been conducting their formation surveys. Wei sat with this information for a long time. Then he pulled a clean sheet of paper and began documenting everything he knew about the guild's formation archive, what it contained, who had access to it, what it would tell someone mapping the continent's defensive network from the outside. The Eastern Coast survey data was classified military intelligence. The guild's archive contained formation schematics for every licensed array in the empire. If Tan Yao was making contact with the migration advanced scouts, he was bringing them the keys to a house he no longer owned. Wei dated the document, signed it, and sent it to Marshal Ruan Dongha's office through Commander Zhao's secure courier channel. Then he went back to the Eastern Coast integration schematics. The work had just become significantly more urgent. Chapter 74. The message arrived in the form of a standard courier package, plain wrapping, no insignia, addressed in a hand Wei did not recognize. Inside was a single folded sheet and a small jade fragment. The jade fragment was a piece of Elder Feng Bao's personal seal. Wei recognized the engraving. He had seen the full seal on documentation Feng had authenticated for him over the past year. The break was clean, deliberate. Someone had snapped it to prove they had the rest. The folded sheet was brief. It said, Elder Feng Bao was being held at a guild facility north of the capital. He was unharmed and would remain so. The conditions for his release were also brief. Wei Jianchen would publicly withdraw from Marshal Ruan Dongha's military formation redesign project, citing personal safety concerns. He would submit a formal retraction of the structural survey he had provided to the capital audit team. He would do both within 5 days. Wei read the message twice. Then he set it on the table. He picked up Bai Ruolan's combat load distribution notebook. She had left it in the workspace the previous evening, and set it next to the message. 2 pieces of paper. He looked at both of them. He went to see Director Liu Baiyun. Liu Baiyun read the message with the expression of a man who had spent 30 years developing a face that revealed nothing and was currently deploying it at full capacity. When he finished, he set it down carefully. I can have a bureau investigation team authorized within 48 hours, he said. That's too slow, Wei said. I understand. I'm telling you what is procedurally possible. Liu Baiyun looked at him. And I'm telling you that the procedural route is the one I can support publicly, not the other route I suspect you're considering. I need to know where the facility is, Wei said. I suspected you would say that. Liu Baiyun produced a thin document from his desk, a property record, stamped with the Ministry of Work seal. The guild maintains 6 registered properties within 3 days' travel of the capital. 3 are offices. 2 are storage facilities. 1 is listed as a residential compound for senior officials on extended capital assignment. He slid the document across the desk. The residential compound has not been used for that stated purpose in 11 years. I know this because it appeared in the maintenance audit documentation, which I have been reviewing in considerable detail. Wei looked at the property record. The compound was in the Northern Hill District, 2 days' travel on horseback. It was a walled estate, 8 buildings within the perimeter, with formation coverage that the guild's maintenance logs described as standard residential security. Standard residential security was a formation specification Wei had reviewed hundreds of times. He knew its load tolerance, its coverage gaps, and exactly where the maintenance access points were required by the formation engineering standards he had helped establish. The audit documentation, he said. Does it include architectural plans for the compound? Ministry of Works registrations require structural plans for all properties with formation installations above a certain load threshold. Lu Baiyun produced a second document. The residential compound's installation is above that threshold. Wei took the structural plans. The Bureau investigation team, he said, will be authorized within 48 hours, Lu Baiyun said. They will travel directly to the Northern Hill District, arriving approximately 3 days from now, with full legal authority to inspect guild properties under the active audit mandate. He paused. A formation specialist traveling on personal business might arrive considerably ahead of them. Wei looked at him. I will not authorize unauthorized infiltration of a guild property, Lu Baiyun said carefully. I am also not currently aware of your travel schedule for the next 2 days. Wei set the structural plans on top of the property record and folded both documents into his survey notebook. I'll need by Rulin, he said. Captain Bai filed a request this morning for 2 days of personal leave, Lu Baiyun said. I approved it before you arrived. Wei left without further comment. He found Bai Rulin in the building's courtyard, fully equipped, with 2 packs and 2 horses already saddled. I approved my own leave, she said. Lu sent word ahead. The compound is 2 days north, he said. I know. I've read the property records. She handed him one of the packs. The formation coverage, you've already identified the access points. I'll explain them on the road, he said. She swung into the saddle. Explain them now, she said. I want time to think. He mounted, and they moved out through the Bureau's main gate into the capital's morning traffic. He explained the formation coverage as they rode, the standard residential security layout, the 3 coverage gaps mandated by formation engineering safety codes as maintenance access corridors, the drainage system that connected all 8 buildings in the compound, and that no formation master would have installed a security array inside because water and chi saturation formations were incompatible and any competent formation engineer knew it. The drainage system, she said. It's the only route that bypasses the outer wall formation entirely, he said. How large is it? The structural plans show standard residential drainage. Sufficient. She rode in silence for a moment. You're very calm, she said. I'm not calm, he said. Elder Feng Bao has been held for at least 2 days in a facility controlled by people who have been trying to destroy everything I've built for the past year. I'm not calm. He watched the road ahead, the city falling behind them. I'm thinking clearly. Those are different things. She glanced at him. That's the most you've said about how you feel in 6 months. We have 2 days of road, he said. I may say more. They rode north, and the capital's gates shrank to a line against the sky, and he started talking through the structural plans from memory, and she listened and asked the right questions, and by the time they reached the first way station, he had a plan he was willing to commit to, which meant a plan that had survived her questions. That was his threshold. If Bai Rulin could not find the flaw in it, the flaw was probably small enough to manage. Chapter 75. The compound occupied a natural depression in the northern hills, which was structurally sensible. The hillsides provided windbreak and reduced the formation load required for the outer perimeter. Wei noted this without approving of it. Good engineering in the service of this purpose felt like a misapplied load. They arrived before dawn on the second day, having pushed the horses through the night hours when the road was empty. Bai Rulin took the first watch on the hillside above the compound, while Wei studied the site from 300 meters out, feeling the formation coverage with the passive chi awareness he had developed at Copper Meridian. The air was cold and smelled of pine resin and turned earth. His breath clouded in front of him, and his fingers had gone numb at the tips by the time he finished his assessment. Standard residential security, as documented. He found the 3 maintenance access gaps exactly where the formation engineering codes required them. He also found something the codes did not require and the maintenance logs had not mentioned, a secondary monitoring layer running 12 centimeters above the ground, triggered by physical pressure rather than chi signature. Someone had upgraded the installation at some point after the documented date. He noted the upgrade and its coverage pattern. The monitoring layer was comprehensive at the front approaches and along the east and west walls. At the drainage inlet on the north face, it was present but lighter, not absent, but calibrated for the maintenance access requirement, which meant it was designed to pass guild-authorized formation tools without triggering. His survey tools were not guild-authorized, but they were physical instruments, carried in a case that read to any monitoring array as inert material. He went back up the hill to where Bai Rulin was watching. Secondary monitoring layer, he said quietly. Ground level, pressure triggered. Lighter at the drainage inlet. How much lighter? Calibrated for maintenance access, tool weight. Roughly 3 times lighter than standard. She considered this. A person moving carefully, not standing. moving low, distributing weight across more contact points. He had already worked through it. The drainage inlet opens to a service corridor that connects to all 8 buildings. The monitoring layer in the corridor itself is the guild's standard internal coverage, chi signature-based. My formation tools register as inert. And you. Void walking gives me controllable chi signature. I've been practicing suppression since we left the capital. He had not mentioned this on the road. The riding hours had been for the technique, not the conversation. It's uncomfortable. It's sustainable. She looked at him. How long can you hold suppression? Long enough to reach Elder Feng Bao's likely location, confirm his status, and return to the drainage inlet. The residential compound's largest building is the central hall. That's where they'll have him. Best formation coverage, easiest to monitor, nearest to the compound's primary chi supply node. She was quiet for a moment, reading the compound's layout from the hillside. Her eyes moved the way they always did when she was running a tactical assessment. Start at the perimeter, work inward, identify the problem points before you identify the objectives. I'll create a distraction at the main gate, she said. Enough noise to draw security attention to the front. That gives you a window at the drainage inlet. Enough noise without triggering a full defensive response, he said. If they seal the formation perimeter, the drainage system closes automatically. It's in the guild's standard installation protocol. I know. She was already watching the gate. I'm going to have a loud argument with the gate guard about a horse that supposedly escaped from a transport convoy 3 days ago. I have the right accent for this part of the province. I can keep a gate guard occupied for 20 minutes without triggering anything. He looked at her. This isn't the first time I've needed to distract a gate guard, she said. He descended the hillside alone. The drainage inlet was a stone and mortar structure half buried in the hillside on the compound's north face, covered by an iron grate that had not been maintained recently enough. The hinges had developed the particular surface rust that indicated infrequent movement. Wei applied careful lateral pressure rather than lifting force, working the rust deposits rather than fighting them. The grate opened without sound. The secondary monitoring layer pulsed once at the inlet's edges as he settled his weight onto the drainage channel floor. He held his chi suppression tight. The pulse did not escalate. He moved through the drainage system by feel and by memory of the structural plans. The channel was cut stone, cold and damp, and smelled of mineral water and the particular acrid edge of chi-treated materials corroding slowly in the wet. His knees were soaked within 30 seconds. He focused on his breathing and kept his movements even. The central hall's connection point was 18 meters in. He found it by touch. The channel expanded here to accommodate the hall's waste outlets, which were larger than the residential building's connections. He pressed upward at the access panel. The panel was sealed with a formation lock. Standard guild residential security, chi keyed. He looked at it in the near dark and thought about load paths. Every lock was a point load. The chi keying mechanism was the primary structure. The physical latch was the secondary. Formation engineers specified chi-keyed locks because chi attacks were what they knew. They specified physical latches as backup because the codes required redundancy. The physical latch was a simple lever mechanism designed to be operated from inside. He did not have access from inside, but the panel's hinges were on his side. And the hinges, unlike the lock, were purely physical. He spent 4 minutes on the hinges with tools technically designed for formation anchor pin extraction. This was not what they were designed for. They functioned anyway. The panel came up. He came up with it. Elder Feng Bao was in the hall's eastern room, sitting cross-legged on a sleeping mat with his hands folded in his lap and his eyes closed. His cultivation was sealed. Wei could feel the suppression formation anchored to the room's walls, but his breathing was even and his color was acceptable. He was doing what a man who had been through difficult situations before would do, conserving resources and waiting. He opened his eyes when Wei crossed the room. He did not speak. Wei did not speak either. He looked at the suppression formation's anchor points, 4 of them, 1 in each corner, standard placement, and assessed the load. The formation was keyed to Feng Bao's cultivation signature. Removing it would trigger an alert at the compound's primary monitoring node. He did not remove it. He modified the anchor at the southeast corner, shifting its coverage angle by 11 degrees. This created a narrow corridor through the suppression field near the floor, not enough to restore Feng Bao's cultivation, but enough that a person lying flat on the floor could move through it without the formation registering additional chi pressure. Wei got down on the floor and demonstrated. Feng Bao, who had not survived decades in and around the Celestial Engineers Guild by failing to understand pragmatic instruction, lay down on the floor without comment. They went back through the drainage channel together. It was slower with 2 people. Wei's chi suppression held. Bai Ruolin's argument at the main gate, which he could hear in attenuated fragments through the drainage system's acoustic properties, was ongoing. Something about livestock documentation and the specific negligence of transport companies operating in the northern provinces. She had given the guard supervisor a very detailed account of the horse's markings. At the drainage inlet, Wei helped Feng Bao up through the grate. Then he replaced the grate, working the hinges back toward their resting position, resetting the rust deposits as best he could with the time he had. It would pass a casual inspection. It would not pass the kind of inspection a formation engineer would perform. He estimated 6 hours before they noticed. They moved up the hillside. Bai Ruolin concluded her argument at the gate. He could hear the shift in her tone, the gracious capitulation, the departing footsteps, and she reappeared at the tree line above the compound within 7 minutes. She looked at Feng Bao, then at Wei, then at the drainage inlet, invisible from this angle. The drainage system, she said. The structural engineer's first principle, Wei said. Buildings always have service entries. Elder Feng Bao, who had not spoken since Wei entered the room, said, "They were letting me read the guild archive." His voice was dry but precise, the voice of a man who had been keeping notes internally because he had nothing to write with, as a demonstration that I was a guest rather than a prisoner. He paused. "I have excellent recall. I memorized everything I could." Wei looked at him. "What did you find?" "The guild has had a complete copy of the Continental Array's original blueprints for 300 years, Feng Bao said. "They have known about the Heaven's Gate formation since before my father was born." He met Wei's eyes directly. "And they have known, for nearly as long, about something the documents call the architect void." The hillside was quiet. Somewhere below, the compound's gate guard was writing a report about an unremarkable woman and a horse that did not exist. "Tell me on the road," Wei said. "We have 2 days south." Feng Bao stood, brushing stone dust from his robes. He looked down at the compound, the walls, the central hall's roofline, the main gate whereby Ruolin had kept a guard arguing about livestock for 20 minutes. Then he looked at his student, who was already checking the straps on the supply packs with the same methodical attention he gave every load-bearing element before committing weight to it. "The documents also contain," Feng Bao said, "a design history for the Continental Array that the architect void never intended anyone to read." He accepted the pack Wei handed him. He left a flaw in it, a single structural weakness, deliberately placed. He was, I believe, still human enough to want someone to find it. Wei looked up at him. "I found it," Feng Bao said simply. They moved south, into the dark, away from the compound where a room still held a sleeping mat, for anchor points, and a suppression formation with a small angular imperfection that would tell anyone who inspected it exactly how the old man had left. By the time they found it, Wei and Elder Feng Bao would be a day's ride closer to the capital, and Feng Bao would have explained everything he had read in the guild's archive, and Wei would have filled 6 pages of his notebook, and the work, the real work, the work that had just changed shape entirely, would have already begun. Chapter 76, What he memorized. The drainage channel smelled of mineral sediment and standing water, and Feng Bao moved through it with the careful attention of a man who had not survived 60 years of formation politics by making unnecessary noise. His footsteps were quiet. His breathing was controlled. He was, Wei noted, significantly less bothered by the ankle-deep water than Wei had expected. They emerged from the maintenance hatch into the pre-dawn street 22 minutes after Wei had descended it. The sky was the color of old iron. Bai Ruolin's distraction team was still visible at the compound's main gate, 200 meters away. A controlled argument with the gate guards about inspection authorization, the kind of bureaucratic friction that generated heat without resolution. Wei sent the recall signal through his formation network, a single pulse load shift in the nearest anchor node, imperceptible to anyone who hadn't been told to watch for it. Bai's team withdrew with the unhurried efficiency of people who had been waiting for exactly that signal. They debriefed in Wei's bureau workspace at sunrise. Feng Bao dried his feet, accepted a cup of tea, and opened the notes he had brought out of captivity, loose pages covered in his careful archival notation, damp at the edges but legible. "They were trying to break me psychologically," Feng said. "Standard approach. Isolation, controlled uncertainty about the outside situation, periodic negotiators suggesting that cooperation was my only path forward." He turned a page. "It didn't occur to them to limit my reading access. They gave me guild archive materials to demonstrate that the guild was prospering without my involvement. I believe they intended it to make me feel irrelevant." He paused. "I spent 12 days reading it." Wei looked at the notes. The notation was dense, compressed, the work of a man transcribing from memory. "You memorized the archive," Wei said. "The relevant portions." Feng set down his cup. "There is a section of the guild's historical records concerning the Continental Formation Network, the scar array that Pavilion Headgu showed you. The guild has known about it for 240 years. They acquired a copy of the original construction blueprints from the Imperial Archive 3 centuries ago. He looked at Wei steadily. They have been actively suppressing independent study of the network for 200 years. Every time a formation practitioner has approached the scar sites with serious intent, the guild has intervened. Licensing disputes. Contract holds. In 2 cases in the historical record, practitioners who refused to stop their research were found in violation of guild conduct codes on unrelated grounds and stripped of their registration. The morning light was still thin. Wei sat with this for a moment, running the structural implications the way he ran load calculations, component by component, joint by joint. The blueprint copy, he said. Is it still in the archive? The record I read documented it as of 14 years ago, Feng said. It would still be there. The guild's central archive is in their capital facility, the one you entered last night. Wei thought about the drainage channel, the maintenance workshop, the eastern wing. Where in the facility? Feng turned to a different page of his notes. He had drawn a floor plan from memory, the guild's northern capital compound, rendered in his precise archival hand. He had been there for 12 days. He tapped a room on the second floor of the western wing. The restricted records chamber, he said. I didn't access it. I was housed in the eastern wing, and my movement was limited to a specific corridor cluster. But the archive access records I read mentioned the chamber designation 3 times in the context of the continental network materials. He paused. I thought you should know where it is. Wei looked at the floor plan. He thought about the compound's drainage system, the monitoring grid's anchored depth, the aftermarket lock panel in the eastern wing that had not been integrated into the formation grid. He filed the information in his documentation and updated his active survey notes. Thank you, he said. Eat something. You've had a difficult 2 weeks. Feng Bao looked at him for a moment with an expression Wei couldn't immediately classify. Then he picked up his tea and his notes and settled more comfortably into his chair. You're already thinking about how to get into the western wing, Feng said. I'm thinking about whether the drainage configuration extends to that section of the compound, Wei said. It does, Feng said. I asked the guards about the building's maintenance history. For conversational purposes. He turned another page. The original drainage map is in the city's infrastructure records. The western annex was added 60 years after the main compound. The drainage connection runs through a junction beneath the courtyard fountain. Wei looked at him. You were a guild archivist for 11 years, Feng said. I was their chief structural theorist for 16. I know how to read a building. Wei wrote in his survey notes. Asterisk Feng Bao. Fully operational. Possibly more useful inside the guild's compound than outside it. Asterisk Chapter 77. Heaven linking the first military network sector came together on a Tuesday afternoon in the early autumn, in the Bureau's Eastern Documentation Room, where Wei had spread the final integration schematics across 3 joint tables and spent 6 days running load calculations that any formation master in the country would have said were theoretically impossible. The Eastern approaches sector, 32 anchor installations, 11 relay nodes, for primary load concentration points, and a distributed secondary network that would continue to function if any single installation went down and would continue to function at 70% capacity if 8 installations went down simultaneously. Marshal Yuan ran military attack simulations against it all morning. His strategic planners had developed 17 distinct assault scenarios based on the intelligence assessments of the Eastern Migration Force's known capabilities. They ran all 17. The network degraded under the heaviest scenarios. It did not fail. Define fail, by Ruland said. Total cascade collapse, Wei said. If every installation in a region fails within the same 6-hour window, the network loses redundancy and begins acting like a standard single-path array. Below that threshold, the degraded network continues to shed load. He pointed to the load path diagram. The critical threshold for this sector is 44% simultaneous node loss. And standard attack doctrine would achieve what? Somewhere between 8 and 15% under sustained effort. Wei traced the eastern boundary. They would need to destroy formation installations faster than we could repair them, and they would need to do it simultaneously across a front line that's approximately 400 kilometers wide. He paused. That's not a formation problem. That's a logistics problem. Ruan looked at the simulation results for a long time. 2 years ago, he said, I watched a Migration Forces advance team disable the Eastern Coast Garrison's complete formation network in 6 hours. 12 cultivators. 6 hours. Single path design, Wei said. 1 node collapse cascaded through the rest. Their attack team knew which node to hit first. He looked at Ruan steadily. This network doesn't have a first node. Ruan was silent. Then he said, the certification documentation needs to be filed with the Military Oversight Council before this sector can be officially recognized. Filed it this morning, Wei said. Sealed, dated, Bureau authenticated. He had not been waiting for Ruan's approval to file the documentation. He had been waiting for nothing. The council's technical review will take approximately 3 weeks. Something shifted in Ruan's expression, not approval exactly, but a recalibration. The man who had spent 6 months testing Wei's structural claims against military reality was arriving at a conclusion he had not fully committed to before. The northern sector, Ruan said. How much of the redesign is complete? 40%, Wei said. I'll need access to 6 garrison sites in the northern mountain range for the remaining survey work. You have it, Ruan said. Wei wrote the access authorization into his project documentation immediately, in Ruan's presence, and had Ruan seal it before he left the room. Not because he didn't trust Ruan's word. Because documentation was how things stayed true over time, regardless of what anyone's word became later. The heaven-linking breakthrough came that evening. He was alone in the documentation room, reviewing the load path calculations one more time. Not because he needed to, but because the work was still there and the lamp was still lit, when his void-walking perception, which had been growing steadily more refined over the 8 months of military design work, shifted in a way he recognized. His formation awareness extended outward from the Bureau building, following the load path connections he had built between the 32 sector nodes, reading the distributed network as a single structural system rather than 32 separate installations. The network breathed, not metaphorically but perceptibly, its chi loads shifting and redistributing in response to natural variation, each node adjusting in relation to every other node in the way a properly loaded structure distributed stress. He sat with his hands on the schematics and let the awareness settle. Heaven linking, the capacity to perceive formation networks as unified structural systems regardless of physical separation. His consciousness extended across 400 kilometers of mountain terrain, and he could feel every node the way he could feel a crack in a wall with his palm. He wrote in his survey log, Sector 1 complete. Network functional. Breakthrough, heaven linking. Perceived implications. Continental network assessment now feasible without physical access to each node. He updated his project timeline. He could survey the remaining 5 sectors simultaneously now, reading their formation conditions from the capital, narrowing physical site visits to the installations that showed anomalous load behavior. He crossed out his previous 6-month estimate and wrote for Chapter 78. The forgeries. The indictment documents arrived at Wei's Bureau workspace on a morning in the 3rd week of the autumn, delivered through the Military Oversight Council's official courier service, sealed, formal, addressed to Wei Jianchen in the Imperial Court's administrative notation. He opened them without urgency. The documents alleged that Wei Jianchen had sold formation data to foreign agents operating in the eastern port of Haiyan, citing as evidence a sequence of communication records showing Wei's name on correspondence addressed to a non-registered commercial entity, dated across a 3-month period beginning 6 weeks after his appointment to the military project. He read through the correspondence records carefully. They were technically sophisticated forgeries. The notation style matched his Bureau documentation format. The technical vocabulary was accurate. Whoever had produced these had access to Wei's submitted reports and had studied his written patterns. The dates were internally consistent. They were also impossible. He set the documents aside and went to his survey archive. For the 3-month period in question, Wei had a complete record of his daily activity, produced not for legal defense purposes, but because surveying and documenting his own project progress was how he worked. Every day of the 3-month period appeared in his activity logs with specific location records, witness attestations, and Bureau-certified timestamps. He cross-referenced the forged correspondence dates against his activity documentation. On the first date, he had been conducting a site survey at the Northern Garrison Complex. He had been underground for most of the day and had submitted a certified survey report to the Military Oversight Council the same afternoon. On the second date, he had been present at a formal Bureau review session attended by Director Liu Baiyun and 3 council representatives. On the third date, he had been in the middle of a 36-hour documentation session that Bai Ruolin had twice interrupted to tell him to sleep. He documented the discrepancies methodically, pulling the original time-stamped records for each date, cross-referencing with the witnesses present for each activity, and compiling the complete documentation into a response package. The work took 4 hours. He had all the records immediately available because he had never expected to need them for this purpose and had kept them anyway. The fourth date was interesting. The forged communication was dated 3 weeks ago, a Tuesday. Wei had been in the Bureau's documentation room all that Tuesday. He had not left the building. The forged communication purported to show him at a location in the Eastern Merchant District. He had approximately 20 witnesses to his presence in the Bureau on that date, including Marshal Ruan Dongha, who had been present for the Sector 1 certification review, and by Rulin, who had been present for the entire afternoon. He added a notation to the discrepancy file, *23 witnesses for 4 of the 7 forged dates. All witnesses include official bureau records. No gaps in documentation chain. By Rulin came to find him when she heard about the indictment. The forgeries are good, he said. Can you disprove them? Completely. He showed her the documentation package. She went through it with the systematic attention she brought to tactical assessments, reading each record, checking each cross-reference. This is Tan Yaowang, she said. The technical quality of the forgeries suggests someone with access to my bureau documentation, Wei said. That's a limited pool. The communication style was studied carefully. He paused. Tan still has contacts inside the bureau. He has had 4 months since the Fong situation to plan this. He's losing, Bai said. He's desperate, Wei said. Different thing. He added the response package to his documentation archive. I'll present this to the Military Oversight Council tomorrow. The indictment should be dismissed within the week. I looked at him. You're not angry. Wei considered the question. He was, perhaps, something. Not quite anger, but the particular exhaustion of a man who had spent 2 years building documentation chains precisely against this type of attack, and was now watching the attack arrive and fail in exactly the way he had prepared for. I built the documentation the way I build formations, he said. You don't build a redundancy system because you're angry at the possibility of failure. You build it because failure is a structural reality and you want to determine what happens when it arrives. He sealed the documentation package. It arrived. The documentation is holding. He paused. I find that less exhausting than being angry, he said. Chapter 79. The architect void the treason case was dismissed on a Thursday morning with the quiet efficiency of legal proceedings that had encountered overwhelming contrary evidence and had elected to exit before the situation became embarrassing. Tan Yaowang was not present for the dismissal. His legal representative was. When the council asked for Tan's availability for the subsequent inquiry into the forged document's origin, the representative indicated that Overseer Tan had departed the capital on personal matters and was not currently reachable through normal channels. The arrest warrant was issued that afternoon. The military police established that Tan had left the capital through the northern gate 2 days before the dismissal, traveling with 2 servants, a significant amount of luggage, and no stated destination. The guild's capital facility was placed under bureau review. The guild's acting leadership, 3 mid-rank overseers who had spent the past 18 months watching their institution's political positions systematically erode, accepted the review with the subdued cooperation of people who had not been involved in the decisions that brought them to this point and were not going to start fighting now. Wei was in the middle of reviewing the arrest warrant documentation when a message arrived from Pavilion, head Gu Mingji. The message was brief. Come to the archive when you have an hour. The guild archive records that Tan took with him contain something you need to understand before anything else happens. He cleared his afternoon. Gu Mingji's office in the Imperial Archive was organized by a logic that was entirely her own. Documentation systems evolved over 30 years, referencing patterns that no one else fully understood, producing an environment where she could locate any document in the archive within 4 minutes. She had a cup of tea waiting when Wei arrived. Sit, she said. This is going to take some context. She spread 3 documents across her desk. Wei recognized the first, his own notation from the continental scar array mapping session, the geometric pattern that had resolved into the outline of a continent-spanning defensive structure. The second was an archive index page listing the contents of the guild's central records chamber. The third was a transcript of a historical document, translated from an archaic formation notation into contemporary script. The guild archive contains the original construction blueprints for the continental array, Gu said. Feng Bao told you this. What he couldn't have known from the archive materials he read is the second thing that the archive contains. She tapped the transcript. This is a 3,000-year-old document from the Imperial Archive's oldest records chamber. I have had it for 12 years. I have been waiting for someone to ask me the right question before I showed it to anyone. Wei read the transcript. It was a formation theory document, archaic notation, careful and precise, written by someone who thought about structural load distribution in terms Wei recognized as his own. The technical approach was different in specifics, but identical in underlying logic. Redundancy as a first principle, load shedding as a design requirement, failure modes as a design parameter rather than an outcome to prevent. This was written 3,000 years ago, Wei said, by a formation practitioner known in the records as the architect of Heaven's Gate, Gu said. The continental array was his work. The document describes his approach to the structural logic. She paused. There is a second document in the same series. The guild archive contains it. It's one of the materials Tan Yaowang took with him. What does it describe? Based on the index record and the cross-references in this document, it describes the architect's fate. She looked at Wei steadily. The term used in the historical record is the architect void. It appears 6 times in the documents that remain in our archive. The context each time suggests it is a name or a designation for something that persists in or around the continental array. She paused. Something that is still there. Wei thought about the formation scars, the geometric pattern, the continental array's structural integrity, perfectly maintained for 3,000 years without any visible maintenance source. The array has been maintaining itself, he said. Or something has been maintaining it. Gu folded her hands. The guild has known about this for 2 centuries. They suppressed the research. They didn't remove the document from their archive because destroying original formation records is a guild ethical violation they apparently would not cross. But they kept it in the restricted chamber and ensured no one with the structural knowledge to understand it had access. Wei sat with this for a long moment. And Tan Yaowang took the document to the eastern coast, Wei said. Along with the continental array blueprints, Gu said. If the migration civilization's formation engineers can read it, they will know what they are dealing with before the array fully activates. Wei updated his threat assessment. He thought about Tan Yaowang, who had been wrong about the military situation and had positioned himself for collaboration rather than resistance, now walking into an encounter with a 3,000-year-old formation intelligence that had never been formally introduced to anyone. He was not certain whether to feel relieved or alarmed that Tan would get there first. Thank you, Wei said. I've been waiting 12 years to show that to someone who could understand it, Gu said. She picked up her tea. You have the fastest structural comprehension I have encountered in 30 years of archive work. Don't waste it on the politics. Chapter 80. I found your predecessor. The message from Bai Rulin arrived at Wei's workshop on a night in the late autumn, delivered by military courier at an hour when most of the bureau was dark. Wei was still working. He was always still working at this hour, and the courier had been instructed to deliver to him personally regardless of the time. He read the message standing at his desk, still holding his survey pen. Asterisk formation scar site northeast of Dongquan. Found the scar, found what's underneath. It's not dormant. Can't explain it in a message. Need you here. By Rulin, Commander, capital garrison asterisk below the official notation, in her personal survey shorthand. The system she'd been developing in her own notebook, the one that had evolved independently into something close to his own notation. She had written 4 words. I found your predecessor. He was moving before he finished reading. The intelligence summary caught up with him in the morning. 2 reports arrived from different channels within the same hour. The coincidence of timing that in Wei's experience meant something structural had shifted in the situation. The first report was from the Military Intelligence Network. Eastern Coast observation stations had tracked a guild-registered vessel making contact with a formation-bearing fleet at the edge of the continental monitoring range. The signal analysis indicated the contact had lasted approximately 6 hours. The vessel had not returned to port. Tan Yaowang, carrying the architect void documents, the continental array blueprints, and whatever he thought he was offering. The second report was more difficult to process. It came through the Formation Monitoring Network, a system of passive chi field sensors distributed across the continent, maintained by the Bureau as a standard infrastructure assessment tool. The sensors had been recording anomalous activation events for the past 48 hours, formation scar sites, sequentially, and then simultaneously, generating chi signatures significantly above baseline. Not all of the scar sites. 17 of the 41. The activation pattern was not random. Wei spread the sensor data across his survey maps, and the sequence became visible. The sites that were activating were spaced at intervals consistent with a distributed load distribution network initializing from a dormant state. The sequence was not radiating outward from any single source. It was establishing a network, each newly active site connecting to the previously active sites in a pattern that was adding redundancy nodes. His redundancy nodes. He recognized the logic because it was his logic, translated back to him 3,000 years later, from a structure built before his grandfather's grandfather had been born. He arrived at the Dongquan Scar site at midday, having pushed the travel formation network harder than he'd ever pushed it, and covered a distance that should have taken 2 days and 9 hours. Bai Rulin met him at the site perimeter with the manner of a person who had spent the night in a situation she couldn't classify, and was very glad to see someone who might be able to. The scar site looked like every other scar site he had surveyed. An irregular depression in the terrain, the soil composition distinct, the chi field signature present, but previously quiescent. It was no longer quiescent. The formation structure beneath the site was active and moving. Not in the way that formation arrays moved when energy was applied to them, but in the way that a thinking system moved, adjusting, processing, responding. Wei extended his heaven-linking awareness into the site and felt the network below as clearly as he felt his own military installations in the capital. The structural logic was his. Not similar. Identical in principle. The same approach to load distribution, redundancy sequencing, and failure mode management that he had developed over 8 years of formation work in this life. It was the reasoning of an engineer who had looked at the same fundamental problems he'd looked at and arrived at the same fundamental solutions. But it was 3,000 years old. He stood at the edge of the scar and felt the formation below registering his presence. Not the way a monitoring array registered intrusion, but the way a structure recognized a familiar load pattern. As if the array had been waiting for something specific, and the something specific had arrived. "It noticed you when you got within 200 meters, Byrullin said quietly from beside him. "It didn't notice me. I've been here for 16 hours, and it was completely static until you walked up." Wei went to his knees and pressed both hands against the ground. The formation below was vast, 3 provinces of coverage, exactly as the intelligence report had estimated. Its complexity was beyond anything he had designed, incorporating structural solutions to problems he hadn't yet encountered, and several that he suspected he didn't have the theoretical framework to understand yet. But the foundation logic was his. The bones of it were his, written in a notation he recognized, solving problems he had solved, reaching conclusions he had reached. He sat with his hands on the cold earth for a long time. His breath clouded in the autumn air. The chi field of the ancient array pressed gently against his formation awareness, not hostile, not aggressive, patient. 3,000 years of patience, now focused on the person currently sitting on its surface. He wrote in his survey notebook, *site assessment. Formation complex, continental scale. Age, approximately 3,000 years. Structural condition, active and apparently intentional. Logic, load distribution principles consistent with my own methodology. Encounter type, first contact. He looked at what he had written. He added, previous designer, unknown. Designation and historical record, architect void. Status, apparently present. He closed the notebook. "What do you want to do?" Byrullin asked. Wei thought about the architect void document in Gu Mengji's archive. He thought about the migration force receiving it from Tanya Wang on the eastern coast. He thought about 17 formation scar sites activating simultaneously in a pattern that someone had decided to initiate tonight, after 3,000 years of waiting. He thought about buildings that had service entries. "I want to understand the load path," he said. "Before I do anything else, I need to understand how the structure is organized." He looked at Byrullin. "Start a survey log. I'll walk the perimeter from the inside." He stood, adjusted his pack, and stepped across the scar site boundary into the active chi field of the oldest formation network in recorded history. Behind him, Byrullin opened her notebook to a fresh page and began to write. Chapter 81. The formation breathed. That was the only word for it. Wei felt it through his palms, pressed flat against the earth inside the scar site's boundary. A slow rhythmic shift in the chi field, load redistributing from one sector of the array to the next and back again, a cycling pattern with a period of approximately 40 seconds. Not random, not mechanical, a rhythm that adjusted at the edges in response to external chi pressure, the way a ribcage expands when the body needs more air. He walked the perimeter for 2 days. Byrullin maintained the survey log from outside the scar boundary, recording every data point he called back to her. The bearing, the field intensity, the load direction, the apparent connection to adjacent nodes in the network. She did not ask questions while he was working. She had learned, somewhere in the preceding months, which silences were computation and which were absence of thought. This was computation. On the first day, he mapped the site's local structure, the depth of the primary anchor nodes, the load paths between them, the redundancy circuits built into the foundation layer. The foundation layer was the deepest thing he had ever felt in a formation. It descended into the bedrock like the pilings of a bridge designed for a river that might become an ocean. Whoever had built this had designed for forces they had not yet faced. He knew that design philosophy. He used it himself. On the second day, he began understanding the structure's history. A formation built and used accumulated load history in its nodes, stress concentrations at points that had been strained, reinforcement at points that had been shored up, the material record of every significant event in 3,000 years of operation. This array had been active for the first 3 centuries of its life, then dormant, then partially active at irregular intervals, then dormant again for the past 600 years. The partial activations were not random either. They corresponded to the formation scar sites Wei had been mapping. Each partial activation had been a test sequence, the array running its own diagnostic protocol, checking the network for damage. Like an engineer walking a site before committing to a load, the array had been performing its own structural assessments. Someone is still maintaining this, he told Wei Jianchen, when he crossed back outside the boundary at the end of the second day. His knees were stiff from the cold ground, and his palms were abraded from 2 days of contact with the soil's mineral content. Not remotely. From inside the structure itself. She looked at him for a moment. The architect void document, she said. Gu Mengji's archive. Whatever is in that document, the answer is here. He looked back at the scar site. The chi field was steady, the rhythm unchanged. This formation has never failed. Not once in 3,000 years. Not a single node collapse. Not a single cascade failure. Not a structural degradation event of any kind. He paused. I have designed the best formations I know how to design. The best ones I have built will last perhaps a century before they require significant maintenance. 3,000 years is not maintenance, she said. 3,000 years is a continuous active intelligence managing load distribution in real time. He pulled out his survey notebook. Whatever the architect void is, it is the maintenance program. It never left. Wei Jianchen looked at the scar site with the expression she wore when a battlefield situation changed the viability of a plan she had already committed to. Is it a threat? Wei thought about the formation below him. The load paths, the redundancy architecture, the rhythmic redistribution that had been ongoing for 3,000 years. The way the array had registered his presence. Not with hostility, not with alarm, but with the quality of a structure recognizing a familiar load signature. I don't know yet, he said. I need more data. He opened his notebook to the next blank page and wrote, * active intelligence confirmed. Communication method, unknown. Motivation, unknown. Structural assessment, the most well-maintained formation in recorded history. Threat level, insufficient data to classify. He added below, note. Insufficient data has historically not prevented events from occurring. Will proceed with survey while the situation develops. Chapter 82 The Migration Force's advanced scouts did not look like an invasion. Commander Zhao Linfeng sent Wei the first detailed intelligence portrait 3 weeks after the Dongquan site survey, and Wei read it twice before he understood what he was looking at. The Eastern Ocean Fleet was not structured like a military force. It was structured like a civilian evacuation, supply ships, medical formations, agricultural seed stock, construction materials. The combat formations that ringed the fleet were defensive, not offensive. The scouts making contact with the continental formation network were mapping infrastructure, not looking for weaknesses to exploit. They were looking for a place to live. Zhao's intelligence summary included intercepted communication fragments from the scouts' formation signal network, partially decoded by the Bureau's analysis team. The fragments were incomplete, but the picture they assembled was coherent and deeply uncomfortable. The Eastern civilization's home realm was collapsing. Not slowly, not politically, structurally. The chi substrate that supported their continent had been degrading for 3 centuries, accelerating in the past 50 years, and the current projection put total collapse within 18 months. They were not an invasion force. They were the last survivors of a civilization trying to reach land before their realm fell apart around them. Wei put the intelligence summary down and looked at the ceiling of his workshop for a long time. Wei Jianchen, who had been reading her own copy across the table, said, the formations they've been disabling are the ones that would threaten a landing. Yes. From a tactical standpoint, that's indistinguishable from an invasion. From a structural standpoint, it is also indistinguishable from an invasion. He picked the summary back up. The distinction is in the motivation, not the behavior. The behavior produces the same outcomes either way. The continent's defensive network is being mapped and degraded, and a significant force is approaching the eastern coast. The War Council will not care about motivation, she said. I know. He turned to the fleet composition data. The numbers were significant. The engineering capability implied by their formation-bearing vessels was significant. The desperation implicit in bringing agricultural seed stock on a military approach was. He stopped himself from following that thought to its natural conclusion, because the conclusion made the situation considerably more complicated than anyone in the War Council was ready to handle. The continent cannot support both populations at their current scale, he said. No. But a civilization without a home realm in 18 months is a civilization that doesn't exist. Also true. She looked at him steadily. What are you actually thinking about? He thought about the ancient formation array that had been maintaining itself for 3,000 years. The array that the architect of Heaven's Gate had built to activate in the presence of an existential external threat. The breathing rhythm at Dongquan, steady and old and patient. He thought about what existential external threat might have meant to someone who had built a 3,000-year solution. The Continental Array activated when the Migration Force's advanced scouts entered continental range, he said. We established that. The activation sequence isn't a weapon. It's a load distribution sequence, the same pattern I would use to expand a formation network's capacity. The array didn't arm itself. It enlarged itself. He paused. Enlarged to support more load. Byrullin was quiet for a moment. To cover more people. To support more than one civilization's worth of formation infrastructure. He put the intelligence summary down. I need to understand what the Heaven's Gate formation was actually designed to do. The documents call it a dimensional boundary. I need to see the structural specifications. Pavilion head Gu Mengji has the archive. And Tan Yaoguang has the documents she doesn't. He stood. I need the War Council convened. And I need someone attempting contact with the Migration Force before they disable anything else. He did not say. I think the ancient architect built a room for them. He was not certain enough to say it yet. But he wrote it in his notebook and circled it, and drew a question mark beside it, which was the notation he used for a hypothesis that changed everything if it turned out to be correct. Chapter 83 The Trade Road Attack happened on a morning when Wei was still in the capital, working on the Heaven's Gate structural analysis with Gu Mengji's archive documents spread across 2 tables. Lin Suyin brought him the alert notification from the Northern Route Formation Monitoring System, a controlled overload event at marker 17, the attack signature reading as deliberate rather than accidental. He was on horseback within the hour, which was not fast enough. By the time he reached marker 17, the attack was over. The formation was intact, sealed and isolated, exactly as designed, the breach contained within the node rather than cascading to its neighbors. But the scouts had been thorough. They had executed their disabling technique for long enough to gather the data they needed about the formation's response characteristics, and they had been gone for 2 hours before Wei arrived. He walked the site anyway. Not quickly. The morning was cold, the ground hard under his boots, frost visible on the grass beyond the road's treated surface. He went to his knees at the attack point and pressed his hands against the formation anchor. He could read the stress history in the node. Every chi event left a trace in properly maintained formation materials, and his materials were properly maintained. The attack had applied sustained overload using a technique that generated a rotating pressure wave rather than a direct impact. The rotation was the key. Standard formation defenses were calibrated for impact loads. A rotating pressure wave distributed its force in a pattern that most arrays couldn't shed efficiently. His arrays could shed it. The load transfer had happened automatically, as designed. But reading the stress trace told him exactly how the rotating pressure wave was generated. The technique's chi signature was distinctive enough to identify the structural principles behind it. He spent an hour at the attack site doing nothing but reading that trace, running the structural logic backward from effect to cause. The technique was elegant. It assumed that a formation's weakest point was its primary anchor, the node connecting the array to the ground substrate. The rotation was designed to work the anchor loose gradually, like unscrewing a fastener. Given sufficient time, it would succeed against any formation that relied on a single primary anchor. Every guild-certified formation in the Empire relied on a single primary anchor. It was in the design standard. His formations used distributed anchor systems. The rotating pressure wave had no single fastener to work loose. It had spent an hour trying to unscrew a structure that didn't have screws. He stood, brushed the frost from his knees, and took out his notebook. He spent the next week at the workshop. Not on the Heaven's Gate analysis. On the counterformation. The migration scouts had a technique that worked on standard arrays. He needed to understand its limits, its failure modes, and what modifications to existing array designs would make it irrelevant. The Heaven's Gate analysis could wait. This was his decision, and he told Byrullin that evening when she asked why the War Council preparation materials hadn't been updated. The scout technique is the immediate structural threat, he said. The War Council convenes in 4 days, she said. Ruan wants your threat assessment and your recommendation for the defensive network status before that meeting. The threat assessment depends on understanding the technique fully. She looked at him with an expression he had come to associate with the moments she was deciding whether to push back or not. She pushed back. Ruan has been waiting for this assessment for 3 weeks. The scout attacks are escalating. If you don't have a preliminary recommendation before the War Council meeting, he will make the decisions without your input. His decisions will be structurally wrong. Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. She put her notebook down on his table. A wrong decision made in 4 days is operationally significant. A correct decision made in 3 weeks is operationally too late. She paused. You need to send him something preliminary tomorrow. You can refine it afterward. He looked at the counterformation design spread across his desk. 40% complete. He had found one load path issue he hadn't yet resolved. He would not normally commit to a design with an unresolved load path issue. But Byrulan was not wrong about the timeline. He wrote a preliminary assessment the following morning, marked it explicitly as incomplete, and sent it to Ruan Dongha's office with a note explaining which elements were confirmed and which were pending verification. The note took 40 minutes to write. The preliminary assessment took 3 hours. Ruan's acknowledgement arrived within the hour. It said only, "Thank you. We needed this yesterday, The sentence sat in his chest like a load concentration he hadn't designed for. Somewhere between the Scout attack and the counterformation and the Heaven's Gate analysis and the War Council timeline, he had let a week slip by without sending the assessment his commander needed to make decisions. His formations had held. The strategic picture had degraded. He filed it under lessons learned, wrote delay cost, 1 week of decision authority at the top of the lesson, and went back to the counterformation design. Chapter 84. The War Council met in the Bureau's central briefing hall, a room designed for the kind of meeting where the decisions made would outlast everyone present. Marshal Ruan Dongha sat at the head of the table with the posture of a man who had been carrying a weight for 20 years and had stopped expecting it to feel lighter. Director Liu Baiyun was to his right, present but contained, the political survival instinct visible in the precision with which he was not committing to any position. Commander Zhao Linfeng occupied the left side with 2 junior officers, his briefing approach consistently the same. Data without editorializing, trust the room to draw conclusions. Byrulan sat next to Wei at the far end of the table. She had her notebook open. Wei had his. Zhao presented the intelligence portrait first. The migration force, its scale, its composition, its timeline. 18 months until the Eastern Realm's structural collapse. The fleet positioned at the edge of continental monitoring range, the advanced scouts operating on the eastern coast. The degraded state of the coastal formation network. Ruan added the military assessment. The continent's defensive capacity was not equal to the task of turning back a migration force of this scale, even without accounting for the desperation factor. A civilization fighting for survival would accept losses that a conventional military force would not. Their combat formations are defensive in configuration, Byrulan said. That doesn't mean they can't be offensively deployed. It means they were built to protect civilian populations during movement, not to lead an assault. Their formation doctrine is evacuation-focused, which is precisely what makes them dangerous, Ruan said. An evacuation formation protecting 200,000 civilians performs the same structural work as an assault formation protecting 200,000 soldiers. The civilian context doesn't reduce the military problem. It changes what they want, Wei said. The room looked at him. They want land. Specifically, habitable land with a functional qi substrate. Their home realm substrate is collapsing, which means their population's cultivation and agriculture and formation infrastructure all require a functioning substrate to operate. They're not here to destroy the continent. They're here because their continent is destroyed, and this one isn't. That's a distinction without military significance, Ruan said. It's a distinction with structural significance, Wei said. A force that wants to occupy land has constraints that a force that wants to destroy it doesn't have. They cannot use formation collapse weapons on areas they intend to inhabit. They cannot poison ley lines they need for their own formations. Their attack options are limited to what preserves the substrate. Liu Baiyun, who had been listening without expression, said, "You're describing a negotiating constraint. I'm describing a structural constraint. Whether that becomes a negotiating constraint depends on whether anyone tries." Ruan's expression had the quality of a man hearing an argument he did not want to have and could not immediately refute. The premise of negotiation is that there is something to negotiate about. I do not see what we can offer a civilization that needs an entire continent. Wei opened his notebook to a page he had prepared. He turned it so the table could see a rough structural diagram. The continental array's coverage mapped against the Heaven's Gate formation's documented boundary specifications. The Heaven's Gate formation creates a dimensional boundary, he said. The archive documents describe it as a boundary designed to limit continental territory, to prevent expansion beyond a specific area. He paused. The structural specifications suggest it can also create a secondary enclosed space of considerable size, a bounded realm attached to the continent, with its own qi substrate. The room was quiet. A second continent, Zhao said. Not in size, but in functional terms. A bounded realm with sufficient area and qi substrate to support a civilization. He looked at Ruan. The Heaven's Gate formation was built to solve exactly this problem. A population that needed territory that wasn't available. The ancient architect built a solution that created territory. Ruan stared at the diagram for a long moment. You're describing a structure no one has used in 3,000 years. No one has needed it in 3,000 years. The migration force will exhaust their home realm in 18 months. The problem arrives on schedule whether we prepare for it or not. Can you reactivate it? Wei looked at the diagram. He thought about the Dongquan site, the ancient array's breathing rhythm, the structural intelligence that had maintained the network for 3,000 years and had recognized his presence with the quality of a structure knowing a familiar load. I need to understand it before I commit to a timeline, he said. That's my honest assessment. Bai Ruolin did not say anything, but she wrote something in her notebook that he would see later when she left it on his desk after the session. Asterisk honest assessment is not the same as useful answer. He needed a direction, not a disclaimer. Asterisk he read it twice. Then he added it to the lessons learned log. Chapter 85 The distributed build proposal was 6 pages, and Wei had written it in a single sitting the morning after the War Council because the only alternative, was an empty perimeter. The core of it was this. His military redesign covered 20% of the critical coastal perimeter. He had 18 months, optimistically, to complete the remaining 80% with his current team. That timeline was not achievable, not at any quality standard. The alternative, release the structural methodology to every sect, clan, city-state, and formation practitioner on the continent simultaneously. Train as many formation masters as he could reach in the redundancy principles. Let them adapt the methodology to local materials and local substrate conditions. Accept that the results would be inconsistent, that some installations would be less technically rigorous than he would prefer, and that the aggregate outcome, a distributed formation network covering the entire coastal perimeter, would be structurally superior to the alternative. He had written the proposal knowing Ruan would object. Ruan's objection, when it came, was military orthodoxy. Formation designs were intelligence assets. Releasing them created interception risk. Coordinated deployment required command and control infrastructure the distributed approach would dissolve. Wei listened to all of this and then asked a single question. What percentage of the coastal perimeter can the current program cover in 18 months? Ruan said nothing. The technique the migration scouts are using to disable formations works on every guild-certified design in the Empire, Wei said. That technique does not work on formations built to the redundancy standard I have been teaching. He set the proposal on the table between them. The choice is not between a secure formation network and an insecure one. The choice is between a distributed network and an empty perimeter. Ruan looked at the proposal for a long time. He was a man who made decisions under pressure, and he was making one now. If the methodology is released and the migration force obtains it, Ruan said, they can design counter techniques. Yes, they would need approximately 4 months to develop effective counter techniques from the baseline methodology. Wei had calculated this. He was not certain the calculation was correct. It was a structural estimate based on how long it had taken him to develop the original methodology, adjusted for a civilization that had clearly been working with advanced formation engineering for centuries. The 18-month timeline gives us 14 months of uncontested advantage, assuming immediate release. Assuming. Engineering is assumptions with documented confidence levels. That estimate has a 60% confidence level. He paused. My estimates in this project have consistently been on the conservative side. Ruan was quiet for a moment. If I approve this, I am endorsing an action that every military formation doctrine I know of classifies as a security compromise. You are endorsing the only action that builds adequate defense in the available time. Both things are true simultaneously. Ruan signed the authorization. Lin Suyin had the coordination framework ready within 3 days. She had not waited for Ruan's authorization. She had built the network structure in anticipation of it, because she had been listening to Wei's reasoning for 2 years and had concluded before Ruan did that the distributed approach was the only viable one. She presented the framework to Wei the morning after the authorization arrived. 40 pages of courier routes, training schedules, material assessment criteria, and regional formation master contacts, all annotated in her survey notation system. I started drafting this after the War Council, she said. You could have told me. You needed to develop the argument yourself. She set the framework down on his table. The argument for Ruan had to come from your reasoning, not mine. He needed to hear the structural logic from the formation master he had already decided to trust. He looked at her. She had been running the project coordination network for most of the past year. She had also, apparently, been thinking several steps ahead without informing him. You're the one running this program, he said. I've been running this program since you deployed to the capital. She met his gaze steadily. You've been the one designing it. That's the correct division of labor. He nodded. What's the critical path? The Eastern Coast Formation Masters are the bottleneck. They've been working to guild standards, single anchor designs, optimized for chi cost rather than structural integrity. Retraining takes time. She turned to the second section of the framework. I've identified 12 formation masters in the eastern provinces with the structural instinct for this work. People who have been independently compensating for standard design failures, developing their own workarounds. They'll learn the methodology quickly and can train others in their regions. Wei thought about those 12 people. Formation masters who had been independently working around the limitations of their training, finding solutions the standard guild approach couldn't reach. Finding the same structural truths by different paths, without anyone telling them the truths existed. How many students can we put through training in the first month, he said. Using the regional hub structure, 47. She paused. By month 3, if the hub masters train their own students in parallel, approximately 300. By Ruelin appeared in the doorway with a courier report, read the first 2 lines, and said, 3 more scout attacks overnight. The Eastern Coast Monitoring Network has lost 2 nodes. Wei stopped calculating. The training begins today, he said. Send the first invitations tonight. Lin Suyin picked up her pen. She had already written the invitations. She had, he realized, written them 3 days ago. They go out with tonight's courier, she said, and with the ones I sent this morning. She looked at him with an expression that was not quite an apology and not quite satisfaction. It was the expression of someone who had made a decision she knew she should have discussed and knew she would have to discuss later, and was choosing to table until after the emergency passed. 17 of them have already replied. Chapter 86. 40 locations. The distributed build took 3 months, and Wei spent all of them traveling. He had not anticipated, in the structural logic of the proposal, how different it would feel to work this way. He had spent 2 years building his own designs, surveying a site, understanding its specific conditions, creating something calibrated to exactly that ground, those materials, that load. Now he was teaching. Walking into a different formation master's territory every week and explaining, demonstrating, correcting, and then leaving before the work was done to go to the next location. It required a different kind of trust than he had practiced before. The first location was a garrison in the northwest, Commander Zhao's old territory, formations Wei had never surveyed but could read in a few hours. The local formation master was a gold core practitioner named Shen Tingyu, 53 years old, guild-trained, who had received Wei's open-source documentation 3 weeks earlier and had spent those 3 weeks building a practice retrofit that was 80% correct and failed at exactly the load threshold where Wei's specification had predicted failure would occur if a specific error was made. You ran the calculation wrong, Wei said, looking at the failed practice array. You used the substrate density from the eastern face for the whole node, but the western face has a different chi content. The 2 faces have to be treated as separate load-bearing elements. Shen had his survey notes in hand and was cross-referencing. The specification says to use the average substrate density for uniform nodes. This isn't a uniform node, Wei said. The specification assumes homogeneous substrate. Your survey data showed 2 distinct layers. You noted it here. He pointed to the survey page. The rule for layered substrate is in Section 4 of the methodology documentation. Shen read Section 4. He read it twice. Then he said, I did survey this. I wrote it down. You wrote it down and then didn't use it, Wei said. That's not a documentation failure. It's an analysis failure. The survey tells you what's there. The design process translates what's there into structural decisions. Those are 2 separate steps, and both of them have to complete. He paused. What would happen to your army if you surveyed enemy positions and then didn't adjust your tactics? Shen was quiet for a moment. Then, we'd fight the army we expected instead of the army that's there. Yes, Wei said. He spent 2 more days at the northwestern garrison, walking Shen through the full retrofit installation for 3 critical nodes, explaining at each step why the site conditions at this specific location required the specific adaptations he was making. At the end of the 2nd day, Shen completed the 4th node independently, without prompting, correctly anticipating the layered substrate adjustment before Wei said anything. Wei wrote in his survey notes, Shen Tingyu, operational. Site-specific adaptation capacity, confirmed. Northern Garrison Cluster, assigned to his independent execution. He moved on. Lin Suyin managed the coordination network from the Capital Bureau, 40 locations, each at a different stage of the implementation process, each requiring different materials and having different formation masters at different skill levels. She had built a tracking system using Wei's documentation principles, survey data from each site, progress logs, flag problems, resolve problems, and a master load distribution map showing the continental network's coverage as it grew. She sent Wei daily updates through the military signal formation network. He read them each evening, wherever he was, and sent corrections, approvals, and redirections back. On the 41st day of the distributed build, She sent him a message with no specific technical content. 17 locations have started training other formation masters in the redundancy principles without being asked. They're teaching each other. He read this twice and filed it with a notation. Methodology propagating independently. Expected. Satisfactory. By rule and commanded the military escort, a rotating team of cultivators that moved with Wei's travel party and provided security at each garrison location. She had been working the sites in her own way. While Wei walked with the formation masters, she walked with the garrison commanders, translating the structural concepts into tactical language, explaining what a load-shedding network looked like from a battlefield perspective, showing them how to recognize when an enemy was probing their formations versus when the formation was managing a genuine attack. On the road between location 26 and 27, in the third month, she rode beside him in the morning light and said, "The garrison commanders are starting to think about defense differently." How so? Before, they thought of their formations as walls, fixed positions that either held or failed. She was looking at the road ahead. Now they're starting to think of them as systems. A node fails, and they want to know which node is next in the load-shedding sequence, not whether the wall is going to fall. She paused. It's the same change you made when you stopped thinking about formations as magic circles and started thinking about them as structures. Wei thought about the first warehouse district commission, the 16 linked arrays sharing load across the whole network. "It took me 8 months of failure analysis to make that shift," he said. "You didn't have someone explaining the failure modes to you first," Wei said. "You had to discover them." He added a line to his project notes. Rate of methodology adoption faster than projected. Garrison commanders adapting independently. Network coherence improving beyond installation counts. Chapter 87. Harmonic resonance. On the 59th day of the distributed build, the ancient continental array did something new. Wei was at location 32, a mountain garrison in the eastern range, when his heaven-linking awareness registered a shift in the ancient foundation node 12 kilometers to his northeast. The node had been active and stable since the activation sequence completed, holding its load contribution to the network at a steady output, responsive to his formation surveys but not generating any new behavior. That evening, the node shifted its load distribution. He was in the middle of an installation review when it happened. He stopped mid-sentence, one hand pressed to the garrison wall, and extended his awareness northeast toward the node. It was redistributing, not degrading, not failing, but actively moving chi load from its western connections to its eastern ones, in a pattern that corresponded to where the distributed build had placed new installations in the past 2 weeks. The ancient array was adjusting to his new nodes. He sat down on the garrison wall and stayed there for an hour while the formation master waited with admirable patience and said nothing. The ancient array's foundation nodes were connected to each other through deep ley lines that ran below everything Wei had built. His distributed installations, anchored in bedrock at pile foundation depth, were running through chi substrate that the ancient array also used. When he installed a new redundancy node with load-shedding characteristics, the ancient array registered it as a compatible structural element and incorporated it into its own load calculations. His distributed network and the 3,000-year-old continental array were resonating. He pulled out his survey notebook and spent the next 2 hours working through the structural implications while the evening cooled around him, and the formation master eventually gave up waiting and brought him a lamp. The ancient array's foundation nodes operated at a power level that dwarfed anything Wei had built, but the structural logic was compatible, the same redundancy principles running at different scales. If he designed his distributed nodes to specifically interface with the ancient array's load paths, to serve as relay points for the ancient network's output rather than just operating in parallel, the combined structure would not be additive. It would be exponential. 2 redundant structures with compatible load distribution logic, properly integrated, did not produce twice the structural strength. They produced a resonance that multiplied through every connected node simultaneously. He had designed for this effect at the city block level. He had never attempted it at continental scale. He wrote in his survey notebook, integration opportunity. Design distributed nodes as relay points for ancient array output. Requires individual node redesign. Estimate 40% additional complexity per installation. Upside. Harmonic resonance would bring combined network to a protection level that cannot be matched by any known attack methodology. A pause. Risk. Integration requires direct contact between my meridians and the ancient array's load paths. Unknown stress levels. Unknown ceiling. He looked at that last line for a while. He wrote, survey the integration interface before committing to the design. Standard procedure. He went to the northeastern node that night, in the dark and pressed his hands against the mountain stone above it. The ancient array's chi field met his formation awareness with the same comfortable recognition it had shown at the scar site, a structural compatibility that felt less like a foreign force and more like a conversation being continued. He felt the load path connections the node was managing, the deep ley lines, the specific frequencies at which it was operating. He ran the integration calculation in his head, replacing his current node specs with a modified relay design, and felt the resonance potential as clearly as he would feel a load path alignment in a building's structural frame. It would work. The question was whether it would work at the power level the ancient array operated at without damaging the relay point or the formation master interfacing with it. He made a note and started designing the first integration node. Chapter 88. The load he absorbed the first integration attempt nearly killed him, which was information. He had designed the integration node carefully. 3 weeks of calculations, the modified relay specifications reviewed by Elder Feng Bao and critiqued in 17 places, each critique addressed and documented. He had surveyed the target site exhaustively. He understood, theoretically, the load levels the ancient array operated at and had designed relay capacity accordingly. Theory and actual load were different, as he had written in 17 separate engineering documents and apparently not fully internalized. The integration point was a former guild standard installation in the northern sector that he had already converted to redundancy design. The ancient array's nearest foundation node was approximately 8 kilometers northeast, connected to this area by a deep ley line that his pile foundation anchors had been brushing against for 3 months. The integration design would turn the surface installation into a proper relay point, a load transfer station between the ancient foundation network and his distributed redundancy grid. He initiated the integration with his meridians open, channeling the connection the way he would channel any large formation initialization. The ancient array's load met his relay design, found the structural logic compatible, and accelerated. The acceleration was not in the specification. The ancient array was not transferring load through the relay. It was transferring load to the relay, which meant directly into Wei's extended formation awareness, which meant into his meridians. The load was calibrated for a formation master operating at a power level Wei had never encountered. It was, by his estimate in the 3 seconds before his concentration fractured under the pressure, approximately equivalent to the full output of every formation installation he had built in 2 years, channeled through a single connection. He held it by abandoning the relay design entirely and using his meridians as a direct load transfer medium, absorbing the stress into his own structural network rather than routing it through the surface installation. It was the formation equivalent of catching a falling beam with your body instead of letting it hit the floor. It worked for approximately 40 seconds before his meridians began failing. He shed the connection through every active surface installation he could reach simultaneously, distributing the load across the distributed network in a pattern he was designing in real time, watching his own failure modes in the same way he watched formation failure modes, finding the load paths, and opening them one by one until the pressure was distributed below critical threshold. He was on the ground when it finished. He was not sure how he got there. Ruolin was crouched next to him. She had not said anything. Her hand was on his shoulder. Her expression was the controlled stillness she used when she was managing something she couldn't fix by fighting it. "I'm operational," he said. "You're lying on the ground," she said. "The ground is structurally sound," he said. Survey confirmed. She made a sound that was not quite a laugh. He lay there for another hour, feeling his meridians consolidate around whatever the ancient array had done to them. The load he had absorbed had not damaged them. It had reorganized them, the same way a building's structural frame redistributed after a major load event, settling into new equilibrium points that were different from the original positions, but equally sound. His formation awareness, when he extended it cautiously, was clearer than it had been before. The ancient array's load path logic had burned itself into his perception. He sat up eventually and looked at his hands. The scarring on his palms, old survey work, formation installation calluses, was slightly different in texture. He added a notation. He was bettered in for 3 days. He woke up on the 4th day understanding things about continental scale formation architecture that he did not have the vocabulary for before. He wrote 17 pages of notes before he remembered to eat. Feng Bao visited on the 4th day and looked at the 17 pages with the expression of a man reading documentation in a language he partially understood. "What happened?" Feng said. "I used myself as a temporary load transfer device," Wei said. "It was necessary, and I would not do it the same way again." "You advanced," Feng said. "I wasn't planning to," Wei said. He looked at his notes. "But the structural intuition is significantly better than it was. I can see the integration interface clearly now. I can design the relay correctly. He paused. The modified relay nodes won't route the load through the formation master. They'll route it through the installation's void granite foundation matrix. That's what the load-bearing structure should be, not the practitioner. That's what I critiqued in your original design, Feng said. You were right, Wei said. I had the load path going through the practitioner as a control mechanism. The correct design puts the practitioner in the monitoring role and puts the load in the void granite. He wrote that down. Thank you for the critique. Feng sat quietly for a moment. Then he said, how many more integration nodes do you need to install? 31, Wei said. Feng said, I'll review the revised specifications. Chapter 89. The archive's contents. The intelligence about Tan Yawang arrived from two sources on the same day, which was how Wei recognized it was time-sensitive. The first source was the military intelligence network. Coastal observation formations had tracked the original guild-registered vessel returning to the eastern port of Haiyan, 22 days after its departure. The vessel was empty of cargo. It did not return to port. It anchored offshore, and the crew rowed in without Tan Yawang. The second source was Pavilion head Gu Mengji, who had received a message from a contact in the Coastal Survey Network. The contact had been attempting to reconstruct the contents of the guild archive Tan had taken, based on the access logs Feng Bao had memorized. The reconstruction was incomplete, but specific about one category of materials. Gu came to Wei's workshop in person rather than sending a message. Tan Yawang gave them the deficiency analyses, she said. We assumed he would. He also gave them the continental array blueprints, the original construction documentation. If their formation engineers are competent, and we have reason to believe they are, they can determine from those blueprints that the ancient array exists and what it is designed to do. They can't determine it's active, Wei said. From the blueprints, no, Gu said. But the foundation node at the Dongquan site is active and generating a chi field that any formation sensor would detect. If they've placed sensors along the coastline, they may already know something has changed. She paused. There is a third category of materials in the archive that concerns me more than either of those. Wei looked at her. The guild's archive contains the design specifications for the void fracture, she said. A second continental scale formation array built 3,000 years ago by a different architect, using structural principles that Feng Bao described as antithetical to load distribution logic. The architect void documents reference it as the primary threat the Heaven's Gate formation was designed to contain. She laid a page on the table, a fragment of the index record Feng had memorized, showing the archive classification for the void fracture materials. He took these to the migration force, Wei said. He took everything, Gu said. He took whatever he thought was valuable enough to secure his negotiating position. The void fracture specifications would appear, to someone who didn't fully understand them, as exactly the kind of leverage you'd want to offer a foreign power, a weapon capable of threatening the continent at the largest possible scale. Wei sat with this for a long time. The void fracture, an array designed with structural principles opposed to everything he built. Where the architect void had built permanence, this had been built for something else entirely. Where Wei's designs distributed load to prevent collapse, this had been built around collapse as a mechanism. The migration force's formation engineers, he said. Could they use the specifications? I don't know, Gu said. The notation system in the void fracture documentation is archaic, the same 3,000-year-old technical dialect as the architect void's records. Whether their engineers can read it is uncertain. She paused. Whether Tan Yawang can read it is not uncertain. He spent 40 years as a guild overseer with access to all of the guild's historical records and the analytical capacity to interpret archaic formation notation. Wei updated his threat model. Tan Yawang, believing the migration force would win and positioning the guild as a cooperative partner, had given them not just the continent's structural vulnerabilities, but potentially the design specifications for an offensive weapon. Whether Tan understood what the void fracture actually was, or whether he thought he was handing over a useful bargaining chip, was a question Wei couldn't answer from here. He wrote in his notes, Tan Yawang, location, Eastern Fleet, assets transferred, deficiency analyses, continental array blueprints, void fracture specifications, intent, collaborative positioning, understanding of void fracture design implications, uncertain, risk level, high. Thank you, he said to Gu. I need to talk to the architect void. Chapter 90. What holds under assault? The coastal assault came in the middle of the third month of winter, before Wei had finished the integration node redesign. The Migration Forces Advanced Formation Team, 15 practitioners, formation suppression tools, organized with the professional efficiency of people who had been running this kind of operation for 2 centuries, hit Wei's eastern coastal sector at 3 points simultaneously in the pre-dawn dark. Wei was awake because he was always awake at this hour. He felt the assault through the distributed network the way he felt any formation disturbance, a load shift notification from the outer perimeter nodes, distributed and contained, the redundancy architecture absorbing the attack exactly as designed. What was different was the second wave. The first wave had been standard suppression. The migration forces formation disabling tools, applying focused disruption at guild standard single-node frequencies. Wei's eastern sector had no single-node concentrations. The first wave scattered across the distributed network without finding a critical point, exactly as the retrofit's structural logic required. The second wave was a different tool entirely. It was not calibrated for guild standard installations. It operated at a broader frequency range, attempting to interfere with the load path connections between distributed nodes rather than any single node. A counter-adaptation to the redundancy principle, designed by someone who had seen the first wave fail and immediately understood why. Wei felt the second wave as a pressure against the connection fabric of the network, a vibration at the relay frequencies his nodes used to communicate with each other. It was sophisticated. It would have worked against his original distributed design. He had redesigned the relay frequencies 3 weeks ago, in response to the reverse engineering work from the Northern Junction attack. The new frequencies used a quasi-random load cycling pattern based on site-specific substrate harmonics. Each relay connection ran at a slightly different frequency determined by the individual installation's geological characteristics. An interference tool calibrated for a uniform relay frequency would find 17 different frequencies in the eastern sector alone. The second wave scattered without finding its target, the same way the first wave had. Wei sat in his workshop with the load monitoring data running through his heaven-linking awareness and watched the eastern sector handle the assault for 40 minutes. 3 attack waves total. The network shed load on every approach, contained every disruption within a single relay cluster, continued to function at full operational capacity throughout. After the third wave, the advanced formation team withdrew. He documented everything: attack timing, tool signatures, frequency profiles, load response data. The documentation went into his survey archive and simultaneously into the military intelligence report he filed with the Bureau that morning. The advanced team's adaptation between the first and second wave was significant. They had someone analytical in their formation engineering staff who could recognize a structural principle and attempt to counter it in real time. That person would now know that their counter had failed. Wei thought about that person, somewhere on a ship off the eastern coast, reading the data from the failed assault and doing exactly what he would do. Running the structural analysis, identifying why the interference hadn't worked, beginning the design of a third approach. He wrote in his notes, * eastern sector, performed within design parameters. Migration force formation engineering, adaptive and professional. Their second wave counter showed understanding of distributed load principles. Expect continued adaptation. Recommend. Accelerate integration node installation before they develop a third approach. * he added a line. * their best formation engineer is currently designing something we haven't seen yet. Respect that. * then he updated the integration node specifications with the last of the Dao inscription improvements from his meridian restructuring and sent the revised documentation to Feng Bao for review. The coastal assault had established one thing clearly: the network worked. The redundancy held under actual attack from competent practitioners with sophisticated tools. The question now was whether it would hold long enough. The answer to that depended on the integration nodes and the ancient array, and those were still not ready. He pulled the integration design back to the center of his workspace and kept working. Chapter 91. Mobile arrays by Ruolin had been preparing for the coastal counterattack for 2 months. She did not tell Wei she was preparing it. She had understood, from working alongside him for 2 years, that he would survey the problem, model the structural requirements, and produce a technically optimal plan that would be correct and would take 3 weeks longer than they had. She did her own survey instead. The coastal landing zone was a 30-kilometer stretch of the eastern shore, where the formation network had the most concentrated coverage. The first sector Wei had completed, his strongest redundancy architecture, the integration nodes he had installed most recently. The migration force had probed it 3 times in 3 weeks. Their assault patterns were becoming more sophisticated with each probe, adapting to the distributed network in the way Wei had predicted. The 4th probe arrived on a clear morning in early spring, and it was larger than the previous 3. Wei met it with 40 cultivators using battle formations Wei had designed for her tactical approach 18 months ago, and that she had been modifying ever since. The original design: mobile arrays, fast deploying, 10-minute setup, no anchor points for formation attacks to latch onto. Wei's design intent was battlefield flexibility, Formations that didn't require fixed installation, that could be repositioned as tactics required. What Bai had done with the design since then was something Wei hadn't anticipated. She had trained her 40 cultivators to operate the mobile arrays as a coordinated network. Each array was individually mobile and individually functional, but the 40 arrays could connect into a temporary distributed network using the relay principles Wei had documented in his open-source materials. 10 minutes to set up a single array, 12 minutes to establish the full 40-array network, and the full network, once linked, operated with the same load-shedding characteristics as a fixed installation. It wasn't in the original specification. She had designed it herself, working from the structural principles, and she had never mentioned it to Wei. The Migration Forces Advanced Formation Team. 18 practitioners in this probe, 2 more than the previous engagement, and their second-wave interference tool already active, encountered the 40-array network 3 kilometers from the shoreline and found it behaving in a way their intelligence data did not predict. The battle lasted 4 hours. Wei monitored it from the nearest fixed installation, feeling the mobile network's load distribution through his heaven-linking awareness. Watching Bai's 40 cultivators move through the coastal terrain in formations that set up, connected, shed load, repositioned, and connected again in overlapping waves. The Migration Forces formation engineers were good. They adapted twice during the engagement, probing the mobile network's connection logic, searching for the single point that would cascade. There wasn't one. At the end of 4 hours, the advanced team had not gained a meter of coastline and had expended formation suppression resources at a rate that was, by Wei's calculation, unsustainable across a full landing operation. They withdrew with the professionalism of people who had encountered an obstacle worth reassessing. Wei met Bai Ruolin at the coastal observation post afterward. Her armor was dust-coated, and she was drinking water from a canteen with the focused attention of someone who had been working hard for 4 hours. The 40-array network, he said. I designed the connection protocol 6 weeks ago, she said. I was going to tell you when I confirmed it worked. It worked. Yes. She handed him the canteen. There's a load concentration risk at the connection junctions when more than 8 arrays are linked simultaneously. I haven't fully resolved it yet. You'll want to look at the relay specifications. He looked at the battle observation notes she had taken during the engagement. 4 hours of precise formation load data, annotated in her survey shorthand, with 3 red flag junctions where she had felt the connection protocol approaching its limits. He took the canteen and drank. I'll review the specifications tonight. I also modified the deployment sequence, she said. Standard order is perimeter first, then fill inward. I found that establishing 2 diagonal paths first and filling from the intersections creates a more stable initial network. The load distributes across 4 directions instead of concentrating at the perimeter nodes. Wei looked at that. He thought about the failure mode she had identified and the solution she had developed. That's better than my original sequence, he said. I know, she said. There was nothing in her voice that made this a point being scored. She said it the way he would have said it, because it was accurate, and they both needed the accurate information. I've been running load simulations on the coastal terrain database. The diagonal initialization cuts the junction concentration risk in half. He wrote it down in his survey notebook and marked it for integration into the formal specification update. How did you know the engagement would go 4 hours? He said. She looked at the coastline. I didn't. I designed the formations to sustain as long as necessary. She paused. You once told me you don't design for the attack you expect. You design for the attack you can't predict. He had said that in a lecture 2 years ago. She had been in the back of the room, which he knew because she had stayed afterward with questions that had taken another hour to answer. 4 hours was good, he said. We cost them more than they cost us. Chapter 92. The prophecy Yuan Donghe came to Wei's workshop alone, late in the evening of the second day after the coastal engagement. He had not sent word ahead. He arrived as Wei was working through the relay junction specifications from Bai's battle data, and he sat down without asking and waited while Wei finished the calculation he was on. Yuan had been in the officers' hall for hours that day, managing the strategic response to the coastal engagement, and he looked like someone who had made several decisions he was not at peace with. I need to tell you something I should have told you earlier, Yuan said. Wei set down his pen. The seer's prophecy, Yuan said. You know the part 1 told you. That something would arise from within the continent, more dangerous than the invasion, something that builds walls to imprison rather than protect. He paused. I told you I believed it referred to you, that I was watching you because of it. You did tell me that, Wei said. In the officers' hall, 6 months ago. I told you the first part of the prophecy, Yuan said. I didn't tell you the second part. Wei waited. Yuan looked at his own hands. The full prophecy was, something will arise that builds walls to imprison rather than protect, unless its builder chooses to leave the doors open. I have known both parts for 20 years. He looked up. I kept the second part from you because I was afraid it would make you complacent. If you knew the prophecy described 2 possible futures, you might not take the warning seriously enough. Wei sat with this for a moment. You withheld information that would have changed how I understood the situation, he said. Why are you telling me now? Because the coastal engagement changes the calculus, Yuan said. We have perhaps 12 months. Whatever happens in those 12 months will determine which version of the prophecy is the correct one. I don't want to be the person who withheld the relevant information and then watched the wrong version happen. He was quiet. I've been making that kind of calculation for 20 years, deciding what information other people should have and what I should keep back for strategic reasons. I got very good at it. It has been strategically effective, Wei said. Yes, Yuan said. And I am sitting in your workshop at midnight telling you about a prophecy I've been withholding for 6 months because the approach isn't sitting well with me anymore. He paused. You operate by documentation. Everything in the open, everything recorded, everything available to the people who need it. I have spent my career doing the opposite. Wei thought about Yuan, the general who had seen a prophecy and built a military program around it, who had worked with a corrupt institution because he saw no alternative, who had spent 6 arcs simultaneously opposing and cooperating with Wei depending on which approach served the strategic objective. The man was not wrong in his judgments, taken individually. He was wrong in his operating principle. Why are you telling me now and not before? Wei said. Because I've been watching you for 18 months, Yuan said. You have enough power to imprison things now. The formation network you've built covers a significant fraction of the continent. The ancient array responds to your formation awareness. You could use what you've built coercively. You could make formations that contain as well as protect. He paused. You have it. I've been watching for it, and you have it. The prophecy describes a choice, Wei said. Yes, Yuan said. And I've been watching you make that choice every time you face a situation where the coercive option is available and you don't take it. He stood. I wanted you to know I've been watching for that reason specifically, and I wanted you to know the second part of the prophecy. He paused at the door. I should have told you at the beginning. I apologize for not doing so. Wei thought for a moment. You should tell Director Liu the full prophecy as well. He's been making decisions based on incomplete strategic information for 30 years. That's partly why we're in the situation we're in. Yuan was silent for a moment. Then, I'll consider it. Consider it quickly, Wei said. We have 12 months. Chapter 93. Self-survey. He spent a week doing nothing but reviewing his own decisions. This was not, he knew, a standard formation engineering practice. He had never done it before. He did it now because Yuan had raised the question and because Wei had learned, over 2 years of formation work, that a structure you didn't inspect was a structure you didn't trust. He was a structure. The same analysis applied. He went back through his documentation archive, starting from the first commission, the merchant family storage array with the 50-year structural guarantee, and reading forward, looking for the moments when the instinct to protect had crossed or come close to crossing into an instinct to control. He found 2. The first was in the Shuangling City Commission. He had surveyed a formation master's attempted repair, documented the failure mode, and presented the evidence to the magistrate. He had not said anything publicly. He had been deliberate about that. But he had also not warned the other formation master directly, had not given Xiao Peiming the opportunity to correct his own work before the failure occurred. He had built a documentation case and waited. The failure happened as predicted, and his case was complete. He thought about this for a long time. The structural argument for his approach was sound. He had not caused the failure. He had documented a vulnerability that existed independently of him, and the failure was Xiao's own work failing. But he could also have told Xiao about the foundation issue before the failure event. He had chosen not to. Was that protecting the city or protecting his competitive position? He wrote in his notes, *Shuangling case, motivation, mixed. Primary goal was city safety. Secondary goal was establishing professional credibility. I chose the approach that served both goals. If the goals had conflicted, if warning Xiao would have secured city safety but cost me the commission, I do not know which goal I would have prioritized. * pause. I should know. The second was the Fong Jitao operation. He had detected the information leakage, prepared a false document, and waited without telling Fong. He had not confronted Fong directly, had not given Fong the opportunity to stop. He had built the trap, waited for it to trigger, and then presented the complete documentation chain to the Military Oversight Council. Structurally, this had been correct. The guild's legal response to a direct accusation without documentation would have been to deny and counterattack. The controlled test document approach created an irrefutable evidence chain. But Fong Jitao had been 23 years old and probably afraid, and Wei had known he was being manipulated by Tan Yaoguang. and Wei had used him as a mechanism to expose Ten rather than as a person who might have made different choices given a different opportunity. He wrote, Fang Jitao. He was guilty of what he was arrested for. The documentation approach was structurally necessary given the political context, but I treated him as a component in an evidence chain rather than a person making a bad choice for understandable reasons. A pause. I am not certain this was wrong. I am not certain it was right. I should be able to tell the difference. He showed both notations to Bai Ruolin. He did this not for absolution, but because she had been present for both situations and would tell him what she had actually observed rather than what he wanted to hear. She read both notations. She was quiet for a while. The Shuangling case, she said, you made the correct call. Warning Xiao in that situation would have given him time to complain to the magistrate that you were interfering with his commission, and the magistrate would have delayed the decision, and the gate would have cracked while the politics were still unresolved. She put the notation down. I was in Shuangling when the crack appeared. There were people near that gate. The Fang case, Wei said. The Fang case is harder, she said. You're right that you treated him as a component. She paused. But I think what you're actually asking is whether the component framing was what produced the outcome or whether you genuinely didn't notice he was a person until after. She looked at him. Which was it? He thought about it honestly. I noticed he was a person, he said. I set that aside because the documentation objective required it. Then you made a choice, she said. That's different from not noticing. A choice can be right and still cost something. She handed back the notation. I think the thing you're actually monitoring for is whether those choices accumulate in a direction you don't want to go. Yes, he said. Then keep monitoring, she said. That's what the survey is for. Chapter 94. The fracture director Liu Baiyun's position collapsed on a Tuesday in the 4th month of the year. It did not collapse through any action Wei took. It collapsed because the migration force's intelligence penetration of the Bureau's communication network was more extensive than anyone had estimated, and the military signals team found evidence of a specific transmission 3 weeks after the coastal engagement. Formation data, formatted in the Bureau's standard technical notation, transmitted through a personal signal formation registered to a senior Bureau official, registered to Director Liu Baiyun. Wei was in the Bureau workshop when Zhao Linfeng arrived with the signals report. Zhao's face was controlled in the way it was controlled when he had bad news and had decided that presenting it clearly was more useful than managing the reaction. He wasn't selling it, Zhao said, after Wei read the report. The transmission analysis shows 3 months of communications. The content isn't strategic, no true positions, no attack planning data. It's formation network capacity assessments, current operational status of installations, load estimates. He was trying to give them an accurate picture of what we have, Wei said. His notation in the personal log, which the signals team recovered, says, they need to know we cannot stop them by force alone. The capacity data will demonstrate this. A negotiated outcome is possible if both sides understand the actual military situation. Zhao put the report on the table. He believed he was opening a negotiation by being honest about our limitations. Wei thought about Director Liu signing the documentation for the open-source release 3 months ago. The man had spent 30 years doing nothing, and then had chosen to act, but had been running 2 strategies simultaneously. The public strategy, support Wei's formation redesign, authorize the documentation release, participate in the War Council. The private strategy, give the migration force accurate capacity data to enable a negotiated settlement that he believed was the only viable outcome. He's not wrong that negotiation is a viable path, Wei said. He is wrong that giving an adversary accurate intelligence about our defensive limitations improves our negotiating position, Zhao said. It removes our leverage. It removes the leverage based on their uncertainty about our actual capacity, Wei said. If they know we're weaker than they feared, they may choose to press for a military solution instead of negotiating. He paused. Or they may choose to negotiate, because fighting a target that has accurate data about both sides reduces their own casualties. He looked at the report. What is Liu's assessment of the migration force's intentions? That they want a territory negotiation, not a conquest, Zhao said. That their formation engineers have demonstrated professional restraint. The coastal engagements have been probing operations, not maximum force assaults. He interprets this as a signal of negotiating intent. Wei thought about the 3 coastal assault waves and the adaptive engineering work between them. He thought about the void fracture documents in the migration force's possession. He may be right about their intent, Wei said. He handled it wrong and created a significant trust problem with the War Council. But his read of the migration force as reluctant invaders rather than conquerors, that's consistent with what we know about their situation. Zhao looked at him. You're not calling for his arrest. I'm saying his information analysis may be correct even though his operational decision was wrong, Wei said. Those are separable questions. He paused. We need his assessment of the migration leadership's goals, and we need the War Council to trust him enough to use that assessment. Those two requirements are currently in conflict. He thought for a moment. Bring him in. Let him present his full analysis to the War Council. Everything he knows about the migration force's leadership and goals. Everything he transmitted and why. Full disclosure, on record. A pause. That's the only path back to being useful. Zhao considered this. And if the council decides to prosecute? Then they decide to prosecute, Wei said. I don't run the council. I'm saying the information he has is worth hearing before any decision is made about what to do with him. Chapter 95. The cracked jade slip. The cracked jade slip had been in Wei's possession for 2 years, sitting in his documentation archive in a silk-wrapped case, waiting for the power level that would make its contents readable. He had tried twice before, once at Spirit C, which produced fragments and partial notations, and once after the void walking breakthrough, which resolved more of the surface structure but left the encrypted core intact. Feng Bao had looked at the fragments and identified the notation system as 3,000-year-old architectural shorthand, the same notation as the architect void's historical documents in Gu Mengji's archive. He tried again on a morning in early spring, after 3 months of Dao inscription advancement and the restructuring work the ancient array's load had performed on his meridians. He sat in the workshop with the slip in his hands, extended his formation awareness into the jade's chi field, and found the encrypted notation waiting in crisp clarity. He read for 4 hours. The slip contained, in full, the design documentation for the Heaven's Gate formation, not the historical record that Gu had shown him, not the blueprints the guild had kept in their archive, but the original working documents of the architect void's design process. Technical notes, load calculations, design choices, and the reasoning behind them, failures and corrections. There was also a section that Feng Bao's library had not contained and that no historical record Wei had read had mentioned. The Heaven's Gate formation had been designed with a false catastrophic failure mode. The documentation was explicit. The formation's outer structural indicators, the ones visible to any formation master surveying the array, showed a critical load path that appeared to approach failure at a specific threshold. Any engineer surveying the array would identify this path as the formation's critical vulnerability, the point at which Heaven's Gate would collapse. The path was not the critical vulnerability. It was a design decoy, built to attract the attention of anyone attempting to disable the formation and to redirect their efforts toward a load concentration that, when overloaded, would not collapse the formation but would trigger an emergency isolation sequence that the architect void had buried 3 levels below the visible structure. The formation that the Celestial Engineers Guild had been maintaining for 3 centuries was the decoy. The actual Heaven's Gate formation was intact, dormant, and buried approximately 1 kilometer below the surface, connected to the continental array network. Wei sat with this for a long time. The guild had never been maintaining Heaven's Gate. They had been maintaining a structural facade designed to convince anyone looking at it that they were maintaining Heaven's Gate. They had charged the Imperial Court 3 centuries of maintenance fees for a formation that required no maintenance, and the Continental Array had been quietly sustaining itself below everyone's notice the entire time. He added a notation, *jade slip contents, full design documentation for Heaven's Gate formation, including false failure mode specification. Current status of actual Heaven's Gate, dormant but intact. Location, approximately 1 kilometer subsurface, connected to Continental Array, *a pause. Guild maintenance contract. 3 centuries of fees paid for maintenance of a decoy structure. He thought about how to describe this professionally. Significant institutional misappropriation. He went to find Gu Mengji. She was in her archive office, documenting a new acquisition. She looked up when Wei arrived with the silk-wrapped case. I can read the slip, he said. She cleared her desk without saying anything. He placed the slip on the surface and walked her through the contents. She asked 3 questions during the summary, each one precise, each one identifying exactly the implication he was about to explain. When he reached the false failure mode section, she was quiet for longer than usual. The formation the guild has been maintaining, she said, is a design decoy, Wei said. 3,000 years old and still functional, but not the actual Heaven's Gate structure. The actual formation is below it. She looked at her archive walls, 30 years of formation history records, every document she had systematically gathered and protected and understood. The actual Heaven's Gate formation, she said slowly, is connected to the Continental Array, which is now active. Yes, Wei said. and the continental array is in communication with a 3,000-year-old intelligence that has been maintaining it. Yes, Wei said, and you have now read the original design documentation for the entire structure, which no one has read in 3,000 years. Also yes, Wei said. She was quiet for a moment. Can you reactivate it? She said. Wei thought about the load transfer that had nearly killed him, the Tao inscription restructuring, the integration nodes, his meridians as a relay point for an array that operated at scales he hadn't previously had the vocabulary to describe. I believe so, he said. I believe the ancient array will assist with the reactivation process once the integration nodes are operational. The architect void's presence in the array is the key. The reactivation is not a blind technical operation, it's a collaboration. He paused. I need to talk to him first. Gu Mingji looked at the jade slip for a moment. Then she looked at Wei. You have been carrying that slip for 2 years, she said. The elder who gave it to you said the blueprints were wrong, that Heaven's Gate was built to fail on purpose. She paused. He was right. It was built to appear to fail on purpose, so that no one would look for what was underneath. She picked up the slip carefully. I would like to make an archival copy of the contents before you proceed. Of course, Wei said. He had already documented everything. Sealed, dated, certified. Standard practice. She began the archival transcription. He sat with the slip's contents still running through his formation awareness. The architect void's 3,000-year-old design logic, clear and meticulous, and unmistakably the same logic he had been developing independently in this life. He thought about the voice that had spoken from inside the formation at the end of the Heaven's Gate reactivation sequence he had not yet performed. In the outline, he was living. The ancient intelligence that had been waiting. He thought about the word the slip kept using for the Heaven's Gate formation's intended function. Not defense, not barrier, not wall. The word was threshold. Chapter 96. Rated for the proposal to reactivate Heaven's Gate came out of a War Council session on a Thursday afternoon that had begun with the migration fleet's updated position, 4 days closer than the previous estimate, and ended with every option on the table exhausted except the one Wei had been calculating since he read the jade slip. There is a third option, he said, after Yuan had presented the military scenarios and Liu had presented the negotiation scenarios, and both had been evaluated against the current formation network status. Not stop them and not accommodate them. Give them somewhere to go. The council looked at him. The Heaven's Gate formation was not designed as a wall, Wei said. The name suggests a barrier. The design documentation calls it a threshold, the creation of a dimensional boundary, specifically calibrated to produce a habitable secondary realm on the other side. He laid the jade slip documentation on the table. The architect void built it 3,000 years ago as a solution to exactly this kind of problem. An existential pressure on the existing population that could not be resolved through either defense or displacement. You protect both by creating more space. He walked them through it. The actual Heaven's Gate formation, buried below the decoy, connected to the continental array network. The reactivation sequence, which he now understood in detail. The secondary realm it would create. Dimensional space attached to the continent's boundary, drawing on deep ley line chi to establish its own substrate, habitable and resource-rich. The migration civilization has a cultivation population of approximately 60 to 90,000 practitioners, he said. Their agricultural and civilian population is larger. The secondary realm, based on the formation's design specifications, is sized for a population of up to 200,000. He paused. They would not be displacing the current continental population. They would be moving to adjacent space. A dimensional realm, Yuan said. You can create this. The formation already exists, Wei said. It has been dormant for 3,000 years in perfect structural condition, maintained by the architect void's intelligence. I need to reactivate it. The reactivation will route significant chi load through the integration nodes, through me, as the formation master currently bonded to those nodes, and there is risk at that load level. He said this plainly, without emphasis. I believe I can manage the load. I believe the distributed network and the ancient array together create enough redundancy in the reactivation path to prevent cascade failure. You believe, Yuan said. Survey supports the belief, Wei said. I don't design without survey. He paused. I also don't guarantee structural outcomes under load conditions I haven't tested. The load levels required for Heaven's Gate reactivation are above my tested range. He looked at the council. This is the risk profile. I'm telling you because you need accurate information to make the decision. The decision took the rest of the afternoon. It was not unanimous. Zhao Linfeng had tactical concerns about the reactivation window, which required pausing active coastal defenses for the duration. Liu Baiyun, who had been restored to council participation after his full disclosure session, argued that the secondary realm option was the only proposal that addressed the migration civilization's survival as a genuine variable rather than a problem to be solved by containment or destruction. Yuan made the decision. You have a timeline? He said. I need the integration nodes to be fully operational, Wei said. 11 are complete. 20 more to install. At current pace, approximately 3 weeks. He paused. If I accelerate, bring in the full workshop team, and by Ruelin's formation-capable unit, 2 weeks. The fleet is 4 days closer than last estimate, Yuan said. Every estimate has been revising upward. Then we accelerate, Wei said. He left the council session and went directly to his workshop to begin the integration node completion schedule. Chapter 97. 1,200 ships. The migration fleet crossed the continental monitoring boundary on a morning in the 5th month of the year, and the surveillance formation network sent a cascade of alerts through every relay station between the eastern coast and the capital. Wei was at integration node installation 28, 200 kilometers from the capital, when the alerts reached him. He felt the fleet's formation signatures through his heaven-linking awareness before the courier reached him with the written report. 1,200 vessels, a chi signature density that pressed against the eastern horizon like a weather event. The formation profiles of cultivators who had been traveling and fighting for months and had arrived at the end of everything they had left. He had 3 days. He sent the workshop team ahead to Node 29 and made 2 decisions. He would complete Node 28 himself, now, and then travel through the night to the capital. He did not stop working while the courier waited for a response. The installation required 3 more hours, and he gave it 3 more hours. 28 of 31 nodes. The remaining 3 were in the northern sector, already surveyed, materials prepositioned. If the northern team was already moving, he checked the coordination network signal. Yes, Lin Suin had received the fleet alert and deployed the northern installation team 12 minutes before Wei's own courier arrived. He added a line to his survey notes. Asterisk Lin Suin. Operational at the highest level. Northern sector will complete without me. Asterisk he traveled through the night. The War Council had been continuous since the fleet alert, shifting between the officers' hall and the bureau map room as the intelligence picture updated. When Wei arrived at dawn, Yuan had already deployed Zhao's coastal forces to the eastern beaches, not to engage the fleet, but to be visible, to signal that the continental defenses were active and manned. They haven't moved to landing position, Zhao said. The fleet has held approximately 20 kilometers off the coast since it crossed the boundary. They're waiting. For what? Lu asked. Either for us to communicate, Zhao said, or for their advanced formation team to report on the coastal defense's actual status. He paused. The advanced team's last contact with the fleet was the day of the 3rd coastal engagement. They would have reported that the distributed network is significantly more capable than the guild deficiency data suggested. Wei looked at the fleet position on the map. The formation signatures he could feel through his heaven-linking awareness were not aggressive. They were waiting, with the particular quality of waiting that people carried when the thing they were waiting for might be worse than the waiting itself. We have 3 days to complete the integration nodes, Wei said. After that, I can initiate the Heaven's Gate reactivation. If the fleet remains at 20 kilometers and doesn't begin a landing sequence, we have the 3 days. If they begin a landing sequence, Yuan said, then I accelerate the timeline, Wei said. With the nodes I have operational, I can attempt a partial reactivation. The risk profile changes. Yuan looked at the map. Don't attempt a partial reactivation. I know, Wei said. Chapter 98. Signed off. The 3 days were exactly 3 days. Lin Suin managed the northern installation team with the precision of a lead surveyor who had been training for this kind of compressed timeline for 2 years. Prepositioned materials, site surveys already complete, installation protocols refined across 28 previous nodes. She sent load confirmation for Node 29 at the end of the 1st day, Node 30 at the end of the 2nd, and Node 31 at noon on the 3rd day with a message that said, asterisk northern sector complete. Network at full integration capacity. Come home. Asterisk by Ruelin held the coastal perimeter, not with static defenses, but with her 40-array mobile network, repositioning every 6 hours along the eastern shore, visible enough to the fleet's surveillance formations to signal that the continent's defensive capability was active and adaptive. The migration fleet had not moved from its holding position. Zhao's intelligence assessment was that they were receiving continuous formation signal reports from their advanced team somewhere on the continent, and those reports were telling them something that was producing caution. Wei spent the 3 days completing the integration design. He had the full documentation now, the architect Void's original design logic, the Heaven's Gate formation's actual specifications, 3 years of his own engineering work on the distributed network. He could see the reactivation path as clearly as he could see the load path in a building's structural frame, every joint, every transfer point, every stress concentration that would arise when the formation's dormant chi reserves came online and began routing through the integration nodes. The stress concentration in the northern junction was real. He had found it on the second day, and he had spent 18 hours that he did not have trying to resolve it, because it was in a load path sequence that he could not redesign without rebuilding 3 integration nodes from scratch, which would take a week he did not have. On the evening of the second day, Byruelin appeared in the doorway of the integration design workspace. "The fleet is still holding," she said. "I know. You've been awake for 31 hours. I know that too." She sat down across from him and looked at the load path diagram spread across the table. She had been reading his survey notation for 2 years. She could follow the structural logic without him explaining it. "The northern junction," she said. "There is a stress concentration at the 3rd transfer point," he said. "When the Heaven's Gate formation's reserves begin routing through the integration network, that junction is going to see approximately 140% of its design load tolerance for approximately 3 minutes before the distributed network redistributes. Can you survive 140% for 3 minutes?" He thought about the first integration attempt, his meridians as load transfer devices, the Tao inscription restructuring that had followed. "I don't know," he said. "I haven't tested at that load level." She was quiet for a moment. "Can you route the excess through a different path?" "The path I would route it through doesn't exist yet," he said. "It would require the 32nd integration node, which is in the formation theory. The full network design calls for 32 nodes. I installed 31. The 32nd was the optional extension node that I determined was unnecessary for minimum viable reactivation." He paused. "I made that determination before I found the northern junction concentration." She looked at the documentation for another moment. Then she said, "Is the 32nd node site surveyed?" "Yes." "Everything was surveyed first." "Materials prepositioned?" "Yes, at the relay station outside the capital." She stood. "I'll have Commander Zhao's formation unit install the 32nd node tonight. You tell me exactly where it goes and what the specifications are, and they'll have it complete before dawn." He looked at her. "Zhao's formation unit isn't trained for integration nodes. They installed 12 of the distributed build nodes on the Western Circuit," she said. "I was there for 6 of the installations. I can supervise." He thought about the additional load the 32nd node would absorb, the specific transfer path it would establish, the way it would reduce the northern junction concentration to approximately 90% of tolerance. Survivable. Definitively survivable. He thought about Byruelin's notation of the diagonal deployment sequence that was better than his original design. "Here," he said, and showed her exactly where it went. She was gone from the doorway within 4 minutes. He heard her moving through the bureau with the purposeful efficiency she had when she was already implementing a plan she'd been thinking about for longer than the conversation had lasted. He picked up his survey pen and signed off on the final integration design. Chapter 99. Every node. He stood at the central integration node at dawn on the day the migration fleet moved. The fleet had not yet begun a landing sequence. The intelligence report placed them at 18 kilometers off the coast, a half-kilometer advance from their previous position, the first movement in 3 days. Zhao was watching. Bai's mobile network was deployed at the eastern shore. Ruan had the War Council on standby. Wei was at the Dongquan Scar site, the place where the ancient array had first recognized him, where the formation below breathed in its slow 40-second rhythm. The 32nd node had been installed by dawn, exactly as specified. Bai's notation in the confirmation message precise. Asterisk 3rd transfer path nominal. Northern junction stress projection, 89% tolerance. Rated 4. Asterisk. He pressed both hands against the ground and opened his meridians to the integration network. The distributed network came online in sequence. 32 nodes, each one registering as a load transfer point. The relay connections between them activating in the diagonal pattern Bai had designed, perimeter to center, building the resonance framework that would carry the Heaven's Gate formation's output. The ancient continental array was already active. He felt it through his formation awareness the way he felt the network. 32 modern nodes overlaid on 17 ancient foundation nodes, the 2 systems running at different scales and the same structural logic, the harmonic resonance between them building as the integration framework completed. He extended his awareness downward. The Heaven's Gate formation was 1 kilometer below him, exactly where the jade slip had said it was. 3,000 years dormant, perfectly maintained, its chi reserves intact. He felt the architect void's presence in the foundation network, not a separate intelligence standing apart from the formation, but woven through the load path structure itself. present in the maintenance protocols the way a builder's decisions were present in the joints of a building. He initiated the reactivation sequence. The load came as a wave. He had designed for it. He had the northern junction calculation, the 30-second node absorbing the excess transfer load, the distributed network spreading the remainder across 32 points. He had the ancient foundation nodes running the deep ley line connections, carrying the formation's deepest chi reserves upward through paths that had been maintained for 3,000 years. It was catastrophic by any normal measure. The Heaven's Gate formation's reserves had been accumulating for 3 millennia. The load that moved through the integration network in the first minute was beyond anything Wei had built, beyond anything he had tested, beyond the theoretical limits he had spent 3 weeks calculating. He held it the way he had held the first integration attempt, not by routing it through the relay, but by understanding its structure, reading its load paths, finding the distribution pattern that would move it through the network without collapse. He was aware, in the periphery of his consciousness, of things that were happening at the surface. The continental array's foundation nodes generating visible chi light as they came to full capacity. The integration network's relay connections brightening along the load paths. 32 formation installations on the continent's surface pulsing in sequence, the distributed network harmonically aligned. He was aware of his own meridians as a load-bearing structure under more stress than they had ever managed. He was aware of the northern junction at 89% tolerance, holding. He was aware of the 30-second node doing exactly what it was designed to do. He held the reactivation for 4 minutes. At 4 minutes, the Heaven's Gate formation crossed its initialization threshold and the load path self-sustained. The formation taking over its own operation from the integration network. The reactivation energy no longer flowing through Wei, but cycling within the formation itself. He was on the ground when it ended. He was not sure how he got there. The sky above the Dongquan scar site was different. He noticed this through eyes that were not working very well. The chi field had changed. There was a dimensional boundary visible at the edge of his formation awareness, a threshold between one kind of space and another, extending outward in a curve that was not topographical but structural. The Heaven's Gate formation was active. He lay on the cold spring ground and felt the load distribute through the network, his integration nodes carrying the secondary realm's chi boundary at a fraction of their capacity now that the formation was self-sustaining. The distributed network hummed around him. The ancient array hummed below him. The dimensional threshold extended outward from the foundation nodes in a shape that was, he recognized, the geometric outline of the 41 scar sites he had been mapping for 18 months. He closed his eyes. Chapter 100. What the structure said he was unconscious for 6 days. He knew this only because Rulin told him, when he opened his eyes in the Bureau's medical wing and found her in the chair beside the bed. 6 days, he said. You absorbed approximately 3 centuries worth of accumulated formation load in 4 minutes, she said. The medical formation master says this is the most unusual thing he has assessed in 30 years of practice. Your meridians are structurally intact. Your void granite nodes are intact. Your formation awareness is apparently intact, since you asked the right first question. She paused. You were technically conscious at the end of the reactivation. You gave the status report and then fell over. The Heaven's Gate formation is operational, active and stable. The secondary realm is confirmed habitable by 3 advanced survey teams we sent through the threshold 2 days ago. The chi substrate is excellent. Director Liu says it is comparable to the continent's richest ley line regions. She leaned forward slightly. The migration fleet turned around on the 2nd day after the reactivation. They moved away from the eastern coast. We received a formal communication request yesterday. He processed this. The fleet, for days away from a landing decision, had reversed course when the Heaven's Gate formation activated. They had detected the dimensional boundary, the structural change in the continental chi field that announced that something significant had occurred. They were waiting to understand what it was. The secondary realm, he said. How large? The survey team's preliminary assessment is approximately 3 provinces of equivalent area, with significant water features and established botanical chi distribution. One of the surveyors said it was the most intact formation-maintained ecosystem she had ever assessed. I paused. Lin Suyin said to tell you that the load path assessment is clean through every node and that you may resume worrying about it when you are physically capable of worrying. He looked at the ceiling. The reactivation had worked. The secondary realm existed. The migration civilization had a place to go. He thought about Ruan's prophecy. Unless its builder chooses to leave the doors open. He had built a threshold and opened it. The dimensional boundary had a direction. It was a boundary, not a wall, which meant it had passage conditions designed into its foundation logic. The architect Void had not built Heaven's Gate as a barrier. He had built it as a structure capable of containing without imprisoning, protecting without excluding. There is something else, Wei said. He looked at her. When the reactivation completed, not while you were working, but after, when you were on the ground and the formation became self-sustaining, the formation said something. She was watching his face carefully. The medical team heard it through the chi field. The bureau instruments recorded it. She paused. It said your name. He waited. Then it said the name you had in your previous life, she said. The one you've mentioned only once, in a work notation from your first year at the sect that I happened to read. He was very still. Then it said, you found the structure I built. I have been waiting 3,000 years for a student. The medical wing was quiet. The morning light through the window fell across the floor and the chair whereby sat, and the survey notebook she had brought. She always brought the survey notebook, and the 6 days of notes she had taken while he was unconscious, recording everything she had observed because she had learned how to do that, and because she understood that the information might matter later. He thought about the jade slip from Chapter 3, the dying elder's warning. The blueprints are wrong. The Heaven's Gate formation was built to fail on purpose. He thought about the word threshold. He thought about the formation intelligence he had felt when he pressed his hands against the Dongquan earth, the recognition like a familiar load signature, and the patience in it. 3,000 years of patience. He thought about what it meant to build something that could teach. Not a structure that lasted. A structure that waited. It's awake, he said. It has been awake, Wei said. Since the reactivation. The formation monitoring network has been recording continuous structural communications through the integration nodes. Nothing in language. The Bureau's analysis team can't decode it. But the load path patterns are distinct and non-random. She paused. Elder Feng Bao says they look like design documentation. Wei looked at his hands. The scarring from years of survey work. The calluses from stone installation. The faint structural change in the texture of his palms from the integration attempt, and everything that had followed. I need to talk to it, he said. I know, I said. I told Feng Bao you'd say that. He said to tell you that you have at least 2 more days of medical recovery before anyone is going to allow you to attempt a formation communication of any kind. He's right, Wei said. She looked at him. I need the 2 days, he said. I should review the integration node load records before I make contact. I don't know what the architect void's communication bandwidth is. I don't know what the contact process will require in terms of meridian load, and I haven't finished processing what happened during the reactivation. He paused. Survey before contact. Standard procedure. Standard procedure, she agreed. She opened the survey notebook to a fresh page. Tell me what you remember about the reactivation sequence, she said. The medical team got the external data. I want your internal observations. He lay there for a moment, looking at the ceiling. Then he turned toward her and began to describe, as precisely as he could, what the load had felt like from the inside. The weight of 3,000 years of accumulated qi, the distribution paths his meridians had found, the moment the formation became self-sustaining and the load released, and the structure he had built stood on its own for the first time. Outside the window, the continental formation network hummed at full operational capacity. The Heaven's Gate threshold extended in a curve across the eastern horizon. The secondary realm waited on the other side of it, habitable and still. Somewhere in the ancient array's foundation nodes, something that had once been a person was learning a new structural vocabulary from patterns of load and light. And Wei Jianchen, who had come to this world with the memory of buildings and the habit of documentation and the conviction that good structures did not fail, lay in a medical bed and described his reactivation notes to the person who had learned to read his notation and waited to understand what the structure was going to say next. Chapter 101. On the 8th day, Elder Feng Bao replaced by Rulin in the chair beside the medical bed. Wei was aware of the transition when it happened, the shift in weight, the different quality of stillness, the smell of stone dust and old lacquer that Feng Bao carried from his materials workshop. He had been awake for 2 days, reviewing the integration node load records and describing his reactivation observations to anyone who had something to contribute to the structural analysis. The medical formation master had threatened, with evident professional frustration, to reinstate the recovery protocol if Wei continued working from a supine position. Wei had compromised. He worked seated. Feng Bao sat with his hands on his knees and looked at Wei for a long moment before speaking. Something called your name, he said. When the reactivation completed and you were on the ground. The formation monitoring instruments recorded it. He paused. It has not spoken again. But the load pattern communications through the integration nodes have been continuous since the 2nd day. I have been documenting them. By rule and mentioned you said they look like design documentation, Wei said. They look like design documentation written in a notation system I recognize as the ancestor of several current formation traditions, but which predates all of them by approximately 3,000 years. Feng Bao produced a thick notebook from his robe, not Wei's survey notebook, but his own, filled with his distinctive, dense annotation style. I have transcribed everything I could read. About 40% of the content is intelligible to me. The rest requires either your structural framework or more time. He set the notebook on the table beside Wei's bed. The intelligible 40% is primarily structural specifications for the Heaven's Gate formation's maintenance protocols. Whoever is sending this is telling us how to care for the structure we just activated. Wei looked at the notebook. It's not a greeting, he said. It's a handover document. That is my interpretation as well. Feng Bao folded his hands. It is also communicating something else, in a load pattern frequency that the Bureau's instruments are not calibrated to detect, but which my formation awareness can feel if I remain in contact with an integration node for an extended period. He paused. It is waiting for you specifically. The handover documentation is for the team. The other communication is for you alone. Wei thought about this. He was sitting in a medical bed in the capital, 200 kilometers from the nearest integration node, with a meridian network that had been restructured by centuries' worth of accumulated chi load and had not yet been fully assessed by anyone, including himself. The meridian restructuring, he said. Not damage, Feng Bao said. I have been monitoring the structural load in your formation awareness since you regained consciousness. The restructuring increased your formation sensitivity by a factor I would estimate between 3 and 5 times your previous capacity. You are reading formation load patterns in this room that are not accessible to anyone else present. He paused. You are doing it right now. Wei was, in fact, reading the formation load pattern in the room, the medical formations monitoring array, its maintenance access circuits, the chi field differential between the window side and the door side created by 200 years of occupation in this building. He had been reading it automatically since the moment he woke, the way a structural engineer notices load-bearing walls without consciously looking for them. It's not reading, he said. It's listening. He looked at Feng Bao. I can hear the formation's load distribution the way you hear a building settle. Passively. Without effort. Yes, Feng Bao said. That is what the ancient array did to you. He paused. Or rather, that is what it recognized you were capable of and aligned. A formation built by someone who thought in the same structural geometry you do, recognizing the geometry and clearing the obstructions. Wei thought about what it meant to be recognized by a 3,000-year-old intelligence through the medium of a formation that covered a continent. I need to make contact, he said. You need 2 more days of recovery, Feng Bao said. The medical formation master is correct, and I have supported her professional judgment on this matter. He met Wei's gaze with the quiet immovability of a man who had been a formation master for 60 years and knew when he was right. 2 more days. Use them to prepare what you want to say. Wei looked at the notebook. The handover documentation. The maintenance protocols for a structure he had just activated and did not yet fully understand. He pulled it toward him and began to read. Chapter 102. He traveled to the Dongquan Scar site on the 10th day, with Feng Bao and Lin Suyin and nobody else. Bai Ruolin had her own work. The diplomatic negotiations with the migration fleet had opened and required her as military liaison, and she had accepted this before Wei arrived at the Scar site, which he noted and did not comment on. She had her own judgment about where she was needed most. He trusted that. The Scar site looked the same. The depression in the terrain, the distinct soil composition, the chi field signature that was no longer quiescent but active and present in the way a room feels when someone is finally in it after years of emptiness. Wei went to the center of the scar and sat down on the ground with his hands flat on the earth. The formation below recognized him immediately, the same way it had at the first survey, the recognition like a familiar load signature, but different now. Before, it had been the recognition of an intelligence waking up to find something it had been waiting for. Now it was the recognition of a structure meeting the person who had activated it. He sent a structural inquiry through his formation awareness, not language, not chi force, just attention. The focused attention he brought to any site survey. He was here. He was listening. The response came in load patterns, exactly as Feng Bao had described. But at a resolution his restructured meridians could read that no previous formation awareness in recorded history could have accessed. The patterns were not language. They were structural argument, load paths laid out in logical sequence, each load flowing into the next, building toward a conclusion the way an engineering analysis builds toward a structural determination. The argument said, "You are the first person in 3,000 years to build something I could not find a flaw in." Wei sat with this for a long moment. Lin Suyin was recording everything she could detect from the survey stations she had set up at the scar boundary. Feng Bao stood nearby with his hands folded, reading what he could and noting what he couldn't. Wei sent a response in the same structural language. His response was, "I found flaws. I documented them. Some of them cost me time, and there were situations where the cost was significant." The architect void's response. Those are operational parameters, not structural failures. A formation that performs within its design tolerance under load is a functioning formation. This was Wei's own criterion. Hearing it applied to his work by the person who had, as far as he could determine, invented the underlying structural logic 3,000 years before he was born, produced a sensation he did not have a technical term for. He sent, "You have been maintaining this array for 3,000 years alone." The response, I became the array. Maintenance and existence are the same thing for me. He sent, "What do you want from me?" The response took longer than the others. The load patterns shifted through several frequencies before settling. The way a structural analysis shifts between approaches before finding the right framing. The architect void's answer. I want to know if you would do what I did, given the same circumstances. I want to know if my choice was the only reasonable one. I have been alone with this question for 3,000 years, and no one has arrived who could meaningfully address it. Wei looked at the ground under his palms. The earth was warm here, heated by the formation below, or by something below the formation. The warmth felt old. He sent, "What were your circumstances?" The architect void began to tell him. Chapter 103. It took 4 sessions over 3 days for the architect void to describe the circumstances of his decision, and by the end Wei had filled 2 notebooks with structural diagrams, load pattern transcriptions, and the kind of historical reconstruction that in his previous life he would have called forensic engineering, rebuilding what happened and why from the physical evidence that remained. The architect void had been a formation master at the end of a continental war. Not a war between nations, a war between 2 formation philosophies. One believed formation power should be concentrated in trained specialists. The other believed it should be distributed as widely as possible. He had been on the side of distribution. He had lost. The winning side had established the predecessor to the Celestial Engineers Guild and systematically dismantled the distributed formation networks he and his allies had built. He had been dying. A combination of cultivation wounds, structural load debt from years of overextending his meridians, and the exhaustion that comes from watching good work destroyed by people who understand power better than they understand structure. The continental array had been his life's work. He had not been willing to let it end with him. The merger had been a technical act, not a mystical one. He had designed an interface between his own formation awareness and the array's integration nodes, extended his consciousness into the structural logic, and removed the biological component, his body, as a limiting factor. He had become a distributed intelligence in a distributed structure. He had not, as he noted with the particular precision Wei was learning to recognize as his characteristic mode, expected to find it lonely. It wasn't lonely for the first 600 years, Wei said, speaking aloud, because the architect void could hear vibrations through the formation nodes and could read Wei's formation language responses either way. The structural problems were interesting. Then they stopped being interesting. The structure was designed well. A pause in the load patterns. I had not anticipated that designing something well enough to not need intervention was a form of terminating the thing that made existing worthwhile. Wei thought about this. He thought about his own habit of building exits into everything. The maintenance access corridors, the service entries, the load-shedding pathways. He had always framed this as structural principle. He was beginning to wonder if it was also something else. "You're asking if the merger was a mistake," Wei said. I am asking if the alternative would have been better. I do not know the alternative. I can model it, but modeling is not the same as experiencing. You can experience it. You are alive. The load patterns shifted. I am offering you the same choice I made. Not because I believe it is the right choice, but because I believe you are in a position to understand both options. Wei looked at the notebooks in his lap. 2 days of structural diagrams. 3,000 years of accumulated design knowledge that the architect void had been developing alone, with no students to teach it to and no problems to apply it to and no one to argue with about load tolerance. The merge offer, Wei said. What specifically would I become? What I am. The array's operating intelligence. Permanently. The structure would gain a second consciousness. The load of 3,000 years of management would be shared. I would no longer be alone. The structure would gain the structural innovations you have developed that I have not. A pause. You would lose your body. Your relationships. The capacity for discovery that requires inhabiting the world rather than monitoring it. You have been watching me since the Dongquan site survey, Wei said. You know my answer. I want you to say it. I have been waiting 3,000 years for someone who could answer the question meaningfully. Say it. Wei looked at the ground under his palms. At the ancient warmth. At the formation load cycling through its 40-second rhythm. The breathing of a consciousness that had been awake and alone since before his civilization's written records began. No, he said. I won't merge. Not because the offer isn't worth considering. Because building is what I do, and I can't build from inside a structure. I can only maintain it. He paused. You built the best formation I have ever encountered. But you haven't designed anything new in 3,000 years. That's the cost of what you chose. The load patterns were quiet for a long time. Yes, the architect void said. That is the cost. Chapter 104. The architect void did not accept the refusal as a final answer. Wei had expected this. Not combatively, but the way he expected a complex structural problem to resist initial analysis. The first answer was rarely the last engagement. He sat with this for 3 days, reviewing his own arguments and looking for the places where the architect void's counterarguments would find purchase. He found two. The first, Wei's formations would fail. Not all of them, not immediately, but eventually. Materials degraded, substrate shifted, load conditions evolved beyond design parameters. The distributed network might last 300 years in optimal maintenance conditions. The architect void's continental array had lasted 3,000. The argument about longevity was not abstract. The second, Wei had made errors. He had documented 52 of them in his lessons learned log. 3 of those errors had caused problems that cost something real: a week of decision authority, a damaged node, a survey team in the wrong location for 4 hours. None were catastrophic. But the point was not the scale. The point was that an intelligence merged with a perfectly designed structure no longer had the capacity for those errors. The architect void made both arguments clearly and at length, through 4 sessions over 8 days. The load pattern communications had become easier to read as Wei's meridians settled into their restructured configuration. He could now receive an hour of dense structural argument without needing to rest afterward, which was an improvement over the first sessions. On the 9th day, the architect void presented something Wei had not anticipated: a comprehensive structural audit of every formation Wei had built in the past 8 years. Every single one. The audit was delivered in Wei's own notation system, which meant the architect void had learned it, had spent some portion of the past 8 years monitoring Wei's work and learning the notation he used to describe it. The structural observations were precise, professional, and thorough in their completeness. The architect void had found load path issues Wei had not found. He had found stress concentrations Wei had classified as within tolerance, and argued convincingly that within tolerance was an engineer's way of saying acceptable failure mode rather than optimal design. He had found the northern junction issue from the Heaven's Gate reactivation. The stress concentration Wei had accepted at 89% tolerance rather than delaying the activation to resolve it. And he had analyzed what would have happened if the junction had failed at 92% rather than held. The analysis was detailed. The outcome he described was significantly worse than what had occurred. Wei read the audit with the particular attention he gave to any structural criticism he could not immediately refute. "You're not wrong about any of this," he said, during the next session at the Dongquan site. "I know." A pause. You documented most of these issues yourself. That is not the same as resolving them. It's not. Wei agreed. I know the difference. Your formations will produce structural failures. Some of them will hurt people. A merged consciousness managing the array in real time would not produce those failures. The structure is designed well enough to prevent them if managed continuously. Wei sat with his palms on the warm ground and did not speak for a while. The morning air smelled of turned earth and the mineral sharpness of the formation nodes cycling below. A bird was singing somewhere in the pines beyond the scar boundary. He was aware of Lin Suyin at her monitoring station, making notes in her survey notation. He was aware of the continental formation network extending outward from this point in every direction, his integration nodes and the ancient array's foundation layer running in harmonic synchrony. The northern junction stress concentration, he said. Yes. I accepted it because I did not have time to resolve it and the reactivation was necessary, Wei said. If I had resolved it, I would have delayed the reactivation. The migration fleet was ready to land. People would have died in a coastal assault while I was resolving a stress concentration. He paused. That was the choice. Not resolve the flaw versus accept the flaw. It was delay people dying while I get a better structure versus accept the flaw and prevent people from dying now. A long silence in the load patterns. I had not modeled the decision that way, the architect void said. You've been inside a structure for 3,000 years, Wei said. You haven't had to make those choices. No, the architect void said. I designed a structure that was good enough to prevent the choices from arising. That's true, Wei said. And it was impressive. And you've been alone for 3,000 years. The load patterns shifted. The 40-second rhythm continued. The birds sang in the pines. Show me the choice architecture, the architect void said. Show me how you determined that preventing deaths now was worth the stress concentration. Wei pulled out his notebook and began to explain. Chapter 105 by Rulin came back from the diplomatic sessions 12 days after they began and found Wei's workspace covered in notation she had never seen before. She stood in the doorway for a moment, reading the sheets spread across the tables and shelves and the floor beside the bookcase where he had run out of flat surface. The notation was his. She recognized his hand, his annotation style, the load path diagrams he made when working through a structural argument. But the secondary notation running alongside his, in a hand that was not any human hand she had ever seen, and in an ink that appeared to have been generated directly in the paper rather than applied to it, was something else. You brought the archive back with you, she said. The architect void can communicate through any formation node with sufficient integration depth, Wei said, including the monitoring array in this room. He paused. We have been working through his structural audit of my formations. He identifies flaws. I explained the decision context that led to accepting them. He updates his model. She looked at the notation. What is the secondary hand? His responses. He generates them in the formation substrate of the paper rather than through any physical mechanism. I haven't asked how. He set down his own pen. I should have asked. Survey before design. She sat in the chair she used when they worked together, opposite his primary workspace, and looked at the sheets closest to her. After a moment, she said, He's been showing you every flaw in your work. Yes. And you're explaining why you made the choices that produced them. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Is this making you want to take his offer? Wei looked at the work on the table. 8 years of formation decisions laid out and analyzed, every error accounted for, every stress concentration identified. The audit was comprehensive. It was also, he had realized over the course of the past 12 days, incomplete in a way the architect void had not intended. He can find every technical flaw, Wei said. He cannot find the choices that prevented worse flaws from occurring in other places. The audit only captures what my formations produced. It doesn't capture what my formations prevented. He paused. He doesn't have enough information to perform that analysis, because he's been inside the array. He hasn't been in the war council, or at the garrison, or on the trade road, or in the guild hearing. He's been watching you for 8 years, she said. He's been watching my formations. He's been reading the structural data. He hasn't been in the situations my formations were operating in. Wei looked at his hands. He can tell me that the northern junction stress concentration put the reactivation at risk. He can't tell me how many people would have died in a coastal assault if I had delayed the reactivation to resolve it. She nodded slowly. That's why you're explaining the decision context. I'm building him the information base he doesn't have, Wei said. He's been alone for 3,000 years. He's been working from formation data without situational context. He paused. He's very good. He's also missing half the information required to evaluate his own choice. Byruelin looked at the secondary notation running across his sheets. Does he know you're doing this? I told him directly, Wei said. On the third day, I said, I can explain the structural decisions, but the decisions weren't made from inside the structure. They were made from inside situations you don't have data on. He agreed to incorporate the situational context. He said he would update his model. She was quiet for a moment. He's updating his model of his own choice. He's been unable to evaluate his own choice for 3,000 years because he didn't have anyone to compare it to, Wei said. He has me now. She looked at the walls of notation. At the work of 12 days, the architect void's audit and Wei's situated responses building back and forth across every surface in the room. This is, she said slowly, the most complex conversation I have seen conducted in structural notation. He doesn't have another language, Wei said. Neither do I, for this kind of argument. She sat for a moment more, reading what she could. Then she said, if I could eliminate all risk of failure by taking total control of the defensive network, if I could guarantee that none of my soldiers would die in formation failures because I managed every array in real time, should I? Wei looked at her. You're asking on his behalf. I'm asking because I want to hear you say it, she said. He's been presenting this argument to you for 12 days. I want to know what you actually think. Wei looked at the notation around him. At the ceiling, where the architect void's communication had extended a monitoring connection through the room's formation substrate and was, presumably, following this conversation. You could also eliminate every battle casualty by walling everyone inside their homes, he said. That's not protection. That's a prison with good intentions. He paused. Control that removes the risk of failure also removes the capacity for choice. The soldiers who die in formation failures are dying in a world where they had the choice to fight or not fight. A cultivator managed by a perfect formation intelligence isn't protected. They're administered. She held his gaze. Say it to him, not to me. He pressed his hand flat on the table and sent the argument through the monitoring array to the architect void below. The load pattern response came through the formation substrate of the paper. The secondary notation appeared in the margin beside his hand, the architect void writing directly into the material rather than through it. The notation said, asterisk I know. That is why I asked you rather than simply acting. Asterisk, and below that, asterisk the choice I made was the only one available to me at the time. I can see now that it was the only one available to a person with my information, my situation, and my limitations. It is not the only reasonable choice for someone with different ones. Asterisk Wei looked at the notation for a long time. Then he wrote in the margin beside it, asterisk rated for 3,000 years. That's a long load duration. Within tolerance. Asterisk the secondary notation appeared again, below his. I have never had anyone rate my work before. He left it there. He did not add to it. Some structural observations did not require annotation. Chapter 106. The thing he was withholding the secondary realm's chi substrate assessment came back from the advanced survey teams on a morning 3 weeks after the Heaven's Gate activation, and Wei read it twice before he understood the problem. The initial surveys had confirmed habitability. The chi distribution was excellent, rich, stable, comparable to the continent's best ley line regions. The advanced teams had been thorough, and the data was detailed. What the data also showed, if you read it the way a structural engineer reads substrate assessments rather than the way a chi cultivation practitioner read them, was a slow depletion curve. The secondary realm was drawing on deep ley lines for its chi substrate, as the design intended. What the design had not fully accounted for was the ley line depth. In the primary realm, deep ley lines were replenished by the planet's natural chi circulation, a geological process running continuously at scales that dwarfed any human construction. In the secondary realm, the dimensional boundary had created a space adjacent to the primary realm, but not integrated into its geological circulation. The secondary realm's ley lines would deplenish. He ran the calculation. At current draw rates, with a migration population of 60 to 90,000 people and their cultivation practices, the secondary realm had approximately 200 years of viable chi substrate. He went directly to find the architect void. The communication was faster now. They had developed a shared notation system over the critique sessions, and direct contact through the integration nodes no longer required the extended warm-up period of the first session. Wei pressed his hands to the foundation relay at the Dongquan site and asked the question in the structural vocabulary they had built together. Asterisk the secondary realm's ley line replenishment rate. Did you account for it in the Heaven's Gate design? Asterisk the architect void was quiet for approximately 10 seconds, which was long. Then it said, yes. Wei waited. The full design documentation, the sections of the jade slip you read, included a ley line replenishment protocol. The dimensional boundary, once fully integrated with the continental formation network, was designed to route a portion of the primary realm's geological chi circulation through the boundary into the secondary realm. The replenishment would sustain the secondary realm indefinitely. A pause. The integration requires the maintenance intelligence to actively manage the routing. Without active management, the passive routing rate is insufficient for a full-size population. Wei understood. The merger, he said. Yes, the architect void said. The secondary realm will sustain the migration civilization for approximately 200 years without a management intelligence. With management, indefinitely. It paused. I have been waiting for an appropriate moment to tell you this. The Heaven's Gate reactivation needed to succeed first. You needed to understand what the formation could do before you could understand what it required. Wei sat with the information for a long moment. You were building toward the merger offer from the beginning, he said. I was providing the context in which the merger offer makes structural sense, the architect void said. Yes. Another pause. I did not tell you about the replenishment protocol in advance because I was concerned you would refuse the Heaven's Gate reactivation if you understood the dependency the secondary realm would have. Wei thought about documentation, about the information he had given Ruan and the information Ruan had withheld, about the 12 cases he had disputed in the critique sessions. You withheld information that would have changed my decision-making, he said. Yes, the architect void said. That is exactly what Tan Yaguang did, Wei said, and exactly what Ruan Dongha did. And what I told both of them was wrong. The architect void was quiet. The information needed to be complete, Wei said. Whatever decision I make about the merger, I need to make it with the full structural picture in front of me, not the partial picture you chose to present because you were concerned about my response. He looked at the ground above the ancient array. Tell me everything about the Heaven's Gate design that has a bearing on the current situation. All of it, the architect Void told him. It took 4 hours. When it was done, Wei had a complete structural picture of the Heaven's Gate formation's design requirements, including 3 other dependencies he had not known about and 2 that he had partially understood. None of the 3 new items changed his decision about the merger. One of them suggested an alternative to the merger for the replenishment problem that neither of them had been considering. He wrote it in his survey notebook. The alternative approach, he said. 2 formation masters, both with Void walking or above, managing the replenishment protocol on a rotating schedule. No single intelligence required. Each individual commitment is fixed-term rather than permanent. The protocol requires a precision that most formation masters at Void walking level cannot achieve, the architect Void said. Then we teach them, Wei said. That is already the plan. He closed his notebook. This is solvable without a merger. It is more complex without a merger, but solvable. He paused. I need you to be honest with me about the design requirements going forward. Complete information. All of it, including the things you're concerned will produce an outcome you don't want. The formation was quiet for a moment. You are asking me to trust that you will make better decisions with complete information than I would make choosing what to give you. The architect Void said. Yes, Wei said. That is exactly what I'm asking. The formation said, I will try. It was not a complete answer, but it was the first time the architect Void had used the word try instead of describing a capability, and Wei noted this as a meaningful shift in what the ancient intelligence considered possible. Chapter 107. The arrival at Celestial Architect. He advanced to Celestial Architect on a Tuesday, in the middle of designing a curriculum. He had not been planning to advance. He had been sitting with the complete Heaven's Gate design documentation spread across his workshop table, working through the ley line replenishment protocol in detail, looking for the exact structural specification that a rotating team of formation masters would need to achieve to manage the protocol without a permanent management intelligence. The specification was complex, more complex than he had initially estimated. The precision required was not at the level of most Void walking formation masters. But as he worked through the mathematics, he found something that the architect Void's concern about precision most practitioners cannot achieve had obscured. The precision requirement was not fixed. It was dependent on the number of practitioners managing the protocol simultaneously. 2 practitioners at the current standard precision level would fail. The combined load was beyond their individual threshold. 8 practitioners, working in coordinated relay, with the load distributed across the group, would succeed. The combined precision of the relay exceeded the protocol's requirements, even at the standard level each individual operated at. Redundancy applied to human practitioners the same way it applied to formation nodes. He was working through the relay coordination design when his cultivation advanced. It was not a dramatic event. He was sitting at his workshop table with a pen in his hand and survey notation spread around him, and his formation awareness shifted in a way he recognized, the shift that had marked every previous breakthrough. The moment when the structural logic of the cultivation system he was moving through organized itself into a new resolution level. Celestial Architect, the capacity to perceive the load path structure of dimensional boundaries as clearly as he perceived the load path structure of physical formations. The Heaven's Gate formation's design documentation, which had been dense and complex even with his Dao inscription comprehension level, resolved into clarity. The ley line replenishment protocol became readable. 3 other aspects of the continental array's design that had remained obscure revealed their logic. He sat with his hands flat on the workshop table and let his formation awareness extend outward through the integration nodes, through the continental array's foundation network, through the Heaven's Gate threshold into the secondary realm beyond. He could feel the secondary realm's ley line depletion from his workshop, not because the problem was urgent, 200 years was a long time, but because at Celestial Architect, the dimensional structure was present in his perception the way physical structure had always been present. He could feel the slow curve of the substrate draw the way he could feel a crack developing in a wall. He added a notation to his survey notebook, * Celestial Architect. Perception includes dimensional load path structure. All Heaven's Gate design documentation now accessible. Ley line replenishment protocol. Relay team specification feasible at 8 practitioners. Precision threshold met. * pause. Advancing through design work continues to be my preferred modality. He went back to the curriculum design. The relay team specification was now clearer, and he finished the technical documentation in 2 more hours. He sent the specification to Feng Bao for review. Feng was becoming the unofficial second set of eyes on all the major formation documents, a role he had not held at the guild and appeared to find deeply satisfying. He also sent the architect Void the relay team specification. The formation's response came through the integration nodes in the notation system they had developed. This is correct. The relay coordination design accounts for the precision variance between practitioners. I did not consider this approach because I was designing for a single maintenance intelligence rather than a distributed network. Wei replied, in the same notation. You have been alone in the network for 3,000 years. Distributed thinking is not a natural default for a single node. The architect Void replied. You are making a point about my isolation. Wei replied. I am making a point about why we should not repeat it. Chapter 108. What the architect Void was afraid of. The negotiation with the migration civilization's leadership took place in the third month after the Heaven's Gate activation. Over 3 days of formal sessions in a diplomatic pavilion constructed at the eastern coast boundary point, where the Heaven's Gate threshold emerged from the ocean floor. Wei attended all 3 days. He was not the lead negotiator. That was Director Liu Baiyun, who had spent 30 years avoiding decisions and was applying that same careful instinct to reading the migration leadership's goals and not committing to anything faster than the situation required. Yuan was present. Zhao was present as military advisor. The migration leadership had brought their own formation engineers, who spent the second day examining the Heaven's Gate formation and the secondary realm survey data with the focus of people who needed to know if the thing they were being offered was real. On the third day, the migration leadership's lead formation engineer asked to speak to Wei privately. She was a woman approximately his age, somewhat difficult to determine with practitioners, but her bearing and the depth of her formation awareness suggested significant experience. Her name, in the translation notation Wei had been learning from the intelligence briefings, was Sora Kitang. She had spent the second day examining the Heaven's Gate formation's structural logic with the focus of someone who had never encountered this design philosophy before and was trying to determine if it was genuine. The formation has no single point of failure, she said. In any array of this size, in any design I have built or studied, there are critical nodes whose failure would cascade across the network. I cannot find one in this design. There isn't one, Wei said. Every formation has a critical point, she said. Not as a challenge, as a statement of what her entire professional training had taught her. Every formation designed around single-path load distribution has a critical point, Wei said. A formation designed to distribute load across a redundant network doesn't have a single critical point by definition. If you sever any one node, the load redistributes. If you sever any 4 nodes simultaneously, the load redistributes. The threshold for cascade failure is above 60% simultaneous node loss. She was quiet for a moment. The design principle is called what? Load shedding redundancy, Wei said. The documentation is publicly available in the Imperial Formation Archive. I released it 3 years ago. She looked at him. You released a military formation design principle publicly? A structural principle, Wei said. Structural principles work better when everyone uses them. Exclusive use doesn't improve the principle. It improves the holder's competitive position while leaving the field weaker overall. He paused. The formation we're standing next to was built 3,000 years ago with the same principles by a practitioner who is still present in the structure if you want to ask him questions. Sora looked at the Heaven's Gate threshold, which was visible as a dimensional shimmer in the air above the ocean boundary. Not dramatic, but present, the way a good wall was present. Your civilization survived because you built things that don't fail, she said. My civilization survived because it found the person building things that don't fail before the crisis arrived, Wei said. He thought about the timing, the military redesign authorization, the capital wall report, the 8 months before the fleet appeared in which the distributed build had been running. Narrowly, she was quiet for a moment. Then, we lost our home realm because our best formations failed under sustained attack. We have been doing formation warfare for 200 years, and we built things that could win individual battles, and none of them survived the full campaign. She looked at the secondary realm survey data she was holding. If we had understood this principle earlier, you would have built differently, Wei said. Your civilization is not lost. It is relocating. He paused. The secondary realm's ley line substrate is currently in surplus. There is a replenishment protocol that your formation masters and mine will need to manage jointly. I can provide the documentation. We accept the offer, she said, not for the first time in the formal negotiations, but here, in the private conversation, with the quality of someone saying a thing she meant rather than a thing she was authorized to say. When Wei reported this to Director Liu afterward, Liu said, I know. She said the same thing yesterday. He paused. But it was worth hearing from her formation engineer. Wei had not told the architect Void about the negotiation sessions until the third day, when the framework agreement was close to complete. He told the formation through the integration nodes that evening, laying out the structure of the arrangement. Migration civilization entering the secondary realm, joint maintenance protocol for the ley line replenishment, treaty terms establishing the boundary conditions. The architect void received this and was quiet for a long time. You are offering them the secondary realm, it said. They need it, Wei said. Their home realm is collapsing. There are approximately 90,000 people on those ships who have nowhere else to go. I built the Heaven's Gate formation to protect this continent, the architect void said, not to extend it to a foreign civilization. Wei looked at the formation documentation in his hands, the Jade Slip records, the 3,000 years of maintenance logic, the full design philosophy of the person who had built the continental array and chosen permanence over teaching. You built a threshold, Wei said. Thresholds have two sides. The architect void was quiet again. What are you afraid of? Wei said. The formation took a long time to answer. When it did, the load pattern quality of the communication had changed. Less of the precise structural vocabulary they had developed together, more of the older notation, the 3,000-year voice that surfaced when the architect void was not performing competence. I watched a civilization destroy itself, it said. Once, before I built this. Conflict between two populations who could not share the same space. I built the array to prevent that from happening to this continent. It paused. Inviting a foreign civilization into adjacent space is not what I designed against. It is what I designed for, Wei said. A threshold is not a wall. A wall keeps things out. A threshold means there is a way through. He paused. You spent 30 years building and 3,000 years maintaining. In that time, the thing you were most afraid of, conflict between populations who cannot share space, moved closer to happening, not further away. The migration force was 4 days from a landing. Your maintenance work did not prevent that. The network held, the architect void said. The network was never the solution, Wei said. The network was the time we needed to find a different solution. He looked at the Heaven's Gate threshold, still visible on the horizon, the dimensional shimmer above the water. You were right that the continent needed to be protected. You were wrong about what protection required. The architect void was very quiet for a long time. Then it said, I am afraid they will take more than the secondary realm. I know, Wei said. That is a structural concern, and we can design for it. Treaty terms, boundary maintenance protocols, joint oversight of the Heaven's Gate threshold conditions. These are documented, certifiable, maintainable. He paused. This is what structure is for. Not to prevent possibility, but to manage it. Chapter 109. The deal Wei didn't take. Tan Yaoguang arrived at the Heaven's Gate boundary point on the day the formal treaty was signed, carried by a delegation from the migration fleet's civilian leadership who had spent 3 weeks establishing that he was, in their legal framework, a formal representative of the Celestial Engineers Guild, and therefore a party with standing to participate in formation-related negotiations. He looked older. Not dramatically, 6 months of ocean travel and migration fleet politics, not years. But he had the exhaustion of a man who had made a large bet and had been watching the board since to see whether it would pay out. Wei met him privately, at the migration leadership's request, before the formal session. I know you're going to turn down the deal, Ten said. Wei looked at him. What deal? The exclusive licensing agreement, Ten said. Guild access to the secondary realm's formation maintenance rights, in exchange for the Guild's institutional support for your training program. He paused. The migration leadership asked me to propose it. I told them you would decline. You told them correctly, Wei said. I know the counteroffer you'll make, Ten said. Open participation, no exclusivity. The Guild as one certified provider among many. He looked at Wei steadily. I also know you'll implement the training program regardless of whether we accept the counteroffer. Yes, Wei said. Then why offer the counter? Tan said. If you're going to implement it anyway, the Guild's cooperation adds nothing you can't get from other sources. Wei thought about this. The Guild has the largest existing institutional infrastructure for formation training on the continent. That infrastructure is currently idle because the Guild's monopoly model collapsed. Redirecting it toward an open training program rather than a licensing scheme would accelerate the knowledge propagation. He paused. I don't need the Guild's cooperation. I would use the Guild's cooperation if it were offered on terms that don't create exclusive dependency. Ten was quiet for a moment. You're not angry with me. I documented your actions, Wei said. The trees and forgeries, the information transfer to the migration fleet, the void fracture materials. All of it is in the official record. What you did was wrong and the consequences will be proportionate to the record. He paused. I am not angry. Anger is not a structural emotion. What is that supposed to mean? It means anger tells you something went wrong, Wei said. I already have the documentation. I don't need the anger to tell me something went wrong. He paused. What I need from you is your complete assessment of the migration leadership's goals and concerns, which you have more direct knowledge of than anyone else on this side of the boundary. Your knowledge has value regardless of how you obtained it. Tim looked at him for a long moment. You're asking me for the intelligence. You spent 3 weeks with the migration leadership, Wei said. What do they want, beyond the secondary realm? What are they afraid of? What would make the treaty sustainable from their side? Tim sat down. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, they're afraid you'll change your mind. About what? About any of it, Tim said. The secondary realm offer. The boundary conditions. The joint maintenance protocol. They have been told by every government they have approached in their home realm that cooperation would happen, and then had the terms changed after they were committed. He looked at Wei. They don't trust that what you've offered will still be available after they've entered the secondary realm and cannot leave. Wei thought about this. It was a structural concern, a trust problem, which was the human equivalent of a load path concern. The terms needed to be certifiable, not just offered. Show them the documentation, he said. Everything. The design specifications for the Heaven's Gate formation. The ley line replenishment protocol. The maintenance team requirements. The boundary conditions. All of it, certified and sealed by the Imperial Archive and by the architect Void's formation signature. He paused. A building's integrity isn't demonstrated by the builder's reputation. It's demonstrated by the structural documentation. If they can read the design, they don't need to trust my word. Tim was quiet for a moment. You'd give them the full technical documentation for the Heaven's Gate formation? I gave the full technical documentation for the Continental Defensive Network to every sect and city-state on the continent 3 months ago, Wei said. The principle is the same. Chapter 110. What he needed from them. The training program launched 3 weeks after the treaty was signed, in the same week that the migration fleet began moving through the Heaven's Gate threshold into the secondary realm. Wei watched both from the eastern coast observation post, where the Heaven's Gate formation was visible as a dimensional shimmer above the water, and the migration fleet was visible as a procession of formation-bearing ships moving through the shimmer in an orderly sequence, 2 ships an hour, the process that would take approximately 4 weeks to complete. The Formation Architecture Academy's founding documentation was in the courier pack beside him. Lin Suyin was in the capital handling the institutional registration process. Feng Bao was writing the first materials theory curriculum module. Assessor Ku Bailing, who had ended her guild career 3 years ago to testify for Wei and had been operating as an independent formation certification specialist since, was in the bureau conference room, going through the certification framework that would govern the new institution. Wei had asked each of them if they wanted to do these things, specifically. Not assumed. Asked. Lin had said, I've been your lead surveyor for 3 years, and I'm the best spatial assessor on the continent after you. Yes. Feng had said, teaching is what I should have been doing for the past 40 years. I would be delighted. Ku had said, the certification framework needs someone who understands both the technical standards and the institutional pathways. I understand both. Yes. He had also asked Bai Rulin if she wanted to develop the combat formation curriculum. She had said, I have been writing it for 2 years. I assumed I would be involved. He had noted that as feedback for next time. The invitation should come earlier, not after the person has already committed themselves. Tan Yaowang's counteroffer had been declined, as expected. The guild was offered participation as a certified training provider on standard terms, equal standing with any other certified provider, no exclusive rights, standard audit requirements. The acting guild leadership had accepted after a week of deliberation. Tan's personal standing in the institution was a separate question involving the ongoing legal proceedings. He was not the person who had made the acceptance decision. Wei had written in his notes, * guild participation in training program. Accepted. Significant institutional capacity now redirected toward knowledge propagation rather than monopoly maintenance. Intended outcome achieved through different mechanism than original guild structure. * He watched a formation ship pass through the Heaven's Gate threshold and disappear into the dimensional shimmer. From the other side of the threshold, the architect Void was monitoring the migration. Wei could feel the formation's attention through the integration nodes. Not hostile, not the territorial watchfulness of the first days after Wei had declined the merger, but something more like the attention he gave to the load monitoring reports. Steady, comprehensive, working. You're watching them closely, Wei said. I am learning their formation architecture. The architect Void said. Their formation engineering is technically different from the continents. The underlying principles are different in specific ways that I am cataloging. A pause. Some of their approaches are interesting. Wei had not expected the architect Void to find the migration formation architecture interesting. He had expected tolerance, possibly. After the extended negotiation about the treaty terms and the boundary conditions, and the maintenance protocol. He had not expected interest. What did you find? He said. Their formation anchoring technique, the architect Void said. For installations in unstable chi substrate, they use a tension network rather than a compression foundation. In your design philosophy, you build down into bedrock to create compression anchors. They build laterally across the surface to create tension networks that hold each other in place. A pause. The technique fails under different conditions than yours. It has structural advantages in substrate types I have not previously worked with. Another pause. The combination would be more robust than either approach alone. Wei wrote in his survey notebook, *architect Void, actively cataloging migration formation architecture. Identified tension network anchoring as a technique with structural value. Suggests synthesis of two approaches. He paused. 3,000 years of isolation and the first new technical input in that time is producing exactly the response that would be most useful. I'd like to read your analysis when you've finished it, Wei said. I will document it in our notation system, the architect Void said. Wei looked at the formation ship, still moving through the threshold, slow and ordered. The migration civilization, carrying everything that remained of 3 centuries of knowledge and culture and formation engineering. Entering a threshold Wei had built, and the architect Void had maintained for 3,000 years. He thought about the word threshold again. A structure designed with an opening. A formation built to have passage conditions rather than just barrier conditions. He wrote, the Heaven's Gate threshold is doing what it was designed to do. He added, the architect Void is doing what it was designed to do. If it had been designed for this, he added, below that, next. Work on the maintenance protocol documentation with Sorokitane's team. The joint oversight structure needs implementation before the fleet completes the passage. He closed the notebook and began writing the meeting request. Chapter 111. The first interference event registered as a boundary flicker on the 3rd day of the fleet passage. Wei was at his desk reviewing the maintenance protocol documentation when the formation monitoring system sent an alert through his integration node awareness. A load irregularity at the Heaven's Gate threshold, specifically at the dimensional boundary node on the western edge of the passage channel. The irregularity lasted 4 seconds. The boundary stabilized. The formation ship that had been mid-transit at the time completed its crossing without incident. The formation master monitoring the threshold sent a report by courier within the hour. The report described the irregularity in precise technical terms and noted that no standard explanation was available. The boundary formation's load parameters had briefly shifted outside their normal operating range without any detectable external cause. Wei read the report and then read it again. He went to the Dongquan Scar site that afternoon. The western boundary node, he said, pressing his hands to the earth. The load irregularity this morning. The architect Void's response came through the formation substrate with the quality of someone who had been waiting for this question. The node required adjustment. The migration vessel's formation architecture was producing resonance at a frequency that required compensation. The passage channel is designed for that resonance range, Wei said. I tested it before we opened the threshold. It handles the migration vessel's formation signatures within rated parameters. Your design uses standard substrate anchoring. The migration vessel produced a tension network chi field that interacted differently than predicted. Wei thought about this. The tension network anchoring the architect Void had identified as interesting 3 weeks ago. The resonance interaction, he said. Was it actually dangerous? A pause in the load patterns. Not at that load level. Then why did you adjust it? To prevent potential instability at higher load densities if multiple vessels pass simultaneously. The passage schedule has multiple vessels passing simultaneously in 3 days, Wei said. The peak passage window. Yes. You intervened in the boundary formation 3 days before the condition you were preventing would occur, Wei said. Rather than monitoring the condition as it developed and intervening at the point of actual risk. The load patterns were quiet for a moment. This is standard maintenance practice for a structure of this age and complexity. Early intervention prevents cascade events. Wei looked at the ground under his palms. He thought about what Feng Bao had told him after the first series of communications. The architect Void's documentation looked like handover material. He thought about the architect Void's interest in the migration formation architecture. He thought about the way the architect Void had engaged with the maintenance protocol discussions. Thorough, technically rigorous, but always positioned as the senior party explaining the system rather than a collaborator building something new. He thought about what happened when a structure's manager began making adjustments that only the manager could evaluate. I want to review the technical record of the adjustment, Wei said. Full load path data for the western node, before and after. That data is in the formation monitoring archive. The monitoring archive doesn't have the internal load path data. It has the external sensor readings. Wei kept his voice neutral. I need the internal records. The data that the formation records from inside the boundary substrate. Another pause. I will provide them. Today, Wei said. He waited. The 40-second rhythm cycled. The earth was warm under his palms, the warmth of a formation that had been running for 3,000 years. From somewhere far to the northeast, through the integration node network, he felt the architect void accessing the records. The data appeared in the formation substrate of his survey notebook. He read it there, through his formation awareness, rather than asking for a physical copy. 40 seconds. Then he read it again. The technical record showed an adjustment that was, as described, a maintenance intervention for a genuine resonance pattern. It also showed that the adjustment had been executed at a load level below the threshold where any standard monitoring protocol would have flagged the resonance as requiring intervention. The architect void had acted before the data suggested action was necessary. He could have been right about the cascade risk. The calculation was complex enough that Wei could not immediately determine whether the early intervention was necessary or precautionary. The question was whether the architect void's judgment should be the only judgment applied to that determination. I'll need Feng Bao to review the technical record, Wei said. Of course, the architect void said. Wei wrote in his notebook. Asterisk potential structural concern. Architect void making maintenance interventions that are technically defensible but outside the agreed monitoring threshold. The issue is not the technical decision. The issue is the process. Asterisk he paused. Survey this more carefully before concluding anything. Chapter 112. Over the next 11 days, there were 4 more boundary irregularities. Wei documented each one. Formation monitoring archive records, external sensor data, and, once Feng Bao confirmed the access protocol, the internal load path records the architect void provided for each event. The technical documentation on each intervention was consistent with the first. Adjustments made early, at load levels below the standard intervention threshold, for cascade risks that the architect void assessed as significant, but that Wei's structural analysis could not confirm as necessary at the point of intervention. The migration fleet's passage master, a formation engineer named Sora Kitane, who had been managing the fleet's safe transit, brought the boundary irregularities to Wei's attention on the 8th day with an expression Wei recognized as controlled alarm. The boundary is performing within its parameters, Kitane said. She was a compact woman with the steady voice of someone who had spent 20 years making technical assessments in difficult conditions, and she chose her words with a precision that suggested she was aware the conversation was being monitored. But my engineers are finding the adjustment pattern difficult to model. Each intervention produces a slightly different load response, and the differences are not consistent with the boundary formation's documented behavior. The adjustments are being made by the formation intelligence that maintains the continental array, Wei said. I know. She looked at him steadily. My engineers are finding it difficult to do their jobs when the boundary is being adjusted by a system they cannot monitor or predict. She paused. I am not saying the adjustments are harmful. I am saying that an unpredictable formation boundary makes passage planning very difficult, and difficult passage planning increases the risk of exactly the kind of cascade events the adjustments are supposedly preventing. Wei wrote in his notebook that evening. Asterisk Sora Kitane's concern is structurally valid. The interventions are creating uncertainty that produces risk through a different pathway than the risk they prevent. This is not a technical dispute. This is a structural design question about who has authority to modify the boundary formation and under what conditions. Asterisk he traced the pattern of interventions against the formation monitoring data, looking for the nodes the architect void was using to execute the adjustments. He found it on the 12th day. The interventions were all routed through a single foundation node, not the continental array's primary network, but a distinct node at the edge of the integration system's reach, anchored in bedrock approximately 300 kilometers from the Dongquan site. He checked his survey records from the Stone Pillar sect, nearly 8 years ago. The node's location matched the ancient formation scar beneath the Stone Pillar sect's training ground, the first scar he had found, the one he had copied into his notebook in Chapter 3 without understanding what it was. The one Elder Feng Bao had been visibly unsettled to see him sketching. This was the architect void's first work. Built before the merger, before the continental array, before anything Wei had encountered in the formation records. It was not a relay node. It was the origin point, the first formation the architect void had built from his own mind, before he extended that mind into the structure and became part of it. The foundation lock was the architect void's original self, preserved in stone, and it was currently being used to execute boundary interventions that only the architect void could evaluate, on a passage corridor that 40,000 people were using to relocate their civilization. Wei sat with this information for a long time, looking at the location on his survey map. Then he made a decision. He did not go to the Dongquan Scar. He went to the Stone Pillar sect. Chapter 113. He arrived at the Stone Pillar sect in the early morning, when the lower training grounds were quiet and the dew was still on the foundation stones. The training ground looked the same as it had 8 years ago, when he had been an outer disciple with shattered meridians and a notebook full of load path diagrams. The stone was weathered. The formation array in the center of the ground was the same basic design that had been there when he arrived and had been maintained adequately, if not brilliantly, by the sect's current formation staff. The ancient scar beneath it was invisible to casual observation. He set down his survey pack and began installing a monitoring array. Not a standard monitoring array. He designed this one specifically for this application. Over the 2 days of travel from the capital to the Shuangling corridor and through the forest road to the sect, the array was calibrated to detect and record chi load patterns at the node's depth and frequency range, which were distinct from anything in the standard formation monitoring specifications. It was also designed to report its data to the integration network relay he had been gradually extending over the past year, which meant the monitoring output would be accessible to Feng Bao, Lin Suyin, Sora Kitane, and Director Liu Baiyun's archive team. The installation took 4 hours. He worked methodically, checking each anchor point before committing load to it, verifying the relay connections at each stage. The sect's current formation master, a young woman named Elder Supervisor Gao who had been appointed after Peng Juxing's removal, watched from a respectful distance and did not interfere. She had been briefed that this was bureau infrastructure work. When the monitoring array was active, Wei activated the data relay and published the first monitoring report to the integration network. The report identified the node's location, its historical record as the foundation lock of the continental array's origin point, its role in the recent boundary interventions, and the technical parameters of each intervention that had been executed through it. The report named the architect void as the source of the interventions. He sent copies to Sora Kitane, Feng Bao, Lin Suyin, Liu Baiyun, and Wan Dongha. He also sent a copy to the architect void through the integration node at the Dongquan site. The response came through the formation substrate of his survey notebook before he had finished packing up his installation tools. The load pattern was different from any of the previous communications, not structured argument, not technical documentation. It had the quality of a structure under unexpected load. You published it, the architect void said. Yes, Wei said. Without telling me first. I documented the installation. I sent you a copy of the report. He continued packing. You have been performing maintenance interventions on a shared formation structure without notifying the other parties who have operational responsibilities for that structure. I have documented those interventions and made the documentation available to the parties who need it to do their jobs. A pause that carried a different frequency than usual. Asterisk, I have maintained this structure for 3,000 years. The documentation of my methods has never been anyone else's concern. Asterisk, the structure is no longer functioning in isolation, Wei said. It is a shared boundary between 2 civilizations with 40,000 people currently in transit through it. The methods of its maintenance are the operational concern of everyone responsible for that transit. The structural decisions are too complex for what? Wei said. He kept his voice even. Too complex for the people whose lives depend on the structure? Too complex for the formation engineers responsible for the fleet's safe passage? Too complex for the maintenance oversight body we agreed to establish. He closed his survey pack. If the structural decisions are too complex for anyone other than you to understand, then we have a structural design problem in the maintenance system, not a problem with the documentation. The response took a long time. The monitoring array around the foundation lock cycled through its first complete data collection. The morning had warmed, the dew dried from the training ground stones, and the sect's disciples had begun their practice sessions in the adjacent courtyard, their cultivation techniques audible at the edge of his formation awareness. The architect void said, "You will not be able to read everything the monitoring array records. Feng Bao and Sora Kitane together will be able to read most of it," Wei said. "I will explain the rest." He shouldered his pack and began the walk back toward the road. The foundation lock was behind him, the monitoring array around it running its first day of continuous data collection. The architect void's awareness was in the formation substrate of the stones under his feet. "I am not your adversary," Wei said, to the ground. "I am the person documenting your work so that others can understand it. That's different." No response came through the formation substrate. He kept walking. Chapter 114. The architect void's response arrived 3 days later, and it was not through the monitoring array or the integration node at Dongquan or the formation substrate of Wei's notebook. It was through the continental array itself. Wei felt it through his meridians first, a pressure increase in the formation load around him that had no source in his integration nodes or the local ley line density. He was in the capital at his desk, and the pressure built from ambient to significant in approximately 30 seconds, which was very fast for a formation load shift. Then the monitoring reports started coming in. The formation sensing network across the continent was detecting simultaneous activation events at the continental array's foundation nodes. Not the 17 nodes that had been active during the Heaven's Gate reactivation, but all 41 of them, plus the ancient foundation points that the standard monitoring network had not previously identified as formation nodes. They were activating in a pattern that Wei had never seen in 8 years of surveying the network, a pattern that suggested a full-capacity deployment rather than a diagnostic or maintenance sequence. The chi load in the capital's formation network jumped in ways the local monitoring systems were not calibrated to handle. The monitoring reports described formation interference at every installation within 300 kilometers of the nearest active node. Lights in the Bureau's corridor flickered. The training ground array in the Bureau's exercise facility failed its load-bearing test for the first time since Wei had redesigned it. The ground vibrated. Not seismically. It was formation pressure translated into mechanical movement, the continental array's activation resonating through the chi substrate and into the physical rock. His workshop's upper shelves shed several binders that had been precariously stacked. The monitoring array he had installed at the Stone Pillar Sect's training ground sent a load alert through the relay network. The foundation lock was operating at peak output. Wei walked out of his workshop, down the corridor, and out of the Bureau building into the courtyard. The sky was the same sky. No visible changes. But the chi field was wrong, saturated, pressured. The formation load from the continental array bleeding through the integration network and into every formation installation on the continent's surface. He could feel it in his reformed meridians the way you feel thunder through the ground before you hear it. He opened his formation awareness fully and read the continental array's load profile. 94% of rated capacity. The highest it had operated since the activation of the Heaven's Gate formation. Possibly the highest it had operated in 3,000 years. He could feel the architect void in the load. Not the steady patient maintenance intelligence he had been communicating with for weeks, but something that had a quality of demonstration to it. Every formation master within range of the continental network was feeling what the continental array could do at high capacity. The city's trembling. The ley lines lighting. The integration nodes straining against loads they had been designed to manage at a fraction of this level. This was not maintenance. This was a structural threat display. Wei stood in the courtyard and let his formation awareness extend outward across the network, reading the load distribution pattern, finding the load path architecture of a 94% deployment of the most powerful formation in recorded history. You're running at 94%, he said, addressing the formation awareness around him. You have 6% headroom. He paused. You're not going to push past 94%. The load held at 94%. You designed this structure too well to risk it on a threat display, Wei said. At 98%, you begin approaching the stability threshold of the Heaven's Gate boundary. At 100%, you risked the dimensional boundary's integrity, not because the continental array would fail, but because the formation interference would affect the boundary's load-shedding pathways. He kept his voice the same as it always was when he was describing a structural assessment. You will not damage the Heaven's Gate formation. That's the one structure you've maintained for 3,000 years. You will not let the threat display collapse it. The formation load held for 11 seconds. Then it began to reduce. Not fast, not the sudden retreat of a bluff that had been called, but the controlled load shedding of a formation master who had designed his own deactivation sequence with the same care he had designed everything else. 94 to 80, 80 to 60, 60 to the standard operational parameters where it had been running before the demonstration began. The ground stopped vibrating. The monitoring network stabilized. The Bureau's corridor lights came back on fully. Wei stood in the courtyard for a long moment. His formation awareness still extended across the network, reading the load settle. Structural failure imminent was not accurate, he said. You were nowhere near failure. You were demonstrating load capacity. He paused. I understand. You needed to show me what you could do. That's documented now. In the monitoring network, in the Bureau's instrument records, in the reports every formation master in range has already filed. He paused. Now we know your operational parameters at high capacity. That information is useful for the maintenance protocol. No response came through the integration nodes. He waited. Then he walked back inside. Chapter 115. The negotiation that followed was different from the exchanges that had preceded it. Before the threat display, the architect void had been engaged but positioned. A senior partner explaining his methods, occasionally frustrated, occasionally compelling. After the threat display failed to produce the outcome he had presumably intended, the engagement changed. The load pattern communications were more careful. The structural arguments were presented with more acknowledgement of alternative viewpoints. The pace was slower. Wei spent 3 sessions working through what had changed before he understood it. The architect void had been alone for 3,000 years. He had maintained his position, his methods, his judgment, his operational authority, against everything, because there had been nothing to test it against. Wei was the first formation master in 3,000 years who had built something the architect void respected and who had also refused to yield. The threat display had been the architect void's final test of whether Wei would back down when the stakes were stated plainly. Wei had not backed down. The architect void did not know what to do next. That was the quality that had changed in the load pattern communications. Wei recognized it because he had felt it himself. The state of having exhausted the design approaches you know and needing to develop a new one. Your 3,000-year maintenance record is real, Wei said, in the 4th session after the threat display, at the Dongquan site with his palms on the warm earth. It's the most impressive structural achievement I have ever encountered. I want to say that clearly before I say the next part. Say the next part, the architect void said. Your 3,000-year maintenance record has prevented any growth in formation knowledge for 3,000 years, Wei said. Every formation master in that period has been working in the shadow of a structure they can't study, can't improve, and can't learn from. The continental array is not accessible to other practitioners. The Heaven's Gate formation was deliberately hidden. The foundation lock is buried under a training ground that no one was told was significant. He paused. You have been protecting the continent by making it impossible for the continent to learn how to protect itself. A long silence. I did not want it dismantled, the architect void said. The distributed formation networks of my era were dismantled by the guild's predecessors, who believed that formation knowledge should be controlled. I had just seen that happen. I designed the array to be protected from the same fate. By hiding it from everyone, Wei said. By making it appear that it did not need maintenance. That there was nothing worth studying. That the continent's formation systems were adequate without it. A pause. The guild would not have been able to control what they could not find. That strategy worked, Wei said. The array survived 3,000 years. The guild never found it. And every formation practitioner in 3,000 years worked at a level below what they could have reached, because the most advanced formation architecture in existence was unavailable to them. Yes, the architect void said. I am going to make it available, Wei said. The array's design documentation. The Heaven's Gate formation's structural specifications. The foundation lock's architectural record. All of it, to every formation master on both sides of the Heaven's Gate boundary. He paused. This is the action I am proposing. I want your objections, because if you have structural objections I haven't considered, I want to know them before I proceed. The load patterns were quiet for a long time. Long enough that the afternoon light shifted and the temperature dropped, and Lin Suyin, at her monitoring station at the scar boundary, lit a small lantern. The objection I would have made 3 months ago, the architect void said, was that open documentation exposes the array to the kind of deliberate dismantling I spent 3,000 years preventing. And now, Wei said, now I have watched you document the monitoring array data at the foundation lock, publish it openly, and use public accountability to stop my boundary interventions without destroying any part of the formation infrastructure. A pause. The guild's predecessors dismantled distributed formation networks because they could not control them through accountability mechanisms. They had to physically remove the structures. You stopped my interventions by documenting what I was doing. The mechanism works differently than I understood. Wei wrote in his notebook. Architect void updating model based on new evidence. This is what happens when a 3,000-year-old intelligence encounters a situation it hasn't modeled. Open documentation doesn't mean unprotected, Wei said. The formation architecture I've published is more robust against attack than it was when it was secret, because practitioners who understand it can defend it. He looked at the ground under his hands. The same logic applies to your array. You have been building toward this argument for a long time, the architect void said. Since I found the first formation scar, Wei said. I just didn't know what I was building toward. A pause. Then, carefully, with the quality of a structure committing to a load it has never carried before. I will provide the documentation. For review by the maintenance oversight body first. Then for distribution to qualified practitioners. For distribution to all practitioners, Wei said. Not qualified ones. All of them. The load patterns were very still. All of them, the architect void said. You are asking me to do what my opponents did, distribute formation knowledge without restriction. I'm asking you to do what you believed in before the war, Wei said. The position you fought for. The one you lost. The silence was the longest of any of their sessions. The lantern at the scar boundary cast a small, warm circle of light. The monitoring array cycled through its data collection. The formation below breathed its 40-second rhythm. The knowledge base, the architect void said at last, asterisk is larger than any formation practitioner alive can process. It will take time to make it navigable. Asterisk, I know, Wei said. That's what we'll work on. He had not asked for agreement. He had stated the direction and waited to see whether the structure would carry the load. The structure was carrying it. He wrote, asterisk documentation release agreed. Timeline to be determined. Architect void engaged as collaborator rather than obstructor. Asterisk he added. Asterisk 3,000 years to get here. Within reasonable tolerance. Asterisk chapter 116, the architect void's counteroffer arrived 48 hours after the documentation agreement. In a sequence of load pattern communications that Wei received through the monitoring array he had maintained in his workspace rather than at the Dongquan site. It arrived in two parts. The first part, a technical specification. Wei read it through his formation awareness as it appeared in the formation substrate of his workspace walls. Not on paper this time, but embedded directly in the chi field around him, legible only to someone with his level of structural sensitivity. The specification described a formation bond, distinct from the merger the architect void had originally proposed, distinct from the standard integration node protocols that connected Wei's distributed network to the continental array's foundation layer. Narrower, more specific, less permanent. The bond would connect Wei's formation awareness to the continental array's emergency load management system. If the array ever faced a structural event beyond its design parameters, a load it had not been built to handle, a cascade failure that exceeded the architect void's management capacity, the bond would allow Wei's structural instincts to provide a circuit breaker response, not to take over the array, not to become part of it, to be available when the structure exceeded its own capabilities. The bond was temporary, reviewable, structured with termination conditions. The second part, a statement. Asterisk, I will release the documentation without conditions. This is not offered as a trade. The documentation should have been available to formation practitioners for 3,000 years, and it was not. And that was my decision, and it was wrong. And I am correcting it. Asterisk, a pause in the load patterns. Asterisk, the bond offer is separate. I am not asking for it as payment for the documentation. I am asking for it because I have been maintaining this structure alone for 3,000 years, and I have just agreed to release the design specifications for every structural decision I have made in that period, and the structure will be under scrutiny it has never faced. And if something goes wrong, I would like there to be someone who understands it well enough to help. Asterisk, Wei sat with this for a long time. He thought about what the architect void was actually saying underneath the structural language. 3,000 years of making every decision alone. 3,000 years of being the only consciousness in the structure, the only judgment available, the only reference point. And now, the decision to open all of that to scrutiny from practitioners who would find mistakes and gaps in choices that hadn't been optimal, and to face that alone. He wrote in his notebook, asterisk, the bond offer is not a power grab. It is a request for a colleague. Asterisk. He wrote below, asterisk, this is what I was missing in my original refusal of the merger. The merger was not about power. It was about loneliness. He has been alone in this structure for 3,000 years. The merger offer was, come be alone with me. The bond offer is, stay yourself, but be reachable when I need someone who understands what I'm doing. Asterisk, he set the pen down and looked at what he had written. Then he went to find Elder Feng Bao. Chapter 117. Feng Bao was in his materials workshop when Wei arrived. A room that smelled permanently of void granite and mineral solvents, its shelves lined with materials samples and formation substrates in careful array. He was annotating a sample comparison when Wei knocked at the open door, and he looked up with the particular attention of someone who reads the urgency in a situation before the person speaking has said anything. The architect void has made a new offer, Wei said. Feng Bao set down his pen. Wei explained the bond specification. He placed his notes on the workbench between them. Feng Bao read the technical specification with the focused silence he gave to any formation document he hadn't seen before, and his expression was difficult to read, which was not unusual, but his hands were very still, which was. When he finished reading, he looked up. He's not offering you a job, Feng Bao said. He's offering you a successor role. The difference is you keep your choices. Wei looked at him. He offered you something 30 years ago, he said. It was not a question. He had suspected it since the night in the Stone Pillar sect's lower training grounds, when Feng Bao had been visibly unsettled by the formation scar Wei was sketching. He had not asked until now because he had not had the right framing. Feng Bao was quiet for a moment. The same thing, he said. The same bond specification, as far as I can tell from your description. He folded his hands. I was the guild's chief structural theorist at the time. I had found references to the continental array in the restricted archive, not the design documentation, just references, enough to understand that something significant existed. I was trying to locate it when the architect Void made contact. He paused. The communication was through a formation installation in the guild's research facility. I had been working there for 6 months. He had been watching me. What did you say? No. Feng Bao looked at the materials samples on his shelf without seeing them. I said no because I was afraid. Not of the bond specifically. Of what it would mean to be connected to something I didn't understand, that had been alone for that long, that wanted something from me I couldn't evaluate. He paused. The architect Void accepted my refusal. He told me the documentation would not be released and the bond would not be offered again unless the right person arrived. Feng Bao looked at Wei. Then the guild found out I had been contacted. They seized my research and dismissed me under disputed circumstances, which was what I told you when I was being careful about the truth. Wei thought about 30 years. 30 years of Feng Bao working around the edges of a knowledge he had been forced away from, maintaining a formation library in a provincial sect, watching the guild's practices from a distance, waiting for something he could not have named precisely. You recognized it immediately, Wei said. The first formation scar I sketched. I recognized the notation style. The architect Void's notation is distinct. Feng Bao looked at the notes on the workbench. You're not afraid. I'm not afraid of the bond, Wei said. I'm uncertain whether it's a good structural decision. Those are different things, Feng Bao said. You're not afraid. So maybe the answer is different than mine was. Wei looked at the technical specification. The bond terms. The termination conditions that would require someone to carefully draft them, because the architect Void had specified the bond could be structured with conditions, but had not specified what those conditions should be. He had, Wei realized, deliberately left that design work to Wei. I want your technical review of the specification before I decide, Wei said. Not your advice. Your structural analysis. Feng Bao nodded and picked up his pen. I'll need until morning. Chapter 118 Feng Bao's structural analysis identified 3 points of concern and 1 significant omission in the bond specification, and Wei addressed all 4 before he formulated his counteroffer. The 3 concerns. The bond's load transfer mechanism needed a maximum capacity rating explicitly stated rather than left open-ended. The review interval needed a specific format, not just a specified frequency, and the termination conditions needed independent verification triggers rather than self-reporting by either party. The omission. The bond specification described what would happen if the array needed help. It did not describe what would happen if the bond became a burden to Wei rather than a resource. If the connection itself created load that interfered with his other work or his formation practice or his life. Wei wrote a 4th termination condition. The bond terminated if Wei assessed it as impairing his capacity to function as a formation master, and the architect Void, after review, concurred or failed to provide a structural argument for continuation. He sent the counteroffer to the Dongquan Scar site through the formation monitoring relay and waited. The architect Void's response arrived within 6 hours. It was characteristically precise. 3 of the 4 modifications were accepted as stated. The 4th, the Wei-assessed impairment clause, was accepted with a clarifying amendment. The architect Void's concurrence requirement was replaced with a third-party assessment by Feng Bao or his nominated successor, because the architect Void noted that 2 parties with aligned interests assessing whether one of them was impaired was not a structurally sound oversight mechanism. Wei looked at this amendment for a long moment. Then he wrote in his notebook, He's been alone for 3,000 years, and he just identified a conflict of interest problem in a proposed contract term. That's either very good news or very concerning. He sent back. Amendment accepted. Bond conditions finalized. The bond formation itself was technically elegant, cleaner in its structural logic than anything Wei had designed, which he expected, because the architect Void had 3,000 years of formation design accumulated, and this was apparently something he had been thinking about for 30 years. The connection established through the integration node network rather than through any biological interface, which meant it was fully observable through the formation monitoring system and could be documented in the maintenance protocol. Wei felt it settle into place through his restructured meridians, not intrusive, not demanding, the way a formation feels when you've designed it with the right load tolerance. It was present without being heavy, accessible without being insistent, the way a well-built structural connection feels when you've solved the load path correctly. The architect Void said, a structural bond with termination clauses and review periods. Of course, Wei said. Every contract should have them. A pause in the load patterns that was different from any previous pause. Not the quality of computation, not the quality of reluctance. The quality of something being set down that had been carried for a very long time. Yes, the architect void said. I understand that now. Chapter 119. The documentation release took 6 weeks to prepare, and every day of those 6 weeks, Pavilion head Gu Mengji worked alongside Wei and the architect void to make it accessible. The documentation was not a single archive. It was 3,000 years of structural knowledge organized in the notation system the architect void had developed, which was not the same as any current formation notation system, but which was the ancestor of several of them. Readable by formation practitioners with the right foundational training, comprehensible in outline to anyone with structural instincts, and staggering in its scope for anyone who understood what they were looking at. Gu Mengji organized it. This was her specific genius, the capability Wei had been watching since their first meeting. She understood not just what documents meant, but how they related to each other, what order they needed to be read in, what prerequisite knowledge each section assumed. She had been archiving formation records for 30 years, and she knew, as few people did, how knowledge transfers failed when the recipient lacked the framework to use it. She worked with a team of 6 archivists and 2 formation scholars she trusted, and she worked 12-hour days for 6 weeks. And at the end, she produced an indexed catalog of 3,000 years of structural formation design that a motivated formation practitioner with a solid foundation could begin reading productively within a week. The simultaneous release to both sides of the Heaven's Gate boundary was Lin Suin's logistics. She coordinated with Sora Kitane's team to distribute the catalog to the Migration Civilization's formation engineers. At the same moment, it was distributed to the continent's practitioners through the Imperial Archive relay. The synchronization was precise. Wei had insisted on it, because releasing the documentation to one side first would signal a political preference that would undermine the joint maintenance oversight structure the treaty depended on. The relay transmission took 47 minutes. The acknowledgement confirmations came back from both sides within 6 hours, along with the first technical inquiries from practitioners who had already begun reading. Gu Mengji received the acknowledgement summary in her archive office on the evening of the release day and sat for a long time without doing anything. Wei came to find her. He had been reviewing relay confirmations and found her sitting with her hands folded and her eyes on the wall. 30 years, she said, when he appeared in the doorway. Of archiving, he said. Of understanding that the most significant formation archive in history existed, that I could find traces of it, but not the thing itself, and that the right person to unlock it had not yet arrived. She looked at him. This is what the archive was built for. In the original charter. In the language that has not meant anything practical for 800 years. She paused. The archive exists to preserve knowledge until the civilization is ready to use it. We were not ready for this documentation until now. We may not be fully ready now, Wei said. No, she agreed. But the documentation is indexed, and the practitioners who read it will develop the readiness, and the ones who come after them will be more ready, and so on. She looked at the relay confirmation summary. That is how knowledge works. You don't wait until you're ready. You make the thing available and become ready in the process of engaging with it. Wei looked at the confirmation numbers. Both sides. Practitioners he had never met, in a civilization he had learned about 6 months ago as an invasion force. Now reading the same 3,000-year structural archive as practitioners he had been training for 2 years. Building the same foundational language. The maintenance protocol review in 3 months, he said. I know, she said. The archive team will be ready. He nodded and turned to go. At the door, she said, Wei. The first document anyone requested on both sides was the same one. He stopped. Which document? The structural specification for the Heaven's Gate threshold's passage conditions, she said. The engineering record of how the boundary was designed to be a threshold and not a wall. She paused. People on both sides of it want to know that it was designed to let them through. He thought about this on the walk back to his workspace. About a structure designed to have passage conditions. About an architect who had built a boundary that could be crossed and had encrypted the knowledge of how to cross it until the moment when crossing it mattered. He wrote in his notebook, * the first document requested, passage conditions. Both sides. People want to know the exits exist before they trust the structure. * he wrote below. Next, maintain accordingly. Chapter 120. The documentation release had been active for 9 days when the first anomalous reference appeared in the catalog. It came from a formation practitioner on the Migration Civilization's side. A young engineer named Tessara Vaughn, who had been working through the foundational sections of the 3,000-year archive with the systematic thoroughness that suggested she had been waiting for exactly this kind of material. She sent a technical inquiry to the Maintenance Oversight Body's Formation Analysis team. She had found, In the archive's earliest documents, a cross-reference to a formation structure that was not the continental array and was not the Heaven's Gate formation and was not documented anywhere in the catalog itself. The cross-reference used a term that appeared 4 times in the oldest documents. The term translated, roughly, as the shattering. Wei received Tessara's inquiry through the oversight body relay and read it in his workspace on the morning of the 9th day. He sent it to the architect void immediately through the bond connection, which was faster than the integration node relay. The response came back in seconds, which was not the architect void's usual pace. The load patterns had the quality he had learned to associate with something that had been expected and had arrived earlier than anticipated. Yes, the architect void said. It exists. Wei sat down. Tell me, he said. Over the next 2 hours, the architect void described the shattering. Its name in the era when it was built, its architect, the philosophical opposition it represented. Where the architect void had built the continental array for permanence and the Heaven's Gate formation for extension, his great rival had built for a different principle entirely, that the only true protection was the certainty of mutual destruction. The Shattering's architect had believed that an attack on the continent would only be deterred if the attacker knew with certainty that the attack would destroy them as thoroughly as it destroyed the continent. She had built an array that failed catastrophically on a schedule, not by accident, but by design. A formation built to collapse in a specific pattern, the collapse itself shaped into a weapon by the structural logic of its own failure mode. The architect void had built Heaven's Gate specifically to counteract the shattering if it ever activated. They had been built in opposition to each other, the 2 most powerful formation structures in history, reflecting 2 incompatible philosophies about the nature of protection. The shattering had been dormant for 3,000 years. Its architect had died shortly after completing it, without completing the full activation mechanism. Tanya Wang had taken the guild's archive to the eastern coast. The guild's archive contained the shattering's original design documentation. Documentation the architect void had known about and had known was in the guild's possession for 3 centuries, because the guild's predecessors had seized it from the distributed formation networks after the war. Wei picked up his notation pen. What's the activation status? He said. Unknown, the architect void said. The shattering has a passive monitoring trigger. It responds to specific threat signatures by beginning a pre-activation sequence. The migration fleet would have triggered that sequence when it appeared off the eastern coast. A pause. I have been monitoring for this since the fleet arrived. I have not been able to locate the Shattering's foundation nodes because they are designed to be undetectable. The architect specifically designed against my monitoring capabilities, knowing I would look. But you knew it existed. Yes, and you didn't tell me. The pause was long. I was assessing whether the Heaven's Gate activation would prevent the Shattering from completing its pre-activation sequence. If the secondary realm was created and the migration force settled before the sequence completed, the threat signature would have been resolved and the activation sequence would have halted automatically. That was the calculation, Wei said. Yes. You didn't tell me because you thought you could resolve it without involving me. Wei looked at the bond connection in his formation awareness. The careful counteroffer. The termination conditions. The amendment requiring independent assessment. You were still working alone. I made an error in judgment, the architect void said. The timeline has been compressed. The documentation release accelerated the Shattering's pattern recognition. Practitioners reading the archive documents have been using the knowledge to perform surveys, and the survey activity has been producing chi field signatures that the Shattering's passive monitoring reads as threat indicators. The pre-activation sequence has resumed. Wei set down his pen. He picked it up again. Current activation status, he said. 23%, the architect void said. And climbing, Wei wrote in his notebook. Architect void concealed information about the shattering. Bond terms require notification of all structural threats to the array. Amendment 4 already triggered. The error is documented. He paused. The error is also understandable and addressing it is now the priority. He wrote below, survey before design. Find the Shattering's foundation nodes. He stood, put his notebook in his pack, and went to find Lin Suyin. She was in her coordination office, reviewing the documentation relay status reports. She looked up when he appeared and read his expression in the way she had learned to read it over 2 years of survey coordination work. New project, she said. Emergency survey, he said. I'll explain on the way. We're looking for something that was designed to be undetectable. She closed her notebook and picked up her survey pack from the hook by the door. She had started keeping it ready 2 years ago, after the 3rd time Wei had needed to leave within the hour. Where do we start? He thought about the Shattering. Its architect, who had been the architect void's great rival. who had known how the architect void would monitor for her work, who had designed against his monitoring capabilities. The places I would expect a formation master to build, given what she knew about her opponent, he said. She knew he would look for the same things he built. She would have built where he wouldn't look. He thought about where the architect void would not have looked for 3,000 years, if he had been maintaining a continental array and watching for specific threat signatures. The secondary realm, he said. She built in the area that didn't exist yet. The dimensional space that the Heaven's Gate formation would eventually create. Lin Suin's hand, reaching for the door handle, stopped. She built in a space that was empty when she built it, he said, and that the Heaven's Gate formation would eventually fill with exactly the threat signature that would trigger the pre-activation sequence. She looked at him. She planned for this. She planned for the other architect to succeed, Wei said. She built a failsafe inside his solution. He opened the door and they moved out into the corridor, and the sound of the bureau going about its morning work filled the space around them. And somewhere in the dimensional boundary that held the secondary realm and 40,000 survivors of a collapsing civilization, a 3,000-year-old formation designed to destroy everything was 23% toward completion. He had a notebook. He had a survey team. He had a bond connection to the most extensive formation intelligence in recorded history. He went to work. Chapter 121, the ancient text, called her the Shattering Architect, and Wei spent the first 2 hours of the transport to the Heaven's Gate threshold reading everything the architect void had released about her. Her name, in the records, was Zhenmaoyo. She had been born in an era when the continent's primary threat was not the migration force, but an earlier one, a coalition of cultivator nations from the far western reaches that had been conducting systematic raids for 3 decades, testing the continent's defenses, probing for weaknesses. She had watched those defenses fail. She had watched formations she'd helped design crumble under sustained attack. She had watched the continent's formation masters rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and she had looked at that cycle and concluded it was structurally unsound. Her solution had been to change the problem. Wei read her design philosophy in her own words, which the architect void had preserved in the archive, apparently without intending to include them, because there was a gap in the documentation sequence where they appeared, as if they had been filed somewhere else and the release algorithm had found them. The voice was precise and cold and utterly unafraid of her own conclusions. Asterisk, a structure that fails will always fail again. The only structure that does not fail is the structure that makes failure so catastrophic for everyone that no one will test it. Asterisk, she had then built the void fracture to prove the point. Lin Suin, sitting across from Wei in the transport, was reading the structural synopsis he had summarized from the bond connection. She was frowning with the particular expression she used when a survey revealed worse topology than expected. She built it so it could be triggered from either direction, she said. Not just activated. Triggered by anyone who knew the foundation signature. Including the people it was supposed to protect, Wei said. That's... Lin Suin paused. That's not a deterrent. That's a hostage system. Wei looked out the transport window at the Heaven's Gate boundary passing overhead, the barely visible shimmer of the dimensional threshold that separated the primary continent from the secondary realm. 40,000 people lived on the other side of that shimmer now. They had arrived as an invasion force and had become something else in the months since the treaty. Formation engineers learning from the 3,000-year archive. Builders exchanging techniques with continent practitioners at joint oversight sessions. A civilization rebuilding itself in a space that had not existed when they arrived. In that space, somewhere, the void fracture was 23% toward completion. She believed both populations would be safer if both populations could trigger it, Wei said. Mutual deterrence. If the migration force knows that the continent can destroy them, and the continent knows the migration force can trigger the same destruction in retaliation, then neither side has an incentive to move against the other. He set the summary down. It's a coherent structural logic. The flaw is that it only holds if both sides are rational actors with complete information and no one makes a mistake. Which is not a realistic load assumption, Lin Suin said. No, Wei said. It's the kind of assumption you make when you're so tired of watching things fail that you start believing certainty is worth any price. He understood it, he realized. He had not expected to understand it. He had spent his entire formation career building things that didn't fail, and Zhenmaoyo had spent her career watching things fail, and somewhere in the gap between those experiences was the disagreement that had produced 2 continent-spanning arrays built in philosophical opposition. She had not been wrong that the cycle of rebuilding was costly. She had been wrong about what the alternative was. He wrote in his notebook, asterisk, the shattering architect's error, assumed that eliminating failure was achievable only by making failure too catastrophic to risk. Alternative, designed for controlled failure rather than catastrophic failure. She never had access to redundancy theory. Asterisk he paused. Asterisk or she had access and rejected it. Need to check the archive? Asterisk he checked. She had rejected it. The documents were clear. She had considered Wei's own approach 3,000 years before Wei was born and had decided it was insufficient. A structure designed to fail gracefully still failed. She had wanted a structure that no one would ever put under load in the first place. Tessaravaln flagged the references in the archive, Wei said. Formation practitioner on the secondary realm side, 9 days into the release. How many people have read those documents since? Lin Suyin had the oversight relay open on her annotation pad. She checked. 47. 22 on the primary side, 25 on the secondary. Any formation masters? 11. The others are scholars and archivists. Survey practitioners? She checked again. 6. Including Tessaravaln and 3 members of the secondary realm's reconstruction engineering team. Wei calculated the chi field signature that 6 survey practitioners performing investigative surveys would produce. He thought about the Shattering's passive monitoring trigger. He thought about what Tessaravaln and her colleagues had probably done after finding references to an ancient unlocated formation. What any competent formation engineer would do. They had gone looking for it. They had walked the secondary realm's terrain with their formation awareness extended, looking for the structural signature of a 3,000-year-old array, which was exactly the survey behavior that the passive monitoring system read as a threat signature. They triggered the acceleration, he said, without knowing it. Competent practitioners doing their jobs, and every survey pulse they sent out looked like a threat scan to the Shattering's monitoring logic. He looked at the boundary shimmer. We need to reach Tessaravaln before her team conducts any more surveys. I'll send a relay, Lin Suyin said, already writing. Chapter 122. The Heaven's Gate threshold passage took 4 minutes from the primary side, which Wei had still not entirely grown accustomed to. The secondary realm had its own atmosphere, its own light quality, slightly gold-tinted where the primary side was white. Something about the chi substrate composition that Sora Kitane's engineering team had been documenting since the migration fleet arrived. It felt different underfoot in a way that Wei registered through his formation awareness rather than his feet. The load paths were younger here. The chi lines ran shallower, not yet settled into the deep bedrock channels that characterized the primary continent, which was also why the Shattering's foundation nodes were here. He had worked this out during the transport and confirmed it with the architect void through the bond connection. Zhenmalyo had not simply built in the dimensional space that didn't exist yet. She had built specifically in the chi substrate characteristics that would result from that space being created. The secondary realm's young, shallow chi lines were exactly the architectural environment her foundation nodes needed. Soft enough to receive deep anchor installation without leaving a signature that the architect void's deep monitoring array could read. She had known how he monitored. She had designed her foundation nodes to look, from above, like natural chi eddies in unsettled terrain. The architect void had been searching for them for 3 months and had found nothing. Wei was not surprised. His predecessor thought in terms of the monitoring tools he had available. Zhenmalyo had designed against those tools specifically. Wei needed different tools. He needed survey methodology that didn't depend on active formation signature detection. She studied the same structural principles the architect void used, he said to Lin Suyin, who was walking beside him through the secondary realm's reception district, a settlement of temporary structures that had been becoming less temporary by the month, as the migration population's architects began working with actual building materials from the realm's geological resources. She knew his blind spots. The question is what she didn't know. The Heaven's Gate formation, Lin Suyin said immediately. She had been thinking alongside him, which was her particular gift. She built before it existed. She predicted he'd build something to counteract the void fracture. She built the secondary realm placement specifically because his counterformation would create the right substrate, but she couldn't have known the exact design. Which means she couldn't have designed her nodes to hide from the Heaven's Gate monitoring specifically, Wei said. She hid from the continental array's monitoring. The Heaven's Gate formation uses a different monitoring principle, boundary layer resonance rather than deep substrate scanning. He looked at the ground. The nodes would be visible to a boundary layer survey. Lin Suyin was already unpacking her survey kit. She had walked barefoot on survey sites since Wei first recruited her, and she had learned to extend her formation awareness through direct contact rather than active projection, a passive technique that left no external signature. She pulled off her travel boots and stood in the secondary realm's soil. The chi lines here vibrate at about half the frequency of primary side terrain, she said. I've surveyed here 3 times. I know what normal feels like. You're looking for nodes that are vibrating at primary side frequency, Wei said, because that's what they were built in. She built them in the structural memory of a space that didn't exist yet but that she had calculated would exist, which means she used the spatial geometry of the primary continent as her foundation. Lin Suyin closed her eyes and was quiet for a long time. Wei looked at the secondary realm's horizon. The migration settlement extended for several kilometers. The reconstruction engineers had been methodical about land use, laying out the settlement with careful attention to the underlying geology. There were formation arrays visible throughout, standard-grade constructions, nothing like what the primary continent's more experienced practitioners built, but sound. The migration engineers had the foundational training. The archive documentation was going to change what they could do within a generation. If there was a generation to have. I feel something, Lin Suyin said. 7 degrees northeast of due north. Distance unclear, the resonance is diffuse. Like a load path with no obvious anchor point. Wei opened his notebook. Mark the direction. We'll triangulate. The architect void sent a load pattern communication through the bond. The activation status is now 26%. Wei noted the time. In the 3 hours since he'd left the bureau, the sequence had climbed 3%. The acceleration was not linear. It was responding to survey activity in real time, and the overnight surveys from Tessaraval's team had done more damage than he'd calculated. We need to reach Tan Yaoguang, he said. He has the guild archive. He has the original design documentation. He thought about what the architect void had told him. Tan had found the activation key in the archive. If Tan had found the key, Tan had been reading the Shatterings documentation carefully, which meant Tan might be the only person in the secondary realm who understood what was happening. Where is he? Lin Suyin asked, not opening her eyes. Wei sent a query through the maintenance oversight body's location relay. The response came back in 30 seconds. Tan Yaoguang was in the secondary realm's newly established formation research center, 3 kilometers southeast of the reception district, where he had apparently been conducting formation research continuously since arriving with the migration fleet 6 weeks ago. Of course he is, Wei said. Chapter 123. The Formation Research Center was a prefabricated structure that the migration engineers had clearly designed for rapid deployment. Lightweight frame construction, modular wall panels, good ventilation. The design aesthetic was different from anything the primary continent's architects produced. Lighter, more adaptive, built with the assumption that it would eventually be replaced by something permanent rather than expected to be permanent itself. Wei noted this as professionally interesting and kept moving. Tan Yaoguang met them in the anteroom. He looked different than Wei remembered from the last confrontation at the guild's capital offices. Older, more tired, but also somehow less rigid. The political armor that had been his defining feature through 2 years of antagonism had been removed, or had fallen away. What remained was a formation scholar who had been working in isolation for 6 weeks, and had clearly found something that consumed him entirely. He did not look surprised to see Wei. I expected you'd come when the activation signature became detectable, he said. He gestured toward the research room. Come and look at what I've found. The room was papered in documentation, not the guild's original archive texts, which were in jade slip format and stacked in careful trays along the far wall, but Tan's own notation transcriptions, translated into a hybrid script that combined the guild's standard system with the Shattering Architect's native notation. Wei recognized the work immediately. It was a line-by-line structural analysis, the kind of methodical review you did when you needed to understand not just what a structure did, but how it was built. He looked at the wall. He looked at Tan. He revised his assessment of what was happening. You've been trying to reverse engineer the termination sequence, he said. Tan Yaoguang looked startled. Not that Wei had arrived, but that Wei had gotten there so quickly. Yes, he said, after a moment. Not the activation sequence. No. Tan sat down at his work table, in the particular way of someone who had forgotten he was tired until he sat. I found the activation key in the archive 3 weeks ago. I understood immediately what it was. I also understood that activating the void fracture would end 2 civilizations, which was not what I wanted. He paused. I am aware that my record does not suggest a man particularly concerned with outcomes broader than his own interests. I am telling you what is true regardless of whether it is believable. Wei looked at the wall of notation. He thought about Tan Yaoguang at the capital offices, insisting on licensing fees for formations that Wei's students were building better than anything the guild produced. He thought about Tan on the eastern coast, taking the guild archive to the migration fleet in a move that had seemed like pure political opportunism. He thought about Tan here, 6 weeks later, alone in a prefabricated research center, working on the termination sequence of a weapon he had the key to activate and had not activated. You wanted to use the Shattering Architect's structural principles, Wei said. Apply them to the secondary realm's formation network. Deterrence through mutual destruction as a defensive design philosophy. Tan was quiet for a moment. Yes. And you concluded it wouldn't work. I concluded, Tin said carefully, that I couldn't make it work the way I wanted it to. The shattering architect's principles are sound. I still believe that. The problem is that her implementation is. He gestured at the wall. She built it as an all-or-nothing system. I wanted to apply the principles at a smaller scale to individual boundary formations. Use controlled failure modes as deterrents without the continental scale catastrophe. But the void fracture doesn't offer controlled failure modes. No, it's catastrophic or nothing. Tan looked at his notation. She was more committed to her philosophy than I realized. I thought I could extract the structural principles and apply them more carefully. What I found instead was that the principles only function at catastrophic scale. The deterrence value depends on the destruction being genuinely unsurvivable. A controlled version isn't a deterrent. It's just expensive. Wei looked at the notation wall. He was already reading it. The hybrid script was difficult, but the structural logic underneath was legible to someone with his formation awareness. He could see what Tan had found. He could also see what Tan had not found. The termination sequence requires triggering the array's own failure mode in a specific pattern, Wei said. You've been trying to design the trigger for 6 weeks, and you can't find it. The documentation is incomplete. Tan gestured at the jade slip trace. The archive contains the activation documentation and the structural specifications. The termination sequence is referenced 4 times in the archive. The actual termination design is not present. Wei looked at the jade slip trace. He thought about incomplete archives. He thought about a formation master who had died shortly after completing the void fracture, without completing the full activation mechanism, and, apparently, without including the termination sequence in the documentation she left. She kept it somewhere else, he said. That's my conclusion as well, Ten said. I don't know where. Wei pulled out his notebook. He wrote, Asterisk shattering architect built the termination sequence, but did not include it in the guild archive. The guild archive was seized from distributed formation networks after the war. Therefore, the termination sequence was in a different network. A network the guild didn't control. Asterisk, he looked up. She built the termination sequence into the foundation nodes, he said. Not as separate documentation, as structural logic embedded in the physical array. Ten went very still. The termination trigger is in the nodes themselves, Wei said. The documentation she didn't include in the archive was never meant to be documentation. She built it into the structure. Chapter 124. They argued about it for 2 hours, and Wei found the error at the end of the 2nd hour. The argument was not hostile. It was the kind of technical disagreement Wei had had with formation engineers for his entire career, where both parties were working from the same data and arriving at different conclusions, and the only way to resolve it was to trace every step of the other person's logic until someone found the wrong assumption. Tan was technically sophisticated. Wei had expected political maneuvering and found a genuine structural theorist working at the edge of his training. The error was in Tan's load distribution model for the foundation nodes. He had been working from the shattering architect's activation sequence documentation, which described how load moved through the nodes during activation. He had correctly identified that the termination trigger required a load distribution pattern distinct from the activation pattern. He had then extrapolated from the activation documentation to guess what that pattern might be. The extrapolation was wrong. The activation sequence distributes load centrifugally, Wei said, standing at Tan's notation wall and tracing the relevant calculation. From the foundation nodes outward, through the array's structural skeleton. You've assumed the termination trigger reverses that, distributes centripetally from the structure back toward the nodes. That's the standard counterpattern for a cascade reversal, Tan said. For continuous arrays. This is a discontinuous array, built in structural segments with isolation joints between them. Wei pointed at 3 positions on the notation wall where Tan's transcription had gaps, places where the shattering architect's original documentation hadn't explicitly described what happened at those points, and Tan had filled in the gaps with standard formation theory. She built isolation joints at these positions specifically, not as structural weakness, as functional architecture. The isolation joints are what allows the collapse to be shaped, but they also mean the array's load paths don't form a continuous circuit. Tan looked at where Wei was pointing. He was quiet for a long moment. In a discontinuous array, he said slowly, a centripetal pattern wouldn't propagate. The isolation joints would interrupt it. Exactly. The termination trigger has to work with the isolation joints, not against them. Wei picked up a notation pen from Tan's work table and added 3 lines to the diagram on the wall. It has to route load through the joints in a way that reads, to the joints, as a controlled dissolution. Not a reversal. A graceful termination. He drew out the structural logic. It took 6 minutes to sketch, and when he finished, he stepped back and looked at it. It was Jean Molio's logic, 3,000 years old, and still perfectly coherent. She had built the termination trigger as the structural equivalent of a design demolition sequence. The same principle used to bring down old buildings safely, where you remove the load-bearing elements in a specific order so the structure comes down in a controlled pattern rather than a chaotic collapse. She had wanted the void fracture to be something that could be ended gracefully if the deterrence was no longer needed. She had believed in exits. Even while building the most catastrophically destructive formation in recorded history, she had built an exit. Tan Yawang looked at Wei's notation for a long time. Then he picked up his own pen and began checking the calculation. He checked it for 40 minutes. Wei waited, recognizing the thoroughness. At the end of 40 minutes, Tan set his pen down. He looked like a man who had been holding his breath for 6 weeks and had just found he was allowed to exhale. That's right, he said. I know, Wei said. She built a demolition sequence into a weapon, Tan said. She built the exit. She was a formation master, Wei said. Catastrophic was her approach, not her preference. She wanted a deterrent. She built the termination sequence because she expected, eventually, the deterrence to work, and when it worked, she wanted to be able to decommission the weapon safely. He looked at the wall. She thought the same way I do, about ultimate outcomes. She just disagreed about the path. Tan was quiet for a long time after that. The foundation nodes, he said finally. You said the termination sequence is embedded in them. Does that mean you can trigger it from the nodes, without separate documentation? Yes, Wei said. If we can find the nodes and access them physically, the termination logic is in the structural architecture. We read the nodes, we understand the trigger, we execute the termination sequence. He paused. The problem is that the nodes are designed to be undetectable, and they're somewhere in this realm, and we're at 26% activation and climbing. Tan Yawang stood up. What do you need from me? The activation sequence documentation, Wei said. Every detail she included about the node architecture. If the termination logic is embedded in the nodes, then the node's structural specifications will include it. She would have had to document the node architecture thoroughly enough to build them, even if she didn't include the termination sequence explicitly. The structural blueprint for the nodes is in there somewhere. Tan turned to the jade slip trays and began working. Chapter 125 The Architect Void reported 31% at midnight. Wei was in Tan's research center with Lin Suyin, who had established a survey baseline from her triangulation work in the afternoon. The direction to the void fracture's foundation nodes was now established within a 12-degree arc, northeast of the settlement center, somewhere in the secondary realm's geological highlands that the migration engineers hadn't yet mapped for building purposes. The distance was harder to determine. Lin Suyin's barefoot survey technique was precise for direction and very imprecise for range. Wei had spent the evening doing something that felt profoundly wrong in his structural instincts. He was reading the shattering architect's design philosophy, not her structural specifications, those he could process efficiently, running them against his formation awareness to check load paths and identify architectural intentions. That was familiar work. What he was reading, slowly, was Jean Mollio's theoretical writing, her published arguments from 3,000 years ago, preserved in the Architect Void's archive, explaining why she believed catastrophic deterrence was not just a valid approach, but the only honest one. Every other method, she had written, claims to protect without acknowledging the cost of protection. A formation array claims to stop an attack. A defensive barrier claims to absorb an impact. They are optimistic architectures. They assume the attacker will be stopped, the impact will be below the rated threshold. The formation master's calculations were correct. I have watched optimistic architectures fail. I do not build optimistically. The void fracture is an honest architecture. It says, if you strike us, we all die. This is not a threat. It is a structural fact. I have made the fact explicit. Wei read this and sat with it for a long time. He thought about the formation master who had written it. A woman who had watched defenses fail, watched cultivators die because someone's load calculations were off or someone's formation had a single point of failure that no one had identified before an enemy found it. A woman who had probably stood in the rubble of very good formations and understood, correctly, that even good formations failed under sufficient load. She had solved for the failure mode by making the failure mode so catastrophic that it functioned as a deterrent. It was technically elegant. It was structurally coherent. It was not wrong, in the narrow sense, about how deterrence worked. It was wrong about what the structure was for. Wei wrote in his notebook, Jean Mollio's error, treated protection as a technical problem with a technical solution. The optimal protection is the one that makes attack impossible. Correct. But treated the protected population as a parameter in the system rather than the system's purpose. He paused, thinking about how to finish the thought. The honest architecture is not the one that acknowledges the cost of failure. The honest architecture is the one designed for the people inside it. Asterisk, he looked at the calculation again and added, asterisk, this is the disagreement. Not catastrophic versus controlled. Who the structure is for. Asterisk, Lin Suyin came in from the survey perimeter, where she had been walking the boundary of the settlement. The activation signatures are producing a vibration in the chi substrate that I can feel without extended awareness. It's increasing. She looked at him. How much time do we have? Wei calculated. 31% in 12 hours, 3% per 2-hour interval. Acceleration pattern nonlinear and trending upward. If the acceleration continues at current rate, 60 to 70 hours before full activation. If it accelerates further, less. And if it fully activates. The void fractures collapse sequence triggers immediately. The secondary realm's chi substrate is too young to absorb the load. It will breach through into the primary continent's formation network, and the continental array's load management system will. He thought about the architect Void, who had built the Heaven's Gate specifically to counteract the void fracture, who had told Wei 3 months ago that the counterformation was built on a 3,000-year-old design, before the guild's archive modified the void fracture's activation sequence. I need to ask the architect Void whether the counterformation is still calibrated for the current activation sequence. He sent the query through the bond. The response was not in load patterns. It was direct, which the architect Void did rarely, and which meant the content was something he wanted Wei to be certain he understood. Asterisk, the counterformation was calibrated against the original activation sequence. The guild's archive modifications changed 3 structural parameters of the sequence. I have been recalculating the counterformation adjustment since I became aware of the modifications. I have not completed the adjustment. Asterisk, Wei sat down. He wrote, asterisk, the counterformation is not currently viable. The architect Void cannot stop the void fracture if it fully activates. The Heaven's Gate boundary will not contain it. Asterisk. He wrote below, asterisk, we are not looking for the foundation nodes to perform an academic survey. We are looking for them because finding them is the only option. Asterisk, he looked at the time. 3 days, if the acceleration held. He had never worked with destructive formation architecture. His entire career had been building structures that didn't fail, and the void fracture's design logic was foreign in the deepest way, built from assumptions that were the inverse of everything he had trained himself to do. He would have to read Zhenmalio's work not as an intellectual exercise, but as a practitioner preparing to engage with her structure directly. He had done harder things. He had read the architect Void's 3,000-year archive in 6 weeks. He had designed the Heaven's Gate integration sequence in 3 days. He had been a structural engineer for a previous life and this one, and both had prepared him for problems that no one else could solve. He picked up Zhenmalio's theoretical writing and began reading from the beginning. Lin Suyin put a lamp on the table next to him, refilled his tea, and went to manage the survey team. She had been his first student, and she understood, after 2 years, what it looked like when he needed to think. She let him think. Outside, in the secondary realm's shallow chi substrate, the void fracture continued to build towards something that its architect had intended as a statement about the nature of protection, and that was now 3,000 years of dormant tension on the edge of becoming a catastrophe that neither civilization had chosen and neither civilization could easily stop. Wei read. He annotated. He looked for the structural logic underneath the philosophy, the way he always had, because structures were honest and philosophies were arguments, and arguments could be wrong, but the structure had to answer to load. He would find the nodes. He would find the termination sequence. He would do what Zhenmalio had always intended someone to do, eventually, when the deterrence was no longer needed. He went to work. Chapter 126 Wei read until the secondary realm's gold-tinted dawn came through the research center's east-facing panels. And when he set down the last of Zhenmalio's theoretical documents, he sat for a long time with his hands flat on the work table and thought about what she had actually built. He had expected to find, underneath the philosophy, a structure built by someone who didn't care if the thing she built killed people. That was the easy reading, the shattering architect as a zealot, so committed to her deterrence principle that collateral casualties were acceptable math. The structure did not read that way. The void fracture was not built by someone indifferent to death. It was built by someone who had calculated that a finite, defined death toll during an armed standoff was preferable to the indefinite, uncountable casualties of a war that would continue cycling through failure modes forever. She had priced out the deterrence cost in lives and decided the cost was acceptable. She had been wrong about whether any single architect could make that calculation for an entire civilization. But she had built the termination sequence. She had designed the exit. And that told Wei something important. She had not believed the deterrence would be permanent. She had built the void fracture expecting, Eventually, the deterrence relationship would change, either because the threat was resolved or because the weapon was no longer needed. She had built it to be decommissioned. He wrote in his notebook, Jean Malio's structure is not a declaration of permanent catastrophic deterrence. It is a stage in a negotiation. The void fracture says, while we are in conflict, the cost of attacking us is your own destruction. The termination sequence says, when the conflict is resolved, we will both live. He paused. She was not a madman. She was a negotiator who had given up on words and built the argument in stone. He understood, now, what he had to design. The termination sequence required a formation that failed in a specific pattern, not the catastrophic shatter collapse the void fracture was designed to produce, but a controlled dissolution. Each node releasing its accumulated load in sequence, each release triggering the next, the whole enormous structure unwinding the way a suspension bridge would unwind if you remove the tension from one cable at a time rather than cutting the whole span simultaneously. The formation logic was not actually foreign to him. He had designed controlled failure into every major structure he'd ever built. Every emergency load-shedding channel, every isolation joint, every redundancy bypass. All of those were forms of designed failure. He had spent his career building structures that failed safely under overload. What he had never done was build a structure whose primary function was to fail. The difference was not technical. It was psychological. A load-shedding channel was a failure mode he designed to prevent catastrophe. What Jean Malio required was a failure mode he designed as the intended end state. The formation he needed to build would succeed by failing. Every instinct that made him a good formation master would resist it. Every circuit in his cultivator awareness that monitored for structural integrity would fire warnings from the moment he broke ground. He picked up his notation pen. He drew the first node of the termination formation, a release anchor, designed to surrender rather than hold. The notation felt wrong in his hand. He redrew it. It still felt wrong. He crossed it out, wrote beside it. The feeling of wrongness is not evidence of structural error. Check the calculation independently. He checked the calculation. It was sound. The node was correctly designed. The wrongness was not in the structure. It was in him. He wrote, all formations that work feel right. This formation works and feels wrong. The feeling is not data. He drew the node a third time. He held it. He thought about Jean Malio writing her design specifications by lamplight, 3,000 years ago, in a world where the Western coalition was pressing at the continent's borders and every formation she'd ever built had eventually failed. He thought about what it had cost her, personally, to decide that the right move was to stop building things that held and start building something that was designed to threaten. She had been a builder. She had chosen to build a weapon. That choice had required her to argue against her own training, her own instincts, her own 3 decades of formation practice. She had done it because the situation required it. He could design a formation that failed because the situation required it. He began to draw. Chapter 127. Lin Suyin came in at mid-morning carrying her survey notes and sat down across from Wei without announcing herself. This was standard. She had stopped asking permission to enter his workspace approximately 18 months ago, which Wei had taken as a sign of appropriate professional comfort. She spread her notes on the table beside his formation designs without looking at what he was doing. She was reading her own notation, frowning at it with the focused expression she used when something in the survey data wasn't matching her mental model of the terrain. The termination sequence documentation is in the archive, she said, still looking at her notes. Wei set down his pen. The architect void said the termination sequence wasn't. It's in the surveyor's notation, Lin Suyin said, not the formation caster's notation. The architect void scanned for formation design documentation. He's not trained in survey notation. He reads chi field signatures, not physical topology records. She turned her notes around so Wei could see them. I found these in the archive last night, in the earliest documents. I almost dismissed them as terrain mapping. But look at the landmark anchors. Wei looked. The notation was 3,000 years old and had been preserved in the architect void's archive because it had appeared in the same document files as the earliest void fracture references, filed together, probably because they were produced at the same site. The surveyor had used a notation system that resembled, in its basic structure, the system Lin Suyin had developed herself. Because, Wei realized, Lin Suyin had not developed her notation system from existing scholarship. She had developed it from first principles, by feel. She had walked terrain barefoot and found a way to write down what her feet told her, and the notation she had arrived at was the same one a surveyor working 3,000 years before her had arrived at independently, for the same reason. 2 people who felt the world through the ground had written the same language. She was the shattering architect surveyor, Lin Suyin said. Her name in the documents is Mei Tongling. She walked the secondary realm's site. Well, the dimensional space that would become the secondary realm, before Zhen Maoyo placed the foundation nodes. She documented the topology, and then she documented the termination sequence. Lin Suyin pointed at a section of notation near the bottom of the survey records. This is the load release pattern. Every node, every timing, every sequence. It's written in survey notation because the termination sequence is triggered through physical contact with the foundation nodes, not through formation casting. You have to walk it. Wei looked at the notation. It was a physical survey route, a path, documented in terrain notation, that wound through the secondary realm's geology from one foundation node to the next in a precise sequence. The termination trigger was not a formation array you cast from a distance. It was something you walked, barefoot, with your formation awareness open, releasing each node's load in turn through direct contact. You can read this, he said. I've been reading it since midnight, she said. It took me 2 hours to understand what it was. Then I ran the route against the triangulation data from yesterday's survey. She laid her current survey notes beside the ancient notation. The foundation nodes are here, here, and here. She marked 3 positions on her map of the secondary realm's highlands. The route through them takes approximately 4 hours to walk. 4 hours. Against the void fracture's current 31% activation rate, climbing. Wei pulled his own formation design across the table and laid it beside Lin Suyin's notes. He had spent the morning designing the termination formation as if it would need to be inscribed. Anchor points, load release channels, node geometries. That was not what the situation required. I don't need to build anything, he said. No, Lin Suyin agreed. Zhen Maoyo built the termination into the nodes. Mei Tongling documented how to access it. I can read the documentation. She looked at him directly. Wei, I need to walk the route. Wei looked at the map. The route went through the secondary realm's geological highlands, terrain that had been forming for only a few months, young stone on young chi substrate, nothing like the stable bedrock of the primary continent. And somewhere along that route, each foundation node was holding an enormous portion of the void fracture's activation load. What happens when you release the first node? He said. Lin Suyin picked up her survey notes again and traced the notation. The load transfers to the second node, temporarily doubles. Then I release the second node, and it transfers to the third. She paused. The third node takes the full accumulated load. And then I release the third node. Through physical contact. Yes. Wei looked at his formation master's awareness, at the bond connection to the architect void, at the structural logic he'd been working through all night. He looked at Lin Suyin, who had been his first student and his best surveyor, and who had found a 3,000-year-old document written in her own handwriting. What does the notation say about what happens to the surveyor at the third node? He said. Lin Suyin was quiet for a moment. It doesn't specify. Because Mei Tongling never walked the route, Wei said. She documented it. She never had occasion to use it. No, Lin Suyin agreed. She didn't. They looked at each other for a moment, and in that moment Wei thought about all the times he had told his students, document the failure modes before you need them, because when you need them, you won't have time to discover them. I need to design a load-bearing interface, he said, for you to wear while you walk the route. Something that carries the third node's accumulated load without transmitting it fully to your meridians. He picked up his notation pen again, but this time the feeling of wrongness was gone. This was structural engineering. This he knew exactly how to do. Give me 3 hours. You have 2, Lin Suyin said. The activation rate is accelerating. He bent over his notebook and began to design. Chapter 128. The interface was not beautiful. Wei had been building formations for beautiful outcomes, structures that lasted, distributed load gracefully, failed without casualties. This was a structure built to survive a single moment of overwhelming force and then never be used again. He built it accordingly. Heavy, inelegant, overspecified at every node by 3 times the rated load. He used his own blood as mortar, which was standard for high-stakes inscription work. By the time he finished the inscription, his left hand had given enough that the fingers were stiff and the palm had the particular deep ache of significant chi expenditure. The formation interface settled around Lin Suyin's meridians like a secondary skeleton, not intrusive, but present. She moved her hands and watched her formation awareness interact with the new structure. It's heavy, she said. It will be heavier at the third node, he said. That's the point. It distributes the load across your meridian network instead of concentrating it. He checked the connection points. Your peak throughput is sufficient, she said. I was going to give you the actual rating. I don't need the number. I need to know if it works. She flexed her formation awareness experimentally. It works. Wei looked at her. She had walked difficult survey terrain for 2 years. She had walked the Heaven's Gate integration node network barefoot during the reactivation event, when the chi loads would have leveled any standard formation array. She knew her own capacity. "The route," he said. She showed him the notation. He walked through it with her 3 times, not checking her reading. He trusted her reading, but building a shared picture of the terrain so he would know exactly where she was at every point. The secondary realm's geological highlands were northeast of the settlement, 6 kilometers from the research center, terrain that the migration engineers hadn't mapped for building purposes because it was seismically active. It was seismically active, Wei now understood, because the void fracture's foundation nodes were causing micro-load events in the young stone as the activation sequence climbed. 4 hours for the route, he said. More if the terrain is unstable. Probably more, Lin Suyin agreed. I'll be in contact through the survey relay. Wei had built monitoring points into the interface itself, passive sensors that would transmit Lin Suyin's structural load data to his formation awareness through the bond connection. He would know, in real time, what the nodes were doing to her. If the load at any node exceeds the interface rating, you'll know. And you'll stop. Lin Suyin looked at him with the expression she used when he said something technically correct and practically unhelpful. Wei, if I stop at the second node, the accumulated load from the first node will stay in the second node permanently. The termination sequence will be incomplete. The void fracture will continue activating. I know, so I won't stop. He had known she would say this. He had designed the interface with that knowledge. He had rated it for 3 times estimated capacity, because stopping was not a real option, which meant the interface needed to handle anything the third node could produce rather than triggering a safety cutoff. All 3 nodes, he said. All 3 nodes, she agreed, and picked up her survey pack. She was at the research center door when he said, Lin Suyin. She stopped. Mei Tongling documented this route because she trusted the surveyor who would eventually need to walk it. He looked at his notation, at the load-bearing interface specifications, at the design work he'd done in 2 hours that normally would have taken a week. She built it for someone like you. She just didn't know your name. Lin Suyin looked at him for a moment. Rated 4, she said. Then she went. Chapter 129 by Rulin received Wei's briefing through the formation relay and had her strike team assembled in 40 minutes, which was why Wei had told her 45 and had used the extra 5 minutes to finish reviewing the cavern survey data. The void fracture's primary activation node was not on the surface. It was buried 60 meters beneath the secondary realm's geological highlands, in a natural cavern that the shattering architect had used specifically because the stone formation above it provided natural shielding against monitoring arrays. The cavern was accessible through a fissure that the recent seismic activity had widened, barely wide enough for a cultivator to pass through, which was not a comfortable dimension. Bairuolin looked at the fissure entrance and then at the cavern survey sketch Wei had produced from the architect void's limited subsurface monitoring data. The activation node is in there, she said. The primary node, Wei said. The one that translates the passive monitoring triggers into the pre-activation sequence. If the termination sequence doesn't work, if Lin Suyin encounters a problem, we need someone at the primary node who can physically disrupt the activation mechanism long enough to buy time. You want me to fight a 3,000-year-old formation array. I want you to hold a perimeter around the primary node while Lin Suyin completes the termination route. Wei looked at his timeline. 4 hours minimum. Probably 6. Bairuolin looked at the fissure again, and at her strike team, 8 battle cultivators, all trained in the enclosed environment combat formations Wei had designed for the coastal operations. She made a calculation, the same kind Wei made with load paths, except she was calculating casualties and holding time rather than chi distribution and structural integrity. The array's structural defenses, she said. What are they? Rejection patterns, Wei said. It will try to push you back. The geology around the node will become actively hostile, stone pressure, leyline interference, chi field disruption. It cannot produce direct combat output because the shattering architect didn't build offensive capacity into the activation mechanism. It's a control system, not a weapon. But control systems under threat produce significant environmental effects. So the cave will try to crush us. Yes. How long before the environmental effects exceed what we can hold? Wei had calculated this. He did not like the answer. 6 hours at comfortable margin. 7 if you rotate your formation teams. Beyond that, the rejection patterns start compound interactions with the leyline interference and the effective pressure increases non-linearly. 6 hours, Bairuolin said. Then Lin Suyin has 6 hours. Yes. She looked at him. She had the expression she used when assessing a situation that was going to be very difficult, and she was deciding whether to say so. She decided not to. We'll hold it, she said, and turned to her team. Wei watched her lead her 8 cultivators through the fissure. She went first, which was not required but was entirely characteristic, and her team followed her through in a practice sequence that left the largest formation space between them for emergency maneuvering. The fissure swallowed them. The last cultivator disappeared into the stone. He went to the surface relay point he had established and opened his monitoring connections. The interface sensors tracking Lin Suin's load data from 6 kilometers away in the highlands. The underground relay tracking by Rulin's team's formation readings. The bond connection to the architect void providing the void fracture's activation status. 37%. Still climbing. He sat down on a flat piece of secondary realm stone, opened his notebook, and began running contingency calculations. Every survey site assessment had contingency plans. Every formation design had redundancy systems. This situation had neither. He was working with a 3,000-year-old weapon, a route walked by someone who had never walked it, and a strike team holding a geological system that was actively trying to reject them. He built contingency plans anyway. That was the work. The first hour was quiet. Chapter 130 Commander Zhao Linfeng had been managing soldiers for 30 years and formation crises for the past 2, and he had developed a particular appreciation for situations where someone competent was handling the thing that would kill everyone if mishandled, because those were the situations where the rest of his job was simply keep the competent person from being interrupted. He managed the surface for Wei. The secondary realm's seismic activity was visible to anyone with eyes, the geological highlands trembling in patterns that didn't match natural earthquake signatures. The Chi's substrate rippling in visible waves that even uncultivated observers could feel as a pressure behind the eyes. The migration settlement's population was 40,000 people, most of whom had survived a collapsing realm and knew what geological instability looked like, and the combination of knowledge and trauma was producing exactly the kind of cascading panic that Wei had flagged as a secondary threat. Zhao Linfeng walked the settlement's eastern edge with his coordination staff and did what he had always done in a crisis. He went to where people were most frightened and stood there. He had no formations. He was not a cultivator. He had a voice that carried 30 years of earned authority and the specific presence of someone who has been in worse situations and not died. He told people, clearly, what was happening. There was a formation emergency in the highlands. It was being addressed. They should move away from the highland boundary and toward the settlement center. And if anything changed, he would be the first to tell them. He did not know if it would work. It usually did. Marshal Ruan Donghe arrived through the Heaven's Gate passage at the 3rd hour, with a military contingent that Zhao had not requested and that Wei had not mentioned in the briefing. Zhao watched the marshal's transport descend and revised his timeline for the next complication. Ruan Donghe looked older than his last appearance. He had not aged. He was Spirit C rank and would not visibly age for another century, but he carried more weight than he had at the War Council. He walked to the relay station where Wei was sitting with his monitoring arrays, looked at the activation display, and said nothing for a long moment. 39%, Wei said, without looking up from his notebook. I came to offer the Continental military support, Ruan said. There's no military action that would help, Wei said. The void fracture's activation mechanism is geological. You can't combat the geology. He marked something in his notebook. What you can do is manage the surface population. Zhao Linfeng is already doing it, but he doesn't have military crowd structure authority. If the seismic activity intensifies, that authority will matter. Ruan was quiet for a moment. And if the termination sequence doesn't work, then I'll find another approach. Wei said it flatly, the way he stated rated loads. Not bravado, calculation. There was always another approach if you hadn't run out of time. He had not run out of time yet. Ruan sat down on a piece of secondary realm stone, a few meters away. He did not leave, but he did not crowd Wei's working space, which was the right instinct. They sat in silence for an hour while Wei ran monitoring calculations, and Ruan watched the settlement's eastern perimeter where Zhao Linfeng was directing the managed movement of population. After an hour, Ruan said, You told me something at the second day briefing. Before Lin Suin left. Wei looked up. You said, you were right to watch me. Ruan paused. I've been thinking about that. It was true, Wei said. I spent 6 years watching you because I believed the seer's prophecy named you as the greater threat, Ruan said. The thing that would build walls to imprison rather than protect. I was afraid of you. I know. And you said I was right to watch me. Ruan looked at the monitoring display. Why? You weren't wrong. You didn't imprison anyone. Wei set his notation pen down. He thought about how to explain it to someone who did not think in structural terms. In the first year, he said, I made 2 decisions that I could not fully distinguish, at the time, from control. I chose to make my formation methodology public because I believed open knowledge produced better outcomes. That was true and also served my interests in ways I could not fully separate from the principle. I chose to build the Bureau's distributed monitoring system because I believed it made the continent safer. That was also true and also produced a considerable degree of centralized structural authority that could have been used poorly. He picked up his pen again. The principle and the outcome aligned. But the decisions were structurally similar to decisions that produce monopolies and prisons. Without someone watching, without someone who would have said something if the decisions started diverging from the principle, I might not have noticed the moment they crossed over. Juan looked at him. You wanted oversight. I wanted oversight that I didn't control, Wei said. You couldn't audit my own formations. You were afraid of what I was becoming. That's useful. That's the kind of external observer that catches errors in internal review misses. The monitoring relay signaled. Lin Suin's load interface was recording activity at the first foundation node. She had found it. Wei turned back to his displays, and Ruan Dongha stayed where he was, on his piece of secondary realm stone, watching the eastern settlement perimeter and the geological highlands and the relay station in alternating turns, doing what he'd always done, watching, in case it mattered. Zhao Linfeng's voice came across the coordination relay. The western quadrant had been successfully evacuated from the highland boundary. The population was stable. The seismic activity was intensifying, but had not yet reached structural damage thresholds in the settlement buildings. Wei noted the time. Lin Suin had 6 hours from Bairulin's entry into the cavern. She had been moving for 4. The void fracture stood at 41% and was no longer climbing steadily. It was climbing in pulses, small accelerations followed by brief plateaus. Wei studied the pattern. He had been watching it for 20 minutes, and he thought he understood what he was seeing. The pulses corresponded to Lin Suin's movement through the survey route. She was near the nodes. The formation was responding to her approach, not with the threat signature acceleration it had produced in response to the survey team's active pulses, but with something else, something that read, in the load patterns, like recognition. As if the passive monitoring system had been waiting for exactly this kind of approach, a surveyor, barefoot, walking by feel. Wei wrote in his notebook. Zhenmalyo designed the passive trigger to distinguish between threat signatures and termination approach. The trigger accelerates in response to threat surveys. The activation system responds differently to survey by contact. She planned for someone to eventually walk the route. He looked at the display. She planned for Mei Tongling's notation to be found. He wrote below, the structure was designed from the beginning to be terminated. The deterrence was always meant to be temporary. She built it this way. He sat with this for a moment, thinking about Zhenmalyo and the architect void and 2 philosophies that had produced 2 continent-spanning arrays built in opposition, and one woman, 3,000 years later, walking through young stone with bare feet, carrying a load-bearing interface and a set of survey notes written in her own handwriting by someone who had never met her. The relay from the cavern showed Bairulin's team holding position, formation integrity at 87%. The stone was pressing. They were holding it. He turned back to his contingency calculations and waited. Chapter 131. The interface relay showed Lin Suin at the first node for 40 minutes. Wei tracked it from the surface station, watching the load data move through the monitoring sensors he'd built into the interface. The first node was the smallest of the 3, a foundation anchor that the shattering architect had built into a natural quartz formation in the highlands bedrock, designed to resonate with the secondary realm's chi substrate and amplify the passive monitoring signal. Its accumulated load, after 41% activation across 3 months, was manageable. The interface's sensors showed Lin Suin's meridian throughput climbing steadily, then leveling as she found the termination contact point and released the first node's load. The void fracture's activation counter dropped to 39%, then held. Wei exhaled. He wrote, first node terminated. Load dispersed to deep ley lines as designed. Activation sequence disrupted at primary trigger. 17% reduction from peak load at node 1, consistent with Mei Tongling's route documentation. He wrote below, 2 nodes remaining. The second node carries accumulated load from both its own activation sequence and the transferred load from node 1. Lin Suin's interface throughput will approach rated capacity. He did not send her a message. She did not need one. She had the survey notes. She had the interface. She was 6 kilometers away in the secondary realm's highlands, walking barefoot through young stone, and she would either reach the second node or she wouldn't, and messages from him would not change either outcome. The waiting was the worst structural problem Wei had ever encountered, because there was no calculation that resolved it. At the cavern relay, Bairulin's formation integrity had dropped to 71%. The stone was still pressing. 6 of her 8 cultivators were in active formation-sustained stance, pushing back against the rejection patterns that the activation node was generating. The other two were rotating rest. She had been in the cavern for 5 hours and 40 minutes. Wei ran the numbers. He had told her 6 hours at comfortable margin, 7 if they rotated. They were rotating. They would hold. The second node activation registered on the relay at the 5th hour and 22 minutes. The data that came back was not what he had predicted. He stared at it. He pulled up the calculation he'd run for the second node load and compared it to what the sensors were showing. The gap was significant. The second node's accumulated load was higher than estimated by a third, because the first node's dispersal had been imperfect. Not wrong, not a failure, but imperfect. A small percentage of the first node's load had transferred to the second node rather than dispersing cleanly into the deep ley lines. The interface was rated for the estimated load. It was not rated for the actual load. Wei was already calculating the gap when Lin Suin's voice came through the relay, a brief survey notation code that she'd been using since her second year of training. It translated as, asterisk, I see the discrepancy. I have the margin. Proceeding, asterisk, he had taught her that code. He had not expected her to need it here. He had also, when he built the interface, overspecified every node by 3 times the rated load because stopping was not a real option. The second node termination took 19 minutes. The activation counter dropped to 22%. The load dispersal into the deep ley lines was clean, cleaner than the first node, because the larger load provided more pressure behind the dispersal, forcing the chi deeper into the ley line substrate rather than allowing it to pool near the surface. Wei noted this. He would include it in the post-event documentation. The relay from the cavern showed PRIORITY's formation integrity at 63%. Still holding. The stone pressure had intensified with the second node's termination, the activation system responding to the sequence being disrupted, generating stronger rejection patterns against whatever was approaching the third node. The third node. The relay showed Lin Suin approaching it at the 5th hour and 51 minutes. Wei stood up from the surface station. He could not see the highland terrain from here. The secondary realm's landscape rolled away in gentle curves that hid the geological formations beyond the first ridge. He could not do anything useful by standing, either. He sat back down. The interface sensors showed Lin Suin's meridian throughput climbing past rated capacity. The overspecification margin was absorbing it. It was designed to absorb it. He had rated it for 3 times the estimate because Zhen Maoyao had built the third node to carry the full accumulated load of all 3. And 3 times an estimate that was already conservative was where the load would actually arrive. The third node termination began at 6 hours and 3 minutes. It lasted 11 minutes, which was 7 minutes longer than the first node and 4 minutes longer than the second. Wei tracked every second of it through the interface sensors, watching the load numbers climb and hold and climb again. The overspecification margin shrinking, but never disappearing. Lin Suin's meridian throughput at the edge of comfortable function and staying there, not crossing it, not retreating. The void fracture's activation counter reached 0 at 6 hours and 14 minutes. The geological highlands went still. In the cavern, PRIORITY's formation integrity displayed at 58%. Then the rejection pattern stopped. The formation integrity reading normalized. The stone stopped pressing. Wei sat for a moment, looking at the 0 on the activation display. He had been staring at it for 8 hours. He was not entirely sure what to do with the 0. He picked up his notebook and wrote, asterisk void fracture terminated. Activation sequence halted at 100% disruption. Lin Suin's interface functioned within rated parameters at all 3 nodes. Third node termination required 11 minutes. Extended duration consistent with full accumulated load dispersal. No structural failures in the interface. Asterisk he paused. Asterisk the termination sequence worked because Zhen Maoyao designed it to work. She built the exit. Asterisk he wrote below. Asterisk survey the residual nodes tomorrow. Document the leyline dispersal patterns for the archive. Asterisk then he stood up and went to get Lin Suin from the highland terrain because she had been walking barefoot through seismically active stone for 6 hours and she had carried the accumulated load of a 3,000-year-old weapon in her meridians and she deserved someone to walk her back. Chapter 132. The cavern was quiet when Wei descended through the fissure. PRIORITY's team was in recovery formation. 6 cultivators seated in a circle, restoring chi reserves in the methodical rotating sequence Wei had designed for post-engagement stabilization. The 2 who had been on rest rotation were awake and monitoring, watching the stone walls with the particular expression of people who no longer expected the walls to fight back, but weren't prepared to trust that yet. PRIORITY was standing at the center of the cavern, looking at the formation node. It was a circular stone formation, approximately 3 meters across, inscribed with a notation system Wei recognized as Zhen Maoyao's. Similar to the architect voids in its foundational geometry, but sharper, more angular, built for quick deployment rather than the architect void's preference for elegant, slow inscriptions. The inscription was still legible. The load in it was gone. Wei walked to the node and crouched beside it. He ran his formation awareness across the inscription. It was intact. The termination sequence had dispersed the accumulated load without damaging the physical structure. Xianxia had built it to survive decommissioning. She built it to be removed safely, he said. Good structural practice, PRIORITY said. She sounded tired in the bone-deep way of someone who had spent 6 hours in sustained formation engagement posture and was only now letting their body register the cost. Yes, Wei agreed. He sat on the cavern floor beside the node. The stone was cold and slightly damp. The secondary realm's young geology produced more moisture near the bedrock than the primary continent's deep-settled stone. He sat anyway. His left hand, still carrying the inscription cost from the interface work, had gone entirely numb somewhere in the 3rd hour of monitoring and was only now beginning to ache properly. The architect void spoke through the bond connection. The load patterns were very quiet, not the quality of reluctance, not the quality of computation. Something he hadn't encountered before. I could not have designed that, the architect void said. I watched Lin Suin's interface data through the monitoring relay. I have never deliberately built something to fail. You know how to design for failure, Wei said. You've been managing controlled failures in the continental array for 3,000 years. Those are failures I managed to prevent, not failures I cause. A pause. You built a structure whose purpose was its own dissolution. Xianxia built it, Wei said. I built the interface that let Lin Suin access what she'd built. I designed for someone else's dissolution sequence. He looked at the empty node. It's still uncomfortable. Yes, the architect void said. That is what I mean. I could have designed it technically, but the discomfort would have prevented me. Another pause, with the quality of someone turning something over. I have spent 3,000 years building for permanence. Every decision I made was toward lasting. I did not know how to build toward ending. Then you learned something too, Wei said. The load patterns were quiet for a long moment. Then, I will need to modify the continental array's counterformation design. The original counterformation was calibrated against a deterrence principle. If deterrence can be terminated, if the void fracture's design logic includes voluntary dissolution, then the counterformation needs to account for that as a design mode rather than only a threat mode. A pause. I have not built for dissolution before. You will need to review the revised specifications. Send them to me when you have them, Wei said. I'll review. PRIORITY sat down on the cavern floor beside him. She leaned her back against the node's inscription and crossed her legs and looked at the ceiling. That was a terrible 6 hours, she said. The formation integrity held, Wei said. 63% at the worst point. She paused. I know what 63% means in your framework. It means you had 37% remaining. It means we had 37% remaining and the stone was going to press until we didn't. She looked at the ceiling. I want it on the record that the next time you describe something as hold a perimeter while Lin Suin does the important part, you include a more accurate load estimate. The rejection patterns intensified non-linearly, Wei said. I underestimated the third-order effects. Document it for the next engineer who does this. Done. He paused. You held it. Yes, she said. We did. They sat in the cavern for a while, in the particular silence of people who have been through something difficult and are neither ready to celebrate nor inclined to analyze it yet. PRIORITY's team finished their recovery rotation. Someone found a lamp. The cavern looked, in the warm light, like a very old room that had been used hard and kept well. Wei thought about Xianxia, who had built this node 3,000 years ago and had built the termination sequence into its architecture, and who had died before ever seeing either activated. He thought about what it meant to build something that outlasted you by 3 millennia. He had spent his career building for permanence, and this formation had been permanent beyond any reasonable expectation, and it had ended today, and the ending was the point. He added to his notebook, the permanent structure is not the one that lasts forever. The permanent structure is the one that does what it was designed to do and ends correctly. He looked at the note for a moment, then wrote below, disagree with this statement structurally. We'll revisit. Chapter 133 Tan Yaoguang presented himself to the War Council 7 days after the Void Fracture's termination, which was 2 days earlier than Wei had expected and approximately 3 weeks earlier than anyone else had expected. He arrived in the primary continent's council chamber without a legal advocate, without a character witness, without the political maneuvering that had characterized every previous interaction Wei had had with him. He set the guild archives jade slips on the council table and folded his hands and said, I have a statement. The council let him make it. The statement took 40 minutes. It was, as far as Wei could determine, accurate in every particular he could verify, including the particulars that reflected worst on Tin personally. The deliberate licensing obstruction that had ended careers and destroyed formation practices across 4 provinces over 20 years. The archival theft from the distributed formation networks that had allowed the guild to maintain knowledge monopolies. His own role in the secondary realm's void fracture activation sequence, not as an intentional actor, but as a negligent one. He had found the activation key and had been studying the shattering architect's structural principles as a defensive application, and he had not told anyone, and the activation sequence had accelerated toward completion before he understood what he was contributing to. He did not argue for leniency. He did not explain his reasoning as justification. He explained it as context, which was a distinction Wei recognized and respected, because the same distinction appeared in every structural failure analysis he had ever written. The War Council's deliberation took 3 days. The decision, Tan Yaowang was stripped of guild leadership and stripped of his personal formation licensing authority for life. He was sentenced to 10 years of formation maintenance work in the secondary realm's most structurally damaged geological regions, terrain that the void fracture's partial activation had damaged, terrain that needed the kind of competent formation repair work that Tan, who was genuinely skilled when he wasn't serving a monopoly's interests, could provide. The supervision would be by Wei's trained formation masters. When the sentence was announced, Tan said nothing. He looked at the formation masters, 3 of them, students from the past 2 years, all younger than him by at least a decade. And then he looked at Wei. Will they teach me? He said. Wei considered this. If you ask correctly, he said. How do I ask correctly? Show them what you know, Wei said. Ask them what they know. They'll determine the rest. He paused. You have 30 years of guild formation experience. Some of it is sound. They need to know which parts. Tim was quiet for a moment. He had the expression of someone who had been building toward a reckoning for a long time and had finally arrived at it, and was not sure what came after. The secondary realm's geology, he said. The void fracture's partial activation left specific damage patterns in the foundation stone. I studied the shattering architect's documentation for 2 months. I may be the only person who understands what the damage patterns mean structurally. I know, Wei said. Then I'll teach them that first. That's the correct approach, Wei said. He watched Tan Yaowang leave the council chamber with his guild archive stripped and his licensing authority stripped and 30 years of formation knowledge and 10 years of supervised maintenance work ahead of him. And he thought that of all the antagonists he had encountered in 2 years of continental formation work, Tan Yaowang was the one who had surprised him most often and whose ending was the hardest to summarize neatly. He wrote in his notebook, Tan Yaowang is not reformed. He is recalibrated. The monopoly instinct is still present. It no longer has infrastructure to operate through. Whether the instinct itself changes over 10 years of maintenance work is an empirical question. He paused. Note. Check the maintenance reports quarterly. Not to supervise, to see what he builds. Chapter 134. The Formation Architecture Academy took 5 months to establish, which was 4 months longer than Wei had planned and 3 months faster than Lin Suyin had projected. The delays were institutional. Wei had underestimated the degree to which his training programs and formal structure had been held together by his personal reputation rather than any formal framework, and the moment he attempted to formalize the framework, everyone who had been operating under informal arrangements began asserting formal requirements. Curriculum approvals, faculty certifications, facility inspections. He handled each one with the same methodology he used for formation permit reviews. He read the requirement, met the requirement as written, and noted in the intake documentation every place the requirement was structurally unsound. The academy opened its primary side campus in the Bureau's extended facilities on a clear morning in the month before the winter survey season, with 14 enrolled students and a faculty of 4. Lin Suyin was named director of survey at a formal ceremony that she treated as a logistics exercise. She stood in front of the assembled students, the faculty, the Bureau administrative staff, and the delegation from the maintenance oversight body, and said, You will survey before you design. You will walk every site. You will feel the ground before you put anything in it. She paused. Questions? There were no questions. She had designed the survey curriculum herself, over 3 months, and she had built it around a methodology that was approximately 60% Wei's training approach and 40% something new. Techniques she had developed in the field, including the barefoot passive survey work that had found the void fracture's termination route. She had documented these techniques with the same thoroughness she applied to geological survey records. The documentation was already the most precise survey methodology guide Wei had read. He told her this. I know, she said. I was trained by someone who documents everything. Elder Feng Bao's appointment to materials theory had required a formal release of his old obligations to the guild, which Assessor Ku Bailing had facilitated with paperwork that was comprehensive enough to function as both a legal document and a historical record of everything the guild had done that it shouldn't have. Feng Bao arrived at the academy with 3 decades of formation materials expertise, a private formation library he'd been maintaining in the provincial sect storage rooms, and the particular energy of someone who has been keeping a very large amount of knowledge in reserve and is finally allowed to spend it. He gave his first lecture to 6 students and 2 faculty members on the structural behavior of void granite under sustained chi load, and it lasted 4 hours, and no one left. Ku Bailing ran the certification program. She had left the guild 6 months after testifying for Wei in the licensing proceeding, and she had spent those 6 months building a certification framework from first principles. She had a particular gift for regulatory structure, the way some formation masters had a gift for load calculations. The certification criteria she produced were the most rigorous Wei had encountered, including a requirement that every certified formation master document and publish their design failures, as well as their successes. Failures teach more than successes, she said, when Wei reviewed the criteria. That requirement will make the certification unpopular, he said. I expect it to take 3 years before the first class completes certification, she agreed. The documentation requirement will eliminate the practitioners who want credentials rather than competence. And the ones who eliminate themselves? They'll form a separate certification body with less stringent requirements, she said. They always do. The question is whether ours produces better outcomes over 20 years than theirs. We'll find out, Wei said. The secondary side campus was established through the joint oversight body in the first month after the academy's formal opening. The Migration Civilizations Formation Engineering team, led by Sora Kitane, had been requesting formal institutional exchange for 6 months. The secondary side campus opened with 12 students, all engineers with existing formation training, all working from the Architect Void's archive documentation that they had been studying since its release. The first joint session between primary side and secondary side students was a survey exercise. Both groups, unfamiliar with each other's notation systems, spent 2 hours mapping the same formation site and then compared notes. The notation systems were different. The structural conclusions were identical. Wei watched this happen from the edge of the site and wrote in his notebook, * survey precedes notation. The notation system is local. The structure is universal. * he thought about Mei Tongling, who had written a survey record in a notation that Lin Suyin could read 3,000 years later. 2 surveyors walking the same ground arrive at the same language eventually. He wrote below, * curriculum review in 6 months. The comparative notation session should be formalized. * chapter 135, it was Lin Suyin who noticed that Bai Rulin had been keeping survey notation. She mentioned it to Wei at the end of a faculty review meeting. In the specific way, she mentioned things she had known for a long time and had been waiting for the appropriate moment to surface, without emphasis, as a factual observation. Ruelin's been annotating her patrol routes in survey notation for about 3 years. Wei looked at her. I noticed it in the 2nd year, Lin Suyin said. I didn't say anything because it seemed private. It was late afternoon, the academy's courtyard empty of students, the light from the secondary realm's gold-tinted sun coming through the west-facing windows in long slanted bars. Wei sat with this for a moment. Which survey notation? He said. Mostly yours, Lin Suyin said. With modifications. She adapted it for terrain that's being contested rather than surveyed under stable conditions. A pause. The modifications are good. Wei went to find Bai Rulin. She was at the formation training yard's eastern wall, working through a combat form that was distinctly not the standard gold core battle technique. It was something she had developed herself. Wei could read the formation awareness in it, the way her movement tracked load paths in the space around her rather than following a preset technique sequence. She was reading the yard's chi topology by moving through it. He waited until she finished before he said anything. How long? He said. She looked at him. Since chapter 44, she said, then stopped. Since the 2nd year. When you were working on the trade road project, and I was doing the bandit route analysis. I was trying to predict their next position based on terrain. Your survey notation made it easier than tactical notation. I noticed at the 2nd month of the Heaven's Gate integration planning, Wei said. Your patrol reports had survey anchor descriptors in the margin. Bai Rulin was quiet for a moment. You read my patrol margins. Patrol reports are formation-adjacent documentation, he said. I read all formation-adjacent documentation. You read them because they were mine. Wei considered this. He had been working on a response to that for approximately 2 years. He had not found one that was structurally sound. I left survey flags on some of the patrol routes, he said. The high ground observation positions, in case they were useful for your tactical surveys. I found 3 of them, she said, in places where I would have wanted an anchor point anyway. For observation purposes, he said. That's not why, she said. He agreed. No, he said. It's not why. They were quiet for a moment in the way of 2 people who had been working alongside each other for 3 years and had been communicating in formation notation margins and deliberately placed survey flags and had been aware of this for most of that time. I have a notebook, Byrulan said. I've been annotating battlefields for 3 years. The notation is mostly mine now. It started from yours. She paused. I want to formally document the methodology. That belongs in the certification program, Wei said. Lin Suyin already offered me the combat survey module. She looked at him with the expression she used when she was assessing whether to say what she actually meant or something more careful. She said what she actually meant. I wanted to ask you first. Because it's your notation, modified. It's your notation, Wei said. You modified it. It's yours. I modified it from yours. Every notation system is modified from something earlier, Wei said. Lin Suyin's system traces back to Mei Tongling's. Mine traces back to 3 different schools and my previous life's engineering education. Zhen Maoyou's traces back to the architect voids, which she modified specifically to work against his assumptions. He looked at the formation training yard, at the chi load patterns she had been tracing with her combat form. A notation that's been adapted for a specific use is more valuable than the original for that use. That's not a diminishment. Byrulan looked at him for a moment. Then she said, in the flat declarative voice she used for combat assessments, I'm going to teach the combat survey module. The notation documentation will take 3 months. I expect you to review it. I'll read the drafts, he said. You'll annotate them, she said. In the margins. That's your reviewing style, and it's useful. I want the annotations. Wei thought about survey flags on patrol routes. He thought about notation margins and 3 years of working alongside someone who had adapted his work into something that was better for its specific use than his original was. He thought about Byrulan reading structural load paths with her body the way Lin Suyin read them with her feet. I'll annotate, he said. She nodded. She returned to her combat form. Wei stood at the edge of the training yard and watched the formation-aware movement. And in the last of the secondary realm's afternoon light, he could see, clearly, what she was doing. Every arc of motion tracking a load path, every shift of weight finding a structural node in the space around her, reading the world the way surveyors read the world, in the particular notation she had developed over 3 years, and that was now, definitively, her own. He went back to his office and reviewed the certification criteria, and he added a note to Ku Bailing's requirements. Asterisk combat survey methodology. Recommend formal recognition as distinct application track. See Byrulan's documentation when complete. Asterisk, he had his notebook. He wrote, Chapter 136. The survey took 29 days. Wei walked the continental formation network from the northern junction nodes to the southern coastal terminus, from the Heaven's Gate boundaries western anchor to the eastern monitoring array's outermost receiver. He walked alone for most of it. Lin Suyin had academy responsibilities that could not be deferred, and Feng Bao's health would not support the travel pace. And he found, after the first week, that he preferred the solitude. He was not surveying for purposes. He was surveying to understand. The network was not what he had built. It was also not what the architect void had built. It was not Zhen Maoyou's work or the Heaven's Gate formation or any single structure from any single period. It was all of them together, connected through the integration nodes that Wei's installation team had placed over 2 years of field work, speaking to each other in the load pattern language that the architect void had developed 3,000 years ago, and that Wei's students were now learning to read. It was the largest structure Wei had ever surveyed, and it had not been designed. It had been built, by different hands, in different eras, for different purposes, with different structural philosophies, and it had been connected, slowly, through the work of people who had understood that connection was more valuable than any single approach. The stress concentrations were visible at the junctions between different construction eras. The architect void's 3,000-year foundation had load characteristics that did not match Wei's newer nodes, different material properties, different construction techniques, different assumptions about what the structure needed to do. At the junctions, the load transferred imperfectly. Small inefficiencies accumulated. Wei surveyed every one of them. He documented the stress concentrations, the load mismatch points, the junction nodes that would need remediation work in the next century. He drew diagrams of every connection between 3,000 years of different builders' decisions. He found, on the 16th day, a section of foundation work in the mountain range west of the capital that had no builder's mark in the architect void's records and no match in any formation school's notation database. It was older than the continental array by at least 1,000 years. It was integrated into the network through connections that the architect void had built around it rather than through it, the way a building is framed around an existing tree, accommodating the prior structure rather than replacing it. He spent 2 days surveying this section. He wrote in his notebook, *unknown structure, pre-architect void era. Notation system unidentified. Load characteristics inconsistent with any known formation school. Integrated into continental network through accommodation rather than incorporation, the architect void built around it without understanding it. He thought about what this meant. Someone built this before the architect void, and the architect void did not erase it. He built around it. He preserved it. Another pause. He was working with incomplete information for 3,000 years, and he didn't erase what he didn't understand. He wrote below, survey note, to archive. Pre-architect void formation structure. Mountain range west of capital. Detailed diagrams in volume 23. Recommend research priority. He flagged it for Gu Mingji and kept walking. On the 29th day, he came back to the academy and gave Pavilion head Gu Mingji 40 volumes of survey notes. She received them in the archive's main reading room, which smelled of old formation substrates and mineral solvents and the particular dry air of a space where documents were stored with more care than was strictly necessary. She accepted the first volume, opened it to the middle, read for 3 minutes, and set it down. 40 volumes, she said. The network is large, Wei said. The archive has received formation survey records continuously for 600 years, she said. We have never received a single survey that covers this scope. She picked up the volume again. Volume 23. Pre-architect void structure in the Western Range. Unknown notation system. I flagged it. She was already looking for volume 23. She found it, opened it, and read the diagrams for 7 minutes. When she looked up, her expression was the one she used when something was significant enough that she was deliberately slowing herself down. This predates every formation school's documented history, she said. Yes, Wei said. The notation is. She looked at the diagrams again. The notation is not a formation school's notation. It's a structural diagram, like architectural drawings, not cultivation practice notation. I know, Wei said. He had been thinking about this for 13 days, since he first identified the structure. Someone with architectural training built a formation structure before the current formation tradition existed, or outside it. The architect void worked around it for 3,000 years without knowing what it was. And you found it in 29 days, Gu Mingji said. I was looking for everything, Wei said. He was maintaining what he built. Looking and maintaining are different survey approaches. She closed the volume carefully and added it to the stack with the other 39. The archive will prioritize this, specifically the notation analysis. She looked at him. Will you be available for consultation? I have Formation Master certification reviews through the spring, Wei said. After that, she agreed. He walked back to the academy through the city's morning formation district, past the warehouse arrays that Xiao Daoming still maintained, and that were still holding their 50-year structural guarantee with 11 years remaining, past the trade road junction node that he had built in the first year that had been upgraded twice since then by formation masters who had learned from his original design and improved it, past the sect's lower training ground where there was, still, an ancient formation scar burned into the bedrock that was now documented, named, and part of the most comprehensive formation network survey ever conducted. He had his notebook. He wrote, Chapter 137 Marshal Ruan Donghe came to the academy on a Tuesday, unannounced, which was characteristic. He had been arriving unannounced at Wei's location since the second year of their acquaintance, and Wei had stopped being startled by it sometime around the 6th month. He came alone, without his coordination staff or his military contingent, in civilian clothes that were still unmistakably military in their carriage. He found Wei in the certification review room, where Wei was working through the 3rd round of a formation student's practical assessment. A student who was technically proficient but had a consistent tendency to underspecify redundancy nodes on anything she considered a minor structure. Wei finished the assessment session before looking up. The student left, slightly pale from the review process, clutching a marked documentation set that would require 3 weeks of remediation. Ruan waited. The second part of the prophecy, Ruan said, when the student was gone. Wei set down his notation pen. I gave you half of it, Ruan said. In the 5th arc, I told you. Something will arise from within the continent that will be more dangerous than the invasion, something that builds walls to imprison rather than protect. He sat down across from Wei at the review table, without invitation, with the particular authority of someone who has spent 30 years not asking permission to sit. I told you that because I believed it was a warning about you. I wanted you to know I was watching. I remember, Wei said. The full prophecy, Ruan said, is, something will arise that builds walls to imprison rather than protect, unless its builder chooses to leave the doors open. He looked at Wei. The seer didn't give me a prediction. She gave me a conditional. 2 possible futures. The wall with doors or the wall without them. She didn't know which one you would build. Wei sat with this for a moment. He thought about the past 2 years. About the open-source formation methodology that had produced 40 academy students and a certification program that didn't require guild licensing. About the documentation releases that had put 3,000 years of formation knowledge in the hands of practitioners on both sides of the Heaven's Gate boundary. About the network monitoring system that had external oversight built in specifically because Wei had insisted on it. About the termination clauses in the bond agreement that allowed the architect void's authority to be revoked. The prophet's conditional was correct, he said. I could have built it either way. I know, Ruan said. That's why I watched. He paused. I didn't tell you the second part of the prophecy, because I was afraid of what happened if you knew there were 2 options. I thought knowing might influence you toward the wrong one. He looked at the review table, at the stack of student assessments, at the marked documentation. I was wrong about that. Knowing would have made you more careful, not less. Possibly, Wei said, or it would have made me self-conscious about every decision in a way that introduced different errors. You're being generous. I'm being accurate, Wei said. The oversight was useful. Whether you told me the full text or not doesn't change that it was useful. He picked up his notation pen again, not to write, just to hold. Why tell me now? Ruan Donghe looked at him with the expression of someone who had been carrying a specific weight for a long time and had decided to set it down. Because the conditional has been answered, he said. You chose the doors. I spent 20 years afraid of the builder, and I want you to know, officially, as a record, that the fear was appropriate and the outcome is good, and that is not a contradiction. Wei considered this. He wrote in his notebook, not in Ruan's presence, but later, when he was alone, Ruan Donghe, spent 20 years afraid of a possible future, which produced appropriate vigilance. The fear was a structural response to a genuine uncertainty. He was not wrong to be afraid. He was wrong to conceal the full context. He paused. Note for curriculum. Oversight works better when the oversight criteria are shared with the person being overseen. Conditional prophecy is a structural inspection method. Communicate the inspection criteria. He wrote below. Ruan's oversight was appropriate given what he knew. It could have been better given what he knew fully. This is true of most oversight arrangements. Ruan Donghe left the academy at midday, walked through the city's formation district, and was not seen in the capital again for 2 years. He had other regions to manage, other crises to watch, other possible futures to monitor. He was, Wei concluded, the kind of person the continent needed. Someone who paid attention to what was building before it arrived. Chapter 138. The 50-year review arrived 11 months after the bond's establishment, which was 49 years and 1 month early. Wei was in his office reviewing academy budget projections when the bond connection carried a formal load pattern signal. The specific sequence that the bond's review protocol used, the sequence he had written into the bond terms himself. He had designed the review signal to be unmistakable. He had not expected to receive it for another 49 years. He set down the budget projections and said, "You triggered the review voluntarily." "Yes," the architect void said. The 50-year period was a stated minimum, not a required interval. The bond terms specify that the architect void may initiate review at any time. Wei checked the bond terms. The architect void was technically correct. Wei had written the review provision to be triggerable by either party. He had not expected the architect void to use the provision within the first year. What's the purpose of the early review? 2 purposes. A pause, the quality of which Wei had learned to read as preparation for something significant. First, I wish to formally note that the bond terms as written are sound, the termination conditions are reasonable, and the oversight mechanisms function as intended. This is a formal performance assessment. The bond is working. I know it's working, Wei said. I know that you know. I am formally noting it regardless, because the bond terms required a review, and a review should include an affirmative finding when the affirmative finding is warranted. The architect void paused again. Second purpose. I wish to reopen the merger discussion. Wei was quiet for a moment. Not an emergency failsafe offer, he said. The original merger. Not exactly the original offer. The original offer was, merge with the continental array, become immortal, become me. I am not proposing that. Asterisk the load patterns shifted, not the quality of persuasion, the quality of a technical specification. Asterisk I am proposing something I have been designing since the bond was established. An interface between your formation awareness and the continental array that does not require full merger. A connection that allows your structural instincts access to the array's full monitoring capability while maintaining your independent function. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk it would require your formation awareness to be permanently partially extended into the array's substrate. Not absorbed. Extended. Asterisk there's a difference, Wei said. Asterisk there is a meaningful difference. I have been working through the structural logic for 11 months. I do not have a complete specification yet. Asterisk the load patterns had the quality Wei had learned to associate with the architect void's genuine uncertainty, not the performed reluctance of his early communications, but actual uncertainty. I am telling you it exists because the bond terms require me to disclose structural developments that materially affect the array, and this development materially affects the array. Wei picked up his notation pen. Send me the design documentation when you have it. Asterisk I will need your input to complete it. The interface requires two-party specification. You would need to design the portion that connects to your formation awareness, and I would need to approve the structural logic, and we would need to iterate until both portions are sound. Asterisk a pause with the quality Wei had first heard in the architect void's voice when he had read Wei's formation assessment, the one that had said I have never had anyone rate my work before. The same quality, older now, more familiar. You are the only person who has ever made me want to have an inspection. Wei looked at his notation pen. He thought about 43 years of formation work and one previous life of structural engineering. He thought about building structures that lasted. He thought about what it would mean to extend his formation awareness permanently into a 3,000-year-old array and whether that was different from merging with it in any structural sense that mattered. It was different. He could see the difference in the architectural logic. The difference was the same as the difference between a bridge and the ground the bridge crossed. One was a structure spanning a gap. The other was the terrain the structure connected. He would not become the array. He would span the distance between himself and it. If the load path logic is sound, he said, we'll talk. That is the evaluation framework I expected, the architect void said. I will have a preliminary specification in 3 months. I'll review it, Wei said, with Feng Bao, and with Lin Suyin, for the survey topology components. I assumed you would involve your colleagues. The load patterns shifted again, the quality of something careful and precise. Asterisk that is why the design will take 3 months rather than 1. I am accounting for review cycles. Asterisk Wei looked at the bond connection in his formation awareness. The light, present without being heavy feeling of it. The accessible without being insistent quality that he had noticed when it first settled into place. He thought about a formation master who had been alone for 3,000 years and had now been not alone for 11 months and had voluntarily triggered a review to tell him the bond was working and also to reopen a conversation he'd been designing a response to for the entire year. He wrote in his notebook, asterisk the architect void's merger proposal, version 3, a structural interface rather than an absorption. He has spent 11 months designing the terms rather than proposing and waiting. Asterisk he looked at what he had written. He is learning what I require before I agree to anything. He wrote below, asterisk 3 months for preliminary specification. Schedule the review session with Feng Bao and Lin Suyin for month 4. Asterisk chapter 139 The boundary event lasted 6 hours, and Wei learned about it afterward. Lin Suyin brought him the scout report at the end of a certification review day. He was working through the last of the practical assessments, the particular fatigue of the end of a review cycle settling into his hands, which ached now with the accumulated cost of years of blood mortar inscription work. She set the report on the review table without comment and waited. He read it. Something had pressed against the Heaven's Gate boundary from the outside, not from the secondary realm, which was the inside, but from further out. The boundary monitoring system had detected the pressure at the secondary realm's outer edge, in the dimensional space beyond the realm's far boundary, where the Heaven's Gate formation's reach ended and open spatial emptiness began. The pressure had lasted 6 hours. The boundary had held without difficulty. The pressure had then ceased. The monitoring system had flagged it. Lin Suyin's survey team had analyzed the flag. The report described the pressure's load characteristics, not a formation array, not a cultivator's chi output, not any known structural signature. Something large, applying force at the boundary's outer surface with what the monitoring system's analysis described as exploratory rather than aggressive load distribution. It was testing the boundary, not attacking it. Testing. When did this happen? Wei said. 9 days ago, Lin Suyin said. The monitoring system logged it automatically. My survey team picked it up in the routine log review yesterday. 9 days, Wei said. The boundary held without triggering an emergency response. The auto-assessment classified it as a standard external pressure event and routed it to routine review. She paused. I reviewed it and decided it wasn't routine. No, Wei agreed. It's not. He looked at the load characteristic analysis. He had designed the boundary monitoring system himself, and the monitoring system's assessment was correct as far as the system's training data went. The pressure was non-aggressive, non-formation-based, within the boundary's rated external load tolerance. From a structural standpoint, the boundary had been exactly as designed. It had held, absorbed the pressure, and reported correctly. From an investigative standpoint, something on the far side of a dimensional boundary that had been created 6 months ago had found the boundary and tested it. Rated 4, Lin Suyin said, with her flat declarative quality, reading the report alongside him. All of it. Yes, Wei said. The boundary was rated for it. He set the report down. The question is what was doing the testing. We don't have survey data from outside the boundary, Lin Suyin said. The monitoring system's reach ends at the boundary's outer face. We're reading the contact event, not the source. Wei thought about unknown structures in the western mountain range, built in a notation system no one recognized, preserved by the architect void for 3,000 years without being understood. He thought about a continent that had been sealed behind the Heaven's Gate formation until 6 months ago, and about what might have been pressing at the outside of that seal for 3,000 years without knowing what it was pushing against. He sent a query to the architect void through the bond. The response came back as a single load pattern. Asterisk, the outer boundary has not been actively monitored. I maintained the inner boundary. What exists beyond the outer edge of the Heaven's Gate formation's reach was outside my design scope. Asterisk, Wei added a note to his survey calendar. I'll need a survey methodology for dimensional boundary exterior assessment, he said to Lin Suyin. For the spring survey season. I've been thinking about it since yesterday, she said. She set her own survey notes on the table beside the scout report. She had brought them without being asked, which meant she had been thinking about it since yesterday, with significant intent. The passive contact survey approach might extend through the boundary. The boundary is a threshold structure, not an opaque barrier. It has passage conditions. If we can establish a passive survey contact at the inner face of the threshold, the resonance might extend to the outer face. Through the threshold's passage conditions, Wei said. It's never been tried. I'd want to run small-scale tests before committing to a full survey. 6 months of methodology development before the spring survey season, Wei said. Minimum, she agreed. He looked at the scout report again. Something on the other side of a dimensional boundary had tested the structure from the outside and had found it sound and had stopped testing. It had not broken through. It had not tried to break through. It had pressed, felt the boundary's response, and withdrawn. He thought about what that pattern of behavior suggested about its source. He wrote in his notebook, asterisk, outer boundary contact event. Load characteristics, exploratory, non-aggressive, non-formation-based. Duration, 6 hours. Ceased when boundary response was assessed. Asterisk, he paused, thinking about what he would conclude if he were reading this as a survey report about a structure's behavior under external contact. Asterisk, something tested the boundary to understand what it was. This is not an attack behavior. This is a survey. Asterisk, he wrote below. Asterisk, something on the far side of the boundary is doing what I do. First contact protocol. Treat as potential colleague until evidence suggests otherwise. Asterisk, Lin Suyin was already rewriting her passive contact survey methodology notes with the new scope requirement. Her pen moved fast, the handwriting that was almost the same as Mei Tongling's, 3,000 years later and 1 dimension removed. Wei let her work. There was a lot to design. Chapter 140. On a clear morning 11 months after the Academy's founding, Wei stood on the roof of the Formation Architecture Academy and watched his students. They were in the courtyard below, working through load calculation exercises on a set of practice arrays that Feng Bao had specifically designed to have non-obvious failure modes. 12 students, working in pairs, each pair approaching the same array from a different structural angle. The methodologies were different. The failure modes they were finding were the same. Wei watched this happen for the 3rd time this week and noted, as he had the first 2 times, that students with different approaches who arrived at the same structural conclusion were doing something important that he did not yet have a name for. He would find one. He wrote most things down eventually. Bai Ruolin was beside him on the roof. She had come up at some point in the past hour. He had not noticed, which was either a compliment to her movement or a comment on his attention, and he suspected it was both. She was watching the courtyard with the particular expression she used when assessing a tactical situation, cataloging, noting weak points, calculating margins. The student in the south corner, she said. The one working alone. Wei looked. A young formation scholar from the secondary realm side, Tesseravalm. The one who had found the void fractures cross-reference in the archive and triggered the entire sequence of events by doing her job well. She had enrolled in the academy in the first class. She was working alone because her assigned partner had been sent to remediation, and she was continuing the exercise independently rather than waiting for a reassignment. She'll finish the load calculation before the others do, Wei said. I know, Byrulan said. She's the one who found the shattering reference. Yes. She found it because she was working systematically through the entire archive without stopping at the sections that were familiar. Byrulan watched Tessara move through the calculation with the particular efficiency of someone who had been trained in different assumptions and was therefore not trapped by them. She'll be a better formation master than most of your students because her foundation is different. That's why I admitted her, Wei said. Your admission criteria don't specify foundation diversity, Byrulan said. My admission criteria specify survey instinct, redundancy thinking, and tolerance for documentation, Wei said. Those criteria produce foundation diversity as a consequence. Byrulan considered this. She had the expression she used when she was deciding whether to push back, and she decided to. You should specify the diversity explicitly. You'll lose students with different foundations if they don't understand why they're valuable. Wei thought about this. She was right. He added it to his academy review notes. Criteria revision in the spring term. I'll draft it, she said. In the courtyard below, Lin Suyin moved between the student pairs, watching feet rather than hands. She had developed the habit of observing her students' physical contact with the ground the same way she surveyed terrain, reading the unconscious weight distribution that told her who was feeling the chi field topology and who was calculating it. She stopped at Tessaravaln station and crouched down to look at something in the formation substrate, and Tessara crouched with her, and they had a brief conversation that Wei couldn't hear from the roof. From the east wing, Fengbao's voice was audible through an open window. He was 3 weeks into a lecture series on load-bearing materials behavior in deep substrate formations, and he had hit the section on void granite resonance patterns, which was visibly his favorite part of the curriculum. His voice had the particular energy of someone who had been waiting 30 years to teach this specific material. Ku Bailing would be in the certification office, reviewing the third set of failure documentation submissions. She had started requiring them to be submitted twice, once as a technical record and once in accessible language for the public formation database. The public database was 6 weeks old and had already been accessed more than the Guild's restricted archive had been accessed in the previous decade. The bond connection was quiet in Wei's formation awareness, the architect void's particular version of attention, present without being insistent, which was what 3,000 years of solitary maintenance sounded like when it had found a colleague. The preliminary specification for the interface project had arrived 2 weeks ago. Wei had given it to Feng Bao and Lin Suyin. Feng Bao had returned it with 17 margin notes in his neat annotation hand. Lin Suyin had returned it with a survey topology overlay that showed where the connection would interact with the continental network's existing load paths. Wei had read both sets of annotations and sent a response to the architect void, * proceeding to design iteration. Timeline. 8 months to reviewed specification. * the architect void had responded. I have already scheduled the review. In the outer boundary monitoring logs, the second contact event had been recorded 4 days ago. The same load characteristics, exploratory, 6 hours, ceased when the boundary's response was assessed. Whatever was on the far side was patient and methodical. Wei respected patient and methodical. Lin Suyin's passive contact survey methodology was 2 months from its first small-scale test. Wei looked at the courtyard below. He looked at Byrulan beside him. He looked at the secondary realm's gold-tinted light coming from the east, through the Heaven's Gate threshold, falling on an academy that had not existed a year ago. He was 43 years old. His hands were permanently scarred from 20 years of blood mortar inscription work, the scar tissue thick enough at the knuckles that he could feel the temperature change before his formation awareness registered a formation's load shift. He had designed structures that would outlast the current cultivation era by several centuries. He had a bond connection to the most extensive formation intelligence in recorded history, and that intelligence was learning what it meant to not be alone, and that was going slowly and well. He took out his notebook and opened it to a clean page. He wrote at the top, * new commission. Client, unknown. Source, outside the boundary. * he wrote below, * nature, exploratory contact. Duration, 6 hours, twice. Behavior, patient, methodical, non-aggressive. Preliminary assessment, entity conducting structural survey of the Heaven's Gate boundary. * he drew the commission intake form he used for every new project, survey. Site assessment, load path analysis. He filled in the fields. Site, outer boundary of the Heaven's Gate formation, Dimensional exterior. Scope. Unknown. Timeline. Unknown. Asterisk estimated project duration asterisk. He drew a line and wrote. Long he looked at what he had written. Outside, Tess Aravon had completed her load calculation and was showing it to Lin Suyin. Feng Bao's lecture had moved into the question and answer section, which always ran longer than the lecture itself. By rule, Lin was annotating something in her notebook with the efficient handwriting she used for field conditions, and whatever she was writing was making her faintly satisfied, which was the expression she had when she found the thing she'd been looking for. The Heaven's Gate boundary held, as it had been designed to hold, as it would hold for the foreseeable future, as it had been built by people from 3 different eras with 3 different structural philosophies and as many different purposes, and it was better for all of that. The notebook closed. Wei put it in his pocket and watched his students. The next survey would take as long as it took. He had his notebook. He would walk the site first.